Chapter 1. The system has malfunctioned. In the world of Douluo continent, where soul beasts coexist with humanity, what appears to be a tranquil realm is, in fact, fraught with peril. On the fringes of the Stardow forest, a young boy strolled leisurely, seemingly at ease. Dressed in plain garments, the boy possessed a charmingly delicate visage, accentuated by his striking white hair. However, what stood out even more were his crimson eyes, which exuded an otherworldly allure, making it difficult for onlookers to gaze upon them for long. It has been 6 years since I arrived in this world, and not a single incident has transpired, the boy murmured, tilting his head skyward. Indeed, the boy was not a native of this realm, but rather a traveler from another world. His name was Lu Zhe, an ordinary individual from the 21st century, who, due to an unforeseen accident, found himself in this unfamiliar land. Initially, Lu Zhe believed this world to be akin to his own, but he soon discovered that he was in the Douluo continent. At first, he was quite pleased, having arrived in a world he had previously studied. However, as time passed, his optimism waned. He had expected his extraordinary abilities to manifest shortly after his arrival, yet what he experienced was far from that. On a beautiful sunny day, Lu Zhe found himself at his usual spot once again. Lying atop a massive rock and gazing at the azure sky, he couldn't help but complain, when will my extraordinary abilities finally arrive? Ding! The system, albeit belatedly, had made its entrance. As Lu Zhe wallowed in his frustration, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe instantly perked up. After such a long wait, my extraordinary abilities have finally arrived. Oh yeah, dear host, do not get ahead of yourself. This system must also serve individuals from other worlds and cannot remain by your side indefinitely. Therefore, it will merely assist you in awakening your latent potential, and upon completion, it shall depart from this world. Oh, what? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned. What did it mean? The system had only just arrived and was already preparing to leave? Before Lu Zhe could fully comprehend the situation, he was engulfed by a beam of white light, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Commencing the enhancement of the host body. Ding! The enhancement of the host body has been completed. The journey ahead will depend on your own efforts. What kind of martial soul you will awaken remains unknown to the system, but it will not be weak. Lu Zhe listened to these words, utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, "Hey, wait a minute, esteemed system, are you really going to abandon me?" Ding! Dear host, this is not abandonment. The system has yet to fully accept you, so how could it abandon you? Oh well. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the system's voice sounded once more. However, rest assured, once you attain a certain level of strength, this system will naturally return to seek you out. Until then, I must take my leave. Whoosh. Hey wait. Lu Zhe had not yet processed the situation when the system vanished, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Thus, the system abandoned Lu Zhe, leaving him to confront the challenges of the Douluo continent alone. In the wake of the system's disappearance, Lu Zhe began to appreciate the simplicity of being an ordinary person. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he recalled the system's assurance that the martial soul he would awaken would not be too weak, perhaps even a divine-level martial soul. With this thought, Lu Zhe felt invigorated, realizing that he was already 6 years old and thus eligible to awaken his martial soul. He promptly turned and dashed towards the town. After a lengthy run, Lu Zhe found himself surprisingly unexhausted, a testament to the system's enhancement. Otherwise, he might have collapsed midway. Phew, I'm finally back, Lu Zhe remarked, surveying the streets around him with a content smile. He then proceeded in a particular direction. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Zhe arrived before an imposing building. Gazing at the children of his own age inside, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. This must be the place. I wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken. With that, he stepped inside, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. He soon gravitated towards a group of children who were of similar age. Finding a random spot, he seated himself, quietly awaiting the soul master who would assist them in awakening their martial souls. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a group of men gradually emerged from within the building. Clad in white robes, each held a crystal ball in their hands. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhe instantly recognized their purpose to aid in the awakening of their martial souls. At that moment, a man dressed in black robes addressed the gathering. "All right, everyone, please settle down." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly, prompting the group to quickly quiet down. The man surveyed the children and then smiled. "We are here today to assist you in awakening your martial souls. We hope that each of you will awaken an exceptional martial soul. With that, they began to organize the children into several groups, leading them into small rooms within the building. Lu Zhe did not overthink it. He simply chose a team and followed along. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhe was taken aback by its spaciousness. All right, we have 10 young ones here ready to awaken their martial souls. Who would like to go first? The lead instructor was a kindly-looking man. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe dashed to the front, grinning. Let me be the first, hee. Observing Lu Zhe's innocent smile, the man chuckled softly and inquired, "What is your name, little one?" "Not changing my name or my surname. I am Lu Zhe," Lu Zhe declared with a hint of youthful bravado. The man couldn't help but laugh at the boy's earnestness and gently patted Lu Zhe's head, saying, "Very well, Lu Zhe. Step into this circle, and I shall help you awaken your martial soul." Lu Zhe complied eagerly, filled with the anticipation of soon possessing his own martial soul. With the system's assurance, he felt confident in awakening a divine-level martial soul. He stepped into the hexagram that the man indicated. The man began to channel his soul power, but at that moment, a blinding white light erupted. The other children shielded their eyes, and even the man found it perplexing. It was merely an awakening of a martial soul. Why was there such a commotion? Upon further reflection, he couldn't help but smile. Could it be a peerless martial soul? The man mused, beginning to feel a sense of excitement for Lu Zhe. Enveloped by the white light, Lu Zhe remained unaware of the passage of time until he finally opened his eyes. His originally crimson irises now appeared even more enchanting. What has been awakened? The man was momentarily bewildered, looking around Lu Zhe and finding nothing. His confusion deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Lu Zhe and asked, "Lu Zhe, what martial soul have you awakened?" Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, "My right hand is my martial soul." With that, he extended his right hand outward. The man gazed at Lu Zhe's hand, astonished to see intricate runes etched upon it, extending further down to his forearm. Could this be a new type of Marty? Thus, he burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the man's words, and turned to dash outside. The man, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to pursue him, but then recalled that there was still a group of children yet to awaken, and that would not bode well for his report. After a moment of contemplation, the man ultimately chose to assist the children in awakening their martial souls, leaving the matter of Lu Zhe to be reported directly to the boss later. Having successfully escaped, Lu Zhe gazed upon the Douluo forest and couldn't help but smile. The most crucial thing now is the soul rings. Chapter 2. The Hand of Rules. Within the Douluo forest, a slender figure was sprinting madly. The reason for his frantic dash was simple. A large soul beast was hot on his heels. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't have acted so recklessly. How could I encounter such a monstrous creature? The figure lamented, and that figure was none other than Lu Zhe. Upon entering the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe had felt invincible, frolicking about until he inadvertently provoked a 1,000-year-old Xianming bear. Thus, he found himself being relentlessly pursued by the bear to this very moment. Fortunately, Lu Zhe's body had been enhanced, granting him physical abilities far beyond that of an ordinary person, and his slight frame allowed him to navigate the forest's advantages for evasion. He had hoped to outmaneuver the Xianming bear, but to his astonishment, the bear grew increasingly furious, as if he owed it money. Seriously? Was it just a glance? Must you pursue me so tenaciously? Lu Zhe complained in frustration. Roar. Yet the Xianming bear merely responded with a deafening roar, continuing its relentless chase after Lu Zhe. Seeing this, Lu Zhe was rendered speechless, but what could he do? He could only keep running. Thus, a chase ensued between man and bear throughout the Douluo forest. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Zhe began to feel his breath grow heavy, and he realized his stamina was waning. He started searching for a place to catch his breath. Lu Zhe glanced left and right, finally spotting a narrow cave. After careful consideration, he concluded that the Xianming bear would not fit inside. With utmost speed, he darted into the cramped cave, while the Xianming bear became wedged at the entrance. However, the bear seemed unwilling to concede defeat, furiously pushing against the cave entrance, startling Lu Zhe. Yet, regaining his composure, Lu Zhe arrogantly shouted, "Aren't you fierce? Why don't you come in and fight me?" This remark seemed to provoke the Xianming bear, which let out another thunderous roar and resumed its assault on the cave entrance. Lu Zhe watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle, then lay back against a nearby stone slab and proclaimed, "Let's see if you can get in here. You'll be lying here. So, come and kill me if you can." The Xianming bear soon realized it could not enter, so it retreated slightly, prompting Lu Zhe to wonder if it intended to leave. However, the bear simply settled down at the cave's mouth, quietly waiting for Lu Zhe to emerge. What use is it for that bear to linger here instead of heading home? Lu Zhe remarked. But it seemed the shimming bear understood his words. As it lifted its gaze to Lu Zhe, its eyes filled with defiance, as if to say, if you don't come out, I won't leave. Let's see how long you can hold out in there. Feeling belittled by the bear's gaze, Lu Zhe replied fiercely, just wait. We'll turn you into my soul rings sooner or later. With that, he began to delve into the study of his martial soul, having awakened it for quite some time without truly understanding it. I wonder what this martial soul is capable of? Lu Zhe mused, staring at the intricate runes adorning his right hand. After pondering for a while, he ceased his contemplation and began to learn how to control his soul power. With that, Lu Zhe closed his eyes and soon entered a state of meditation. When Lu Zhe opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in a realm of chaos. What is this place? He murmured, surveying the tumultuous surroundings. While he was lost in thought, a glimmering point of light caught his attention. What is that? Lu Zhe remarked, gazing at the distant light. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Zhe felt as though the light was calling to him. If he could just reach it, he would uncover the answers he sought. Thus, Lu Zhe began to drift toward the distant light. But no matter how he moved, it seemed to elude him, growing ever more distant. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhe pondered, feeling bewildered. He then steadied himself and declared, I refuse to believe this. I will reach that place today. With renewed determination, he set off once more toward the light. Yet reality proved unyielding regardless of how he accelerated. He remained at a constant distance from the light. In that moment, Lu Zhe began to question his existence. Why is this happening? It appears so close yet remains unattainable. Lu Zhe began to articulate his conclusions. Each time he approached, the light slipped further away, creating a perpetual cycle of frustration. In that instant, Lu Zhe suddenly realized why must he always chase it? Why not let it come to him? With that thought, Lu Zhe closed his eyes once more, awaiting whatever might come next, uncertain of what it would be. Time passed, though Lu Zhe could not tell how long, when he felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a wondrous space. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Zhe was taken aback, for the space was not merely pure white, it was filled with countless golden runes flowing around him, and directly ahead stood a magnificent golden palace. What is this place? Lu Zhe gasped in astonishment. He began to walk toward the distant golden palace, only to be further astonished to find that with each step he took, the golden runes followed behind him like eager children. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe finally arrived at the palace's entrance, with the golden runes swirling behind him in a lively dance. Just as he was about to step into the golden palace, a voice resonated in his ear. You have finally arrived. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was struck with shock. Was he not meditating? How could there be another voice? Soon, a figure appeared atop the throne in the golden palace. Lu Zhe was instantly taken aback, as that figure exuded an aura of unparalleled supremacy, as if declaring, I alone am exalted above all in heaven and earth. The individual seated upon the throne resembled a sovereign, gazing down upon Lu Zhe with an air of regal authority. After what felt like an eternity, the man finally spoke. Lu Zhe, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe finally emerged from his earlier astonishment. He then raised his gaze towards the individual and spoke slowly. Might I inquire why you, esteemed elder, are awaiting my presence here? Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter, startling Lu Zhe in the process. I am here to await you solely to help you recognize your own potential, the man replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was instantly filled with curiosity regarding the man's identity. However, he understood that now was not the time to inquire about that. Since the man had expressed a desire to reveal his abilities, Lu Zhe decided to ask, Esteemed senior, may I inquire about the abilities you wish to share with me? He inquired politely. The man, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. He rose and slowly approached Lu Zhe. You are still unaware of the significance of the inscription upon your right hand, are you? The man said gently. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe did not deny it. He simply nodded and replied, Indeed, I am unaware of the true purpose of my right hand. The individual, upon hearing this, chuckled once more and gradually elaborated. Remember, your right hand is called the hand of rules, capable of wielding the power of rules. At the utterance of this phrase, Lu Zhe was instantly taken aback. The power of rules. Such a force is exceedingly formidable. Does this not render him invincible? However, just as Lu Zhe began to revel in his newfound pride, the individual spoke again. Do not rejoice too soon. This world has its own set of rules. If you wish to truly harness the strength of the hand of rules, you must shatter the very rules of this world. Otherwise, you will forever remain unable to genuinely wield the hand of rules, the individual stated with measured calmness. Upon hearing this, Luze was momentarily taken aback. To truly grasp the power of the rules, one must shatter the very fabric of this world's regulations. Does this imply that one must ascend to divinity at the very least? After a brief contemplation, Luze quickly inquired, "So, does this mean that I must break the world's rules to possess the true power of the rules?" The figure nodded and replied slowly, "You may interpret it that way, but how you choose to dismantle the world's rules is entirely up to you." With that, the figure began to turn away, gently stating, "My mission concludes here. The remaining path is yours to traverse. The method to wield the power of the rules lies upon that throne. If you wish to know, take your seat upon it." Before Luze could respond, the figure transformed into golden inscriptions, merging seamlessly with the throne. Luze gazed at the scene before him, resolutely making up his mind. To shatter the rules of this world? He spoke slowly, then approached the throne. Are not rules meant to be broken? Moreover, the rules of this world are far from perfect, Luze remarked with a smile, and then he boldly seated himself upon the throne. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into Luze's mind, overwhelming him to the brink of explosion. Yet, he persevered, for the sake of dismantling and establishing new rules. What is a little pain? As time elapsed, Luze's aura began to stabilize upon the throne, though his eyes remained tightly shut, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 3. The first soul ring. Time flew by, and Luze could no longer discern how long he had been meditating on the throne. But his intuition urged him that it was time to emerge. With a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of stagnant air. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that his once crimson irises now shimmered with a hint of gold after his meditation. How long has it been? Rising slowly, he realized that his garments had become snug, and he had grown taller, seemingly by half a head. When he glanced outside the cave, he observed that the Xianming bear had vanished, likely having departed. Thus, Luze stepped cautiously out of the cave, immediately blinded by the intensity of the sunlight. It seems I have truly lingered here for quite a while. I find myself unaccustomed to this sunlight, Luze mused with a faint smile. After an indeterminate duration of meditation, Luze's character had undergone a significant transformation. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What was paramount was that Luze had grasped a portion of the techniques associated with the Hand of Rules. He approached a nearby tree, broke off a branch, and clutched it in his right hand. Then, channeling his soul power, he witnessed the runes on his right hand emanate a golden glow, enveloping the surface of the branch in radiant light. Luze wielded the branch without hesitation and swung it toward a nearby tree. With a resounding thud, the massive tree was cleanly severed at its midpoint, toppling to the ground in an instant. What was even more astonishing was the impeccably smooth cut on the felled tree, as though it had been sliced through by a legendary divine blade. Yet this was merely the result of an ordinary branch imbued with golden radiance. Indeed, this was one of Luze's current abilities, golden vein coating, which could significantly enhance the sharpness of an object. However, this was merely a basic skill, hardly considered a formidable technique. Still, for Luze at this stage, it was a decent capability. After all, he had yet to obtain a soul ring. Once he acquired one, his strength would ascend to an astonishing level. I wonder where that dark moon bear has gone. I truly desire its soul ring, Luze murmured with a faint smile before setting off toward the place where he had first encountered the beast. After an indeterminate length of time, Luze finally arrived at the location of their initial meeting, yet there was no sign of the dark moon bear. How peculiar. Isn't this supposed to be that bear's lair? How is it that after just a short absence, not even a trace of it remains? Luze scratched his head and muttered slowly. Luze gazed at the desolate expanse before him, and a wave of disinterest washed over him as he prepared to turn away. At that very moment, however, he encountered the returning Xianming bear, who had been foraging. "Long time no see," Luze said, a smile gracing his lips. Upon spotting Luze, the Xianming bear charged at him once more. Still as brutish as ever, Luze chuckled, nimbly leaping aside to evade the bear's strike. The Xianming bear, sensing something amiss, realized that the person before it seemed transformed. Yet, Luze offered no chance for contemplation. He swiftly moved aside, picking up a stone from the ground. Channeling the power of the golden patterns, the stone in his hand became enveloped in a radiant golden glow, which he hurled with great force. The Xianming bear, believing it to be an ordinary stone, braced itself for impact. Alas, this miscalculation proved costly. With a piercing sound, the stone, now imbued with golden patterns, pierced through the bear's shoulder, causing blood to flow freely. The Xianming bear, staring in shock at the gaping wound, was astounded. Its defenses had withstood even the most formidable of Millennium Soul Beasts, yet now it had been breached by a mere stone. In that moment, the bear comprehended Lu Zhe's formidable prowess and turned to flee. Planning to escape, are we? Lu Zhe remarked with a chuckle, once again picking up another stone. The stone, enhanced by the golden patterns, rocketed toward the fleeing Xianming bear like a cannonball. With a sickening thud, the stone pierced through the bear's right hind leg, rendering it immobile. But Lu Zhe's onslaught did not cease. Seizing the bear's brief pause, he unleashed 3 more stones. With anguished howls, the bear's limbs were pierced, and it collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Do not blame me. My desire for strength necessitates your soul ring, Lu Zhe said softly, stroking the bear's back. To shatter the rules of this world, one must make sacrifices, he added with a smile. Rising slowly, he picked up a sturdy branch, fortifying it with the golden patterns. The branch, now a sharp beheading blade, was gripped firmly in his hands. With a decisive strike, the Xianming bear met its end at Lu Zhe's hands, following its demise. A circle of purple soul rings materialized above its lifeless form. Lu Zhe gazed upon the soul ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then carried the soul ring into the lair of the Xianming bear, settling himself into a meditative posture before commencing the absorption process. Uncertain of his success, he nevertheless held firm in his belief that the insights gleaned upon the throne would undoubtedly empower him to successfully absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. After what seemed like an eternity, as the first ray of sunlight graced the continent, Lu Zhe finally opened his eyes. Lu Zhe exhaled slowly, then rose to stretch his limbs. It seems my judgment was not amiss. I did not expect things to proceed so smoothly, he remarked with a smile. After taking a moment to gauge his current strength, he discovered that his first soul skill was rather intriguing. A gravity domain, perhaps? Lu Zhe mused, casting a meaningful glance at his first soul ring. With a swift motion of his right hand, a nearby stone was instantly crushed into the earth by the force of gravity. Is it truly this powerful? Lu Zhe was slightly astonished, as it was his first time utilizing a soul skill. Having understood the mechanics of his first soul skill, he proceeded to practice it several times to enhance his proficiency. Once he felt adequately skilled, Lu Zhe made his way toward the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted unwanted attention. How astonishing that this child could single-handedly slay a 3,000-year-old Xianming bear. A clear voice echoed from the shadows of the Douluo forest. At that moment, another voice interjected, suggesting that if they could persuade him to join their side, their future plans would be secured. But how do we entice him to our side? He is on the verge of reaching level 20 and will likely return to the forest soon. Are you thinking of making a move then? Not an attack. Merely a conversation. Very well, I also hope for no conflict. I shall take my leave for now. On the edge of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe ambled through the streets. With his strength temporarily secured, he found himself lacking in knowledge, he murmured to himself. After a brief contemplation, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "It seems there is a library in this town that holds the fundamental knowledge of the Douluo continent." With that, he headed toward the library. At that moment, a man suddenly noticed Lu Zhe's figure and gasped. Is this child not the one who had been missing for half a year? How has he reappeared? The man exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, this could be fortuitous. If he were to join our academy, it would be advantageous. The man, filled with excitement, followed Lu Zhe. As Lu Zhe made his way to the library, he sensed that someone was tailing him, prompting him to weave through a crowd. The man pursued Lu Zhe closely, but suddenly lost sight of him. This child is remarkably alert, the man thought, though he accepted the situation with composure. Now that he knew Lu Zhe was still in town, there was still hope. He turned back toward the place he had previously occupied. Hiding among the crowd, Lu Zhe quietly observed the man's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. What does this man want from me? Has he discovered my secret? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Zhe's expression grew cold. It seems prudent to avoid crowded places. Without absolute strength, the revelation of my martial soul's secret could lead to unforeseen consequences, he murmured to himself coldly. At that moment, Lu Zhe resolved that once he had sufficiently acquired knowledge, he would return to the Douluo forest to continue his seclusion, only re-emerging when he possessed the strength for self-preservation. Chapter 4. The emergence of soul skills. Half a month later, Lu Zhe finally re-emerged into the sunlight. Throughout this period, he had diligently absorbed knowledge in the library, and had it not been for the librarian forcibly ushering him out, he might have remained there for another fortnight. That should suffice. I have grasped what I needed to know, and now I merely await my 12th birthday, Lu Zhe quietly mused. The reason for waiting until 12 is that during this time, he had learned about the continent's foremost soul master academy, Shrek Academy. Although he could venture there early, His current soul power was a meager level 15, clearly insufficient for such a prestigious institution. The talents at Shrek Academy are extraordinary. What if my strength falls short and I am bullied? Thus, he opted to adhere to his original plan. First, I shall procure some daily necessities. And then I will wait in the Douluo forest until I turn 12, he murmured softly. After completing his shopping, Douluo was just about to head toward the Douluo forest when a figure obstructed his path. Child, I have finally found you. It was the man who had been following Douluo. Upon seeing the man, Douluo's expression instantly turned icy. What do you want with me? He questioned coldly. The man was taken aback by Douluo's demeanor. He recalled that the last time they met, the boy was not like this. How could he have changed so much in just half a year? If you have nothing to say, then I shall take my leave, Douluo stated. Attempting to walk away, the man quickly regained his composure and explained, My apologies, I am Tang Xiu, a mentor from a Soul Master Academy. And I was the one who assisted you in awakening your martial soul last time. Upon hearing this, Douluo began to understand and replied, May I inquire why you, Senior Tang, have called me? Tang Xiu cleared his throat and responded earnestly. I have recognized your talent and would like to invite you to join our academy for your studies. What are your thoughts on this? Upon realizing Tang Xiu's intentions, Douluo felt a sense of relief. He had feared the man had uncovered his secret, but it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. What do you say? Consider it. Tang Xiu continued. However, Douluo, coming back to his senses, directly declined Tang Xiu's invitation. I apologize, but I have already set my sights on another academy. Tang Xiu was momentarily stunned, but after some thought, he recognized the validity of Douluo's decision. After all, the child possessed exceptional talent, and once cultivated, he would rise to the pinnacle of the continent. Other academies would undoubtedly extend their invitations to such a genius. With a sense of disappointment, Tang Xiu replied, If that is the case, I will not press you. Could you share with me the name of the academy you wish to attend? As Douluo turned to leave, he suddenly heard Tang Xiu's words. Shrek Academy, he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the mention of Shrek Academy, Tang Xiu immediately understood. After all, it was the foremost Soul Master Academy on the continent, a gathering place for countless prodigies. Noticing Tang Xiu fall silent, Douluo departed without a backward glance. In truth, it was not that he did not wish to follow Tang Xiu, but rather that he had his own matters to attend to. To achieve success, one must possess absolute resources and financial backing, and Shrek Academy perfectly fulfilled this criterion. Many other institutions also met these conditions, such as the Soul Master Academy of the Douluo Empire and the Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. However, Douluo had no intention of joining them, primarily due to the tumultuous nature of these two nations, which were frequently embroiled in conflict. Joining them could easily jeopardize his life should his secrets inadvertently come to light. With that thought, Douluo ceased to ponder further and resolutely made his way into the Douluo forest. Now, he possessed the capability to protect himself, which emboldened him significantly. Douluo forest, I have returned. I wonder what intriguing encounters await me this time? Douluo exclaimed with a smile while perched atop a grand tree. He then leaped down to the ground below. Douluo made his way toward the cave where he had previously sought refuge, believing it would serve as a temporary sanctuary. However, halfway there, he encountered trouble. A pack of gray wolves fixated on him with predatory intent, seemingly poised to pounce at any moment. Yet, rather than exhibiting fear, Douluo appeared remarkably composed. Are they all a century old? He scoffed at the wolves surrounding him. It seemed as though the pack understood his disdain, and they instantly became enraged, launching themselves at him with fervor. In the next moment, a violet soul ring manifested around Douluo, and before the wolves could react, they were overwhelmed by an immense pressure, collapsing at his feet. The gravity domain is quite impressive, Douluo remarked as he approached one of the fallen wolves. Crouching to touch it, just as the wolf attempted to bite him, the gravitational force upon it surged exponentially, reducing it to a mere pulp before it could comprehend its fate. What was the necessity of that? Douluo chuckled softly. He then rose slowly, observing the other wolves, immobilized on the ground. Without uttering a word, he waved his right hand, intensifying the gravitational pressure, which swiftly sealed the fate of the remaining wolves. Surveying the area filled with century-old soul rings, Douluo simply smiled faintly before departing. One could only wonder how certain individuals would react upon witnessing this scene. After all, they might struggle to slay a single century-old soul beast, while he had effortlessly dispatched a multitude with a mere gesture. Indeed, comparison often breeds discontent. Upon reaching the cave once more, Douluo tidied his makeshift dwelling before sitting cross-legged upon the stone slab. commencing his meditation and cultivation. His meditative practice was rather straightforward, merely sitting upon the throne in his golden palace and contemplating, with the effectiveness entirely dependent on his own efforts. While Lu Zhe delved into his meditation, two figures appeared outside the cave. "He has indeed returned," one remarked. "You should go speak with him. Perhaps an agreement can be reached without delay." "That is true," the other replied, and they proceeded to enter the cave. At that moment, Lu Zhe sensed the approach of others and promptly opened his eyes. "Who are you?" he coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the cave entrance. "Do not be alarmed. I assure you, I pose no threat," a deep voice resonated from outside. "May I come in to discuss matters with you?" Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss regarding the intentions of the other party. Despite having never laid eyes on one another, he was unexpectedly summoned for a conversation. However, Lu Zhe could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from outside the cave, far surpassing that of the previous Xinming bear by countless degrees. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Lu Zhe ultimately decided to venture out and meet the individual. He rose and made his way toward the cave's entrance, only to be astounded by the scene that awaited him upon his emergence. What on earth is this? Chapter 5. The Arrival of Emperor Tian. What on earth is this? Lu Zhe stared in astonishment at the towering black dragon before him. "Child, what is your name?" the dragon inquired slowly. Lu Zhe, taken aback, was unaware of the true strength possessed by this black dragon. Yet he was certain it had reached the remarkable level of 100,000 years, akin to the title Douluo among soul masters. In contrast, he was merely an ordinary soul master aspiring to reach level 15, and now faced with such a colossal being, he could not help but feel a tinge of shock. Observing Lu Zhe's silence, the black dragon spoke once more. "Child, are you unable to hear my words?" At this moment, Lu Zhe finally realized the situation and slowly remarked, "I wonder what brings you here. It cannot merely be to inquire about my name, can it?" Upon hearing this, the black dragon offered a faint smile and replied candidly, "Indeed, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter of importance." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was instantly engulfed in confusion. He was merely an ordinary individual. Why would this black dragon, possessing the formidable power of a title Douluo, seek him out? "I do not comprehend," Lu Zhe inquired. "You are already immensely powerful. So why pursue someone as unremarkable as myself?" The black dragon exaggeratedly replied, "I cannot explain it. But I have a profound sense that you possess the ability to lead us to unprecedented heights." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was instantly intrigued. He was unsure of the true intentions of the black dragon before him, but at least it seemed that it was not here to cause him trouble. "Why do you say that?" Lu Zhe inquired slowly. "It is because the inscription on your right hand emanates an extraordinary power," the black dragon responded gradually. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe immediately understood. Some formidable soul beasts or soul masters could perceive the uniqueness of his right hand. Clearly, he would need to be more cautious about concealing it in the future. "So how do you wish for me to assist you?" Lu Zhe directly posed the fundamental question. The black dragon, taken aback by the straightforwardness, had not anticipated such smooth progress, and thus replied, "It is quite simple. Once you reach a certain level of mastery, lead us to conquer the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could no longer maintain his composure. Conquer the divine realm? How audacious of this black dragon to suggest such a thing. However, after a moment's reflection, it made sense. After all, his ultimate goal was to shatter the rules of this world. If breaking the rules required confronting those who uphold them, then who better than the deities of the divine realm? "Very well, but I require your assistance in devising a plan for my soul rings. How does that sound?" Lu Zhe replied with a smile. The black dragon realized that this human might have his own intentions. After all, ascending to the divine realm was no trivial feat. Yet this individual had so readily acquiesced. Nevertheless, it was clear that the inscription on his right hand indeed harbored immense power. "What should I call you?" Lu Zhe asked with a smile. The black dragon responded slowly, "You may address me as Emperor Tian." Upon hearing that name, Lu Zhe was immediately enveloped by a wave of familiarity, internally murmuring, "The beast god Emperor Tian has truly crossed my path." Subsequently, perceiving Lu Zhe's silence, Emperor Tian turned and said, "Come with me. There, I can assist you more effectively in enhancing your cultivation." Without hesitation, Lu Zhe followed Tian and departed from this place. A month later, Lu Zhe's strength had reached an astonishing level. Although his soul power was merely at the 20th rank, his true prowess was already comparable to that of a soul sect. Perched upon a massive rock, Lu Zhe sat in meditation with his eyes tightly closed. At that moment, a soul beast, measuring over 3 meters in length and standing 8 feet tall, its entire body adorned with a resplendent golden fur, approached him and spoke softly. When do you intend to acquire your second soul ring? Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes and smiled, stating, it is today. This soul beast was no ordinary creature. It was the revered three-eyed golden lion of the Douluo continent. The three-eyed golden lion gazed at Lu Zhe, lost in thought. A month prior, when Emperor Tian had brought this human back, she sensed a shift in her own status, as if it had diminished. Initially, she harbored the desire to engage him in combat, but Emperor Tian intervened, asserting the significance of this human and forbidding her from causing him harm. This left a profound impression on the three-eyed golden lion's heart. Just as she was about to speak again, Emperor Tian arrived at the scene. Lu Zhe, how many years can your second soul ring endure? Emperor Tian inquired slowly. Lu Zhe rose calmly and responded, about 8,000 years will suffice. Are you certain? I recall that a soul master's second soul ring can only withstand 700 years. Are you jesting with 8,000? Despite having spent a month with Lu Zhe and recognizing his extraordinary talent, a hint of astonishment lingered in his expression. Lu Zhe confidently replied, rest assured, there is no problem. In that case, I shall send Qi Wang to accompany you in the hunt for the soul ring. Di Tian said slowly. Lu Zhe readily accepted the situation, and just as he was about to depart, the three-eyed golden lion sprang forth. I wish to accompany you, it declared loudly. Di Tian cast a glance at her and slowly replied, that is not permissible. As a revered imperial beast, you cannot roam freely. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion grew displeased and retorted, why not? The stars are my home, and I shall go wherever I desire without your concern. Di Tian found himself at a loss for words. His reluctance to allow her company stemmed from a fear that she might act against Lu Zhe. After all, if he had not been present when he first brought Lu Zhe back, it was likely that this creature would have clashed with him. Let her come along. I trust she will behave, Lu Zhe interjected at that moment. You see, Lu Zhe has agreed. Are you still going to stop me? The three-eyed golden lion immediately rallied to Lu Zhe's words. Di Tian, momentarily at a loss, realized that rejecting her now would be unreasonable, given Lu Zhe's consent. Very well. She may accompany us, but you must behave yourself, understood? Di Tian said slowly. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion beamed with joy and promptly darted ahead of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe gazed at the three-eyed golden lion before him, momentarily questioning whether this creature truly was the imperial auspicious beast. It seemed rather lacking in intelligence. Subsequently, Qi Wang approached Lu Zhe's side and, observing him, spoke slowly. Lu Zhe, what kind of soul ring do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe leaned in close to the Red King and whispered a few words. Once Lu Zhe finished speaking, the Red King was taken aback, gazing at him incredulously and asking, are you certain you desire that particular soul ring? Is it not feasible? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. It is indeed possible, but the soul beast you seek is exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. Nonetheless, I shall endeavor to assist you, the Red King replied with measured words. For them, Lu Zhe's strength would ultimately be advantageous in the future. In the distance, the three-eyed golden lion observed the two conversing in hushed tones, feeling a wave of confusion, yet chose not to dwell on it. After an exhaustive search throughout the Stardow forest, the Red King finally located a soul beast that Lu Zhe required. Here it is, the Red King declared, presenting an unusual soul beast before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe glanced at it and smiled, saying, indeed, this is the one. He then employed gravitational pressure to eliminate the soul beast. A circle of purple soul rings swiftly appeared above the corpse of the soul beast. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe directly donned the soul ring and began the process of absorption. During this time, Qi Wang took on the responsibility of monitoring him. While the three-eyed golden lion had long since vanished, though not too far away, Qi Wang could still sense her presence, with new abilities unfolding. Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile inwardly as he absorbed the soul ring. He was uncertain just how potent his new capabilities would be, but he was confident they would not be inferior to the gravitational domain. Chapter 6. Entering the world after an indefinite period, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. You are awake, Qi Wang remarked gently. How goes the absorption? Quite well, Lu Zhe replied, his tone measured. Noticing this, Qi Wang inquired. What is your second soul skill like? Would you like to know? Lu Zhe responded with an enigmatic smile. Qi Wang nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhe as if awaiting something significant. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Zhe ceased to conceal his abilities. His second soul ring radiated a resplendent purple light. Before the Crimson King could react, he found himself enveloped by a protective barrier. The moment he was encased within this confinement, the Crimson King was taken aback, struggling to draw breath. To his astonishment, not only was he astounded, but he also discovered that his voice could not escape his lips, rendering him utterly mute. Fortunately, the Crimson King's cultivation far surpassed that of Liu Ze, allowing him to shatter the barrier with relative ease. As he emerged from the shattered confines, the Crimson King gazed at Liu Ze in astonishment and inquired slowly, "What soul skill is this?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ze smiled faintly and slowly remarked, "This is my second soul skill, the vacuum domain." The Red King, taken aback, found himself momentarily bewildered, as it was the first time he had encountered such a term. Noticing the perplexed expression on the Red King's face, Liu Ze chuckled and elaborated. The vacuum domain refers to a space devoid of any matter, including air. Naturally, without air, sound cannot propagate. Although the Red King struggled to fully comprehend this explanation, he had personally experienced its effects. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have suffocated within that barrier moments ago. A cold sweat began to form on his brow as he realized that those lacking sufficient power would find themselves facing almost certain death if trapped within such a barrier. Furthermore, this technique was incredibly difficult to counter. "You truly possess a remarkable skill," the Red King eventually remarked, regaining his composure. However, Liu Ze was not entirely satisfied. He slowly responded, "It seems the vacuum domain cannot contain those whose strength surpasses mine. I must enhance my own abilities." The Red King was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. At that moment, the three-eyed golden lion returned and, observing the conversation between Liu Ze and the Red King, expressed interest. "What are you two discussing?" it inquired as it approached them, regaining his senses. The Red King turned to Liu Ze and said, "Since you have acquired your second soul ring, it is time for us to return." Liu Ze did not decline. He understood the necessity of further enhancing his strength to attain the ability to protect himself. The three-eyed golden lion, noticing that the Scarlet King disregarded her words, became quite displeased and approached him, exclaiming, "Why are you not responding to my inquiries?" The Scarlet King, taken aback by her demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. However, he felt compelled to elucidate the conversation he had just had with Liu Ze. Upon hearing the Scarlet King's explanation, the three-eyed golden lion's curiosity about Liu Ze's new soul skill was piqued. "Liu Ze, do allow me to witness your new soul skill," she eagerly implored. Yet, Liu Ze firmly declined her request. Nevertheless, this only intensified the three-eyed golden lion's curiosity. She yearned to experience the sensation of being in a vacuum. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Ze found himself at a loss for words, resorting to a casual excuse. "Actually, my soul skill can only be used once a day, and it is currently on cooldown." The three-eyed golden lion felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained its spirits, suggesting, "Since it can only be used once a day, shall I come to find you again tomorrow?" Liu Ze, feeling quite troubled, had not anticipated the three-eyed golden lion's curiosity about his soul skill. He contemplated letting it experience the skill, but quickly dismissed the thought, fearing it might become insatiable and disturb him daily. It seemed he would need to prepare ample excuses for the future. The Scarlet King observed the two youngsters with amusement, well aware of the three-eyed golden lion's character. "Enough of this for now, let us return to Emperor Tian," he said slowly. "Very well, let us head back," the three-eyed golden lion replied, tossing its head before darting towards the core area of the Stardow forest. Liu Ze could only smile and follow the Scarlet King into the depths of the forest. Since Liu Ze acquired his second soul ring, the three-eyed golden lion had been perpetually curious about his soul skills, leaving Emperor Tian and the others in a state of exasperation. Fortunately, Liu Ze consistently found reasons to send the lion away. His daily routine consisted of meditation and evading the lion's inquiries, gradually becoming a habitual cycle. As days turned into years, Liu Ze eventually matured into a 12-year-old youth. He was no longer the same. His silver-white hair was casually tied back, and his once crimson eyes had transformed into a striking gold, adorned with faint inscriptions. One morning, at Emperor Tian's location, Liu Ze stood before him, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. "Are you truly set on this?" Emperor Tian asked, his tone urgent. In contrast, Liu Ze wore a calm smile as he replied, "I've made my decision. Staying here limits what I can learn, and the times have changed. This is no longer the era it once was." Emperor Tian, upon hearing this, understood the truth in his words. The advancements in soul guide technology had been rapid, and if it continued this way, the continent would inevitably fall under its dominion. "Then I shall not impede your choice, but I hope you do not forget our agreement," Emperor Tian said slowly. Liu Ze merely smiled faintly before turning to exit. Watching Liu Ze's retreating figure, Emperor Tian fell into contemplation. "Are you truly allowing him to leave?" A melodious voice chimed from behind. Emperor Tian turned to see his wife, the Emerald Swan Bai Ji, gazing at him. "There is no choice until the master awakens. He is our only hope," he replied gently. Bai Ji, understanding the gravity of the situation, still wished for harmony. Do you truly have faith in Liu Ze? She asked softly. Emperor Tian took a moment to ponder before affirming, I believe in him. At the edge of the Stardow forest, Liu Ze returned to the human world after several years. Human world, I have returned, he declared, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the distant town. Now, Liu Ze had reached the formidable level of 35 in soul power, with only Emperor Tian aware of his third soul skill. As it was he who had assisted in acquiring it, his most powerful ability thus far. In the northwestern outskirts of Shrek City, a figure materialized, pondering. Is this where Shrek Academy is located? This figure was none other than the newly arrived Liu Ze. Liu Ze gazed upon the bustling Shrek City before him, marveling at its prosperity. He then slowly made his way towards the enrollment office of Shrek Academy. After briefly filling out his information at the admissions office, Liu Ze proceeded toward the freshman dormitory, holding a wooden plaque. Before long, he effortlessly located his assigned room. Upon opening the door, he discovered it to be unoccupied. He tidied up a bit and then settled cross-legged on his bed to begin his meditation practice. Once again transported to the Golden Palace, Liu Ze cast a casual glance at the floating golden inscriptions suspended in midair. He then took his place upon the throne, delving into contemplation. As the saying goes, when one dedicates themselves to a singular pursuit, time seems to slip away unnoticed, and Liu Ze was no exception. After an indeterminate period, Liu Ze immersed in meditation. Sensed the presence of someone approaching from the outside, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. He beheld a youth of similar age, who was intently observing him. The boy's golden hair, coupled with his handsome features, exuded a striking charisma. Meanwhile, the golden-haired youth scrutinized Liu Ze in turn. With silver hair and golden eyes, Liu Ze may not have been conventionally handsome, yet he possessed a distinctive aura that was difficult to articulate. Are you my roommate? The golden-haired youth inquired first. Upon hearing these words, Liu Ze offered a faint smile. Indeed, I am Liu Ze. And you? The golden-haired youth was momentarily taken aback by Liu Ze's smile. Undeniably a heartthrob. However, he quickly regained his composure and slowly responded, I am Dai Yaoheng, a freshman this year. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze was momentarily taken aback. Pondering the fact that this individual was Dai Yaoheng, and he was, quite surprisingly, in the same cohort as him. Observing Liu Ze lost in thought, Dai Yaoheng felt a flicker of curiosity but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he made his way to the adjacent unoccupied bed and began to arrange his bedding. Are you not from the lineage of the White Tiger Duke of the Xinglua Empire? Liu Ze inquired suddenly. Dai Yaoheng, taken aback by the unexpected question, felt a pang of confusion but opted to respond nonetheless. Indeed, my father is the White Tiger Duke. What prompts your inquiry? Upon receiving a response, Liu Ze offered a faint smile. No, I was merely inquiring, he stated. However, as the offspring of the White Tiger Duke, your talents must be remarkable, correct? Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng immediately comprehended the intention behind the question. He sought to gauge his own abilities. Subsequently, he humbly replied, my talents are not particularly exceptional. I have only just achieved the rank of Soul Master this year. Although he spoke with modesty, Liu Ze perceived this as an instance of subtle bragging. Is that so? Liu Ze responded with a smile before continuing, I truly envy those of you with such extraordinary gifts. My own soul power is lamentably low. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng sensed he might have misspoken and felt compelled to comfort Liu Ze. Do not feel this way, perhaps one day you will surpass me, he said with a smile. As Liu Ze heard this, a smile instantly spread across his face. He then slowly rose and made his way towards the dormitory exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he suddenly remarked, indeed, I must intensify my training and strive to break through to the soul sect as soon as possible. With that, he left Dai Yaoheng with only his retreating figure, while Dai Yaoheng remained rooted in place, utterly bewildered. Did he just say he wants to break through to the soul sect? Dai Yaoheng struggled to comprehend this revelation. But then it struck him, this fellow is also a soul master. Realizing this, Dai Yaoheng felt that his earlier sympathy had been in vain and fell into a deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Liu Ze, now outside the dormitory, walked along the corridor of Shrek Academy with a beaming smile. After a while, he found himself seated on a bench by the sea god lake, enjoying the gentle breeze. My academic life is about to commence. And I must admit I feel a small spark of anticipation, Liu Ze mused as he gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake. It had been quite some time since he had experienced the sensation of attending school, and he wondered what the educational life on the Douluo continent would truly be like. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. So, you are here, a youthful voice resonated in Liu Ze's ear. Liu Ze turned his head to look at him and discovered it was his roommate, Dai Yaoheng. Were you searching for me? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Dai Yaohang, with an air of nonchalance, settled beside him and remarked, You are also a soul master, aren't you? You discern that? Lu Zhe replied. Dai Yaohang, his expression darkening, retorted, Did you not mention it yourself? At this, Lu Zhe felt a tinge of embarrassment, then chuckled, Is that so? I seem to have forgotten, haha. Observing Lu Zhe's demeanor, Dai Yaohang decided to be straightforward and conveyed his intent directly. I would like to spar with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe expressed his surprise and quietly remarked, Isn't this inappropriate? Isn't fighting prohibited by the academy? However, Dai Yaohang asserted firmly, We can engage in battle at the Soul Duel Zone. At this, Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Dai Yaohang, relentless in his pursuit, chuckled and asked, Are you afraid of losing? To this, Lu Zhe, instead of showing any anger, replied with remarkable composure, Indeed, I am afraid of losing. This left Dai Yaohang momentarily speechless, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat and immediately chose to take action. With a resounding thud, Dai Yaohang launched a punch at Lu Zhe, but fortunately, Lu Zhe reacted swiftly and evaded the blow. Unfortunately, the bench did not share his fortune, as it was shattered by Dai Yaohang's strike. Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the academy? Lu Zhe asked, feeling exasperated. Yet, Dai Yaohang paid no heed to Lu Zhe's words and continued to pursue him. With a loud crash, Lu Zhe exclaimed, Are you serious? As he blocked another punch from Dai Yaohang. Seeing this, Dai Yaohang replied with an earnest expression, Do you truly believe I am jesting with you? Hardly had he finished speaking when he delivered a swift kick to Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe swiftly evaded, then stood opposite Dai Yaohang and slowly inquired, Do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? At the sound of this, Dai Yaohang immediately felt a surge of excitement, releasing his soul rings with fervor. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings enveloped him, and he replied with a smile, What other choice do we have? Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe found himself left with no choice but to allow him to face a bit of hardship. He then calmly remarked, You shall not blame me for what follows. At these words, Dai Yaohang, filled with excitement, charged towards Lu Zhe. However, the moment he took a step forward, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming heaviness in his body, halting him in his tracks. When he turned to face Lu Zhe, he was instantly astounded. Surrounding Lu Zhe were 3 soul rings. This in itself was not the crux of the matter, but rather the configuration of the rings, 2 purple and 1 black. How could this be possible? Dai Yaohang gazed at Lu Zhe in disbelief, aware that such a soul ring configuration was utterly unattainable. Yet, it lay before him, fundamentally altering his perception. Are you still coming? Lu Zhe said with a hint of indifference. To his surprise, upon seeing the soul ring configuration, Dai Yaohang not only did not waver, but his excitement only intensified. He began to undergo a transformation. White tiger patterns emerged on his face, and his arms morphed into powerful tiger claws as he stepped forward towards Lu Zhe with determination. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe felt a slight shock. He never anticipated that Dai Yaohang could maneuver within his gravitational domain. Although it was merely ordinary gravity, it was not something the average person could endure. At this moment, Lu Zhe began to hold a certain admiration for Dai Yaohang, and with a smile, he remarked, You are truly formidable. However, Lu Zhe paused for a moment before gently moving his right index finger. Yet, you are limited to this, he continued with a grin. As soon as Lu Zhe uttered these words, the gravity surrounding Dai Yaohang doubled. Dai Yaohang sensed the change, but was resolute in his determination. He could not believe that he could not even reach Lu Zhe. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward. Yet, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Despite exerting nearly all his strength, he could only take 1 step before collapsing to the ground, immobilized. Lu Zhe gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, What is the necessity of this? We are all classmates. There is no need for such fierce competition. At that moment, Dai Yaohang also recognized the chasm that lay between him and Lu Zhe. He had initially believed the disparity to be minimal, only to discover that it was, in fact, akin to a towering mountain separating them. In that instant, he came to terms with reality, acknowledging his inferiority to Lu Zhe, and subsequently fell into silence. As Lu Zhe observed that Dai Yaohang seemed to have calmed down, he promptly dismissed the gravitational field and approached him. Are you all right? Lu Zhe inquired with concern. At that moment, Dai Yaohang felt the weight lifting from him and slowly rose, gazing at Lu Zhe as he replied, I'm fine. As long as you're fine, Lu Zhe smiled, and then turned to walk back to the dormitory. Left behind, Dai Yaohang watched Lu Zhe's retreating figure, secretly vowing, Just wait. One day, I will surpass you. In that moment, Dai Yaohang discovered his own ambition, unaware that upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he had encountered a formidable challenge he could not yet overcome. However, Lu Zhe paid little heed to this incident, merely considering it an ordinary mishap, while Dai Yaoheng regarded him as a rival. The life at Shrek Academy was about to commence, and Lu Zhe was oblivious to the intriguing events that awaited him. After all, he had just arrived and already engaged in a brawl with his roommate, who knew what other surprises lay ahead. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhe, his soul ring configuration had already caught the attention of others. 2 purple and 1 black soul ring configuration. It seems this recruitment has indeed brought forth a true prodigy, murmured a man clad in white, lurking in the shadows where Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng had just fought. Chapter 8. The class leader incident. Following the altercation by the Sea God Lake, Lu Zhe naturally returned to his dormitory and promptly lay down on his bed. Before long, Dai Yaoheng returned, and upon entering the dormitory, he saw Lu Zhe lying with his eyes closed, which sparked his curiosity. How did he reach such a state? Dai Yaoheng pondered as he gazed at Lu Zhe. Little did he know that although Lu Zhe appeared to be asleep, he was actually engrossed in deciphering the inscriptions on the throne within the Golden Palace. Outside, Dai Yaoheng cast a glance at Lu Zhe and then sat cross-legged on his own bed to commence his cultivation. Thus, the night passed in silence as both fell into a meditative state. At dawn the following day, Dai Yaoheng was the first to awaken from his meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lu Zhe still asleep in his bed, prompting him to rise and approach Lu Zhe's side. Lu Zhe, it's time to wake up. The teacher will call roll soon, Dai Yaoheng called out loudly. Lu Zhe, still in meditation, gradually opened his eyes, and the inscriptions within his golden irises became more pronounced. Dai Yaoheng was taken aback at the sight of Lu Zhe's eyes, thinking, how could he appear even stronger after just a night's sleep? At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed Dai Yaoheng's expression and chuckled. What are you daydreaming about? We're going to be late. With that, he tidied himself up and dashed out of the dormitory. Once Dai Yaoheng regained his senses, he hurriedly followed suit toward the classroom. In the classroom of the first-year class, Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng managed to take their seats just a second before the teacher arrived. Phew, that was close. We almost arrived late, Lu Zhe whispered, patting his chest. Dai Yaoheng, seated beside him, was also catching his breath while slowly glancing toward the podium. At that moment, a middle-aged man had appeared on stage. It was evident that he was their homeroom teacher. Hello, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher for the upcoming period, Shiryu, the man announced slowly. Upon hearing Shiryu's words, the students in the classroom began to murmur amongst themselves, while Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. He observed that Shiryu's complexion seemed rather poor, as if he were on the verge of an outburst. Bang! As expected, Shiryu slammed his hand down on the podium, producing a resounding noise. Class, there's no need for such commotion among new students, is there? Shiryu said sternly. The students fell silent, realizing they had encountered a strict teacher. Once the classroom quieted down, Shiryu continued, you should all be aware that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not what you refer to as geniuses. So I expect none of you to disappoint me in the coming days. Instantly, the students felt the oppressive aura of Shiryu's soul power, rendering them speechless as they stared in trepidation at the podium. However, there were a few who were rather unique, such as Lu Zhe. He exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, he appeared quite exhilarated, startling his nearby classmates, who could only watch in silence. All right, what I'm about to discuss is crucial, so pay attention, Shiryu said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the new students in the classroom focused their attention completely on him. Not one to beat around the bush, Shiryu stated directly. A class requires not only a qualified teacher, but also a capable class leader, and this position will only be granted to the most capable individuals. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng and the others realized that Shiryu was about to select a class leader. However, with so many students in the class who would ultimately claim the title, some were reluctant to take on the role, while others, like Dai Yaoheng, were eager. He fervently wished to be elected class leader, but was troubled by the overwhelming presence of Lu Zhe. What if he wants to be class leader too? Wouldn't that leave me with no chance at all? However, Lu Zhe had a different perspective. He understood the burdens of being a class leader from his previous life and had no desire to undertake such responsibilities. At that moment, Shiryu flipped through a folder in his hand and announced loudly, our class already has 2 soul ancestors. So the position of class leader will be temporarily decided between the 2 of them. Does anyone have any objections? The classroom erupted in murmurs. Goodness. There are actually 2 soul ancestors. Achieving that level at such a young age is truly remarkable. I wholeheartedly accept them as candidates for class leader. I have no objections either. Neither do I. In an instant, the discussions within the classroom expressed unanimous agreement. Seeing this, Shiryu ceased his rambling and called out, Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng, please stand up. Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng naturally stood up upon hearing the announcement, although both wore rather grim expressions. Dai Yaoheng's displeasure stemmed from the impending competition for the position of class leader, while Lu Zhe's discomfort arose from his reluctance to assume such a role. Observing their countenances, Shiryu expressed his dissatisfaction, inquiring, "What's wrong? Don't you both wish to be class leader?" No. It's just Dai Yaoheng glanced at Lu Zhe before faltering, at a loss for words. Shiryu, sensing something amiss, began to feel a twinge of confusion. Fortunately, Lu Zhe broke the silence, declaring loudly, "Teacher, I believe Dai Yaoheng is more suited to be class leader, so I voluntarily forfeit my candidacy." This statement left the entire class bewildered. While others aspired to the position, Lu Zhe's decision to relinquish it seemed bafflingly illogical. Dai Yaoheng was equally perplexed. Unsure of Lu Zhe's motives, yet he felt a sense of gratitude and resolved to inquire further when the opportunity arose. The most astonished, however, was Shiryu, who struggled to comprehend the situation. He remarked, "Lu Zhe, according to the records, your soul power is at level 35, surpassing Dai Yaoheng by 4 levels. Clearly, you would be more suitable for the position. Why do you choose to decline?" Dai Yaoheng was taken aback, realizing that Lu Zhe indeed possessed a higher level of 35, a full 4 levels above his own. Lu Zhe's response was straightforward, as he earnestly stated, "Soul power does not define everything. I believe the role of class leader is better suited to those with strong management abilities, and my skills in this regard are far inferior to Dai Yaoheng's. Thus, I recommend him." Upon hearing this, Shiryu began to understand, and he slowly announced, "In that case, the position of class leader will be assumed by Dai Yaoheng. Does anyone have any objections?" "No." The students replied in unison. "Very well," Shiryu said, setting down his folder. He then turned to Lu Zhe, "Come with me, Lu Zhe. The rest of you, take this time to get acquainted." After speaking, he beckoned Lu Zhe to leave the classroom, and once they stepped outside, the classroom erupted into lively chatter. Is the teacher taking Lu Zhe out for some secret discussion? Who knows? Perhaps he is being assigned a new position. Most likely. Several students nearby began to speculate wildly about what might transpire with Lu Zhe. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, struggling to grasp the situation. At that moment, a classmate seated nearby, noticing his troubled expression, initiated a conversation. "Class leader, why do you look so glum? Is something troubling you?" a youth inquired. Dai Yaoheng turned to him and replied slowly, "It's nothing. Just a bit of discomfort in my stomach." "I see. Well, you're the class leader now, so be sure to take good care of us," the youth said with a smile, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, my name is Yin Yun." "MHM," Dai Yaoheng responded curtly, then shifted his gaze to the window. Yin Yun, sensing his disinterest, ceased to engage him and turned to converse with other classmates. As for Lu Zhe, he found himself in Shiryu's office, uncertain of what the discussion would entail. Chapter 9, Punishment Run, New Book Seeking Support. The first day of class proved tedious, as the teacher opted not to commence lessons immediately but instead encouraged students to introduce themselves. As dusk approached, the students of Shrek Academy returned to their dormitories. After being summoned by Shiryu, Lu Zhe had yet to reappear, prompting speculation among the students regarding his whereabouts. None dared to question Shiryu. Yet he offered an explanation, stating that Lu Zhe was temporarily unavailable due to some matters and suggested they focus on getting to know one another. Thus, Lu Zhe's absence was soon forgotten, though Dai Yaoheng remained troubled. Where could that guy have gone? Dai Yaoheng pondered to himself on his way back to the dormitory. However, upon opening the door, he fell silent. There was Lu Zhe, indulging in barbecued food. And upon noticing Dai Yaoheng's entrance, he stared at him while chewing. What Dai Yaoheng was at a loss for words upon witnessing Lu Zhe's gluttonous demeanor. Lu Zhe, realizing Dai Yaoheng was watching, swallowed and asked, "Would you like some?" "No, I've already eaten. You should keep it for yourself," Dai Yaoheng replied, sulking as he returned to his bed and chose not to engage further. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe exhibited little reaction, immersing himself in his work. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Zhe finally ceased his labor. Seizing the moment, Dai Yaoheng directly inquired, "Why did you voluntarily relinquish the position of class monitor to me today?" Yet, Lu Zhe's words always seemed to surprise others. What is so commendable about being a class monitor? If one performs well, they are accused of seeking attention. If they falter, they are blamed. Whoever desires to take on such a role may do so. I certainly do not wish to, Lu Zhe replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng was momentarily rendered speechless. staring blankly at Lu Zhe. So, you simply find it bothersome and thus declined? I had thought your words today were sincere. At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed the expression on Dai Yaoheng's face and, seemingly realizing something, smiled as he said, "Rest assured, the compliments I offered you today were all genuine." Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng's expression shifted slightly, and he lay on his bed, contemplating the matter. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe prepared for sleep, genuinely wishing to rest this time. After a while of staring at the ceiling, Dai Yaoheng spoke up. "By the way, what happened after the teacher called you out today?" "I didn't see you the entire day." Lu Zhe chuckled in response. "Oh, it was nothing much, just introduced me to someone." "Who?" "That has something I cannot disclose." "All right then, I'm off to sleep. Good night." The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng arrived at the classroom and took their seats. Soon, class commenced, and Shiryu leisurely approached the podium. Gazing down at the group of students, he announced, "Today's lesson will take place outside. You have 1 minute to assemble on the playground." As soon as the words left his mouth, the students in the classroom sprang into action. Eager not to be left behind, Lu Zhe, however, walked calmly towards the playground, arriving at the formation just a second before Shiryu. The individuals around him raised their thumbs in approval. "Lu Zhe, you are truly courageous. You are the calmest person I have ever encountered." A chorus of voices surrounded him, to which Lu Zhe responded with a smile, "As long as I return to the lineup before the teacher arrives at the playground, what's the big deal?" Upon hearing his remark, the crowd fell silent, not because they were at a loss for words, but due to a familiar figure appearing behind Lu Zhe. "So, you think you're quite brave, huh?" A well-known voice echoed from behind him. Upon recognizing the voice, Lu Zhe chuckled, "I'm incredibly brave, I swear." As he turned, he was met with the stern expression of Shiryu, plunging him into an awkward silence. "Well, that was not actually what I said. Do you believe me, teacher?" Lu Zhe forced a smile. However, Shiryu's expression darkened further as he grabbed Lu Zhe, commanding, "Stand aside properly." Lu Zhe was seized by the scruff of his neck, much like a kitten, and instantly became docile, thereafter being led aside by Shiryu. The other students observed this scene with barely suppressed amusement. Noticing their reactions, Shiryu coldly announced, "Today's lesson is quite straightforward. You are to run 100 laps around this field. You shall not leave until you have completed the task." Upon hearing this, despair washed over the students. Even Dai Yaoheng's expression transformed into one of dismay. "Hurry up," Shiryu bellowed, prompting the students to dash around the field as if fleeing for their lives. Once he saw them all running, Shiryu turned to Lu Zhe with a benevolent smile and asked, "Do you know why I have chosen to keep you behind?" Lu Zhe felt an unsettling premonition, yet he forced a smile and remarked, "Stand at attention." Upon hearing this, Shiryu immediately displayed a friendly grin and instructed Lu Zhe to wait for him. Soon, Lu Zhe spotted Shiryu approaching him, clad in a suit of iron armor. Lu Zhe suddenly understood. "You want me to run with a burden, huh?" Wearing this while running alongside them. Shiryu coldly remarked as he tossed the iron armor at Lu Zhe's feet. Lu Zhe lifted the iron armor, weighing it in his hands, and discovered that it weighed at least 20 pounds. Nervously glancing at Shiryu, he whispered, "Do I really have to wear this to run?" However, Shiryu coldly replied, "Not only must you wear the iron armor while running, but you will also have to complete 200 laps. "Why?" Lu Zhe was bewildered, questioning why he had to endure such punishment. Yet Shiryu's response left him speechless. The additional 100 laps were a penalty. At that moment, Lu Zhe truly felt the weight of his predicament, but since Shiryu was now his teacher, he had no choice but to comply. Slowly donning the 20-pound armor, he began to jog around the track. As Shiryu observed Lu Zhe's retreating figure, he fell into a deep contemplation, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. After some time, most of the participants had completed around 60 laps, with some nearing 70. It was then that the sun blazed overhead, prompting complaints from the weary. "I'm so exhausted. I can't go on. This is beyond human capability." However, as they grumbled, Shiryu shouted, "Anyone who dares to stop will have to add another lap." Upon hearing this, the previously complaining individuals instantly regained their spirits and continued to push forward. Soon, more voices of discontent arose. "I genuinely can't run anymore." Yet someone nearby chimed in, "Look at Lu Zhe." Upon hearing this, the complaining student had an epiphany. If Lu Zhe, clad in 20 pounds of iron armor, could endure this challenge, what right did he have to complain? Thus, he resumed his running. At this point, Lu Zhe was drenched in sweat, but he persevered, pressing onward. He understood that he could not afford to give up now. Even with a body enhanced by the system, he remained a mortal being, still requiring rigorous training to grow stronger. By noon, Under the most punishing rays of the sun, many had completed their 100 laps, leaving only a few girls and some boys of weaker constitution. The first to finish was Dai Yaoheng, who, noticing Lu Zhe still running in his iron armor, fell into contemplation. He mused that even he would likely struggle to maintain such endurance. Could this be the source of Lu Zhe's formidable strength? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe felt himself approaching his limits, yet he refused to give in, maintaining a steady pace. 2 hours later, Lu Zhe was the only one left running on the track, his clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat and his steps slowing. Dai Yaoheng could no longer bear to watch and approached Shiryu, saying, "Teacher, isn't this pushing it too far? We've all completed 100 laps. And just because Lu Zhe talked too much, he's been penalized with an additional 100 laps, all while wearing iron armor. This is beyond what someone his age can handle." Shiryu interrupted him. "Who is the teacher here, you or I?" Dai Yaoheng fell silent. Yet he still felt Shiryu's demands were excessive. "Teacher, I am willing to take on 20 of Lu Zhe's laps," he said earnestly, but Shiryu showed no sympathy. Responding coldly, "I said no, and that is final. Everyone who has finished must stand aside. Anyone who dares to plead for Lu Zhe will face expulsion." With that proclamation, the students who had intended to advocate for Lu Zhe fell silent, including Dai Yaoheng, who returned to the ranks, dejected. Seeing the others obey, Shiryu resumed his gaze upon Lu Zhe, quietly murmuring, "Lu Zhe, this is an order from above, my apologies." Chapter 10. Breaking limits. Am I at my limit? Am I truly going to falter at this 200 laps? As Lu Zhe ran, he experienced an unprecedented struggle. It was his first encounter with such exhaustion. He moved forward driven solely by instinct, unaware of how much longer he could endure. Meanwhile, all the first-year students were concerned for Lu Zhe, fearful that he might collapse at any moment. "This can't be described as human," Yin Yin exclaimed in shock. Dai Yaoheng was also deeply worried and, unable to hold back any longer, approached Shiryu again, exclaiming, "Teacher, I believe the punishment has been sufficient for Lu Zhe. He cannot continue like this. He will die." Yet Shiryu remained firm, repeating, "I said no. Return to your positions." Dai Yaoheng fell silent once more. But Shiryu did not genuinely wish for Lu Zhe to continue running. He was more concerned about Lu Zhe's safety. However, what could he do? The order had come from above, and he lacked the power to defy it. All he could do was silently pray, "Lu Zhe, please do not come to harm." Shiryu thought anxiously. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng shouted from the sidelines, "Lu Zhe, I believe you can endure." His encouragement sparked a wave of support from the others, who began to cheer, "You can do it. We believe in you." Shiryu longed to join in the encouragement, but remained composed, watching Lu Zhe intently. Though the collective voices of support from his classmates reached Lu Zhe, he was too immersed in his struggle to hear them. As time passed, Dai Yaoheng could no longer restrain himself and dashed onto the track, running alongside Lu Zhe. The other students followed suit, and Shiryu chose not to intervene, merely observing his students in quiet contemplation. This act of solidarity soon drew attention from students in other classes, who came to witness the scene unfolding. Upon arrival, they were met with a startling sight. Lu Zhe, still running, was flanked by all his classmates, each of them steadfastly keeping pace behind him without surpassing him. The onlookers included not just students but also several teachers. One man in a teacher's uniform approached Shiryu and quietly remarked, "Shiryu, do you think this is a bit excessive?" To which Shiryu replied, "What can I do? This is an order from above." Hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically, and he solemnly inquired, "Why would they issue such an order? Do they wish for this child to perish on the track?" Shiryu shook his head and replied, "Have you ever seen a soul master with a single martial spirit configuration of 2 purple and 1 black? The man was instantly taken aback by the revelation, stammering, "Are you serious? If not, why would such an order be given?" Shiryu could only offer a wry smile. The man fell silent, watching the ironclad youth soaked in sweat as he pressed on with determination. "I hope they do not take this too far," he thought. After gazing for a moment, the man left a single remark before turning away and departing. By now, Lu Zhe's vision had blurred into utter whiteness. He no longer knew how much longer he could endure. And just at that moment, his body suddenly lurched forward, threatening to collapse onto the ground. The onlookers were instantly struck with alarm. Dai Yaoheng, witnessing this, instinctively moved to rush forward and steady him, but halted in the very next breath. For at the precipice of his fall, Lu Zhe managed to plant 1 foot firmly, arresting his descent. "I can still hold on." This mantra echoed ceaselessly within Lu Zhe's heart. Then, with deliberate resolve, he took another step forward. The sight of this stirred profound admiration in all who bore witness. I can still go on. I can. Inside Lu Ze's heart, a tempest of anguish roared, and at that moment, he found himself within the golden palace of his spiritual sea. What could this possibly mean? Lu Ze was utterly astonished. His once weary body was instantly revitalized to its original state. As he gazed upon the magnificent golden palace, he slowly approached the throne, only to perceive a subtle shift in the aura it exuded. Uncontrollably, he placed his right hand upon the throne. At that instant, the inscriptions on his right hand underwent a dramatic transformation, each sigil radiating a brilliant golden light. An incessant influx of external energy surged into his right hand. Rather than inflicting pain, this sensation brought him immense pleasure, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. Outside, Dai Yaoheng and the others halted in their tracks, mesmerized by the golden aura emanating from Lu Ze, while the onlookers ceased their speculations. Shiryu, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with exhilaration. Could this signify the second evolution of his martial soul? However, the moment the golden aura dissipated, the once hopeful Shiryu was engulfed in disappointment. As the golden glow vanished, Lu Ze opened his eyes, and the inscriptions within his golden irises became even more pronounced. He felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him, whispering in awe, "Is this the sensation of surpassing one's limits?" At that moment, Lu Ze was entirely liberated from his earlier fatigue. His body felt remarkably nimble, giving him the illusion that he could soar. With newfound vigor, Lu Ze launched into a final sprint before all present. In a dazzling display, he completed the last lap at an astonishing speed. What on earth has transpired? Just a moment ago, he could barely take a step, yet now he was dashing forward? Yin Yun marveled at the unfolding scene in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Ze, having successfully completed 200 laps of weighted running, wore a radiant smile as he gazed at Dai Yaoheng and the others. "I did it," he proclaimed. As dusk fell, Lu Ze lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just then, the door creaked open, and Dai Yaoheng entered, carrying a bag. Approaching Lu Ze's bedside, he gently placed the bag down and said, "Lu Ze, I brought you what you requested. Please get up." Upon hearing this, Lu Ze instantly sprang up from his bed, seizing the bag with a smile and exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being my excellent class monitor, splendid indeed." Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing these words, merely smiled faintly before returning to his bed to lie down. As Lu Ze observed that Dai Yaoheng had fallen silent, he proceeded to indulge in his meal, hastily shoveling food into his mouth with remarkable speed. In a short while, he had entirely devoured the provisions before reclining contentedly upon the bed. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng suddenly inquired, "Have you grown stronger once more?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ze slowly smiled and remarked, "Indeed, I have grown stronger than before." In response, Dai Yaoheng fell into a contemplative silence, pondering whether he could ever surpass Lu Ze, who had already overwhelmed him even before this newfound strength. Surely, he must be even more formidable now. "Is there anything else?" Lu Ze inquired gently. "If not, I shall take my rest." "Nothing further. Please take care of yourself." Dai Yaoheng replied with a hint of indifference, and thereafter, he fell silent. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ze silently closed his eyes and began to rest. Chapter 11. The upcoming freshman assessment. Life at Shrek Academy is quite straightforward, consisting primarily of practical training and theoretical studies, with time swiftly slipping away. At noon, Lu Ze, as usual, arrived at the Shrek cafeteria with Dai Yaoheng. However, it seemed that everyone they passed recognized Lu Ze and greeted him warmly. "You are now the star of our outer academy," Dai Yaoheng remarked with a smile, walking alongside him. Lu Ze, with a look of helplessness, responded, "How was I to know it would turn out like this after the last time? It's making it impossible for me to live peacefully." Ever since Lu Ze completed the 200 laps of weighted running, he had indeed become a prominent figure in the outer academy, with nearly everyone familiar with him. Hearing Lu Ze's words, Dai Yaoheng simply smiled. "Well, you are quite outstanding." Lu Ze let out a resigned sigh. The two swiftly finished their lunch and hurried back to the classroom, as Shiryu had mentioned that something significant would be discussed today, urging them to return promptly after their meal. Once back in the classroom, Lu Ze rested his head on the desk, lost in thought. At that moment, Yin Yun approached him with a smile and asked, "Lu Ze, why do you seem so devoid of energy?" Lu Ze glanced up at him, and then slowly remarked, "Even when I simply want to have a meal, I find myself the center of attention, which leaves me quite helpless." Upon hearing this, Yin Yun chuckled awkwardly and continued, "Who can blame you for being so famous?" This elicited another sigh from Lu Ze. At that moment, Shiryu entered the classroom and, observing the chatting students, called out loudly, "Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to announce." The students fell silent at Shi Yu's voice, having experienced his formidable presence over the past few days. Once the classroom was quiet, Shi Yu began. Every year, after the enrollment at Shrek Academy, there is a specific rule, the freshman assessment. The mention of the freshman assessment visibly excited the crowd. Having been at Shrek Academy for some time, they had yet to engage in a proper soul battle. Watching students from other classes participate in practical lessons weekly while they had not, their anticipation for the soul battles had grown immensely. The freshman assessment is quite simple. Shi Yu explained. Each class will form teams of 3 to spar in the soul battling area. The top 3 teams will receive corresponding rewards, and the matchups will be randomized. This means that you may face your own classmates, so I expect you to cast aside any sympathy. If you have the chance to win, do not lose. Do you understand? Shi Yu stated sternly from the podium. Understood. The students responded in unison. Seeing their reaction, Shi Yu smiled, then picked up a folder from the desk to review it. Now, we will proceed with the team assignments. Each trio I announce will form a small team. Is that clear? He inquired as he flipped through the folder. As his words echoed, the students in the classroom appeared tense, eager to team up with strong individuals. First group, Dingy, Yoshida, Zhou. Second group, Miao Ziqing, Chongfengya, Ma Jing. Third group, Yin Hao, he continued, and as he listed names one after another, it soon came to the final group. Last group, Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng, Yin Yun. After finishing, Shi Yu placed the folder back on the desk and fixed a serious gaze on the students. Remember, regardless of whom you face, even if they are good friends, you must give it your all. Understood. The students echoed once more. Dai Yaoheng's expression turned sour. He had hoped to challenge Lu Zhe again during the freshman assessment, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Lu Zhe, on the other hand, felt a rush of excitement. With himself and 2 other soul sovereigns on his team, victory seemed assured. It appeared this time would be a secure victory. Lu Zhe mused inwardly. At that moment, Shi Yu announced a significant matter. There will be rewards and penalties based on the competition results. Those who perform poorly risk expulsion. So I do not wish for anyone from our class to be expelled. Upon hearing this, the mood shifted and anxiety filled the room. The thought of being at the bottom and consequently leaving Shrek Academy was daunting. They had all worked hard to be here. It would be a waste if their efforts ended in expulsion. After concluding his address, Shi Yu instructed everyone to return and rest. As the freshman assessment would commence in 2 days, he advised them to recuperate well and to behave themselves during this period. With that, he dismissed the class. Once free, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely outside the classroom. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun approached him. Why did you just leave? Aren't you concerned about the freshman assessment? Dai Yaoheng inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, gazing at Dai Yaoheng as he remarked, Isn't this our esteemed class leader? I have full confidence that you can soar to great heights on your own. With that, he gave Dai Yaoheng a thumbs up. Taken aback by Lu Zhe's demeanor, Dai Yaoheng found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yin Yun interjected, saying, I've heard the class leader mention that you surpass him by a considerable margin. Just how much stronger are you? Yin Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixated on Lu Zhe, rendering him momentarily speechless. You must be Yin Yun, Lu Zhe finally responded, his voice steady. Indeed. Yin Yun replied with a smile and proceeded to introduce her martial spirit. My martial spirit is the Lucky Clover, an auxiliary type, with a soul power level of 21. She explained slowly. Upon learning that Yin Yun was an auxiliary spirit master, Lu Zhe chuckled and said, Auxiliary types are splendid. This way, we need not fear defeat. By the way, I still lack knowledge of your martial spirits. Would you kindly enlighten me? Yin Yun inquired. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation as she turned her gaze towards Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, and then tactically averted his gaze from Yin Yun. This left both Yin Yun and Dai Yaoheng in a state of confusion. Subsequently, Dai Yaoheng casually remarked, My martial soul is the White Tiger, a level 31 strong attack type. As soon as his words fell, both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun fixed their eyes intently upon Lu Zhe. After all this time, I still do not know what your martial soul is. Do enlighten us. Dai Yaoheng said slowly. In truth, Dai Yaoheng was also quite curious about the nature of Lu Zhe's martial soul and what made it so exceptionally powerful. As Lu Zhe gazed into the eyes of the 2 individuals, the spirit beast grew uneasy, ultimately confessing the truth. My martial soul is my right hand. A level 35 control type, Lu Zhe articulated, extending his bandage-wrapped right hand slowly. A martial soul of your own body? Dai Yaoheng responded with a hint of astonishment. Yin Yun, upon hearing this, became even more animated, promptly grasping Lu Zhe's right hand for a closer inspection. Your martial soul is indeed your own right hand. It must be quite formidable, right? Not exceptionally strong, Lu Zhe chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. However, Dai Yaoheng candidly interjected, clearly, it's stronger than mine, yet you're so modest. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun was struck by a bold idea and casually approached Dai Yaoheng, smiling as she proposed, Lu Zhe, would you dare accept a challenge from me and the class leader? Isn't that inappropriate? Didn't the teacher advise us to behave ourselves for the next couple of days? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Yet, Dai Yaoheng was even more exhilarated than Yin Yun, declaring, let us have a match. I wish to see the extent of our differences with my support. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but retort, hey, Dai Yaoheng. Are you really going to act recklessly as the class leader? This isn't reckless. It's merely a means of mutual understanding, Dai Yaoheng replied with a grin. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was rendered speechless. Dai Yaoheng, observing Lu Zhe's silence, slowly smiled and inquired, what is this? Are you afraid? However, Lu Zhe's response instantly ignited the fighting spirit of both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. Not at all. I merely fear I might discourage you, Lu Zhe murmured softly. Upon hearing this, both Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun were momentarily stunned, before they shouted in unison, who do you think you're looking down on? We'll only understand the outcome after the match. Is that so? Lu Zhe replied with an awkward smile. Then do not be disheartened. In a clearing at Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe faced Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun with an air of calmness. Have you truly made up your minds? Yin Yun remarked casually. Dai Yaoheng, looking serious, responded, let us get ready. Assist me. Understood. Yin Yun declared earnestly as he summoned his soul ring. Then don't blame me, Lu Zhe said, shifting into a more serious demeanor. The leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, signaling that the battle was imminent. At that moment, a leaf fell, and Dai Yaoheng shouted decisively, let us go. He then unleashed his martial soul and charged at Lu Zhe. Yin Yun, not idle, immediately cast a soul skill to empower Dai Yaoheng. In an instant, Dai Yaoheng felt an overwhelming surge of strength, believing he was now capable of battling Lu Zhe. Yet, while imagination painted a glorious picture, reality proved to be harsh. Buzz. The moment Dai Yaoheng took his first step, he and Yin Yun found themselves sprawled on the ground, unable to move. How can this be? Dai Yaoheng exclaimed in disbelief, but the truth remained undeniable. You were warned not to blame me, Lu Zhe stated, his purple soul ring subtly glowing. Dai Yaoheng, feeling a sense of defiance, attempted to rise, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. Give it up. Under tenfold gravity, you cannot move, Lu Zhe remarked nonchalantly. Realizing the futility of resistance, Dai Yaoheng understood that Lu Zhe was simply beyond his reach. We lost, he admitted with a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing the concession, Lu Zhe lifted the gravity field and chuckled. Really? Why must we be so competitive? We are all classmates. Though Dai Yaoheng felt a tinge of reluctance, he accepted his defeat with grace. Yin Yun, however, was far less optimistic. As a support-type soul master, his physical prowess paled in comparison to Dai Yaoheng's. The tenfold gravity had caused him to faint almost instantly. When he regained consciousness, the sky had darkened, and he found himself resting on a bench. What happened? Yin Yun pondered, bewildered. He only remembered teaming up with Dai Yaoheng against Lu Zhe, but after casting a single soul skill, he lost consciousness. Oblivious to everything that transpired. Rubbing his temples and glancing around, it seemed he was searching for something. Soon, he spotted Dai Yaoheng seated on another bench and walked over to him. Class leader, what happened? Why did I faint? Yin Yun inquired, then suddenly recalled something. Wait, what was the outcome of our match? He asked eagerly. Dai Yaoheng responded slowly, we lost. What? Lost? How is that possible? We were a team. Yin Yun struggled to comprehend the situation. However, Dai Yaoheng, looking somewhat resigned, explained, you fainted in less than a second. And I found myself pinned to the ground by Lu Zhe, so naturally we lost. Less than a second? Yin Yun, despite his disbelief, reflected on the events and realized it was indeed true. He slumped onto the bench, despondent. How could this happen? We should have had a greater chance of winning together. Why did we lose? He lamented, gazing up at the starry sky. Dai Yaoheng, hearing this, could only smile wryly before stating, Lu Zhe's strength cannot merely be measured by soul power levels. To this day, I have only witnessed the gravity manipulation of his first soul skill. The nature of his subsequent abilities remains a mystery to me. What? You mean that Millennium Soul Ring is just his first soul skill? Yin Yun was astounded. Indeed. His soul ring configuration has completely overturned my understanding, Dai Yaoheng replied nonchalantly. Curiosity piqued, Yin Yun inquired, if Lu Zhe's first soul ring is a millennium, do his subsequent ones follow suit? No, He possesses a 10,000-year soul ring as well, Dai Yaohang stated matter-of-factly. 10,000 years. At that moment, Yin Yun felt as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, gazing helplessly at the sky. Is Lu Zhe even human? He mused. I do not know. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was time for the new student assessments. Arriving at the battle arena, Lu Zhe surveyed the surrounding students, filled with anticipation. Following a series of explanations, Lu Zhe and his team approached Area 1, where they would face the team from new student Class 2. The match is about to begin. What are your thoughts? Lu Zhe asked with a smile as he approached Dai Yaohang and Yin Yun. Yin Yun replied with a grin. Aren't you here? We can just relax. Lu Zhe was momentarily rendered speechless, staring blankly at Yin Yun. All right, it's our turn, Dai Yaohang interrupted, dispelling the silence. Returning to his senses, Lu Zhe followed Dai Yaohang into the arena. The first round of the new student assessment. New student Class 1, Dai Yaohang, Lu Zhe. Yin Yun versus new student Class 2, Yin Jin, Zhongshan, Lin Zihu, announced a teacher. Upon hearing their names, Dai Yaohang led his teammates into the arena, while Yin Jin and his companions positioned themselves opposite. Both sides ready? Let the match begin, the teacher proclaimed with authority. At the sound of the command, Dai Yaohang surged forward, charging at the three members of new student Class 2. What bad luck. We encounter a soul sovereign right away, Zhongshan exclaimed in terror. What is there to fear? If we attack together, we can handle him. Lin Zihu responded confidently as they charged towards Dai Yaohang. From a distance, Lu Zhe raised his thumb in admiration. This brother is truly brave, he remarked with a smile. Ultimately, before the eyes of all, Dai Yaohang and Lin Zihu collided, and in the next moment, the victor was clear. Bang! A heavy sound resonated, and Lin Zihu was sent flying out of the battle arena, disqualified. Though I may not match Lu Zhe, I am no pushover, Dai Yaohang declared fiercely. In an instant, the observing teams were left in shock. They had not anticipated that Dai Yaohang would be so powerful, defeating Lin Zihu with a single move. Is this the strength of a soul sovereign? Astonishing. Zhongshan was engulfed in sheer terror. However, in the next moment, Dai Yaohang appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Subsequently, he began searching for the remaining opponent, but upon turning around, he discovered Yin Jin charging towards Yin Yun. This fellow, lurking in the shadows, must be quite feeble. It is imperative to deal with him first, Yin Jin mused inwardly. With remarkable speed, he advanced towards Yin Yun. But just as he was about to strike, he found himself immobilized. Attacking my teammate in my presence? Have you a death wish? Lu Zhe's voice rang coldly. Without allowing Yin Jin a moment to react, he instantly amplified the gravity tenfold. Yin Jin was abruptly pinned to the ground, losing consciousness. At that moment, the match concluded, and a teacher stepped forward to announce the first round, first match, Class 1 of the freshmen is victorious. Upon hearing the result, Lu Zhe's smile returned, and he turned to Yin Yun, cheerfully stating, See? With the class leader around, is there any chance we could lose? Yin Yun, filled with excitement, laughed in agreement. This championship is undoubtedly ours. Haha. On the first day, each team needed only to compete in one match before they could leave the Duhan area. The trio of Lu Zhe departed with laughter, leaving a profound impression on the upcoming teams. The three members of Class 1 are simply beyond our capabilities. Encountering them leaves us with no chance of victory. It would be best to forfeit if we face them. A chorus of sighs echoed through the area where Lu Zhe and his team had competed. In the team led by Lu Zhe, there were Dai Yaohang and two other soul masters who dominated the freshman assessment with overwhelming victories. As time passed, they swiftly advanced to the quarterfinals. At dawn, Dai Yaohang rose early and approached Lu Zhe's bedside, exclaiming loudly, Lu Zhe, the competition is about to begin. What? Lu Zhe jolted awake, squinting at the sunlight streaming in, and irritably replied, Isn't it still early? Don't you realize how significant today's competition is? Dai Yaohang responded calmly. At that moment, Lu Zhe recalled that it was indeed the day of the quarterfinals. He slowly got out of bed and made his way outside. The two chatted casually as they walked, soon encountering their teammate Yin Yun. You two are up so early? Yin Yun asked with a smile. Of course. I am a model child who sleeps early and rises early, Lu Zhe replied with a grin. However, Dai Yaohang immediately countered, if I hadn't woken someone up, he would probably sleep until evening. Hey, you can't say that. I was already awake by then, Lu Zhe defended himself. Yet it was evident that Yin Yun did not believe him. Just by looking at Lu Zhe's expression, one could tell he had been roused from slumber. All right. Let us hurry to the soul fighting arena. The match is about to start, Yin Yun said with a chuckle, leading the way to the arena. Well, It's quite lively today, Luce remarked as he stepped into the bustling arena, taking in the vibrant audience. Stop looking around. Our match is in the second round. Let us first check out our opponents, Dai Yaoheng advised thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Luce offered a faint smile and proceeded to stand quietly in the pre-match area. Soon, the first match commenced, featuring the freshmen from Class 5 against those from Class 7. Wow, these two teams appear evenly matched. I wonder who will emerge victorious? Luce remarked with a grin. Yin Yun, noticing Luce's expression, replied coolly, shouldn't you be concerned about our opponents? Why worry about that? Do you truly believe we will lose? Luce responded with a cheerful demeanor. Yin Yun pondered for a moment and conceded, acknowledging that not only was Luce extraordinarily formidable, but even Dai Yaoheng was impressively strong. With his overwhelming strength, he had consistently secured victories in previous matches with an almost crushing superiority. Chuckling at the thought, Yin Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Their conversation concluded, and both turned their attention to the two teams in the competition area. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng approached Luce and slowly inquired, whom do you think will win? Luce responded, the outcome is already quite evident. Although the newcomer from Class 7, Gong Yang Imo, may appear somewhat effeminate, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, his synergy with the two teammates whose soul power is nearly on par with that of a soul Douluo is remarkably harmonious. He paused momentarily before continuing. While the three from Class 5 possess soul powers that are not inferior to those of a soul Douluo, their coordination is rather rigid, resulting in a disjointed performance. Isn't the match result quite apparent? Dai Yaoheng also recognized this insight. Initially, he believed Luce would not pay much attention to such details. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the depth of his analysis. As expected, the match soon concluded, with Class 5's trio fighting independently. They might have triumphed against opponents of lesser overall strength, but this time they faced Class 7, whose teamwork and strength matched their own. With the match over, the instructor, serving as the referee, announced the victory of the newcomers from Class 7. Applause erupted from the spectators. Shortly thereafter, the referee called out again. In the second match of the quarterfinals, newcomer Class 1 will face newcomer Class 6. Both teams, please enter the arena in 5 minutes. Let us go? It's our turn, Dai Yaoheng said softly as he and Luce made their way to the competition area. Upon entering, the members of Class 6 greeted them amicably. Hello, I'm Yiqing from newcomer Class 6. A young boy smiled and introduced himself. Yin Yun replied with a grin, hello, I am Yin Yun. And these two are Luce and Dai Yaoheng. I know them both. They are exceptionally strong. So, I hope you'll go easy on us during the match. Yiqing remarked. Rest assured, I will be gentle, Luce chuckled. Yet, Yin Yun was skeptical. Recalling how anyone who got too close to Luce in previous matches had often faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, Yiqing seemed to believe him, happily returning to his team. You two certainly have a knack for both boasting and believing, Yin Yun commented. Fear not. As long as I wear a smile while fighting, no one will suspect my ferocity. Luce replied with a grin. Oh, Yin Yun responded nonchalantly, then shifted his gaze to the opposing team. Before long, the referee approached the center of the arena, surveyed both teams, and announced, both teams are ready. The match begins. As his voice fell, Dai Yaoheng launched himself forward like a cannonball. Observing Dai Yaoheng's fierce demeanor, Yiqing shouted, didn't you say you would go easy on us? It feels like he is going to obliterate us. Luce covered his mouth, laughing, indeed. I may show mercy, but that doesn't mean he will. What the heck? Yiqing was momentarily stunned. However, Dai Yaoheng wasted no time, delivering a punch directly to Yiqing's face. A dull thud echoed as Yiqing managed to absorb the blow without being sent flying. Oh, quite impressive, Luce remarked with a smile. Yin Yun, taken aback, released his soul skill. Yin Yun's martial spirit was the lucky clover, a simple skill that enhances his teammates' attributes. Although it sounded formidable, its effectiveness was probabilistic. It could potentially elevate attributes by a full 100% or a mere 1%, relying entirely on luck. Fortunately, Yin Yun had consistently experienced increases of at least 10%. This time, Dai Yaoheng's strength attribute surged by 40%, allowing him to send Yiqing soaring with a single punch. Yet, Class 6 also boasted a support-type soul master whose martial spirit was the renowned 7 treasure glaze tile. Ning Yuan, lend me a hand, Yiqing called out. A young boy behind him responded confidently. No problem, 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. A beam of light enveloped Yiqing, imbuing him with immense power. Here I come, today I shall wreak havoc, Yiqing declared triumphantly, charging towards Dai Yaoheng. From a distance, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of surprise at the existence of such a martial spirit. No wonder they had reached the quarterfinals. However, his expression soon shifted as the corners of his mouth curled upward, and he stepped forward slowly. This will undoubtedly be far more entertaining than before. Lu Zhe mused with a faint smile. At that moment, Yin noticed Lu Zhe's expression and felt a wave of surprise. Is Lu Zhe about to make his move? He wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Dai Yaohang sensed a powerful surge of soul power approaching him. When he turned to see Lu Zhe moving closer, he felt astonished. After all, he had never witnessed Lu Zhe take the initiative in combat. Seizing the opportunity while Dai Yaohang was distracted, Yiqing delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Dai Yaohang, I know you're strong, but don't lose focus during the match, Yiqing said nonchalantly. Regaining his footing, Dai Yaohang quickly retreated behind Lu Zhe. This maneuver left Yiqing momentarily bewildered, but he quickly recovered and laughed. Dai Yaohang, are you afraid? Why are you running away? Dai Yaohang ignored Yiqing and, with a calm smile, gazed at Lu Zhe's back. Let me see what it looks like when you choose to strike, Lu Zhe. Yiqing, feeling a surge of overconfidence due to Ning Yuan's support, began to revel in his perceived superiority over Dai Yaohang. Little did he know, he was about to confront an even more formidable opponent in Lu Zhe. Let me witness the true power of the 7 treasure glazed tile. Lu Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned his gaze towards Ning Yuan of the freshman class 6. Upon locking eyes with Lu Zhe, Ning Yuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Yiqing sensed the diminishing power of the 7 treasures glazed tower enveloping him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He hastily inquired, Ning Yuan, what is happening? Once he regained his composure, Ning Yuan urgently responded, Yiqing, Xiaofeng, you must join me quickly. That guy is even more formidable than Dai Yaohang. Yiqing, taken aback, was utterly clueless about the situation. Just then, Xiaofeng, a young man, stood beside Yiqing. Recognizing the threat Lu Zhe posed, the urgency escalated as Yiqing felt his expression grow grave. If both of his teammates regarded the situation with such seriousness, it could not be a mere coincidence. They both turned their attention towards Lu Zhe, who was steadily approaching. Lu Zhe then remarked with a slow smile, noticed, have you? Your perception is quite commendable. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiqing appeared behind Lu Zhe while Xiaofeng confronted him head-on. The glazed tower. Its first principle is strength, and the second is speed, Ning Yuan proclaimed from a distance. At that moment, both Yiqing and Xiaofeng felt a significant surge in their abilities. Dai Yaohang, observing from afar, was slightly astonished. Realizing that Ning Yuan had been skillfully manipulating his focus, concealing his true depth. Aren't you going to assist them? Yin Yun expressed concern. However, Dai Yaohang felt no impulse to intervene, eager to witness Lu Zhe's true strength. At this juncture, Lu Zhe faced the enhanced attacks from Yiqing and Xiaofeng. With everyone convinced of his impending defeat, why isn't Lu Zhe dodging? Is he merely standing there as a target? Has he lost his senses? The spectators grew increasingly anxious about Lu Zhe's apparent passivity. Yet, in the next moment, they were left in utter shock. No way. Was the collective thought echoing in the minds of the audience? Even the judges were taken aback. 2 longswords materialized to block the assaults from Yiqing and Xiaofeng. However, their astonishment stemmed not from the swords, but from the sight of Lu Zhe's 3 soul rings, which were configured in purple, and black. The entire soul fighting area descended into a state of disbelief, with even some faculty members left speechless. The most stunned were undoubtedly Yiqing and Xiaofeng, who had launched the attack. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Lu Zhe teased. Regaining their wits, Yiqing and Xiaofeng swiftly retreated from Lu Zhe's vicinity. This is utterly unattainable, Xiaofeng uttered, filled with trepidation. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. Ning Yuan, realizing they stood no chance against Lu Zhe, contemplated forfeiting. Referee. But just then, an unforeseen event transpired. Ning Yuan discovered himself ensnared within a barrier, his voice silenced, and even his ability to breathe compromised. Yiqing and Xiaofeng watched in horror as Ning Yuan flailed helplessly, but now was not the time for distraction. The 2 swords that had previously shielded Lu Zhe from attack began to orbit around him. With a flick of his right hand, the swords shot forward towards Yiqing in rapid succession. Yiqing instinctively evaded the first sword, exclaiming, I dodged it. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived. A sharp gasp escaped him as Lu Zhe's second sword sliced through his back, leaving a shallow wound. Before Yiqing could process the attack, the swords launched a second wave of strikes, ensnaring him in combat. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng seized an opportunity, lunging toward Lu Zhe with a thrust. Yet, Lu Zhe remained unfazed. casually moving his right index finger. With a hum, Xiaofeng, who had been moving at incredible speed, suddenly found himself immobilized. How is this possible? Xiaofeng thought. Feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his body, finding it arduous to take even a step, however, refusing to succumb. He summoned all his soul power to forcefully take 2 steps forward. Yet he soon realized that each step only intensified his burden. You're quite impressive, Lu Zhe said. A smile on his face. To Xiaofeng, that smile felt like mockery he could scarcely endure. Move, move, he shouted in desperation. He managed to advance another step, prompting Lu Zhe to regard him with newfound respect. Impressive. How many more steps can you take? Lu Zhe queried with a slow grin. Meanwhile, Yuqing was now covered in wounds, his confidence shattered. What on earth is this? He gasped, half kneeling on the ground in terror. Through his ordeal, he recognized that even if he evaded the first sword's attack, there was no escaping the second. The relentless rhythm of the 2 swords meant that even if he deflected the first, he could never evade the second. Soon, Lu Zhe decisively concluded the match with overwhelming superiority. Ning Yuan, trapped in a vacuum that deprived him of breath, succumbed to unconsciousness, but just as he did, Lu Zhe dissipated the vacuum barrier. Both Yuqing and Xiaofeng fainted from exhaustion. Thus, the victor of this contest was undoubtedly Lu Zhe. As the match concluded, the referee announced loudly, the winner is the freshman class 1. Yet, the spectators did not cheer for Lu Zhe. Instead, they applauded for Yuqing and Xiaofeng. They had earned respect. For enduring against such a monster as Lu Zhe for so long was no small feat. Even upperclassmen from the outer academy could not guarantee they would last as long. Following this match, the perception of Lu Zhe transformed. He was now regarded as the monster among monsters. After the competition, Lu Zhe walked alongside Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun down the corridor of Shrek's outer academy. Lu Zhe's demeanor was remarkably composed, in stark contrast to Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. The admiration Yin Yun held for Lu Zhe was evident in his expression, while Dai Yaoheng's countenance resembled that of one who had just tasted something unpleasant. His mind was preoccupied with a particular statement made by Lu Zhe just before the conclusion of the match, directed towards the nearly fainting Xiaofeng. In the soul fighting zone, just a moment before the match ended, Lu Zhe earnestly remarked, "You are the only soul master who has managed to approach me within 10 meters. I hold you in high regard." This was not a jest on his part, but a genuine acknowledgement of Xiaofeng's actions, which had earned Lu Zhe's respect. Contemplating this, Dai Yaoheng found it perplexing that someone so seemingly inferior could command Lu Zhe's admiration while he himself did not. As evening descended, Lu Zhe and Dai Yaoheng returned to their dormitory, where Lu Zhe reclined on his bed, seeking respite. Just as he began to succumb to drowsiness, Dai Yaoheng broke the silence. "Why do you hold Xiaofeng in such esteem?" he inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe comprehended the reason behind Dai Yaoheng's stern demeanor following the match and responded with a smile. "Would you like to know?" "Indeed," Dai Yaoheng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly remarked, "It is because Xiaofeng is willing to expend his life force just to draw closer to me that I regard him with newfound respect." At this moment, Dai Yaoheng recalled that, prior to the conclusion of the match, Xiaofeng indeed exhibited a brief surge of power that surpassed even his own. Surely, it must be some secret technique that allows one to exchange life energy for a fleeting yet formidable strength. Dai Yaoheng fell silent, turning his body aside to close his eyes and ponder. Indeed, why not acknowledge the efforts of others, while others willingly sacrifice their vitality for a cause? He realized the vast chasm that separated him from Xiaofeng. With this revelation, Dai Yaoheng seemed to attain a newfound clarity and ceased his contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had already drifted into slumber. Chapter 15, The Balance of Good and Evil. The following day, the exhilarating semifinals of the new student assessment finally arrived. Lu Zhe and his companions arrived early at the Seoul Duel Arena, where they encountered their opponents, 3 competitors from the 7th class of new students. With some time remaining before the match commenced, Dai Yaoheng suggested they take a moment to adjust their states. Observing Dai Yaoheng's serious demeanor, Yin Yun felt a wave of confusion, wondering what had transpired to transform the class leader so dramatically since yesterday. It was not only Yin Yun who noticed. Lu Zhe too recognized the change, smiling to himself, reflecting on the impact of their conversation the previous night. Just then, a figure approached them. "Hello there," greeted the newcomer with a smile. Dai Yaoheng turned to face him, recognizing him as their upcoming opponent, Gong Yangmo. The flamboyant demeanor of Gong Yangmo made Yin Yun feel uneasy, prompting him to divert his gaze elsewhere. Dai Yaoheng mirrored this reaction but managed to respond with a smile. Lu Zhe, however, was unabashedly cheerful, saying, "Hello. What brings you here?" Gong Yangma chuckled and replied, "What else? The next match is between us. So I came to ask you to go easy on us." "Ah, I see." Lu Zhe smiled. "I will take it easy, but he might not be so lenient." Pointing at Dai Yaoheng with a faint grin. Gong Yangma, taken aback by this, found himself at a loss for words, eventually saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to rejoin his team. After his departure, Yin Yun poked Lu Zhe in the elbow, incredulous. "Are you really going to go easy on that flamboyant guy?" Lu Zhe replied slowly, "What do you think?" Yin Yun, observing Lu Zhe's expression, felt 100 doubts arise within him. He recalled how someone had previously claimed to hold back, only to have their opponent ruthlessly subdued. While he would believe anyone else claiming to be lenient, he found it hard to trust Lu Zhe's words. Just then, Dai Yaoheng interjected, "Let us prepare. The match is about to begin." Hearing this, Lu Zhe stood and approached Dai Yaoheng with a smile, saying, "Let us go." The first match of the new student assessment semifinals was about to commence, with both teams entering the arena to prepare. At the center of the competition area stood a referee. Once notified, Lu Zhe and his companions entered the arena, followed by their opponents. "I really don't want to experience being flattened into the ground. Shouldn't we just forfeit?" A nervous boy standing behind Gong Yangma suggested. "What are you afraid of, Yang Tao? Our teamwork is impeccable. Even if we can't win, we can make a glorious exit." Another boy straightened his posture and declared. However, Yang Tao bluntly pointed out, "If you want me to stop being scared, then why are your legs shaking, Wang Xing?" The boy named Wang Xing replied defiantly. "You don't get it. This is just excitement." All right. You're the most excited," Yang Tao scoffed, directing his gaze toward Lu Zhe and his group. In the distance, Lu Zhe noticed Yang Tao looking their way and waved politely. Yang Tao felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Lu Zhe's relaxed demeanor. "How are we going to fight?" he asked Gong Yangma, his voice trembling. Gong Yangma admitted he didn't know either, suggesting they stick to their previous strategy. Soon, the referee observed that both sides were nearly ready and announced. The first match of the new student assessment semifinals begins now. To Lu Zhe and Yin Yun's surprise, Dai Yaoheng did not rush into the fray immediately. "Wow, it's rare to see the class leader so composed. Is there a strategy at play?" Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Dai Yaoheng, however, responded bluntly. "Is a strategy even necessary?" Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and exasperation by Dai Yaoheng's response. Meanwhile, Gong Yangma and his companions were on high alert, fearing an unexpected move from Lu Zhe. However, they soon realized their concerns were unfounded as they watched Lu Zhe engaging in light-hearted conversation with his teammates, leaving them utterly bewildered. "Is he looking down on us?" Wang Xing fumed, charging toward Lu Zhe without heeding any advice. "Hey, calm down," Yang Tao shouted. But Wang Xing was already within 50 meters of Lu Zhe and his group. Yang Tao's expression darkened as he and Gong Yangmo rushed to catch up. Yin Yun observed the approaching trio from 7th class. Wang Xing, the foremost, transformed his hands into razor-sharp wolf claws, launching himself at Lu Zhe and his companions. Gong Yangma and Yang Tao quickly unleashed their martial spirits, attacking from 3 different angles, with Lu Zhe as their primary target. Their intent was to eliminate Lu Zhe first, believing the remaining 2 would be easier to handle. Yet, reality often shatters such idyllic fantasies. As the 3 felt an overwhelming heaviness envelop them, they collapsed simultaneously to the ground. Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards them, coldly stating, "I dislike being interrupted while conversing." Before they could react, he intensified the gravitational force, rendering Gong Yangmo and his companions unconscious and unfit to continue. The referee, witnessing this, was momentarily at a loss for words before announcing loudly, "The first match of the new student assessment semifinals has concluded, with the victors being Class 1. Once again, everyone's perception of Lu Zhe was completely reshaped. Initially, they had assumed yesterday's match showcased his full capabilities, but now it seemed as though he had merely been toying around. One must understand that Gong Yangma and his team were undoubtedly stronger, far superior, in fact, to Yi Qing's group. Yet against Lu Zhe, they couldn't even hold their ground for a single second. And judging by Lu Zhe's demeanor, it appeared he had never truly exerted himself. The mere thought sent chills down the spines of every spectating student, each left to wonder just how formidable Lu Zhe would be when unleashing his full potential. Had the match truly ended so swiftly? Though Yin Yun had experienced this sensation before, this was undoubtedly the fastest victory he had witnessed since the freshman trials began. Well, since the match is over, let's head back and rest. The finals are this afternoon, and soon we'll claim our rewards, Dai Yaoheng remarked calmly. Yin Yun obediently trailed behind Dai Yaoheng, while Lu Zhe excused himself, stating he had matters to attend to but would return by the afternoon. To Yin Yun. As long as Lu Zhe made it back before the finals, it was of little concern, and so he dismissed the thought. In a secluded corner of Shrek Academy's outer campus, Lu Zhe arrived with measured steps. Yet his condition seemed far from ideal, the moment he reached the spot. He collapsed to the ground. Though the cause remained unclear, his agonized expression spoke volumes. Clutching his head as if resisting some unseen torment, his face twisted in unbearable pain. Lu Zhe clenched his teeth and let out a low growl, engulfed in an unknown turmoil. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, yet eventually, Lu Zhe's demeanor appeared to stabilize. He gradually rose, eyes shut tightly. Upon finding his footing, he slowly opened his eyes, only for a peculiar phenomenon to unfold. His once golden irises transformed back into a crimson hue in his left eye. It appeared that showing anger at this moment was premature, Lu Zhe murmured. This was not the first occurrence of such a spectacle. It had also transpired in the Stardow Forest. Ever since Lu Zhe acquired his third spirit ring, he had been unable to express anger lightly. The reason was simple. His third spirit ability, known as the Absolute Balance, involved two long swords. The ability allowed the swords to attack sequentially. If the first strike missed its target, the second would bypass all defenses and strike with absolute certainty. While this ability was formidable, the inherent rules imposed a weighty balance between good and evil within Lu Zhe's heart. Should either side grow heavier, it would swiftly plunge into Lu Zhe's inner world, seeking to dominate. However, Lu Zhe was reluctant to become an unequivocal paragon of virtue or a complete embodiment of malevolence, resulting in a drastic shift in his character, a delicate equilibrium between good and evil. Although he had previously experienced anger, it had been manageable and without significant repercussions. Yet now, the balance had been disrupted. Fortunately, all was well for the moment. His left eye's crimson hue would undoubtedly raise questions from Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun upon his return. Ultimately, Lu Zhe donned an eye patch to conceal his left eye, planning to weave a benevolent lie should they inquire. He then made his way toward the soul fighting zone. Chapter 16. Conclusion of the freshman assessment. That afternoon, the ultimate showdown of the freshman assessment commenced. Pitting Class 1 against Class 10. Where's Lu Zhe? The match is about to begin, Yin Yun exclaimed, scanning the vicinity for any sign of him. Even Dai Yaoheng displayed a hint of unease, though he maintained a calm facade. At that moment, the referee stood at the center of the arena. The finals of the freshman assessment are about to commence. Both teams, please prepare. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Yin Yun grew increasingly anxious, fidgeting in place. Captain, do you think Lu Zhe has encountered some trouble? She worriedly asked Dai Yaoheng. His expression turned grave. Surely not. What trouble could he possibly face? Despite his words, a sense of concern began to gnaw at him. Earlier that morning, Lu Zhe's demeanor had seemed somewhat off, and perhaps he truly had encountered a predicament. As both fell into contemplation, the referee's voice boomed. May the contenders from both teams enter the arena. Yet, Yin Yun still could not spot Lu Zhe. Fearing they might lose the championship without him, they were about to face an opponent boasting two soul respect experts. As Class 10 entered the arena, Class 1 remained conspicuously absent, leaving the spectators in perplexity. Why hasn't Class 1 entered? Are they forfeiting? That cannot be. They are the strongest, after all. Murmurs of speculation filled the stands regarding Class 1's delay. Moments later, noticing Class 1's absence, the referee announced, Class 1, if you do not enter soon, you will be deemed forfeit. Please proceed immediately. Yin Yun's anxiety escalated upon hearing this, exclaiming, where could Lu Zhe possibly be? Dai Yaoheng's expression grew increasingly grave. If Lu Zhe did not appear soon, they would have no choice but to forfeit, as he could not guarantee dominance against a team with two soul respect experts. As seconds ticked by, Lu Zhe remained absent, prompting Dai Yaoheng to reluctantly announce their forfeit. However, just as he stepped outside the readiness area to speak, a familiar voice interrupted him. I'm back. Relief washed over him upon hearing it. You've finally returned, Dai Yaoheng said with a faint smile. Indeed. Lu Zhe had returned at the last possible moment. Yet, Yin Yun noticed the eye patch covering Lu Zhe's left eye and wondered if something had genuinely gone awry. Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. They had to enter the arena immediately. Soon, Class 1 made their entrance into the competition area. The moment Lu Zhe and his companions emerged, the entire soul fighting arena erupted into a lively commotion, with the majority fervently cheering them on. The referee, Upon noticing the arrival of the new students, slowly proclaimed, "Both sides, prepare yourselves. The match is about to commence." "Where have you been?" Dai Yaoheng inquired. Gazing intently at Lu Zhe, scratching his head, Lu Zhe chuckled and replied, "I accidentally dozed off, haha." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun darkened instantaneously, leaving them at a loss for words. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng noticed the eye patch over Lu Zhe's left eye and, with a hint of surprise, asked, "What happened to your eye?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's expression shifted slightly, and he slowly remarked, "I accidentally bumped into something, and fearing it might mar my appearance, I decided to wear an eye patch." Haha. Dai Yaoheng observed Lu Zhe's somewhat rigid smile, instantly surmising the underlying reason, yet he refrained from voicing it, trusting that Lu Zhe had his own rationale. Their conversation soon came to a close. Dai Yaoheng then turned his gaze across the way and calmly stated, "All right, let the competition begin." At that moment, a member from the freshman class 10 also noticed Dai Yaoheng and slowly remarked, "Get ready, the opponents should be arriving." His teammates perked up, their expressions grave as they regarded Dai Yaoheng and his companions. In an instant, both sides locked eyes, and the impending clash loomed large. The competition commenced. Just then, the referee suddenly announced. Upon receiving the signal, both teams unleashed their soul power. "Ling Luocheng, be mindful of your control," cautioned the young man standing in the center of the freshman class 10. "I need not your advice, I am aware," replied the girl named Ling Luocheng. With that, she released her soul rings, revealing 3 rings of yellow, and purple to the spectators. "A soul sovereign?" Lu Zhe mused, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Dai Yaoheng, however, wore a serious expression as he added, "Chen Zifeng from their team is also a soul sovereign." Hearing this, Lu Zhe burst into laughter, then slowly commented, "2 soul sovereigns, just like our configuration, no wonder they made it to the finals." Faced with Lu Zhe's cheerful demeanor, Dai Yaoheng found himself at a loss for words. Yet soon, he noticed his feet ensnared by icy bindings, and not just him. Lu Zhe and Yin Yun were similarly trapped. In that instant of confinement, another soul sovereign from freshman class 10, Chen Zifeng, charged toward them. Observing this, Dai Yaoheng quickly summoned his soul power to break free from the icy restraints and advanced to confront Chen Zifeng. From a distance, Ling Luochen was taken aback. She had not anticipated her control would be so easily evaded. She realized she had been overly confident. Fortunately, Lu Zhe and Yin Yun remained ensnared by the ice. Yin Yun struggled but could not escape, while Lu Zhe seemed disinclined to move. Bang! At that moment, Chen Zifeng collided with Dai Yaoheng, and a fierce struggle ensued. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Yin Yun stood by, watching the spectacle unfold without any intention of intervening. Suddenly, a figure darted toward Lu Zhe with alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, it was another competitor from freshman class 10, Yao Haoshuan. Despite possessing only a soul power level of 25, his speed was remarkable. Concurrently, Ling Luocheng was activating her soul technique. Before Lu Zhe could react, he found himself completely frozen, transforming into a mere ice sculpture. This startled Yin Yun, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yao Haoshuan seized the opportunity, intent on eliminating Lu Zhe while he was encased in ice. He swiftly appeared before the frozen Lu Zhe, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Crack! Just as Yao Haoshuan was about to strike, the ice encasing Lu Zhe began to crack. At that moment, Yao Haoshuan felt an overwhelming pressure. He attempted to retreat, but was a moment too late. Buzz! Almost instantaneously, Yao Haoshuan's body became unbearably heavy, and he collapsed to the ground. Coughing up blood, he looked up in terror at the ice-encased Lu Zhe. Bang! As he gazed at the frozen figure, the ice suddenly shattered, revealing Lu Zhe, who stretched languidly, a satisfied expression on his face. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply, remarking, "Impressive indeed." He then turned to the prostrate Yao Haoshuan and cheerfully suggested, "How about you concede? That way, you can avoid injury." Yao Haoshuan vehemently refused, declaring, "There is absolutely no way I will concede. I would rather die than surrender." Lu Zhe remained unfazed by his response and calmly broke free from the icy restraints, making his way toward Ling Luocheng. As he passed Yao Haoshuan, Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Since you refuse to concede, why not take a moment to rest here? I'll check on your teammates. Come back here. If you have the guts, don't use that move. Let's have a proper duel." Yao Haoshuan shouted indignantly, but Lu Zhe paid him no heed. Although Yao Haoshuan attempted to rise, His status as a sensitive attack-type soul master meant his physical capabilities were insufficient compared to those of more robust attack types, leaving him unable to stand. Meanwhile, Ling Luoqing noticed Lu Zhe approaching and felt a pang of panic. In a flurry, she began unleashing her soul techniques in an attempt to thwart his advance. Yet, with each attack that neared Lu Zhe, it inexplicably dissipated, leaving her utterly astonished. Observing the shock etched on Ling Luoqing's face, Lu Zhe smiled gently, saying, "What do you say to conceding? I assure you, I want to make it difficult for you." Regardless of how radiant Lu Zhe's smile may have seemed, in Ling Luoqing's eyes, it was the smile of a demon. "Why is it that my soul techniques cannot reach you?" Ling Luoqing stammered, her voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. He then approached her and remarked, "I have enveloped myself in a vacuum. Your soul technique likely relies on the combination of moisture molecules in the air and soul power. However, in my vicinity, there exists neither air nor soul power. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Ling Luoqing was momentarily stunned, realizing that her attacks would be rendered ineffective indefinitely. She stood there, lost in thought, until Lu Zhe playfully flicked her forehead, jolting her back to reality. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, rubbing her forehead as she squatted down, softly grumbling about Lu Zhe. "What's wrong? Do you wish to continue? It seems your teammate, Chen Zifeng, is also on the verge of defeat. Perhaps it would be wise to concede," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin as he bent down. Ling Luoqing, however, gazed at him with a resentful look, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming urge to despise him. Not receiving a response, Lu Zhe flicked her forehead once more. Feeling insulted, Ling Luoqing's eyes turned red, on the verge of tears. Yet, seeing that she still did not answer, Lu Zhe raised his hand again. In a panic, Ling Luoqing retreated a few meters, fearfully watching Lu Zhe. He merely smiled calmly and began to approach her again. "Don't come near me," she exclaimed in terror, clutching her forehead. In response to her anger, Lu Zhe only laughed more heartily. Meanwhile, the match between Dai Yaoheng and Chen Zifeng had concluded, with Dai Yaoheng overpowering Chen Zifeng with absolute strength, pinning him to the ground. The outcome of the competition was clear. Yao Haoshuan was unable to stand due to the weight of gravity. Chen Zifeng was subdued by Dai Yaoheng, and the only one still capable of fighting, Ling Luoqing, was fearfully avoiding Lu Zhe. Before long, the competition was declared finished, with the victors being Class 1 of the freshmen. Thus, the freshman assessment concluded, with the champions being Lu Zhe's team from Class 1, followed by Ling Luoqing's team from Class 10 in second place, and the team led by Gong Yangma from Class 7 achieving third place. Chapter 17. I am back again, seeking support. After the freshman assessment, all participants received corresponding rewards and penalties. As they made their way to the playground, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun walked at a steady pace. Suddenly, Yin Yun asked with a smile, "Class leader, as champions, do you have anything to say?" Dai Yaoheng chuckled softly and replied, "Nothing much to say. The championship was ours to claim." "Ah, I see," Yin Yun responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "By the way, where has Lu Zhe gone?" Dai Yaoheng paused for a moment before responding slowly. "He was taken away by the teacher this morning. I am unaware of their destination." "Oh, all right," Yin Yun nodded, understanding and choosing to remain silent thereafter. Within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe stood alone before the elders, the atmosphere thick with tension as all eyes were fixed upon him, their thoughts unknown. Lu Zhe felt a profound discomfort under the scrutiny of the crowd, yearning to leave the place swiftly. At that moment, an elderly man began to speak slowly. "This is Lu Zhe from the freshman class. His current strength has already met the standards of the Inner Academy. Therefore, I wish to allow this child to enter the Inner Academy ahead of time and become one of the new members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Does anyone have any objections?" The old man spoke softly, yet his words resonated clearly for everyone present. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was immediately taken aback. He understood that the highest accolade attainable by the students of Shrek Academy was to become one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Achieving such a distinction would signify that his own prowess had been recognized by the Academy, typically reserved for the 7 most gifted students. Now, he was on the verge of attaining this prestigious recognition. Lu Zhe gazed at the elder who had spoken. Although he was unaware of the elder's identity, it was evident that his status was undeniably high, and his strength was unfathomable. "Elder Mu, have you truly considered this?" Another elder inquired slowly. The elder who had initially spoken was none other than the esteemed leader of the Sea God Pavilion's elders, Dragon God Douluo Muin. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu merely smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, This child, Lu Zhe, possesses a talent that surpasses all others among us. One must ask, who else at his age has attained such strength? Upon hearing these words, everyone present immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seemed Elder Mu was quite serious. In that case, we have little more to discuss, one elder stated, before turning his gaze towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, do you accept Elder Mu's words? The elder queried earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. If he agreed, he would inevitably advance into the inner courtyard, parting ways with those two fellows from the outer courtyard, which left him feeling somewhat guilty towards them. Meanwhile, old Mu had already discerned his thoughts and chuckled, "My child, are you contemplating what will become of your friends in the outer courtyard should you enter the inner courtyard?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but feel a slight surprise. After contemplating for a moment, he respectfully replied, "Indeed, senior, you need not worry about this. They should eventually enter the inner courtyard. You simply arrived before them," Mu Lao remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and realized that the cultivation resources within the inner courtyard surpassed those of the outer courtyard. If he were to enter the inner courtyard ahead of time, he would be one step closer to achieving his aspirations. After a period of contemplation, Lu Zhe gradually spoke. "Senior, I, Lu Zhe, am willing to enter the inner courtyard in advance." "What? You have been brought into the inner courtyard early?" Yan Yun exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng also felt a profound shock, but after a moment's reflection, he acknowledged the truth. Lu Zhe's strength had long since met the threshold for the inner courtyard, and his early admission was entirely reasonable. However, Dai Yaoheng was resolute and refused to be outdone. He firmly believed that he too would soon step into the inner courtyard. "Just wait, I shall also enter the inner courtyard," Dai Yaoheng declared earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then turned and remarked, "You must put in the effort. I shall be awaiting you in the inner courtyard." Dai Yaoheng nodded, watching Lu Zhe's retreating figure with a serious demeanor. Thus, Lu Zhe's life in the outer courtyard came to an end, as he stepped into the inner courtyard ahead of schedule. A month later, Shrek Academy welcomed a brief respite. At this moment, Lu Zhe was busily packing his belongings, for he was preparing to depart. Throughout this month, Lu Zhe had scarcely interacted with others, dedicating himself solely to his cultivation, earning him the moniker of cultivation maniac. To the onlookers, he seemed perpetually engrossed in training, with no moments of idleness whatsoever. As a result, Lu Zhe's soul power had surged to 37, while his true prowess had reached an astonishing level, surpassing that of most soul kings. Finally, the holiday had arrived, a much-anticipated reprieve. Lu Zhe's face radiated excitement, marking the first time he felt such elation within the inner courtyard. After exchanging a brief farewell with his teacher, he departed from Shrek Academy. Sometime later, on the precipice at the edge of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe stood gazing into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I have returned," he declared with a grin. In the heart of the Douluo forest, Di Tian suddenly opened his eyes. "What is it, Di Tian?" Bai Ji inquired with concern. Di Tian responded slowly, "Lu Zhe has returned." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji instantly understood and turned her gaze towards the forest's outskirts. Along the winding paths of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe ambled leisurely. "It seems I have not visited in quite some time. I barely recognize the path," he chuckled softly. Just then, he sensed an approaching presence, one that felt familiar. "Lu Zhe, you have finally returned. Come and spar with me." A clear female voice called from a distance. Lu Zhe did not need to ponder long to recognize that the figure before him was the three-eyed golden lion. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid her, and upon doing so, he smiled and remarked, "Why have you not changed at all over all this time? None of your business. Come and fight me," the three-eyed golden lion retorted, raising her proud head defiantly. "Isn't that a bit unfair? I am merely a soul master, while you possess the strength of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Lu Zhe replied earnestly. "Don't worry, I will hold back," she quickly assured him. "Is that true?" Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Seeing his expression, the three-eyed golden lion glared fiercely and demanded, "So, are you going to fight or not?" "I won't," Lu Zhe chuckled as he turned away, offering her no time to recover before dashing towards the core area. Suddenly realizing what had transpired, the three-eyed golden lion became enraged and shouted, "Lu Zhe, stop right there." She then sprinted after him, not far into his run. Lu Zhe glanced back only to find the three-eyed golden lion right behind him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, how did you catch up so quickly?" Before he could react further, she had tackled him to the ground. "I'll make sure you can't run away again," the three-eyed golden lion threatened menacingly. With a smile, Lu Zhe replied, I was wrong. Please let me up. Are you going to run? She continued to question. I won't run, I promise. Luze said slowly. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion insisted, then get up and let us fight. A smile curled at the corners of Luze's mouth as he replied, all right, but you must let me rise first. You truly want to run? Absolutely, I swear. Very well then. After allowing him to stand, she fixed her gaze on him intently. Once upright, Luze brushed off the dust from his clothes and asked, Are you ready? Let us go. The three-eyed golden lion exclaimed excitedly. They poised themselves for a standoff, neither willing to make the first move, as if waiting for something. However, the three-eyed golden lion suddenly felt she was being toyed with and lunged at him. Just as she was about to collide with him, a massive figure intervened, blocking their path. Beast God, return with me, came a familiar voice from the figure that stood between Luze and the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion, who had anticipated a chance to duel Luze, was frustrated by the interruption caused by Qi Wang. Why is it always you? She yelled angrily at Qi Wang. Why always? It's simply that every time you and Luze nearly fight, I am the one who intervenes, Qi Wang replied awkwardly. Standing behind Qi Wang, Luze silently gave him a thumbs up, appreciating his honesty. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion turned her head away, sulking, Humph. You always say it's the command of Emperor Tian. It's too much. With that, she dashed towards the core area, leaving Qi Wang and Luze in their mutual exasperation. Don't take it personally. The beast god has that temperament, Qi Wang said nonchalantly. Indeed. Luze nodded and then added, Take me to see Emperor Tian. Very well, please ride on my back, Qi Wang replied slowly. Without hesitation, Luze climbed onto Qi Wang's back, and he took off towards Emperor Tian. Chapter 18, Cocooning New Book Seeking Support. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, Luze stood before the most powerful soul beast in the Douluo continent. Beast God Emperor Tian, how have you fared in the human world? Emperor Tian inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Luze responded with a smile, not too bad. There is still much to learn. That's good, Tian chuckled, then inquired once more, what matters bring you back this time? The fourth soul ring, Luze replied decisively. Tian, taken aback by his words, remarked, You have yet to reach the soul sect, and yet you are already contemplating the fourth soul ring. Quite ambitious, aren't you? When do you intend to acquire it? What kind of soul ring effect do you seek? After hearing this, Luze simply replied, Let us wait for a while. The optimal effect of the soul ring is to enhance defense. Understanding, Emperor Tian nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the scene, Luze ceased his idle chatter, for he needed to intensify his training, aspiring to reach level 40 in soul power within the forthcoming month. Thus, he concluded his conversation with Tian and turned away, heading back to his previous dwelling. As he exited the area occupied by Tian, he encountered the three-eyed golden lion. Upon noticing Luze, the creature spoke nonchalantly. Luze, are you here to challenge me once more? Luze preemptively interrupted her, eliciting a moment of silence from the three-eyed golden lion. She then retorted, Am I not allowed to speak with you? Oh, so it is not a fight, Luze chuckled, though internally he murmured that as long as it wasn't a confrontation, he was content. He then inquired, What do you wish to discuss with me? Nothing of importance, the three-eyed golden lion replied curtly, turning away to depart. Luze remained momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure and smiled. This is quite agreeable. I am free from disturbances, he whispered to himself, before continuing towards his destination. Upon returning to his previous locale, Luze first took a moment to absorb the ambience around him. This place is still quite comforting, he remarked softly. He then settled onto a stone slab, assuming a meditative posture to enter a state of contemplation. Luze once again arrived at the Golden Palace, slowly stepping inside and immersing himself in the inscriptions that floated around him. It had been a while since his last visit, and he felt a pang of nostalgia, a smile gracing his lips. He then made his way toward the throne situated within the palace. Upon reaching the throne, without a moment's hesitation, Luze seated himself upon it and began to delve into the profound mysteries contained within. Time flowed swiftly, and Luze was utterly oblivious to how long had passed in the outside world, yet an instinct within him urged that it was time to emerge. As he opened his eyes, a powerful surge of soul energy began to pour forth uncontrollably. At that moment, Emperor Tian also took notice. Luze has awakened, he remarked softly, subsequently bringing Bai Ji to the location where Luze resided. Inside the cave, Luze exhaled deeply and gradually rose to make his way outside. As he exited the cave, he encountered Emperor Tian, and the two exchanged a brief yet meaningful glance. It was Emperor Tian who broke the silence first, inquiring, Has your soul energy reached the soul sect? Lu Zhe nodded and then inquired, how long have I been meditating? Approximately half a month, Emperor Tian replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief and inquired, have you found the soul ring I need? Preferably one that is over 50,000 years old. Tian, upon hearing his request, replied, I have found it. Follow me. With that, he turned and walked in a particular direction, and Lu Zhe followed closely behind. Before long, Tian led Lu Zhe to a pristine spring. Upon arrival, Lu Zhe felt perplexed as there were no soul beasts in sight. Why had Tian brought him here? Was he inviting him for a leisurely soak? At that moment, Tian slowly spoke. Come forth. Your opportunity for achievement has arrived. Lu Zhe felt a bit bewildered, but he quickly grasped the situation. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the spring erupted with countless bubbles, and then a colossal creature emerged unexpectedly. Lu Zhe took a closer look and was astonished to discover it was a gigantic tortoise. Upon further contemplation, he realized the remarkable defensive capabilities of its shell, which prompted him to chuckle. This is an ancient golden spirit tortoise, over 89,000 years old. I believe it perfectly meets your requirements, Tian remarked slowly. Upon hearing that it was an 80,000-year-old soul beast, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He then replied nonchalantly, do you truly believe I can absorb a soul beast that has lived for over 89,000 years? However, Tian merely smiled and explained, rest assured. I have already spoken with this soul beast. It has willingly agreed to become your soul ring and harbors no resentment. You may proceed with confidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe instantly understood and gratefully responded, I appreciate your assistance, esteemed beast god. It is but a trivial matter. You should hasten to absorb the soul ring. Tian replied calmly. Lu Zhe nodded and approached the golden spirit turtle, extending his right hand to caress its shell. Though I feel somewhat remorseful. I require your soul ring, Lu Zhe stated softly. Just then, the golden spirit turtle unexpectedly spoke. It matters not, for my life draws to a close. To serve Lord Beast God in the final moments of my existence brings me great contentment. The voice of the golden spirit turtle was exceedingly ancient, akin to a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishment. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. However, after careful consideration, he realized that the golden spirit turtle had existed for nearly 90,000 years, and its intelligence had undoubtedly matured. Thus, its ability to speak was not an extraordinary occurrence. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe decided to grant the golden spirit turtle a swift resolution. Perhaps some humans and soul beasts, aware of their impending departure from this world, yearn to contribute something meaningful before their time ends. Observing the circle of black soul rings, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. Thank you. As there were no lingering resentments within the soul rings, Lu Zhe absorbed them effortlessly, swiftly stepping into the realm of soul sect. Breathe. Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of murky air, then slowly opened his eyes. Upon noticing that Lu Zhe had awakened, Tian approached and inquired, how do you feel? Very strong, Lu Zhe replied succinctly with just 2 words. Upon hearing this, Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. The day of their soul beast resurgence was drawing near. Lu Zhe paid no heed to Tian's laughter, instead casting a glance at his own hands, a faint smile adorning his lips. However, at that moment, an unexpected event transpired. Lu Zhe suddenly felt as if something had shattered within him, and his expression grew peculiar. Tian, noticing Lu Zhe's odd demeanor, hastily inquired, Lu Zhe, what is the matter? Yet, Lu Zhe merely stammered, quick, take me away from here. Upon hearing this, Tian promptly scooped Lu Zhe up and soared swiftly towards his abode. Upon arriving at his residence and observing Lu Zhe's condition, Tian was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. What on earth is happening? He mused, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him. Lu Zhe was entirely enveloped in golden inscriptions. Even his hair bore the marks of these radiant symbols. At that moment, Tian sensed an overwhelming force repelling him, and the dragon scales on his hands were instantaneously shattered. A piercing agony coursed through him. It was a pain he had never experienced before, as if even his very soul was being rejected by this power, making him feel that cradling Lu Zhe would lead to his own demise. Thus, he hastily placed Lu Zhe on the ground and retreated 10 meters, staring at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, relying on his dwindling consciousness, staggered towards a colossal tree hollow. Once he reached the hollow, he could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. However, in that instant, the golden inscriptions erupted from his body, gradually enveloping him. Before long, Lu Zhe was cocooned in a golden shroud, and the excess inscriptions swiftly filled the entire hollow. At that moment, Lu Zhe understood that it was due to the throne's influence. Thus he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Outside, Di Tian sensed a terrifying aura, one that was utterly alien to this world. Concurrently, several fierce beasts appeared in the vicinity. Lord Di Tian, what is happening? The Scarlet King asked in astonishment. Di Tian remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Lu Zhe has encountered trouble. This power is beyond my capacity to resist. Upon hearing this, the Scarlet King and the others were left in stunned silence, pondering the sheer strength of a force that even Di Tian could not withstand. They could only hope that Lu Zhe would emerge unscathed, for he was the sole hope of the spirit beasts. Soon, the power within the tree hollow stabilized, and Di Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they transformed into human form and entered the hollow, they were once again struck with astonishment. The hollow was adorned with a web of golden inscriptions, at the center of which hung a cocoon radiating a golden aura. What is this? Bai Ji gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Di Tian replied slowly, it seems Lu Zhe has entered a cocoon state. Humans can cocoon too? The Scarlet King asked incredulously. I do not know, but there is indeed the essence of Lu Zhe within this cocoon, Di Tian remarked, equally astonished. Before long, the group calmed down and began to exit the tree hollow. They could only await Lu Zhe's emergence from the cocoon, though Di Tian expressed uncertainty regarding how long that would take. As he turned to leave, he cautioned the Scarlet King to keep a close watch on the area, especially the three-eyed golden lion, ensuring she did not act recklessly and to inform him immediately if anything occurred. Thus, Lu Zhe, having just awakened from his meditative state, once again fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 19. The Power of the Cocoon in the Core Region of the Stardow Forest. Upon receiving news of Lu Zhe's cocoon slumber, the three-eyed golden lion hurried to Di Tian, inquiring, Di Tian, what has happened to Lu Zhe? Di Tian replied slowly, he is currently in slumber. I do not know when he will awaken. Oh, the three-eyed golden lion responded before turning to leave. Di Tian, seeing this, quickly admonished, Spirit Beast, do not even think about disturbing Lu Zhe, do you understand? The three-eyed golden lion shot him a glare and retorted, what do you mean? I can discern the situation. As long as you can discern, that is good. Di Tian sighed in relief as he watched her depart. Once the three-eyed golden lion had left, the Scarlet King suddenly appeared before Di Tian. Lord Di Tian, is there any news from Lu Zhe? Di Tian inquired. There is nothing wrong with Lu Zhe. However, the area surrounding him is filled with an extraordinary power, the Scarlet King replied hurriedly. Di Tian's interest piqued at this, prompting him to ask the Scarlet King to lead him there. Upon arriving at the location where Lu Zhe was cocooned, Di Tian immediately felt the power emanating from it. After a moment of careful contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically. My cultivation is increasing? Di Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Not only was his cultivation enhanced, but he also sensed a faint stirring of evolution within his bloodline. This power can lead to the evolution of my bloodline? Di Tian was taken aback. Simultaneously, the Scarlet King realized that the hellfire within him was also stirring, on the verge of attaining the pinnacle level of fire. Lord Di Tian, what is happening? The Scarlet King questioned in astonishment. Di Tian replied slowly, go summon the others. Observing Di Tian's grave expression, the Scarlet King understood that something monumental had indeed transpired. Before long, the Scarlet King returned with Bai Ji and the others in tow. As they arrived, Di Tian turned to them, his demeanor serious. I have called you here for one reason, to cultivate. Cultivate? Bai Ji replied, puzzled. The others, including Xiangjun, also appeared confused, wondering why they were summoned merely for cultivation, sensing something amiss. What is going on, Di Tian? Xiangjun asked slowly. Di Tian responded, you will understand once you sense the aura here. With that, he sat cross-legged outside the tree hollow. Despite their confusion, Xiangjun and the others followed suit to perceive the aura, only to suddenly open their eyes wide. Bloodline evolution. Attribute sublimation, they exclaimed in unison, quickly grasping Di Tian's intent and subsequently settling onto the ground to absorb the power. After a while, Di Tian was the first to open his eyes. Assessing his current strength, it surpasses the results of my cultivation over the years, Di Tian remarked. When he turned around, he found that Bai Ji and the others had already regained consciousness. Di Tian, have you reached your limit as well? Xiangjun asked slowly. Di Tian nodded. Indeed. That power is beyond our full comprehension. We can only touch its fringes, but that is sufficient. That power does not belong to this world. Bai Ji interjected at that moment. Di Tian then stated, all right, everyone should return and digest this power. Once fully assimilated, we shall reconvene here. After speaking, he turned and walked into the distance. Seeing this, Xiong-jun and the others also chose to leave, though they all wished to quickly enhance their strength. Yet the power they had encountered was truly unbearable. Just as Ditian and his companions departed, a figure appeared nearby. It was the three-eyed golden lion. The creature slowly approached the tree hollow, lifted its gaze to survey the surroundings, and then gradually entered the cave. What on earth is this? Upon stepping inside the tree hollow, the three-eyed golden lion was immediately taken aback, though it had heard of Luze cocooning before. This was the first time it had witnessed it with its own eyes. Anyone would be astonished by the scene before them. Regaining composure, the three-eyed golden lion circled the golden cocoon, attempting to discern something from it, but after a prolonged inspection, it found nothing unusual. It then settled beside a stone slab, fixating its gaze upon the cocoon. When will you awaken? I long to spar with you, the three-eyed golden lion murmured softly. However, at that moment, it unexpectedly felt drowsy and gradually closed its eyes. As it did so, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Golden inscriptions began to envelop its body. Ultimately, a second light cocoon appeared, subsequently drawn next to the first one and secured in place. Days later, Ditian suddenly felt a sense of unease. Noticing his reaction, Bai Ji smiled and inquired, Ditian, what are you pondering? After a moment of contemplation, Ditian slowly replied, why have I not seen the auspicious beast lately? At this, Bai Ji also became aware and, covering her mouth, whispered, you're right, I haven't seen it either. Could something have happened to it? Just then, Shi Wang hurriedly approached Ditian, his expression frantic. It's bad, Lord Ditian. The auspicious beast is in trouble. At this news, Ditian's anger flared, and he stood up abruptly. What has happened to the auspicious beast? Ditian exclaimed furiously. Shi Wang trembled as he responded. The auspicious beast entered that tree hollow. And then he faltered, his voice gradually fading away. Noticing something was amiss, Ditian immediately sensed urgency and dashed toward the tree hollow without a backward glance. Shi Wang and Bai Ji quickly followed suit. Soon, Ditian arrived at the entrance of the tree hollow, where Shi Wang and Bai Ji caught up with him. Upon entering the hollow, Ditian was stunned. Initially, there was supposed to be only one light cocoon, but now a second one had appeared, radiating the aura of the three-eyed golden lion. Ditian was at a loss for words. Ditian, what should we do? Bai Ji asked, her expression grave. However, Ditian soon gathered his thoughts and smiled, saying, perhaps we should not disturb them. It seems the auspicious beast has gained the recognition of this power to cocoon. This is a positive development. With Ditian's words, Bai Ji and Shi Wang were enlightened. Indeed, this situation might indicate that this power acknowledged the three-eyed golden lion, suggesting that once it emerged from the cocoon, its strength would be significantly enhanced. With this realization, Bai Ji and Shi Wang felt a sense of relief and gradually departed from the area. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, an elder expressed his concern. Why has that boy Luze returned to the academy? Has he encountered something outside? Another elder replied, I don't know. He has informed the academy that he won't be back for a while. The others turned their gaze toward the central figure, Elder Mu, hoping for an answer. Elder Mu slowly said, let us wait a bit longer. If he hasn't returned by the time the Soul Master competition begins, we'll need to find someone to replace him in the 7 monsters' positions, but let us keep his status as an inner court disciple. We must retain this child. The other elders fell silent, recognizing that they had no choice but to heed Elder Mu's words. After all, with Luze's talent, once he matured, he could very well transform the entire continent. Chapter 20. Awakening. Time passed swiftly, and Luze, lost in slumber, had no notion of how long he had slept. Yet his consciousness urged him to awaken. Who am I? He whispered in the depths of his mind, and at that moment, he found himself once again fully awake. Meanwhile, outside, Ditian and his companions were deep in meditation when suddenly, Ditian opened his eyes wide. As he did, Bai Ji and the others followed suit. Their gazes fixated on Ditian's unusual expression. What is it? Bai Ji rushed forward to ask. Luze has awakened, Ditian replied slowly. At this revelation, Xiong-jun and the others were astonished, quickly rising to stand behind Ditian. Ditian then stepped into the tree hollow but found that the 2 light cocoons remained unchanged. Xiong-jun spoke up. There is no sign of awakening here, he said in confusion. Yet Ditian, unwavering, replied, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps it will be any moment now. No sooner had he spoken than the light cocoon began to change. Crack. Suddenly, a sound like breaking glass echoed as the cocoon split, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Tian was utterly astonished, unsure of what would happen next. In the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Cracks multiplied across the cocoon, and an immense aura erupted from within. Crack! The light cocoon shattered completely, and at that moment, nearly every powerful being across the continent sensed it, plunging into astonishment. Within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Elder Xian rushed in urgently. Elder Mu, have you sensed it? He exclaimed. Elder Mu's expression was grave as he responded. I fear all the continent's powerful beings have sensed it. Though the aura does not resemble that of a deity, it is even more potent. What could that aura be? Elder Xian murmured, his expression tense. Elder Mu gazed up at the sky, silent for a long while, and then slowly uttered. The continent is about to undergo a transformation. At this moment, in the core area of the Douluo forest, Tian and his companions were intently focused on the light cocoon. Suddenly, a hand emerged, causing Tian and the others to instinctively step back several meters. What has happened to Luze? Tian said slowly. As the figure within the cocoon revealed itself, Tian and the others were left speechless. A man, completely unclothed, stepped forth, his body adorned with golden inscriptions, even etched into his silver hair, exuding an aura of sanctity and invulnerability, resembling a divine being in his nobility. And this man was none other than Luze. Tian stared at Luze in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming shock. For the aura Luze emanated was even beyond that of the dragon god he had once known. How long have I slept? At this moment, Luze slowly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Tian, for reasons unknown, found himself instinctively prostrating before Luze. You have been asleep for nearly 6 years. Tian said, his head bowed and voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Luze furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, Has it been 6 years? It seems I have truly slept for far too long. At that moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable gaze upon him, prompting a faint smile to appear on his lips. He then slowly opened his eyes to the sky and remarked, Sometimes, it is best to close your eyes. Tian, unaware of to whom Luze was speaking, remained silent. In the Douluo divine realm, Tang San, who possessed dual divine positions, suddenly sensed an anomaly within the continent and began to observe intently. However, just moments ago, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Brother San, what has transpired on the Douluo continent? At this juncture, a figure appeared beside Tang San. It was Xiaowu. She had noticed Tang San's expression and inquired about it. Meanwhile, Tang San found himself unable to shake off the recent events. Brother San? Xiaowu, seeing that Tang San did not respond, grew increasingly anxious. Yet, Tang San soon regained his composure, glancing at Xiaowu with a stiff smile and saying, It's nothing. Merely the birth of a new star. Although Tang San spoke lightly of it, Xiaowu sensed an ominous premonition that she swiftly dismissed. Meanwhile, Tang San's heart was heavy with concern, for just as he was observing that new star, it had also been watching him. It was unfathomable that someone from the Douluo continent could be aware of his gaze. Furthermore, when that person noticed his scrutiny, they responded with a remark that severed his connection to the Douluo continent. The thought filled Tang San with dread. What would happen if that person were to arrive in the divine realm? With a sigh, Tang San murmured, I hope nothing goes awry. In the core region of the Douluo forest, after Luze finished speaking, he shifted his gaze toward Tian and the others. Tian, why are you all lying on the ground? Is there treasure beneath? Luze said with a light smile. Upon hearing this, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, awkwardly rising to his feet to face Luze. Yet, upon meeting Luze's eyes, he was once again taken aback. Luze's eyes sparkled with myriad inscriptions, resembling a sky full of stars. For a moment, Tian stood frozen, and Luze, noticing his reaction, felt a pang of confusion. Tian, what troubles you? Luze inquired slowly. At this, Tian jolted back to reality, forcing a nervous laugh as he replied, In nothing, haha. Upon hearing this, Luze offered a faint smile, and then, before Tian and the others, he underwent yet another transformation. The golden inscriptions on Luze's body began to surge towards his right hand, swiftly vanishing without a trace. However, an unusual inscription appeared on his right hand, and his eyes returned to their golden hue. Luze exhaled a breath of turbid air and, with a smile, remarked that it was time to return to the academy. Observing Luze's bare form, Emperor Tian chuckled for a moment before suggesting, Luze, perhaps you should put on some clothes first. Suddenly realizing his lack of attire, Luze felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to retrieve a set of clothes from his soul guide and don them. At that moment, Emperor Tian seemed to recall something and slowly inquired, Lu Zhe, what have you experienced over the past 6 years, and what is your current soul power? Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe's face broke into a peculiar smile, and he gazed at Tian, saying, I've merely undergone some trials. My soul power has already reached level 55. Is there any issue? Observing Lu Zhe's strange expression, Tian couldn't help but feel a chill creeping down his spine. After regaining his composure, he inquired, what are your plans for the 5th soul ring? Soul ring? Lu Zhe paused, seemingly recalling something. I no longer need to hunt for soul rings. I can condense them myself. As he spoke, Lu Zhe released his soul rings. To Tian's astonishment, he noticed that the first 4 soul rings were adorned with a circle of inscriptions, while the 5th ring was a golden soul ring, distinctly formed from golden inscriptions, intricately engraved with mysterious symbols. Although he could not ascertain whether this truly constituted a soul ring, Tian was certain that Lu Zhe's 5th ring was not inferior to one of 100,000 years. That's splendid. This alleviates any concerns about lacking soul rings in the future, Tian remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and prepared to depart, remarking, I shall take my leave now. It has been quite some time, and those old fellows might well think I have perished. Yes, you may go, Tian replied coolly, subsequently parting to allow Lu Zhe to exit. As Lu Zhe approached Tian, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, by the way, the three-eyed Golden Lee is still contemplating the rules. Please do not disturb her. Should anything go awry, I would be at a loss as to how to rectify it. With that, he departed without looking back. Upon hearing this, Tian shifted his gaze to another cocoon of light, instantly understanding the implication. Walking alone through the core area of the Douluo forest, Lu Zhe wore a smile. I wonder if, after all these years, you still remember me? He mused cheerfully. In Chapter 21, The Return to Shrek, new book seeking support, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely along a narrow path at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. I am nearly out of the Douluo forest, not too shabby. I wonder if anything has transpired at Shrek during my absence, Lu Zhe pondered aloud. At that moment, he sensed the presence of humans nearby, piquing his interest. To his surprise, he encountered humans right at the periphery. He wondered what intriguing events might unfold, and he sauntered forward. Before long, he spotted 2 young men and a young woman. Out of courtesy, he approached them with a smile and said, Greetings to you all. The trio was taken aback by his words. Well, who is that? Exclaimed the girl, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaping back 3 meters in shock. The 2 young men also turned their attention to Lu Zhe. May I inquire who you are? One of the young men, distinguished in appearance and demeanor, politely asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly and replied, I apologize for startling you. I am Lu Zhe. And you are? Oh, I am Bebe. The youth responded with a smile, and these are Tanya and Hui Yuhao. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe first glanced at the young girl named Tanya, before shifting his gaze to the blue-haired youth, Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao struck Lu Zhe as somewhat peculiar, although a white 10-year spirit ring hovered beside him. It did not entirely resemble a typical 10-year spirit ring. Lu Zhe scrutinized Hui Yuhao closely, while the oblivious Hui Yuhao was also assessing Lu Zhe. With long silver hair cascading down to his waist, tied neatly behind him, Lu Zhe possessed remarkably fair skin and exquisite features. He stood slightly taller than his senior, Bebe, and his striking golden eyes momentarily captivated Hui Yuhao. How wonderful it would be if I looked like him, Hui Yuhao mused, envisioning himself with Lu Zhe's appearance and physique. However, the dream-eye silkworm residing in his spiritual seat sensed an anomaly and promptly alerted him. Kid, quickly retract your spirit ring. That fellow has noticed me. Startled by the warning, Hui Yuhao jolted back to reality and hurriedly withdrew his spirit ring into his body. Observing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly, inwardly murmuring, discovered, indeed. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Lu Zhe slowly remarked, You are soul masters, are you not? Indeed. We are students of Shrek Academy. May I inquire as to who you are? Bebe politely responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled gently and replied, Oh, I too am a student of Shrek Academy, though I have not returned in quite some time. Might you allow me to join you on your way back? Bebe, taken aback momentarily, contemplated before ultimately agreeing. Thus, Lu Zhe accompanied Bebe and the others as they made their way to Shrek Academy. Throughout the journey, Hui Yuhao maintained a considerable distance from Lu Zhe, barely uttering a few words, fearful that Lu Zhe might uncover the secret of Tianming. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhe had already discerned this secret, but chose not to reveal it, finding the situation rather amusing. After a while, they arrived at the grand entrance of Shrek Academy. Gazing at the imposing gates, Lu Zhe felt a flicker of anticipation. He was eager to discover what had transpired during his absence, knowing that only upon meeting Elder Mu would he gain clarity. Well, now that we have arrived at Shrek, I shall seek out my teacher first. Perhaps we can gather again when time permits. Lu Zhe cheerfully bid farewell to Bei Bei and the others. Bei Bei, smiling, replied, "Very well, until we meet again. I too must report to my teacher." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded and turned to walk into Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Bei Bei remained in place, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He had a nagging sensation that he had heard the name Lu Zhe somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. Ultimately, he decided to abandon the thought and, accompanied by Tanya, left Hou Yuhao's side. Hou Yuhao, too, was not idle. After obtaining the wooden plaque, he made his way toward the freshman dormitory. Upon arriving, he found it deserted, prompting him to perform a brief tidy-up before sitting cross-legged on his bed. Entering the sea of consciousness. Once within the ethereal realm, Hou Yuhao approached Tian Meng directly. "Brother Tian Meng, what transpired last time?" he inquired with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Tian Meng expressed relief, saying, "That fellow Lu Zhe is no ordinary soul master. He can perceive my presence. If you had lingered with the soul ring for even a second longer, I would have been exposed." "Is that true?" Hou Yuhao asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Indeed. Do you think I would deceive you? In the future, do your utmost to avoid offending him. Understood?" Tian Meng replied tersely. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Zhe had realized Tian Meng's existence the moment he sensed him. Nonetheless, Hou Yuhao trusted Tian Meng's words, for he was indeed a million-year soul beast, unlikely to be so easily discovered. As for Lu Zhe, upon his return to Shrek Academy, he was immediately noticed by Elder Xian. At the shores of the sea god lake, Lu Zhe stood seemingly in wait, his gaze fixed upon the lake's surface. "You brat, you finally know to come back. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" came an aged voice from behind him. "Elder Xian, can I explain? Will you believe me?" Lu Zhe turned and smiled slowly. Indeed, the person he spoke to was Elder Xian. "If you're to explain, do so to Elder Mo." "I have no obligation to concern myself with your affairs," Elder Xian retorted grumpily, then lifted Lu Zhe, soaring towards the sea god pavilion. In no time, Lu Zhe found himself inside the pavilion, though he noticed no sign of Elder Mu. At that moment, Elder Xian spoke. "Wait here. Elder Mu should be outside basking in the sun and will return shortly." "Very well, Elder Xian," Lu Zhe replied with a smile, standing patiently as Elder Xian sat across from him, gnawing on a chicken leg and sipping wine. Time passed, and suddenly, Elder Mu appeared before Lu Zhe and Elder Xian. Elder Xian promptly stood, taking his place beside Elder Mu. Lu Zhe remained silently in position, observing Elder Mu. At this juncture, Elder Mu finally spoke. "Child, where have you been these past few years?" Lu Zhe chuckled and replied, "I inadvertently overexerted myself in my cultivation and lost track of time." Old Mu nodded slowly and said, "In that case, let this matter rest." At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Old Mu, may I ask whether I should head to the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard?" However, it was old Xian who responded with impatience, "Of course. You are in the inner courtyard. Do you think I would send you to the outer courtyard to undermine someone else's self-esteem? Oh, then I must thank both old Mu and old Xian. I shall take my leave now," Lu Zhe said, turning away and heading for the exit. Old Mu watched his departing figure and couldn't help but smile. "Old Mu, do you perceive any changes in Lu Zhe?" Old Xian asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Old Mu chuckled softly. "This child has undergone significant transformation. Even I find it difficult to see through his depths. Nevertheless, this is ultimately a good thing, as it provides Shrek with an additional layer of assurance." Old Xian nodded faintly and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe walked briskly toward the inner courtyard, eager to see if that fellow, who had confidently promised to enter the inner courtyard, had fulfilled his vow. "I wonder how much progress that brat Dai Yaoing has made," Lu Zhe mused with a smile. In the inner courtyard, Dai Yaoing had an unsettling feeling that something significant was about to happen today, though he could not discern whether it would be good or bad. Chapter 22 Reunion in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Two young men sat on a bench in a corridor. "Class leader, after all these years, where on earth has Lu Zhe gone?" One of the boys lounging on the bench spoke up. The other, maintaining an air of calmness, replied, "How would I know? He promised to wait for us in the inner courtyard, yet when I arrived, he was nowhere to be seen. What a breach of trust." Indeed. These two were Dai Yaoing and Yin Yun, both having successfully entered the inner courtyard of Shrek. One was a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, while the other was an ordinary inner courtyard student. "If I ever catch that guy, Just wait and see if I don't smash his head. Yin Yun exclaimed suddenly, startling Dai Yaoheng, who chuckled in response. You? Really? What is wrong with that? I'm quite formidable, you know? Yin Yun's words were filled with bravado, making it seem as though he could truly accomplish such a feat. Dai Yaoheng could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into fits of giggles. Seeing this, Yin Yun blushed and scolded. What are you laughing at? Do you look down on me? Believe it or not, I'll go find Lu Zhe and practice with him. I'll definitely smash his. Who said anything about practicing with me? Let me see. A familiar voice interrupted from behind them. Dai Yaoheng turned around abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise. Lu Zhe, you're back? Dai Yaoheng said slowly. What's this? You're not welcoming me back? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. However, upon hearing their exchange, Yin Yun broke out in a cold sweat, too afraid to turn around. Yet Lu Zhe directly placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he said, I just heard you say you wanted to smash my head, didn't I? Yin Yun stammered. You might have misheard that. Haha, is that so? Lu Zhe expressed interest, smiling gently as he continued, but I distinctly remember that voice being yours. Yin Yun panicked and hurriedly hid behind Dai Yaoheng. You really heard wrong. I would never say such a thing, he trembled, as if confronted by some monstrous apparition. Lu Zhe gazed at his companion's demeanor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gradually, he said, all right, I shan't tease you any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhe turned his attention to Dai Yaoheng and cheerfully inquired, how have you progressed over these past few years? Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng chuckled and replied, my talent is rather lacking. I have barely managed to reach the rank of Soul Emperor. Soul Emperor? Lu Zhe paused momentarily, then grinned, impressive. You truly live up to the title of our class leader. Dai Yaoheng was taken aback by this remark, and after a brief moment, he responded, and what about you? Oh, I am but a pitiful soul king at level 55, Lu Zhe feigned a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing this, not just Dai Yaoheng, but even Yin Yun was astonished. However, he quickly burst into laughter. Yin Yun then sprang from behind Dai Yaoheng, exclaiming, so you're only at level 55. I am already at level 51. What do you intend to convey? A slight smirk appeared on Lu Zhe's lips. Observing Lu Zhe's expression, Yin Yun felt a surge of discomfort. Today, I shall join forces with the class leader to redeem the disgrace of the past. Let us engage in a duel. Yin Yun boldly declared. His words were nothing short of astonishing, catching even Dai Yaoheng off guard, yet they ignited a spark of competitive spirit within him. He was eager to ascertain just how significant the gap between himself and Lu Zhe had become over time. With a smile, he proposed, Lu Zhe, it has been quite some time. Allow me to witness whether your strength has advanced or regressed, shall we? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and remarked, have you truly considered this thoroughly? Should we invite a few more individuals? Yin Yun, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion, believing himself capable. No need, Dai Yaoheng replied with a smile. As Lu Zhe observed his serious demeanor, he promptly understood his earnestness and said, let us proceed to the Soul Duel Arena. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng was instantly filled with excitement. Let's go. In no time, the three of them arrived at the Soul Duel Arena within the inner courtyard, a move that sent ripples of astonishment throughout the entire area. Have you heard? One of the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Yaoheng, is about to engage in a soul duel. Is that true? Absolutely. He's already standing in the arena. There can be no doubt about it. Come on. Witnessing a battle involving a member of the Shrek 7 monsters is a rare spectacle. Upon entering the arena, Lu Zhe chuckled at the gathering of inner courtyard students who had come to witness Dai Yaoheng. Class leader, I didn't realize you were so popular, he remarked playfully. Just as Dai Yaoheng was about to respond, he was interrupted by Yin Yun. Of course, our class leader is now one of the Shrek 7 monsters. How could his popularity not be sky high? Yin Yun said with an air of accomplishment. Oh, and what about you? Lu Zhe inquired, intrigued, and teased him. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun immediately turned his head away, choosing to remain silent. Lu Zhe smiled faintly upon seeing this, then turned to Dai Yaoheng and said slowly, you should prepare yourself mentally. I understand. No need for your concern, replied Dai Yaoheng, resembling a fearsome tiger at that moment. Then let us begin. Lu Zhe responded with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, Dai Yaoheng appeared before him in an instant, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Zhe's face. Buzz! Just as Dai Yaoheng's fist was about to make contact, an invisible force of gravity suddenly weighed down upon him. Feeling this pressure, Dai Yaoheng gritted his teeth and moved once more. Oh, you've become significantly stronger, Lu Zhe remarked with a chuckle. However, Dai Yaohang offered no reply, continuing to swing his fist at Lu Zhe. Yet, due to the burden of gravity, his movements were sluggish, whereas Lu Zhe's speed was astonishingly swift as the gravitational force radiated from him, becoming increasingly intense for those approaching him. Thus, in the arena, while one attacked, the other evaded. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao, one of the Shrek 7 monsters who had come to watch the battle, felt a wave of disbelief. Does this guy only know how to dodge? Can he retaliate like a man? She voiced her dissatisfaction. However, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters accompanying her were taken aback upon seeing Lu Zhe. That guy is Lu Zhe. Didn't he disappear? Yao Haoxian exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing Lu Zhe's name, Ma Xiaotao felt intrigued. Is he the one who was replaced by Gong Yang Mo? She quickly inquired. Yes. Sister Xiaotao, he is the monster who was in our cohort, Yao Haoxian replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhe with displeasure. Lu Zhe was perhaps the one he loathed the most, as it was he who had forced Yao Haoxian to lie on the ground for so long, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Ma Xiaotao's interest was piqued, as she had heard from her teacher about a freshman who entered Shrek Academy's inner courtyard ahead of schedule and became the first among the new Shrek 7 monsters, which included her cohort. However, he later went missing, allowing Gong Yang Mo to take his place. I've long wanted to meet this guy. I can't believe I've encountered him today. Ma Xiaotao exclaimed excitedly, eager to witness the individual whom her teacher deemed the most gifted in the continent's history. Seeing Ma Xiaotao so animated, Yao Haoxian grew anxious. Sister Xiaotao, you don't intend to fight that guy, do you? Ma Xiaotao nodded with a smile and then asked in confusion, why not? Yao Haoxian quickly replied, you mustn't engage with that freak. He is not someone you can defeat. Why not? I see Dai Yaohang chasing after him, Ma Xiaotao questioned, puzzled. Yao Haoxian responded earnestly. He knows Dai Yaohang, so he would likely go easy on him. But for us, it would be different. Is that so? Then I'm even more inclined to challenge him, Ma Xiaotao declared, her excitement only intensifying. Without heeding Yao Haoxian's objections, she charged straight toward Lu Zhe in the arena. Yao Haoxian was at a loss, unable to intercept or persuade her, and panic set in. What should I do? What if something happens to Sister Xiaotao? He fretted. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice resonated from behind him. Let Ma Xiaotao go. She doesn't know the extent of Lu Zhe's strength. She'll find out soon enough. The speaker was none other than Ling Luochen. Is that truly wise? Yao Haoxian murmured apprehensively. Ling Luochen replied confidently, rest assured, this is the academy. Lu Zhe will not act recklessly. At most, he will just teach Ma Xiaotao a lesson. Hearing this, Yao Haoxian was left speechless, resignedly exhaling a sigh. Let us hope nothing goes wrong. Chapter 23, Ma Xiaotao versus Lu Zhe in the Shrek Academy's inner arena. Lu Zhe remarked with a smile, class monitor, you're not doing so well. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaohang was infuriated, nearly exploding with rage. Fortunately, he had Yin Yun's support. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure for so long. At that moment, a burst of flames suddenly erupted between Dai Yaohang and Lu Zhe. Recognizing the flames, Dai Yaohang immediately knew who it was. Lu Zhe. I'm here to challenge you. A resounding voice echoed in their ears. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhe discovered that it was a young girl, though his expression soured. Who are you? Lu Zhe asked coldly. Before the girl could respond, Dai Yaohang interjected, Ma Xiaotao, what are you doing? The girl, indeed Ma Xiaotao, excitedly replied, oh, nothing much, just wanting to see how strong someone with even greater talent than mine truly is. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see we're in the middle of a battle? Dai Yaohang felt frustrated but dared not raise his voice too loudly. It's fine. I'll have a fair match with this Lu Zhe, Ma Xiaotao said calmly. Hearing this, Dai Yaohang panicked, urgently exclaiming, Ma Xiaotao, don't let her. His words were interrupted by Lu Zhe, who coldly stated, Dai Yaohang, Yin Yun, you two step down. Just as Dai Yaohang was about to protest, the look in Lu Zhe's eyes silenced him. He and Yin Yun immediately retreated to the observation area, though Dai Yaohang's expression was filled with worry. He had glimpsed Lu Zhe's ruthless side in that moment. Yin Yun, go find a teacher. I sense something ominous is about to unfold. Dai Yaohang whispered urgently to Yin Yun. Though surprised, Yin Yun chose to trust him and swiftly ran toward the arena's exit. Once Yin Yun departed, Dai Yaohang once again observed the arena with a grave expression. It was not just him. The other spectators were equally shocked. Are you here to cause trouble? Lu Zhe said coldly to Ma Xiaotao. You could say that, she replied with a smile, but I merely wish to see your strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile, and he then fixed his gaze upon Ma Xiaotao, declaring, very well, let us proceed. Buzz. As soon as Lu Zhe's voice fell, a tremendous force of gravity descended upon Ma Xiaotao, leaving her feeling immensely burdened, rendering her unable to take flight. Nevertheless, Ma Xiaotao was no pushover. Her vast soul power erupted, instantly saturating the entire soul fighting zone. Even so, she could barely manage to stir. And just as her soul power surged forth, Lu Zhe appeared before her. How could this be? Ma Xiaotao was taken aback. Yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe seized her head and forced it to the ground. Is this the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters? Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Only to follow up with, if you are so weak, why do you still aspire to challenge me? This was the first time Ma Xiaotao had been called weak, igniting an immediate fury within her. In an instant, a fierce flame engulfed Lu Zhe. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng suddenly sensed something amiss. This was bad. Ma Xiaodao's malevolent fire was spiraling out of control. Yet his greatest concern remained with Lu Zhe, who had braved the malevolent flames head-on. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. As Ma Xiaodao's emotions began to spiral into chaos, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. The flames that had consumed Lu Zhe were now drawing nearer to her. The malevolent fire, how intriguing, Lu Zhe remarked calmly as the flames dissipated, revealing him unscathed. The onlookers were left in awe. Even Dai Yaoheng was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the malevolent fire was exceedingly difficult to extinguish? Why had it failed to harm even a single strand of Lu Zhe's hair? Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao gazed at Lu Zhe in terror, acutely aware of the immense pressure he exuded. Lu Zhe approached Ma Xiaodao step by step, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Is this the so-called evil fire? How feeble." Enraged, Ma Xiaodao unleashed her 6 soul rings, igniting the 6th one without hesitation. 6th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Instantly, countless fiery meteors rained down upon Lu Zhe. However, he displayed no inclination to evade, instead walking serenely through the meteor shower with an unmistakable smile. Witnessing this, everyone recognized Lu Zhe's formidable power. Even Ma Xiaodao felt a jolt of astonishment. Countless fiery meteors hurtled towards him, yet each one was halted before reaching him, unable to land a single blow. Had enough? If so, it's my turn, Lu Zhe declared with a grin. He activated his 5th soul ring, instantly transforming the surroundings into a peculiar realm. With hands clasped, he cheerfully announced, "Mirror world, unfold." Before anyone could react, Lu Zhe and Ma Xiaodao vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye. Where did they go? They were just here. Confusion swept over the crowd. Even Dai Yaoheng found himself in disbelief. What kind of soul skill is that? He wondered, gripping the railing tightly, his eyes filled with incredulity. In the mirror world, Ma Xiaodao was bewildered. She had arrived in this place in an instant, with Lu Zhe's figure completely missing. "What is this place?" she exclaimed, sensing her evil fire suppressed within her, unable to erupt. Yet, she knew she must remain vigilant, for this unknown realm could harbor danger at any moment. After wandering for a considerable time without encountering anyone, unease began to creep in. "Welcome to the mirror world," a voice echoed around her, startling Ma Xiaodao, who immediately began to look around frantically. "Stop searching. You will not find me," the voice resonated again. Realization dawned on Ma Xiaodao, and she coldly retorted, "Who are you?" Instantly regretting her words, she was confronted by a mirror that appeared before her, reflecting a version of herself that looked identical but was consumed by chaotic evil fire. Blackened eyes and crimson pupils radiating malevolence. What shocked her more was the sinister smile gracing her mirror image's face. "I am you," the mirror version declared. Stepping forth from the mirror, gradually approaching Ma Xiaodao. Terror gripped Ma Xiaodao as she beheld this apparition for the first time. Before she could react, her reflection spoke again. "You have 2 choices, defeat me to escape this world, or remain here forever. Please choose." The mirror image grinned ominously. Chilled by the ultimatum, Ma Xiaodao immediately retaliated with a phoenix beam. To her astonishment, her reflection mirrored the action, launching an even more potent phoenix beam. Quickly, she dodged to the side, casting a cold glare at her doppelganger. This was a daunting predicament. Not only did it replicate her every move, but it also possessed greater strength. "This is a significant problem," she scoffed darkly. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows on a long bench, Lu Zhe savored the unfolding spectacle. "How powerful is the dark side of the first intruder into my mirror world?" he mused with a faint smile. Inside the mirror world, Ma Xiaodao was battered and bruised, astonished by the strength of her counterpart. The clone soul skill mirrored her own perfectly, replicating every move with flawless precision. "What on earth are you? Why are you so strong?" she murmured, charging at her reflection once more. In response, the mirror image mirrored her attack. Bang! The collision sent Ma Xiaodao flying, blood spilling from her mouth. The reflection wore a sinister smile, taunting her, "Give up. You will remain here forever." With her soul power nearly depleted, Ma Xiaodao glanced at her reflection, which appeared completely unscathed. Yet, she refused to surrender. Rising once more, she fixed her fierce gaze on her mirror image. I will escape, she declared defiantly. No, you cannot escape, the reflection mocked. Suddenly, the truth dawned upon Ma Xiaodao as a hand pierced through her back, impaling her chest. I told you. You cannot leave, he in shock. She turned to see yet another identical reflection, witnessing the blood hole in her chest, hope dissipating instantly. You are no match for us. You will remain here, the mirror image said, grinning at the bloodied Ma Xiaodao. At that moment, she succumbed to despair, realizing she was no match for these entities. Am I to die? Is this what they call a genius? She thought, her consciousness fading, sensing she would soon depart from this world. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. The steps halted before her, and through her blurred vision, she discerned a pair of feet. Although she longed to look up and see who stood beside her, she lacked the strength to do so. How pitiful, you can't even withstand a mere mirror. A familiar voice remarked, it was Lu Zhe. Upon his arrival, the mirror images vanished, leaving Lu Zhe gazing down at the bloodied Ma Xiaodao. Now do you understand how serious it is to anger me? He said with a smile. Though Ma Xiaodao could hear his words, she was unable to respond. Lu Zhe continued to observe her as she teetered on the edge of consciousness, maintaining a smile, yet showing no intent to assist her. After a moment, perhaps feeling a twinge of conscience, Lu Zhe lifted the nearly unconscious Ma Xiaodao into his arms. Oh dear, I almost forgot you were Yin Xiao's disciple. It wouldn't do to accidentally let you perish. I do have a hard time explaining that to him. Lu Zhe chuckled as he spoke, subsequently conjuring a golden inscription in his hand, which he unhesitatingly infused into Ma Xiaodao's body. The moment the golden inscription penetrated her being, her form began to emit a resplendent golden light. Once the brilliance subsided, Ma Xiaodao's alluring figure was revealed in all its glory to Lu Zhe. Oh, it seems this young lady has developed quite well, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile, before producing a cloth to drape over her. Before long, Ma Xiaodao gradually opened her eyes, but as she regained her senses, she immediately realized her clothing was missing. Turning to glance at Lu Zhe, who sat nearby, her face flushed a deep crimson. Oh, you're awake. How do you feel? Lu Zhe inquired cheerfully upon noticing her consciousness returning. However, upon hearing his voice, Ma Xiaodao instinctively leapt several meters away, revealing her bare form once more to Lu Zhe. Ma Xiaodao froze at the sight, their eyes locking in a moment of profound awkwardness. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly aimed a slap at Lu Zhe's face. Regrettably, the blow missed, and instead, Lu Zhe firmly pinned her to the ground. I saved you, and you still wish to strike me? Perhaps I shouldn't have intervened, Lu Zhe expressed with disappointment. Yet, Ma Xiaodao, blushing furiously, retorted, You scoundrel, let me go, or you shall regret it. Oh, do you truly believe I won't make your life difficult right now? Lu Zhe whispered conspiratorially in her ear, adding, This is my independent realm. No one will come to your rescue. Panic surged through Ma Xiaodao at his words. If Lu Zhe were to act recklessly, she would be in peril. Unable to fight back or flee, her fear escalated. However, Lu Zhe then released her. Laughing as he said, You don't genuinely think I would behave inappropriately, do you? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao was momentarily stunned, but she quickly distanced herself from Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled and said, You have your own clothes, don't you? Once you're dressed, I'll take you away from this world. Though Ma Xiaodao found it somewhat hard to believe, she obediently put her clothes back on. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe once again clasped his hands together and slowly uttered the word, Open. As soon as his voice fell, a spatial rift materialized before him. He then turned to Ma Xiaodao and gently urged, What are you still dawdling for? Let us proceed. Snapped back to reality, Ma Xiaodao hurriedly approached the spatial rift. Just as she was about to step into it, she glanced back at Lu Zhe and inquired, Why did you? Bang. What are you rambling about? Lu Zhe interrupted, exasperated. Before she could finish her sentence, he gave her a shove, sending her tumbling into the rift. Feeling quite disgruntled after being unceremoniously thrust into the spatial rift, Ma Xiaodao soon found herself back in the real world, her expression one of fury as she muttered, Lu Zhe, just wait until I catch you. You'll see what I do. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without catching sight of Lu Zhe, her bewilderment grew. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng suddenly appeared behind her. Ma Xiaodao, wasn't Lu Zhe supposed to accompany you? He questioned. With a puzzled look, Ma Xiaodao replied, How would I know? He was the one who kicked me out. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Lu Zhe was unwilling to emerge. All right then. Who emerged victorious after your prolonged absence with Lu Zhe? He asked again. But just as he posed the question, Ma Xiaodao's countenance fell into a deep disappointment. I lost, she reluctantly admitted. Dai Yaoheng was taken aback. He knew Ma Xiaodao was slightly stronger than himself. and her defeat implied that he would stand even less of a chance. After their conversation, Ma Xiaotao soared back toward her residence, while Dai Yaoheng remained rooted in place, contemplating how to best Lu Zhe, who had grown exceedingly formidable. In the mirrored world, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely in a particular direction. Sigh. I ought to limit my interactions with these individuals, he mused softly. Chapter 25. Appointment to the Shrek monitoring team within the mirrored realm. Lu Zhe continued his slow walk. Soon, he paused at a specific location, clasped his hands together, and softly proclaimed, "Open," as yet another spatial rift appeared before him. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe chose not to utter another word and gradually stepped into the rift of space. When he re-emerged, he found himself by the shores of the sea god lake. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing him a profound sense of comfort. "So, you were here all along," a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Lu Zhe smiled and replied, "I find this place quite suitable for rest." The newcomer was none other than Dai Yaoheng, who stood beside Lu Zhe with a serious expression and declared, "I am aware of your current strength, but I shall not yield to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile spread across his face. "I too believe that you will not be outmatched by me. I shall await your ascent to greatness." Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing this, also laughed. Turning his back to Lu Zhe, he replied, "Just wait. One day, I will demonstrate my true prowess." With that, he strode off into the distance. Lu Zhe gazed at Dai Yaoheng's silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips before he turned to depart from the scene. After a while, with no classes to attend, Lu Zhe found himself idly wandering the inner courtyard each day. Perhaps the academy could no longer bear to witness his aimlessness, for today they summoned him before Elder Xian. "Lu Zhe, you seem to have nothing to occupy your time," Elder Xian remarked with a warm smile. "How about this? I have a task that requires assistance. Would you be interested?" Lu Zhe gazed at Elder Xian's expression and immediately sensed that it was not a favorable omen. However, what could be done? "Elder Xian, what precisely is the matter?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Elder Xian, with a grave demeanor, replied, "There exists a band of malevolent soul masters. A band of thieves at Tianmen Mountain, and they are in need of additional manpower, which is why they have turned to you." Malevolent soul masters? Lu Zhe's interest was piqued, as he was curious about the distinctions between malevolent soul masters and ordinary soul masters. "In that case, I shall go," Lu Zhe declared with a smile. Elder Xian was taken aback. It is well known that ordinary inner courtyard students often react with reluctance upon hearing the term malevolent soul master. Yet, this young man exhibited palpable excitement. Contemplating this, Elder Xian chuckled softly and cautioned, "You must be certain of your decision. The band of malevolent soul masters is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled confidently, "Rest assured, they cannot harm me, and besides, there is still your esteemed self, is there not?" Elder Xian, taken aback by his words, found himself at a loss for a moment. Yet a smile broke upon his face. "Ha ha ha, truly a worthy elite of our Shrek Academy. I have great faith in you," Elder Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, before lifting Lu Zhe effortlessly into the air. "Elder Xian, are we departing now? Is there no time to prepare?" Lu Zhe's laughter was somewhat strained, as though he were compelled into this predicament. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian erupted into another round of laughter and soared towards the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Lu Zhe, feeling quite helpless, resigned himself to the unfolding events. After a while, Elder Xian brought Lu Zhe to the foot of a grand mountain. Lu Zedong glanced around, yet he failed to see a single soul. He then inquired with a hint of confusion, "Elder Xian, where are the others?" Upon hearing this, Elder Xian's expression shifted dramatically, and he averted his gaze to another direction. Upon witnessing the appearance of Elder Xian, Lu Zhe immediately understood the situation. He then spoke slowly. "You cannot possibly mean that I am to undertake this mission alone, are you?" Coughing lightly, Elder Xian replied, "Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person to leave you unsupported. You can count on me as your steadfast pillar. Go forth with confidence." He then placed a hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder, displaying a friendly smile and giving him a thumbs up. Lu Zhe gazed at the venerable Xian Lao before him, his expression darkening immediately. He then spoke slowly, "So it appears you are deceiving me. I shall never return here again." Gradually, he made his way towards the mountainside, for he had heard Xian Lao mention that the malevolent soul sorcerer bandits were seemingly encamped within a cave at the mountainside. Though filled with reluctance, Lu Zhe still proceeded in that direction, driven solely by the insatiable curiosity that tugged at him. Lu Zhe exhaled softly, remarking, "I have yet to formally encounter a soul master of the dark arts. I am uncertain of the distinctions. Before long, he arrived at a seemingly ordinary cave situated halfway up the mountain. Noticing the absence of patrolling guards, Luze boldly strode into the cave. Upon entering, he discovered an entirely different realm within. What appeared to be a modest cave from the outside was, in fact, a vast network of passages connecting the entire mountain. Wow! I never anticipated that these Dark Soul Masters possess such exceptional tunneling skills, he mused with a faint smile. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Caution, an outsider Soul Master is present. Upon hearing the commotion, Luze turned to glance at the man who was shouting incessantly. An immediate sense of displeasure washing over him. Having been discovered, the man was in for a rude awakening. Luze raised his right hand and made a subtle gesture. Instantly, the shouting man found himself enveloped by an invisible barrier. Abruptly, he realized that his voice had vanished, and he was deprived of air. In a panic, he began to struggle wildly, yet Luze calmly approached him. Sometimes, it's wise to keep one's voice down, Luze remarked. A slight smile gracing his lips as he patted the man's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, before the man could comprehend the situation, his body began to swell uncontrollably. With a resounding explosion, he burst apart before Luze, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. At that moment, other malevolent soul masters arrived at the cave, witnessing the gruesome spectacle. Ah, have you all come? Luze said nonchalantly. He then turned, revealing a sinister smile as he addressed the newcomers. Since you are here, none shall leave. With that, he released the long hair that had been bound behind him. And in an instant, his silvery locks danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. His golden eyes transformed once more into a vivid crimson. Let the games begin, Luze declared with a devilish grin. The group of malevolent soul masters, undeterred by Luze's presence, unleashed their soul power, surging towards him. As they advanced, a crushing gravity, nearly 20 times normal, bore down upon them. Those of lesser strength were instantly crushed to a pulp, blood splattering everywhere, shocking those who remained able to stand. Who are you truly? One of the fallen soul masters bellowed from the ground. Upon hearing this, Luze gradually approached him, crouched down, and smiled as he said, I am here to amend the rules. With a resounding thud, the moment his words fell, the unsuspecting evil spirit master was crushed into a pulp. The other evil spirit masters, some lying on the ground, were mercilessly reduced to mere flesh as well. Is this what an evil spirit master is? They seem quite similar to ordinary spirit masters, Luze remarked with a grin. This statement swiftly incited the ire of the leader of the evil spirit master bandit group. You insolent brat, you shall pay dearly for this. A sinister voice echoed from the depths of the cave. Shortly thereafter, Luze sensed something amiss as he suddenly witnessed the surviving evil spirit masters taking their own lives in droves. Luze felt a profound sense of confusion upon witnessing the scene. Yet he quickly grasped the situation as the bodies of the suicidal evil soul masters began to undergo a transformation, without affording Luze any time to react. A violent explosion ensued. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the elder Xian sensed the tremors of the explosion, and his expression shifted dramatically. However, when he arrived at the cave, he was utterly taken aback by the sight before him. The area surrounding the cave had been reduced to ruins. A massive pit now lay before the elder Xian's eyes. Seeing this, he shouted, Luze, are you all right? Yet, he received no response. Growing anxious, the elder rushed into the debris. At that moment, a figure hurriedly emerged from the wreckage, only to cross paths with the elder Xian. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an evil soul master, and his fury surged instantly. You scoundrel, I shall make you pay for this, the elder Xian bellowed, immediately pinning the evil soul master to the ground. However, he was astonished by the peculiar behavior of this soul master. Yet, he soon understood as a familiar voice echoed from the direction the soul master had just fled. Indeed, a formidable trick characteristic of an evil soul master. A figure slowly stepped forward. The elder Xian sighed in relief and remarked with a smile, You rascal, I thought you were in trouble. Luze, emerging from the debris, chuckled upon seeing the elder capture the fleeing evil soul master. Ah, elder Xian, Luze said with a smile, now that the mission is completed, can we return? The elder scrutinized Luze closely and noted, to his surprise, that the lad bore not a single scratch, considering the explosion might have harmed even himself. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Not quite, for your outing was not solely for this mission. With that, he subdued the evil soul master and turned to leave. Hearing this, Luze's expression darkened momentarily, but upon further reflection, he found the situation acceptable, as it was better than idling in the academy. Very well then. Where is our next destination? Luze inquired, walking alongside the elder Xian. The elder cast a meaningful glance at Lu Zhe before smiling. Our next destination is the Northern Mountain Range. Chapter 26. The Humanoid Soul Beast, Miss Demon at a cliff in the Northern Mountain Range. An elder and a youth stood gazing across the expanse of the mountains. After a moment, the youth spoke. Where is the target? The elder glanced at the youth and replied with a smile. I do not know, but the target lies within these mountains. Upon hearing this, the youth's face darkened. And he replied coolly, Elder Xian, are you certain you are not jesting? Indeed, the elder was Xian, and the youth was Lu Zhe, the two having just arrived here a few days prior. The elder Xian's expression turned grave as he said, Young man, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. There seems to be a peculiar force within these mountains, causing my perceptive range to diminish. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could still accept it to some extent, as he had indeed felt that surge of power. Very well then, what is the plan? Lu Zhe inquired once more, observing the peculiar expression on Elder Xian's face. A line of frustration appeared on Lu Zhe's forehead. Please do not tell me we are going in without a plan, just to search blindly, he said, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yet, Elder Xian's demeanor remained unchanged, leaving Lu Zhe at a loss for words, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. Without looking back, he ventured into the depths of the Northern Mountain Range. This child is far too impatient, Elder Xian mused, watching Lu Zhe's retreating figure with a sigh. If Lu Zhe had heard this, he might have exploded with anger, thinking, am I so eager merely because of that old fool? Thus, Lu Zhe and Elder Xian parted ways, both pledging to exercise caution should they discover any trace of the malevolent Soul Master. After a while, by a small stream within the Northern Mountain Range, Lu Zhe was washing some wild fruits. It has been so long, yet not a soul in sight. Have I been deceived? Lu Zhe complained to himself. What can I do now? I am already deep within these mountains. Should I really turn back? Just as Lu Zhe was feeling utterly disheartened, a distant cry for help suddenly pierced the air. Help? Upon hearing the sound, Lu Zhe was instantly intrigued and hurriedly made his way towards its source without a moment's hesitation. Before long, he arrived at the origin of the commotion. In the distance, he beheld a young girl being held down by two men, yet she was valiantly struggling against her captors. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe immediately burst into laughter. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself behind the two men. By the time they sensed his presence, it was already too late. With a resounding hum, as they turned to face Lu Zhe, they were mercilessly crushed by an overwhelming force, reduced to a mere pulp. The little girl, who had been struggling on the ground, was suddenly splattered with blood, leaving her momentarily paralyzed in shock. Lu Zhe gazed at the dazed girl before him and couldn't help but chuckle. Little sister, are you all right? He gently inquired, extending his left hand towards the young girl. However, she remained entranced, unable to shake off the shock from the recent fright. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss, compelled to withdraw his left hand and turn to leave. However, just as he turned, he was halted by the small girl grasping his garment. Lu Zhe, upon witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth. He then turned once more to face her and inquired with a playful tone, Little sister, might you share with me your name? And what brings you to this place? Lu Zhe gently inquired about these matters, and as the little girl heard him, her gaze gradually returned to clarity. Hi, my name is Suyo. I got separated from my father, she said, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe gently embraced Suya, softly reassuring her, do not be afraid. I shall take you away from this place. Just remain by your brother's side. As he spoke, he tenderly wiped the blood from Suya's face, and then smiled at her. Suya was touched by Lu Zhe's smile. It was the first time she encountered such kindness from a stranger, stirring a small ripple of warmth within her heart. Once Lu Zhe observed that Suya's spirits had been lifted, he rose to take her small hand and inquired, do you recall the place where you got separated from your father? Suya pondered for a moment before responding. I remember. It seems to be to the north of the mountains. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately understood and casually got up, taking Suya by the hand as they proceeded northward. However, after Lu Zhe and Suya had departed from the area, a thick fog suddenly enveloped them, swiftly shrouding their surroundings. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhe, who continued to walk northward, he remained oblivious to the change in atmosphere. After some time, Lu Zhe and Suya arrived at the entrance of a valley, where the dense fog loomed ominously. A sense of unease washed over Lu Zhe. Yet Suya showed no signs of concern. Instead, she tugged at Lu Zhe's hand and said, Big brother, it seems my father is just inside there. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe became even more resolute in his thoughts. However, he did not exhibit any signs of refusal. Then shall we proceed inside? Lu Zhe said with a smile. Upon seeing his grin, Siyu couldn't help but smile back, and she took his hand, leading him eagerly into the depths of the valley. Once they entered, Lu Zhe noticed that the surrounding white mist was far from ordinary, as even he could not penetrate the obscurity of the fog. He surmised that there must be something significant within the valley, something considerable indeed. "Big brother, we are almost there to see my father," Siyu exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly, trailing behind her as if he bore no caution whatsoever. Suddenly, in an instant, Lu Zhe was pierced in the shoulder by a sharp spike formed from the very mist itself. Realizing he had been attacked, Lu Zhe immediately halted in his tracks. Suya, who had been holding his hand, abruptly stopped before him, turning around to look at him, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Big brother, what happened? Are you hurt?" Suya asked with concern. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe gently patted Suya's head and, with a smile, suggested, "How about you rest behind your brother?" Without a moment's hesitation, Suya hurriedly positioned herself behind Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe exhaled in relief, then glanced around and spoke slowly. "Although I am unaware of your true nature, I harbor a strong disdain for those who resort to ambush." Just as his words fell, a gravity nearly 30 times that of normal enveloped him. The surrounding mist was forced down to the ground, yet Lu Zhe's movements were far from complete. With a swift motion of his right hand, the previously grounded white mist was instantly drawn away, causing the flora and trees nearby to wither, clearly indicating the onset of a vacuum domain. Once Lu Zhe retracted the vacuum realm, he smiled gently and inquired, "Are you still not planning to show yourself?" Upon hearing this, Siyu felt a pang of confusion. "It appears you are truly no ordinary soul master." A deep, hoarse voice reverberated around them. This voice may have been unfamiliar to Lu Zhe, but it was one that Suyu would never forget. "Father!" she exclaimed, emerging from behind Lu Zhe. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the valley fell into a profound silence, soon shattered by the arrival of a man enveloped in white mist, who gradually appeared before Lu Zhe and Suyu. Upon seeing the man's visage, Suyu dashed towards him without a second thought. Strangely, Lu Zhe did not impede her. Instead, he merely observed her retreating figure. In no time, Suyu reached the man and, without hesitation, leaped into his embrace. The man, witnessing this, promptly smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "It is my fault. All blame lies with me." Yet, upon hearing this, Suyu wriggled free from his hold, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she retorted, "You lost Yiya, so I shall never speak to you again." The man, taken aback, flailed his arms and legs in a flustered manner. Undeterred, Suya turned and dashed towards Lu Zhe, quickly positioning herself behind him. The man, at a loss for words, approached Lu Zhe and inquired, "Who are you, and why does Yiya hide behind you?" "I am Lu Zhe," he replied with a smile. "I saved this little one during my journey." The man then asked what had transpired, and Lu Zhe took the time to explain. After sharing the details, they engaged in conversation, and it was not long before Lu Zhe learned that the man was named Subai and discovered his true nature. "So, you are not human," Lu Zhe remarked with a chuckle. Subai felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him and responded with an embarrassed smile, "I must apologize for the trouble, young brother. If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, he embraced Suya and ventured deeper into the valley, leaving behind a smiling Lu Zhe, who watched their retreating figures. "Such a rare soul beast indeed," Lu Zhe murmured with amusement. Indeed, Subai and his daughter were not humans, but rather a species known as mist spirits. A 10,000-year-old soul beast, akin to the Ice Empress, but of lesser strength. After concluding this matter, Lu Zhe turned to leave the valley, feeling a strong conviction that he would encounter Subai and his daughter once more. Our fates are not yet concluded. We shall meet again soon. Chapter 27. Long time no see. Emerging from the valley, Lu Zhe did not linger, for he had not forgotten the mission that brought him here. In a short while, he found himself atop a broad pile of rocks. "Ah, it must be over there," he said with a smile, observing a wisp of green smoke rising in the distance. He then made his way towards it without a backward glance. Upon arriving at the location of the rising smoke, Lu Zhe concealed himself atop a large tree. Observing the movements below, there were two men present, both seemingly at the Soul King level. The reason Lu Zhe remained undetected was that he was enveloped by a vacuum domain, rendering his presence imperceptible unless one possessed exceptionally keen spiritual awareness. "Hey, have you heard? It seems our boss brought us here for a soul beast," one of the men remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, the other man expressed surprise and mused. "I wonder what kind of soul beast the boss desires." "Don't even think about it. The boss's affairs are beyond us mere lackeys," the first man replied with a laugh. "Indeed, as mere errand runners, we have no opportunity to know." After a brief exchange, Lu Zhe, growing impatient, decided to intervene. In an instant, he materialized behind one of the men. "Hey, behind you," one of the men exclaimed, startled. However, the two men had no chance to react. With a mere flick of his right index finger, Lu Zhe unleashed a gravity 15 times greater upon them. The two men instantly felt their bodies weighed down. Yet they glared at Lu Zhe in defiance. "Who exactly are you?" one of the men asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then spoke slowly, "Do not worry. I shall pose but a single question to you. As long as you answer honestly, there exists a 99% chance that you shall survive." The two men were taken aback by his words and subsequently inquired with evident confusion, "Are you serious?" Lu Zhe smiled and nodded, affirming, "Of course it is true. So, what do you think?" After exchanging glances on the ground, the two men resolved to make a decision. "Speak. What do you wish to know?" one of the men said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and inquired, "What is your true purpose within this mountain range?" The man, though visibly conflicted, ultimately chose to divulge the truth for the sake of his own life. "We are here under the command of our leader, seeking a soul beast, and we are merely here to assist," he said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded contemplatively, then continued to inquire, "In which direction is your leader's team?" The man promptly replied, "They have headed northwest. Our leader is moving in that direction." "Ah, I see." Lu Zhe responded with a smile. The two men, sensing a shift, became visibly agitated and hastily asked, "So, can you let us go now?" However, unbeknownst to them, an enigmatic smile lingered on Lu Zhe's face as he gazed at the two men and said slowly, "Not so fast. There is one last question. Please, ask it quickly." "We wish to avoid further delay," one of the men replied, growing somewhat impatient. Yet, what the two men could not have anticipated was the shocking question that Lu Zhe posed. "Are you practitioners of the dark soul arts?" Lu Zhe inquired with a grin. At this juncture, the two men finally began to harbor doubts, but alas, it was too late. As Lu Zhe observed that the two men remained silent, he smiled once more and inquired, "For the last time, are you truly not soul masters?" One of the men stammered, unable to utter a coherent response. Meanwhile, his companion vehemently shouted, "We are not soul masters. We are merely passing by." However, upon hearing this declaration, rather than releasing the two men, Lu Zhe's smile broadened. "I beg your pardon, but the soul power within you has betrayed you," Lu Zhe remarked with a devilish grin. "Hey, did you not promise to let us go? How can you be so fickle?" The man felt a surge of frustration, yet he found himself unable to escape the oppressive weight of gravity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's face broke into a faint smile, and he slowly remarked, 100% is composed of 99% and 1%. And you two happen to represent that 1%. As his words faded, he turned and walked away into the distance. The moment he departed, the bodies of the two men erupted in a violent explosion. Boom. The sound of the explosion momentarily captured the attention of a group of soul masters in the distance. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Their mission remained unfulfilled. "Ah, I wonder where they might be now," Lu Zhe mused with a smile. Soon, he discerned the trail of that group, albeit it was merely a fleeting trace, affirming that he had not strayed from his path. In the distance, a group of soul masters was pursuing a fleeting white figure. "Capture that fellow. He is precisely what the boss seeks. Whoever seizes him will be rewarded with a soul bone," bellowed one of the pursuers. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more exhilarated, fervently launching attacks towards the fleeing white silhouette. Despite every strike landing, the white figure remained undeterred, continuing its desperate escape until Lu Zhe made his appearance. "It seems the pursuit truly concerns these two humanoid soul beasts," Lu Zhe observed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he watched the fleeing white figure. That fleeting figure was none other than Subai, desperately clutching his daughter Suya as they evaded the onslaught of soul masters. At this point, one might question why Subai, a 100,000-year soul beast, would fear these soul masters who lacked even the rank of soul Douluo. The answer was simple: the fog demon, as a soul beast, was not adept in offensive capabilities and seldom engaged in combat. Nonetheless, among the soul masters pursuing Subai, even if none were at the soul Douluo level, a few possessed the rank of soul saint. Bang! At that moment, Subai was severely wounded by a combined attack from two soul saints. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared at the humans before him, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm me?" Subai demanded vehemently. Yet, the soul masters paid him no heed, retrieving a specially crafted cage from their soul guidance devices. "Be compliant and enter voluntarily," one soul saint replied coolly. However, Subai would not yield to these thugs. In an instant, he unleashed his soul power, enveloping the surroundings in a dense white mist. As the Soul Masters regained their composure, they discovered that Subai had vanished within the fog. "Stay alert. The Soul Beast has disappeared," a Soul Saint warned gravely. No sooner had he spoken than calamity struck. Whoosh! In a heartbeat, a Soul Master was impaled by a white spike protruding from the mist. Yet that was merely the beginning soon. The Soul Masters began to fall one by one within the fog, even the attentive Soul Saints now on high alert. "You will pay dearly for this," echoed Subai's frigid voice from within the mist, followed by a barrage of attacks directed at one of the Soul Saints. The Soul Saint, reacting swiftly, attempted to defend himself. Whoosh! However, he could not escape unscathed. While he avoided a fatal injury, several wounds marred his body. Finally unable to contain himself, the Soul Saint ignited his seventh ring. Martial Soul Manifestation. He roared, summoning an enormous figure that emerged from the white mist. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a colossal black bear. Martial Soul Manifestation? How intriguing, Luze remarked with a faint smile from a distance, observing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Subai found himself deep in contemplation within the mist, realizing that his only option was to flee. However, just as he prepared to escape, a barrier abruptly obstructed his path. "This barrier was set up from the outset to prevent your escape," another Soul Saint chuckled, stepping forward. Seeing this, Subai fell into silence, realizing that his retreat had been severed. Was he left with no choice but to fight? Buzz! Just as Subai felt the weight of despair, an invisible force of gravity suddenly immobilized the Soul Saints. "Long time no see, Mr. Subai." Chapter 28. First Form. "Long time no see, Mr. Subai." A familiar voice echoed in Subai's ears, and upon recognizing the figure before him, he exhaled in relief. Luze approached slowly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reached Subai and Suya. Upon seeing Luze, Subai, although puzzled by his presence, felt immense gratitude for his timely arrival. "Thank you for your help," Subai said softly. Luze, wearing a gentle smile, waved at Suya. "Hello there. It's wonderful to see you again." Upon recognizing Luze, Suya's little face lit up with joy, and she quickly ran to him. "Big brother, how come you are here?" Suya asked with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Luze did not offer an extensive reply. Instead, he smiled and said, "I merely happened to pass by. Would you mind staying with your father for a while? I have a few trivial matters to attend to." Suya, not one to be easily deceived, understood Luze's intentions and gradually returned to Subai's side, casting a sidelong glance at Luze's retreating figure. At that moment, Luze had turned around to regard the few Soul Saints he had just encountered, yet he exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, he wore a faint smile. The Black Bear Soul Saint, pressed to the ground by the force of gravity, bellowed without discernment, "Who on earth are you? Do you have any idea that you are provoking us, the Evil Soul Masters?" "Evil Soul Masters?" Luze responded with a hint of surprise. Seeing Luze's astonished expression, the Black Bear Soul Saint mistakenly assumed he was intimidated by their notoriety, becoming even more arrogant. "Kid, since you are aware of the terror that the Evil Soul Masters invoke, you should obediently release us," the Black Bear Soul Saint shouted defiantly. However, unbeknownst to him, in the next moment, Luze placed his foot directly upon the head of the Black Bear Soul Saint, chuckling as he remarked, "You Evil Soul Masters certainly have a grandiose sense of self-importance. Yet, have you misjudged the current situation?" As Luze's laughter faded, his expression turned icy as he gazed down at the Black Bear Soul Saint with disdain, stating, "Your lives are now at my discretion. If you are wise, I may yet spare you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Black Bear Soul Saint felt the weight of gravity intensify upon him, leading him to believe his very insides would burst. Coughing, the Black Bear Soul Saint could no longer bear the pressure and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The other Soul Saints behind him fared even worse, as they, not having entered their martial soul forms, endured the same crushing gravity as the Black Bear Soul Saint. If even he was in excruciating pain, one could only imagine the plight of the others, with several reduced to mere puddles of flesh. "What do you truly desire?" The Black Bear Soul Saint finally grasped the extent of Luze's terror and, trembling, inquired. Upon hearing this, Luze could not help but chuckle. He then settled himself upon the back of the Black Bear Spirit Saint and inquired with a measured tone, "Where is your leader? Alternatively, could you reveal the location of your stronghold nestled within these mountains?" The Black Bear Spirit Saint hesitated at this query. To divulge such information would undoubtedly invite the wrath of the Spirit Church, leading to his demise even if he were to escape this encounter. The contemplation left him in a state of turmoil, yet Luze was not fond of such indecisiveness. In an instant, A violent force crushed the black bear spirit saint's right hand, erupting it in a spray of crimson. A cry of agony escaped him as he succumbed to the searing pain. "You have 2 more chances," Lu Zhe remarked, a serene smile gracing his features as he perched atop his back. "Are you truly unwilling to speak?" The black bear spirit saint, momentarily stunned by the gravity of the situation, was not afforded time to gather his thoughts before his feet were similarly crushed into pulp. Overwhelmed by fear, he grit his teeth against the pain and exclaimed, "I will tell you everything. I will reveal all." Lu Zhe, having initially lifted his right hand, smiled faintly upon hearing this confession. He then asked, "Now, where is your leader? And what of your stronghold?" This time, the black bear spirit saint wasted no time pondering the future and replied without hesitation, "Our leader is resting within the stronghold, which is located in a valley at the far western edge of the mountains." "And what else?" Lu Zhe pressed on, without a moment's pause. The black bear spirit saint divulged, "Our leader is a level 90 soul Douluo. He requires the 9th ring, which is why we were sent out to search." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly rose to his feet and subsequently descended from the back of the black bear soul saint. The black bear soul saint, seeing that Lu Zhe had ceased his inquiries, presumed he might be granted his freedom and eagerly inquired, "Am I permitted to leave?" Yet Lu Zhe whispered softly into the ear of the black bear soul saint, "I believe you have lived long enough." Without allowing any response, he unleashed gravitational force, causing the saint's head to burst. As the black bear soul saint perished, the remaining soul saints met a similar fate, their heads crushed by the same gravitational might. After vanquishing these soul saints, Lu Zhe gradually approached Subai and Suya. Fortunately, Subai had just covered Suya's eyes. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been left with a psychological scar. "Thank you," Subai said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and remarked, "It's merely a trivial matter. Are you headed to that stronghold now?" Suddenly, Subai recalled something. "Indeed, what is the matter?" Lu Zhe responded with a hint of confusion. However, Subai promptly asserted, "Take me with you. I can assist you in dealing with those lackeys." Yet, his goodwill was swiftly declined by Lu Zhe, who waved his hand and said, "No. Your presence would only complicate matters. It would be far better for you to spend time with that girl." Subai, momentarily at a loss for words, soon reflected on Lu Zhe's words and realized their validity. He would be of little help and might even hinder Lu Zhe. While he pondered this, Sia tugged at his clothing and remarked, "Daddy, what are you daydreaming about? The big brother has already left." At her words, Subai was taken aback and quickly scanned his surroundings, yet he could not spot Lu Zhe anywhere. What on earth is happening? A wave of unease washed over him as he thought this. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had already positioned himself atop a large tree, nearly 500 meters away from Subai. "It seems this tactic proves quite effective," Lu Zhe mused with a smile. However, he had undergone a slight transformation. His right eye was inscribed with intricate runes, each one swirling within like a multitude of stars. Furthermore, the golden inscriptions on his right hand had become markedly pronounced, extending up to his neck. Observing the west with a gentle smile, Lu Zhe murmured, "Please do not underestimate my appearance." Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, only to reappear above the western stronghold moments later. Concurrently, Elder Xian sensed Lu Zhe's aura and abruptly looked up, discovering Lu Zhe hovering in midair, gazing down at the structures below. "That lad certainly has hidden cards," Elder Xian whispered, having sensed it long ago. At that moment, Lu Zhe also noticed Elder Xian and, in a blink, appeared before him. Startled by Lu Zhe's sudden appearance, Elder Xian exclaimed, "Just how many hidden cards do you possess? I never expected even I would fail to perceive your aura." However, upon seeing Lu Zhe's current appearance, Elder Xian quickly grasped the situation and chuckled casually. "This stronghold of the evil spirit master is entrusted to you. Is that acceptable?" Elder Xian said slowly. His intention was not merely to test Lu Zhe, but also to ascertain the true strength of Lu Zhe in this form. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely offering a faint smile before turning his gaze towards the lair of the sinister soul master before him. He raised his right hand, as if gathering something intangible. Xian Lao, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Youngster, what are you attempting to do?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe did not conceal anything. Instead, he responded with a smile, saying, "It is merely a simple manipulation of gravitational pressure." However, it did not take long for Elder Xian to sense something amiss. He observed a dark spot manifesting on Lu Zhe's right hand, which rapidly expanded until a terrifying aura emanated from within it. Only then did Elder Xian comprehend the dreadfulness of this black point. Before Elder Xian could react, Liu Ze hurled the dark spot directly into the lair of the evil soul masters. The moment it struck the ground, a colossal explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity. As a blinding light flashed, Elder Xian opened his eyes, only to be astounded by the scene before him. The once formidable base of the evil soul masters was instantly reduced to ruins, and even the towering mountains adjacent to the stronghold were flattened to the ground. Furthermore, the location where the base had stood was left with a vast crater, as if it had been struck by a meteorite. Staring at the unfolding scene, Elder Xian was rendered speechless in shock. However, regaining his composure, he approached Liu Ze to inquire, "What on earth was that technique you just employed?" Elder Xian asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze calmly remarked, "It merely compresses gravity into a singularity. This is my first attempt, and I am somewhat unpracticed." At this, Elder Xian immediately lost his temper. That strike was entirely comparable to his own most strenuous effort. It is worth noting that this was merely unleashed by a Soul King. Contemplating this, Elder Xian could not help but feel a sense of dread, pondering that if such a technique were to be employed within Shrek Academy, it could very well level the entire institution. After a moment of reflection, Elder Xian solemnly stated, "Listen well, young man, you must never use this technique within Shrek Academy. Do you understand?" Liu Ze was not foolish. He understood this principle well. He merely wished to test the extent of his strength after employing a portion of the inscriptions. From that moment on, Elder Xian began to closely supervise Liu Ze, who, in turn, grasped the formidable power of the golden inscriptions. Even with just a few inscriptions, Liu Ze had become remarkably powerful. One could only imagine the devastation if his entire body were enveloped in golden inscriptions, akin to the moment he first emerged from his cocoon. Contemplating this, Liu Ze smiled faintly, inwardly murmuring, "Perhaps it is best to avoid playing with fire in the future." Thus, the mission in the northern mountain range was accomplished, and Elder Xian once again led Liu Ze towards another destination. Chapter 29. Summer flames. Following their expedition in the northern mountain range, Liu Ze and Elder Xian finally arrived at a more civilized locale. They temporarily settled in a town near the borders of the Sun and Moon Empire. Inside an inn, Elder Xian stood before a table, his expression grave, while Liu Ze displayed a palpable tension beside him. "Are you ready? It is about to commence." Elder Xian spoke at that moment. "I'm prepared. Let it begin." Liu Ze replied with utmost seriousness. "Very well, I shall indeed commence." "Then go ahead. I truly am beginning now." Liu Ze gazed at the elderly man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, perhaps sensing the futility of the performance, he seized a wooden box from the old man's hands and, without a second thought, hurled it to the ground. "If we are to proceed, let us do so without unnecessary delay," Liu Ze remarked with evident irritation. Upon hearing this, the old man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled, saying, I was merely testing your endurance, young one. Do you not understand?" Liu Ze gazed at the elderly man before him, who wore a silly grin, and for a moment, he began to doubt whether he had mistaken his identity. Upon noticing Liu Ze's patronizing expression, Elder Xian immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "You understand now, don't you? I am returning to the academy, so this task falls solely upon your shoulders," Elder Xian stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly acclimated to the situation. "What is the task?" he inquired calmly. Elder Xian gestured towards the tattered wooden box on the ground and slowly replied, "The task lies within that box. Take a look for yourself. I shall take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Liu Ze shifted his gaze to the wooden box, and without hesitation, took it into his hands. He then turned to engage with Elder Xian, only to discover, upon looking back, that Elder Xian had already departed. In that instant, the room was left with only Liu Ze and the wooden box he held. After a brief moment, Liu Ze gently opened the box to examine the contents within. "Am I to investigate the recent spate of 6-year-old children going missing in this town?" Liu Ze felt a profound sense of incredulity. Consequently, he organized his belongings and stepped outside the inn. Once on the streets of the town, Liu Ze adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he walked along the thoroughfare, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with passers-by. Before long, he paused in front of a small breakfast shop. He noticed a child seemingly pilfering something before darting into a narrow alley. However, this was not the reason that had compelled Liu Ze to halt. Rather, it was the shopkeeper's apparent indifference to the incident that piqued his curiosity. Approaching the proprietor with a smile, Liu Ze inquired, "What is the story with that child?" The shopkeeper, taken aback by Liu Ze's question, momentarily struggled to find words, but eventually relented and shared the tale. "That child is an orphan. I pity him, so I chose not to make things difficult for him," turning a blind eye. The shopkeeper explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and handed a gold soul coin to the shopkeeper as a fee for information. Before the shopkeeper could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe had vanished from his sight. At that moment, Lu Zhe found himself in the narrow alley where the child had previously entered. Instead of hastily searching for the child, he strolled leisurely down the alley. He walked for quite some time, yet there was no sign of the child. However, Lu Zhe remained undeterred, his demeanor cheerful and lighthearted. After an indeterminate duration, he finally paused and, with a smile directed at the air, remarked, "I've been wandering for so long. Do you not intend to show yourself?" From the very beginning, Lu Zhe had harbored doubts about this alley. Initially, it seemed fine, but he soon realized that it appeared endless, leading him to suspect its true nature. Just as his words faded, a deep, hoarse voice resonated from within the alley, inquiring, "Who are you, and why have you come here?" Yet, Lu Zhe paid no heed to the inquiry, responding with a smile, "Will you come out on your own, or shall I summon you?" With that, he unleashed a formidable force, causing the surroundings to exhibit signs of spatial fragmentation. Crack! In a brief moment, the space around him shattered completely, and Lu Zhe found himself standing in a normal alley once more. Before his eyes lay the alley's end, along with a narrow door. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe pushed open the door and entered the room. Upon stepping inside, he beheld the creator of the space. "You are indeed the master of this realm, are you not?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. The individual who responded was an octogenarian reclining in a chair. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's question, the elderly man smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, I am that old man. But may I ask why this young brother has come to visit me?" Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Zhe wasted no time and directly inquired, "I have but one question. Have you seen a child?" The expression of the octogenarian shifted ever so slightly upon hearing these words, a subtle change that stood out remarkably to Lu Zhe. The old man replied slowly, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Moreover, I have lived here alone for quite some time and have not seen any child." However, Lu Zhe, who had sensed something amiss long before, felt his countenance darken gradually. "Old man, I am not jesting. That child is of great significance to me," Lu Zhe stated coldly. Yet the elderly man maintained his stance, insisting he had spoken the truth. This response caused Lu Zhe's patience to wane. The surrounding gravity multiplied to 30 times its normal strength, leaving the old man astonished by the sudden pressure. "This is your final opportunity," Lu Zhe said with icy determination. In that moment, the old man realized the extent of Lu Zhe's formidable power. The suffocating weight alone was overwhelming, let alone any other abilities. "You truly would not harm that child?" The elderly man seemed unable to relinquish a certain concern. Upon realizing his misstep, Lu Zhe promptly retracted the gravity's 30-fold intensity and inquired, "To be candid, I am here to investigate the disappearance of the children." Having come this far, the octogenarian lowered his guard and slowly responded, "The elder has concealed that child within my realm. He is quite safe there. In that case, shall we converse?" Lu Zhe casually procured a chair and seated himself before the elder. "What is your name?" he asked with a smile. The elder chuckled softly at first, then, with a tone laden with age, replied, "I am called Xia Yin. You may refer to me as Elder Xia." "Ah, it is you, venerable one. Regrettably, I am not acquainted," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. Taken aback, Xia Yin momentarily struggled to respond before waving his hand and asking, "Why do you wish to meet that child?" "It is nothing significant. I merely seek to glean some information from him," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. However, Xia Yin, with an expression of indifference, responded, "I fear you shall be disappointed. I too have been monitoring that situation, and the child possesses no pertinent information. You may depart." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe understood and subsequently turned to walk outside. "I shall take my leave now, dear sir," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile as he turned. Without a backward glance, he pushed open the door. However, upon stepping out of the room, an inexplicable event transpired. As Lu Zhe stepped out of the door, he immediately misstepped and plummeted downwards. A mirage. Chapter 30. The Butcher. A mirage. Upon discerning the current situation, Lu Zhe stood suspended in midair. He then coldly inquired, "Why do you all relish such theatrics?" Yet, no response emerged from the surroundings. Observing this, Lu Zhe's gaze turned even more frigid as he raised his right hand and gave a gentle wave. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the surrounding space was instantaneously fractured. "Are you not planning to reveal yourselves?" Lu Zhe stated icily after shattering the illusion. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from within the alley, but Lu Zhe paid it no heed. Instead, his eyes grew even colder. Soon, A shadow materialized not far from Lu Zei's position. Indeed, you are no ordinary soul master. I did not expect you to penetrate my illusion, the shadow cackled. The true appearance of the shadow revealed a scarred man with a fiercely menacing gaze. However, in the next instant, Lu Zei suddenly pressed the scarred man's head forcefully into the ground. Are you not aware that villains perish from excessive chatter? Lu Zei remarked coldly. The scarred man's previously smug grin morphed into one of shock, yet he quickly resumed his sinister smile. You talk too much. Crack. Before the scarred man could finish his sentence, his legs were crushed under immense gravity. Who sent you? Speak. Lu Zei demanded frostily. In that moment, the scarred man comprehended the terror embodied by the youth before him, yet he still believed he could never be bested by a mere child. I shall never divulge that. Even in death. Ha. The scarred man laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this, Lu Zei was immediately struck by a sense of tedium, and without hesitation, he obliterated the dog's head. Rising slowly, he wiped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the headless corpse on the ground as if it were mere refuse. Such incessant drivel, Lu Zei remarked coldly, before continuing his stride towards the mouth of the alley. In a brief span, he emerged onto the street, only to be met with an unsettling sight. The ordinary people on the street moved sluggishly, akin to soulless automatons. Just as Lu Zei found himself engulfed in suspicion, those ordinary individuals suddenly took notice of him and, devoid of any fear, surged towards him. Lu Zei took note of these ordinary individuals, opting not to take action but instead ascended to the rooftop, gazing down upon them. Were they hypnotized? Lu Zei questioned softly. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, another presence emerged behind him. Buzz. The instant he sensed someone approaching from behind, Lu Zei did not hesitate for a moment and immediately unleashed a gravity field 50 times stronger. Thud. Lu Zei turned around and saw a man dressed in the same attire as the scarred man he had just crushed. Instantly, he grasped the probable reason behind it. The man, utterly unprepared, bore the weight of Lu Zei's 50-fold gravity, resulting in the immediate rupture of his internal organs, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. Who are you? Lu Zei inquired once more, his tone icy. Yet, the man maintained a bizarre smile akin to that of the previous scarred individual and soon could no longer withstand the gravity, ultimately exploding on the spot. Lu Zei gazed at the pool of blood at his feet, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Ah, a suicide squad, is it? He remarked with a cold smirk. He then shifted his attention to the surroundings, sneering, no matter how many of you there are, I shall slay them all. I refuse to believe there isn't a single coward among you. He commenced his search throughout the town, but after a prolonged effort, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his initial assumptions. Instead of encountering the daring squad, he found an increasing number of ordinary residents who, much like relentless zombies, pursued him without respite. Growing weary of the throng of common folk behind him, Lu Zei waved his right hand, and the gravitational field promptly pinned him to the ground. With the ordinary residents subdued, he resumed his quest for the gang led by the scarred man. Mice are indeed adept at hiding, Lu Zei sneered. Gradually, he came to a halt, and golden inscriptions began to spread across his body. Before long, these luminous symbols reached his neck, and without uttering a word, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the town. Lu Zei gazed down at the town beneath him. His right eye, inscribed with runes, began to scan the surroundings. Before long, a smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, I found the rat. In an instant, Lu Zei vanished from the air above the town, while the shadowy figures in black cloaks hiding below remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Soon, he appeared behind the first cloaked figure. Brother, what are you waiting for? Lu Zei remarked, patting the man on the shoulder. The cloaked figure had yet to realize that the very person he was meant to ambush stood behind him. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was far too late. As he turned, Lu Zei seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Tell me who sent you, and I shall spare you, Lu Zei said coldly. The cloaked man began to struggle, gasping for breath, but his efforts were in vain. Speak, Lu Zei said, growing impatient. Yet, like the two before him, the black-cloaked figure wore a strange smile and trembled as he replied, The master is not someone a mere mortal like you can comprehend. Bang. The cloaked figure's body erupted violently, while Lu Zei remained expressionless, rooted to the spot. In the next moment, the mindless, ordinary townsfolk reappeared around him, encircling him. However, Lu Zei's demeanor had shifted. He was growing weary of these nuisances. A hum resonated through the air as the gravitational force intensified exponentially, overwhelming the ordinary residents who could not withstand the pressure. reducing them to a gruesome mass. Blood flowed freely through the streets, turning the scene into a veritable hell on earth. While Luze stood at the center, his gaze frigid, devoid of any compassion. He then looked to the sky and said icily, "I hope it is not you meddling behind the scenes. If so, I would not hesitate to slay a few gods for sport." With that, Luze strode toward the alleyway he had previously passed, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, as countless ordinary residents were crushed beneath his feet. This gruesome spectacle was witnessed by the cloaked figures lurking in the shadows. But as they prepared to strike, they were swiftly dispatched by two long swords. When Luze reappeared outside the door of the alley, nearly all the life in the town had been slaughtered. Upon opening the door, his fury reached its zenith. The room lay in disarray, littered with corpses and blood. And there, slumped on the ground, was Elder Xia, covered in wounds. Upon witnessing this scene, Luze approached the Elder Xia without hesitation, gently assisting him to his feet and inquiring, "Elder Xia, what transpired here?" As he heard Luze's voice, the weary elder slowly opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at him before offering a faint smile. "It is nothing, merely a few petty thieves intruded, but I have already dealt with them," Elder Xia replied softly. However, Luze could sense the elder's waning vitality and responded, "Elder Xia, please refrain from moving. I shall devise a way to save you." With that, he prepared to harness the power of the golden inscriptions. Yet, Elder Xia, perceiving the nature of this power, made a decisive choice. "Cease, young man. I have long been meant to depart from this world, merely lingering here," Elder Xia murmured. Unperturbed, Luze continued to unleash the force of the golden inscriptions. Observing this, Elder Xia hastily pushed Luze away and, trembling, remarked, "Young man, save that strength for those who may truly benefit from it. Even if you were to heal this old body, it would avail you little." "Elder Xia, have you truly made up your mind?" Luze asked, beginning to understand the elder's intent. Upon hearing this, Elder Xia smiled gently and replied, "I have made my decision, but you must promise me one thing." Upon hearing this, Luze ceased to press the matter and gently inquired, "What is it?" "I shall certainly comply." "Well, I hope you can safeguard this child for me," Elder Xia said, as he tenderly emerged from a concealed space, cradling a small child and extending the little one to Luze. Luze gazed at the child in his arms, taken aback by the realization that this was indeed the same child he had encountered before. "Elder Xia, what is the meaning of this?" Luze inquired, confusion evident in his voice. However, Elder Xia had already closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "I found this child. He carries the essence of the divine within him. Perhaps he may assist you in the future." As he spoke, his breath gradually faded away. Upon hearing those words, Luze felt a mixture of astonishment and tranquility, contemplating something as he regarded Elder Xia. After a while, Luze cradled the child and stepped outside. "I shall take good care of this little one." Chapter 31. The Yi family not long after. News of a town at the border of the Sun and Moon Empire being reduced to a desolate wasteland spread rapidly. Many speculated that the sinister Soul Master was behind this calamity, as they believed only such a malevolent force could orchestrate such devastation, thus readily attributing the blame to them. Yet, only the higher-ups of Shrek harbored suspicions that Luze was the culprit, for they perceived his strength to have transcended known realms, unmeasurable by conventional soul power levels. Within the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Mu sat at the center, observing the other elders seated beneath him, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. "Chuanzi, what is your perspective on this matter?" Elder Mu broke the silence. Elder Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, but he eventually spoke, "To be honest, I cannot ascertain the truth, as I was not present and have no knowledge of what transpired with that child, Luze." His expression was grave as he replied. Upon hearing this, the elders expressed their opinions, with the most pressing concern being how to address the situation should it indeed be Luze's doing. Silence enveloped the room once more, while most attributed the blame to the sinister Soul Master. Resolving Luze's involvement remained a formidable challenge. After an indeterminate period of silence, Elder Mu spoke again. "Let us set this matter aside for now. Our most pressing concern is to locate Luze. We shall discuss further upon his return." With these words, the elders acquiesced, acknowledging the necessity of this course of action. Since the incident at the desolate town, Luze's whereabouts had vanished, leaving no trace of his destination or the true nature of the events. Thus, the Sea God Pavilion resolved to send Elder Xian to search for Luze and bring him back for questioning. In the afternoon at the border of the Douluo Empire, a young boy was seen walking hand in hand with a child. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the boy was Luze, and the child beside him was unmistakably the one entrusted to him by Xia Yan. The child possessed exquisite features. With raven-black hair and striking crimson eyes, adorned in a black outfit embellished with golden patterns, exuding an air of nobility. Previously, in the desolate town, the child appeared rather ordinary, but Lu Zhe realized that was not his true visage. His authentic appearance had been concealed by Xia Yan to avoid complications. However, following Xia Yan's demise, the disguise had dissipated, revealing the child as he was now. Xiaoyu, are you hungry? Lu Zhe gently inquired. The child, holding Lu Zhe's left hand, looked up at him and softly replied, I'm hungry. The child was named Xiaoyu, lacking a surname. So Lu Zhe decided to adopt him under the surname Lu, thus calling him Lu Xiaoyu. Observing Xiaoyu's bashful demeanor, Lu Zhe could not help but chuckle, responding, Very well, I shall take you for a delightful meal. Upon arriving at a modest eatery, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu settled in a corner to enjoy their meal. However, as Lu Zhe relished his food, a nearby table engaged in fervent discussion. Have you heard? The Yi family is in serious trouble. The Yi family? That can't be true. I assure you, they seem to have crossed paths with a formidable force. Their animated conversation piqued Lu Zhe's interest. Lu Zhe sat at a nearby table, his appetite lost as he listened intently to their discourse regarding the Yi family. After a while, he felt it was time to leave and, taking Lu Xiaoyu by the hand, he exited the restaurant. Once they reached the street, Lu Xiaoyu noticed the expression on Lu Zhe's face and inquired, Brother, what are you thinking about? Upon hearing her voice, Lu Zhe snapped out of his reverie and replied with a smile, Nothing. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu felt an innate skepticism towards his words. Though she realized there was little she could do, Lu Zhe was unwilling to share his thoughts. Thus, she obediently followed him. Upon arriving at a hotel room, Lu Zhe turned to Lu Xiaoyu with a grin and suggested, Xiaoyu, why don't you stay here patiently until I return? What are you going to do? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly, then rose to prepare to depart. Turning to him, he remarked, I shall step out to attend to a minor matter. You must patiently await my return. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a hint of irritation. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe did not linger any longer. He turned and exited the hotel room. Once on the street, he surveyed his surroundings before inquiring for directions to the so-called Yi family. The Yi family was the central clan of this small town, a family that few dared to provoke, yet they found themselves entangled in a grave predicament. Lu Zhe had come specifically for this reason, as his instincts hinted that this matter might be linked to the sinister soul masters. Lu Zhe stood at the entrance of the Yi residence, gazing calmly at the structure before him. Without uttering a word, he pushed the door open and entered. Who would dare to intrude upon the Yi family uninvited? As Lu Zhe stepped into the Yi residence, he was immediately confronted by a group of men. Dressed in identical attire, it was evident that they were members of the Yi family security team. Lu Zhe stood silently, observing them with an air of indifference. At that moment, a man at the forefront approached him, his expression grave. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon the Yi family? He inquired sternly. In response, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, I have heard that your esteemed family is in some trouble, and I am here to offer my assistance. The man's skepticism was palpable, and he quickly retorted, Where did you hear such nonsense? The Yi family is not facing any issues at all. He then turned away, adding, Considering this is your first offense, you should leave promptly, or else you shall face the consequences. Lu Zhe refrained from taking action and was subsequently escorted out by the guards. Standing once more outside the gates of the Yi family, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of amusement. Thrown out, it seems I must seek an opportunity, he remarked with a smile. He then turned to depart, only to be met by a throng of individuals. Who are you, and why do you linger at my doorstep? A clear and melodious female voice rang out from the crowd. Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards the sound and discovered a girl approximately his age. She was adorned in a vibrant green attire, her skin as pale as snow, and her face was strikingly delicate and charming. Hey, I'm talking to you. The girl exclaimed once more at that moment. Lu Zhe chuckled lightly upon hearing this and replied, I am merely an ordinary person. Simply taking a glance at the Yi family. Really? The young girl, feeling puzzled, approached him to scrutinize him closely. After a moment of examination, she was still unable to discern anything significant, and thus waved her hand dismissively, saying, Since there is nothing of importance, you should leave quickly and not linger at my doorstep. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and then turned to stride towards the distance. Upon joining the crowd nearby, he was soon met with playful banter. I say, young man, are you truly unaware of that young lady? A tall man chuckled as he spoke. Lu Zhe smiled faintly upon hearing this, then explained, I apologize, I am new here and unaware of the circumstances. I see. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Zhe then inquired once more, who exactly is that young lady? Ah, she is the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, you see, and possesses the strength of a soul king, the man replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was instantly intrigued. After bidding farewell to the man, he made his way towards the inn. As night fell and the air grew slightly cool, Lu Zhe lay on the bed in the inn, preparing to rest. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, who was sleeping beside him, softly inquired, Brother, what did you do today? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe turned his head to glance at him, and said with a smile, It's nothing, just go to sleep. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a hint of annoyance, before turning her body to the side. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, merely offering a faint smile before turning his gaze toward the ceiling to resume his contemplation. The Yi family, how intriguing. Chapter 32. Little Rain meets Tian. Having arrived in this small town nearly a week ago, Lu Zhe continued to accompany Lu Xiaoyu as he always did. Yet, there were inevitably moments when troubles would arise, as was the case now. Who on earth are you? A young maiden demanded, obstructing Lu Zhe's path. The girl was none other than Yi, the young lady of the Yi family, whom Lu Zhe had encountered previously. Miss Yi, what brings you here? Lu Zhe inquired with an awkward smile. Instead of retreating, Yi stepped closer, her expression resolute. I must know who you truly are. You've been lingering near my home for some time now. Do you harbor ill intentions? She asserted loudly. Caught off guard by her sudden accusation, Lu Zhe took a moment to collect himself before responding with a gentle smile. Miss Yi, to be perfectly honest, I am merely passing through, he replied, feigning exasperation. Yi, upon observing his demeanor, began to doubt her suspicions and gradually relaxed. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Lu Zhe led Lu Xiaoyu away into the distance. At that moment, Yi remained oblivious to their departure, until a kind-hearted bystander alerted her that Lu Zhe had already left. Otherwise, she might have stood there for quite some time. How audacious to leave without my consent. Just wait until I catch you, Yi muttered in a huff. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, having distanced himself, wore a serene smile as he glanced back in her direction. Brother, who was that sister? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Lu Zhe's response was simple, just a passerby in our lives, destined to part ways eventually. Upon hearing those words, Lu Xiaoyu appeared to ponder something, her expression becoming exceedingly despondent. Observing her demeanor, Lu Zhe immediately surmised the reason behind it. What is the matter? Lu Zhe gently inquired as he crouched down to meet Lu Xiaoyu's gaze. In response to his caring demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu hastily turned her head away, feigning indifference as she retorted, It's nothing. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe smiled and then rose to lead him forward. It appeared that the affairs of the Yi family no longer required my intervention. I should return to Tian, Lu Zhe mused quietly within himself. He then guided Lu Xiaoyu towards the direction of the starry forest. After some time, within the depths of the starry forest, Lu Zhe was walking along a narrow path with Lu Xiaoyu. Brother, where are you taking me? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as it was her first visit to the starry forest. Lu Zhe responded with a gentle smile, saying, I shall introduce you to a few of my friends. Lu Xiaoyu was filled with perplexity, pondering the astonishing notion that you two have friends. The two of them traversed the narrow forest path, making their way toward the heart of the Douluo forest. Along the journey, no soul beasts dared to obstruct their passage, for the aura emanating from Lu Zhe was overwhelmingly formidable, causing any potential threats to shy away. After a considerable while, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu successfully arrived at the core area of the Douluo forest. You have returned, a resonant voice echoed from a distance. Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat perplexed as to the origin of the sound, but she quickly regretted her curiosity. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized before the two of them. Upon discerning the appearance of the visitor, Lu Xiaoyu promptly concealed herself behind Lu Zhe, her complexion paling. The newcomer was none other than the formidable Emperor Tian in his spirit beast form. Upon noticing the diminutive figure behind Lu Zhe, Emperor Tian was immediately engulfed in perplexity. He then inquired slowly, Lu Zhe, who is this little one? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and then gradually remarked, This is my younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. Oh, I can't believe you have a brother, Tian expressed his astonishment. Lu Zhe then glanced at Lu Xiaoyu's pale complexion and turned to Tian, slowly saying, You are still in your transformed state, you frightened Xiaoyu. Haha. Tian awkwardly laughed before shifting into his human form. Peeking from behind Lu Zhe, Lu Xiaoyu cautiously emerged, curiously scrutinizing Tian. Brother, what is he? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, intrigued by Tian's human appearance. He is not just anything, he is Tian, the mightiest among soul beasts, and my friend, Lu Zhe responded gently. Enlightened by this revelation, Lu Xiaoyu gradually stepped out from behind Lu Zhe and fixed his gaze on Tian. The brothers' exchange left Tian with an unsettling feeling, sensing something amiss. Are you implying that I am not something? Tian retorted, now aware of the implication. Yet Lu Zhe simply smiled and replied, could it be that you truly are just something? Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As Lu Zhe observed the situation, a faint smile graced his lips. He then led Lu Xiaoyu to his resting quarters. Once he had settled Lu Xiaoyu, he made his way alone to the side of Emperor Tian. What is the condition of the three-eyed golden line? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's expression instantly turned grave. He did not respond, but instead guided Lu Zhe into the tree hollow. Upon entering the hollow, Lu Zhe beheld the luminous cocoon, which bore no signs of breaking. It appears there is still some time left, Lu Zhe remarked with a subtle smile. Emperor Tian chose to remain silent and quietly withdrew from the tree hollow, leaving Lu Zhe alone. Left to his own devices in the hollow, Lu Zhe gazed at the golden cocoon without making any hasty movements. Instead, he sat cross-legged directly beneath it and entered a state of meditation. The surrounding forces of the rules sensed Lu Zhe and surged toward him with fervor. In his meditative state, Lu Zhe once again found himself within the golden palace. Observing the floating golden inscriptions around him, a smile crept onto his face. How long it had been since their last encounter. The golden inscriptions, akin to children who had long been separated from their parents, rushed towards Lu Zhe with fervent excitement, enveloping him tightly in no time. Encased within the golden inscriptions, Lu Zhe smiled gently and waved his hand, continuing his advance toward the throne. The golden inscriptions dutifully trailed behind him. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in deep contemplation, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity. Lu Zhe gazed at the throne and smiled softly. He then seated himself upon it, closing his eyes to ponder the mysteries it held. In the outside world, a month had passed, and Lu Xiaoyu had undergone significant changes. Initially timid upon her arrival, she had gradually forged bonds with Emperor Tian and the others. However, Emperor Tian found himself at a loss. Ever since he had grown familiar with the little one, he was bombarded daily with her incessant inquiries. She would either ask when her brother would awaken or who was stronger between him and Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian hesitated to answer, for he too was uncertain. It was essential to note that Lu Zhe, adorned with inscriptions, possessed the ability to forcibly sever the connection between the divine realm and the Douluo continent. Furthermore, until now, he had never witnessed Lu Zhe exert his full power. Thus, Lu Zhe's true strength remained an enigma in the eyes of Emperor Tian and his companions. One day, Lu Xiaoyu approached Emperor Tian once more. Uncle Emperor Tian, when will my brother awaken? She queried earnestly. Emperor Tian, caught off guard, found himself at a loss for words. You ask me, but who can say? How would I know when Lu Zhe will awaken? Very soon, he replied dismissively, attempting to placate Lu Xiaoyu. To his surprise, she genuinely believed him, leaving with a naive smile. Emperor Tian watched her retreating figure with a sigh, lamenting. This little one is more challenging to care for than a mythical beast. Yet what could he do? After all, she was Lu Zhe's sister. After his sigh, Emperor Tian reclined on a nearby stone slab to continue his rest. Meanwhile, significant events were unfolding within the tree hollow. Chapter 33. Direction in the core area of the Star Doe Forest. Within the tree hollow, the aura of rules emanating from Lu Zhe grew increasingly profound, directly affecting his surroundings. Before long, Lu Zhe gradually opened his eyes and surveyed his environment, noticing that the golden inscriptions around him had become ever more pronounced, and even the luminous cocoon layer on the golden net began to show faint cracks. It had been quite some time. It was time to return, Lu Zhe murmured softly as he stood up. Meanwhile, Tian and the others sensed Lu Zhe's awakening and instinctively positioned themselves just outside the tree hollow. Lu Xiaoyu gazed eagerly into the hollow of the tree. Had it not been for Tian's restraint, she might have dashed right in. Oh, you are all here. Lu Zhe emerged slowly. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Tian and the others exchanged knowing smiles, while Lu Xiaoyu hurried to his side. Brother, why did it take you so long to awaken? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly, then gently ruffled his hair without responding. Instead, he made his way directly to Tian. Tian, there is a matter that requires your assistance, Lu Zhe said slowly. Tian, taken aback by this unexpected request, realized it was the first time he had ever been asked for help by Lu Zhe in such a long while. With a smile, he replied, Speak your mind. I shall certainly assist you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly, then glanced at Lu Xiaoyu. While Di Tian seemed to grasp the situation as well. Rest assured, we shall take good care of your brother, Di Tian said slowly. That is reassuring. Lu Zhe responded with a smile. Their exchange was overheard by Lu Xiaoyu, who, being astute, quickly comprehended Lu Zhe's implication. He then grasped Lu Zhe's hand urgently, asking, Brother, are you planning to leave me behind? Lu Zhe did not respond immediately, and upon seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of injustice. She pressed on, asking, You will stay by my side, right? Observing Lu Xiaoyu's pitiful demeanor, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of reluctance but ultimately provided his answer. Little you. You must understand that the world outside is perilous. I cannot always be there to protect you. At times, you will need to confront challenges on your own. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Upon receiving a clear answer, Lu Xiaoyu's spirits sank. She recognized that the situation stemmed from her own circumstances and slowly released her grip. Lu Zhe smiled faintly after he released his grip, then gently ruffled the little one's hair. How about this? When you become strong enough, I'll take you along with me. Lu Zhe said with a light smile. Although Lu Xiaoyu was quite reluctant, he nonetheless answered him honestly. However, Di Tian perceived an anomaly. While others might assume that Lu Zhe was merely comforting his younger brother, Di Tian understood that when Lu Zhe ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, a portion of the power of the rules had already been infused into the little one's body. It was evident that Lu Zhe was considering his brother's well-being. It is important to note that Lu Xiaoyu was just over 5 years old, and in a few months, he would awaken his martial soul. With Lu Zhe's power of the rules as a foundation, it was certain that the little one's martial soul would possess the power of the rules. After soothing Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe called Di Tian aside for a private conversation. Di Tian felt quite perplexed at being summoned alone, wondering if Lu Zhe required something of him, but he quickly dismissed that thought. On a tranquil mountaintop, Lu Zhe and Di Tian stood side by side, gazing into the distance. They maintained a long silence, which was ultimately broken by Lu Zhe. He slowly began, Di Tian, do you long for someone to awaken? Di Tian was taken aback by the question, but he soon regained his composure and replied, Yes, I wish for my master to awaken. She has fallen into slumber due to severe injuries. I see, Lu Zhe responded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Di Tian realized something and turned to urgently inquire of Lu Zhe, Lu Zhe, do you possess a method to awaken my master? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly, then turned to him and said, Yes, but it comes at a cost. As long as it can awaken the master, I can bear any price. Di Tian exclaimed with excitement. However, at this moment, Lu Zhe's expression gradually shifted. Sensing the change in Lu Zhe's demeanor, Di Tian felt a twinge of unease. Have you truly considered this? Lu Zhe coldly inquired. Although Di Tian harbored some reservations, he ultimately acquiesced, slowly articulating, I am prepared to endure anything, as long as it brings the master back. Yet, at that moment, a subtle smile crept onto Lu Zhe's lips as he gazed at Di Tian and remarked, Do not overthink it. The cost will not be borne by you, but by your so-called master. Di Tian was rendered speechless, his expression akin to one who had ingested something foul. Observing Di Tian's reaction, Lu Zhe chuckled softly, Rest assured. The cost will not be something detrimental, but rather beneficial. Di Tian, perplexed once more, pondered the implications of Lu Zhe's words, questioning how a price could ever be advantageous. At this juncture, Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards the horizon and slowly stated, At this moment, the world's rules require rectification, and once the rules are amended, someone must oversee them. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Di Tian experienced a moment of clarity, suddenly comprehending Lu Zhe's intent. However, after careful contemplation, he began to form a hypothesis. He then spoke cautiously, The one who will govern the world's rules is your elder brother, isn't he? And my master will merely assist him, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then turned to Di Tian and spoke slowly, You are quite astute. However, Di Tian, still plagued by confusion, inquired, Then why do you not manage the rules of this world yourself? There are certain matters best left unasked. Lu Zhe replied with a chuckle. After hearing this, Di Tian became more subdued. Before long, Di Tian asked again, When will you allow the master to awaken? Once the three-eyed golden lion emerges from its cocoon, your master will naturally awaken, Lu Zhe responded gradually. Di Tian felt astonished, pondering whether all of this was indeed related to the auspicious beast. Nevertheless, with Lu Zhe's assertion, he felt compelled to place his trust in those words. Are you about to depart from here as well? Di Tian inquired softly. Lu Zhe did not provide a verbal response. Instead, He conveyed his intentions through action. He turned and walked away from the starry forest without looking back. However, after taking a few steps, he paused and, with his back to Tian, said, "Please take care of Xiaoyu. Once the martial soul awakens, ensure he trains diligently." Tian, upon hearing this, responded slowly, "Understood." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe once again set forth, striding toward the distance. Tian was unaware of when Lu Zhe would return this time. Yet he firmly believed that as long as he followed Lu Zhe, the soul beasts would have a chance for redemption. After leaving the starry forest, Lu Zhe walked directly in a singular direction, his destination being the Shrek Academy. Following his recent meditation, he had firmly established his purpose, to grow ever stronger until he could rectify the rules of this world. Furthermore, he harbored a premonition that his journey would not be confined to this world alone. Once he had amended its rules, he would undoubtedly venture forth into another realm. This inclination stemmed from his newfound understanding of the mysteries that lay upon that throne. Each world possesses its own set of rules, and within every set, flaws reside that demand correction, and he was destined to be the one to amend these rules. The discussions he had previously shared with Emperor Tian were, in fact, his plans for departing this world. Having rectified the rules of this realm, it was only fitting that someone should oversee its governance. And the most suitable candidate for this task was undoubtedly Lu Xiaoyu. "I shall indeed amend the rules of this world," Lu Zhe mused with a faint smile as he journeyed onward. Chapter 34. A Fated Affection Outside Shrek City. A silver-haired youth arrived at this familiar place. "It has been quite some time since I last returned. I wonder what delightful happenings await within the academy," the boy mused with a smile. This silver-haired youth was none other than Lu Zhe, who had finally returned after several days of travel. In truth, he could have reached Shrek City much earlier. But he had been consistently distracted by various novelties along the way, resulting in his delayed arrival. After standing still for a brief moment, Lu Zhe set forth towards the location of Shrek Academy. The instant he arrived at the entrance of the academy, Elder Mu within the Sea God Pavilion sensed his presence. "He has returned," Elder Mu murmured. Elder Xian, initially bewildered, soon perceived Lu Zhe's aura as well. With a smile, he approached Elder Mu and said, "Elder Mu, I shall bring that lad to you at once." Before Elder Mu could respond, Elder Xian vanished from the Sea God Pavilion. When he reappeared, it was at the gates of Shrek Academy. As Lu Zhe approached the entrance, he immediately spotted Elder Xian and walked over with a gentle smile. "You actually remembered to come back. I thought you had perished," Elder Xian remarked with a chuckle. Lu Zhe, feeling a bit embarrassed as he stood before him, smiled awkwardly and replied, "How could that be? I just didn't expect Elder Xian to personally come out to greet me. I am truly touched." As Lu Zhe walked towards Shrek Academy, he seemed eager to distance himself from Elder Xian. However, how could Elder Xian allow him to depart in his presence? With a firm hand, he placed it upon Lu Zhe's shoulder. "Hold your horses, young lad. Let us first pay a visit to Elder Mu," Elder Xian remarked with a smile. In that moment, Lu Zhe found himself with no choice but to accompany Elder Xian to meet Elder Mu. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Xian took Lu Zhe and soared towards the Sea God Pavilion. Before long, the two reappeared before Elder Mu and several esteemed elders. Elder Xian, demonstrating his awareness, positioned himself beside Elder Mu. Lu Zhe faced the crowd, including Elder Mu, with an expression devoid of any trepidation. Instead, he appeared remarkably at ease. "Lu Zhe, we have summoned you here for a singular purpose," Elder Mu began, slowly shattering the tranquility that enveloped them. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled gently and remarked, "I am uncertain what matter necessitates my explanation." In response, Mu Lao offered a faint smile and subsequently gestured for Xian Lao to speak. Heeding the signal, Xian Lao stepped forward and slowly began, "Lu Zhe, please speak candidly with us. Is it true that the town's transformation into a ghost town is due to your actions?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected himself and replied with a smile, "It is I." The elders, including Old Mu, were taken aback. For it was known that the city harbored nearly 1,000 souls, all of whom had met their demise at Lu Zhe's hands. The implications were indeed profound. However, Old Mu swiftly regained his composure and inquired with measured calm, "Lu Zhe, I am certain you are not the sort to indiscriminately spill innocent blood. Could you elucidate the reasons behind this?" In response to this, Lu Zhe effortlessly articulated his rationale. The explanation was straightforward. The individuals had long been subjugated, stripped of their souls, and reduced to mere puppets. Their continued existence would only serve to prolong their suffering, Lu Zhe remarked with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this clarification, Old Mu and the others finally exhaled in relief. I knew you were not that kind of person, Old Mu said with a gentle smile, before continuing, in that case. Let us return to the inner courtyard. This matter shall rest here. After receiving the release from Elder Mu, Luze departed without a backward glance. However, the remaining Elder Mu and his companions displayed solemn expressions, and the room was soon enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Xuanzi, investigate the true mastermind behind the dead city. Elder Mu was the first to break the oppressive silence. Xin Lao, receiving the directive, accepted without hesitation, for the matter at hand was far from straightforward. The individual capable of controlling an entire city was undoubtedly no ordinary foe, perhaps even more formidable than the organization of the evil soul masters. If left unexamined, it could jeopardize the safety of the entire continent. Thus, under Elder Mu's command, Xin Lao set forth to investigate the so-called mastermind of the dead city, while Luze returned once more to Shrek Academy. In the inner courtyard, news of Luze's return quickly reached Dai Yaoheng and the others. In a tranquil corner of Shrek's inner courtyard, Luze lay on a long bench, resting his eyes. However, this serenity was soon disrupted as two young men approached him. Their gazes fixed intently upon him. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Luze slowly opened his eyes and addressed the two before him. Indeed. These two are none other than Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. After such a long absence, can't we skip class to come see you? Yin Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luze regarded him with keen interest, then gradually rose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quipped, What? Is your skin itching again? Yin Yun immediately felt a surge of embarrassment, retorting indignantly, What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Are you questioning my status as a level 55 support Soul King? Indeed. Are you really capable of taking me down solo? Luze chuckled in response. With that remark, Yin Yun fell silent. He was no fool, and he understood that he could not be the only one to have progressed during this time. Moreover, Luze's innate talent far surpassed his own, and his combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. Noting Yin Yun's silence, Luze shifted his gaze to Dai Yaoheng. It's been a while, Luze said softly. Dai Yaoheng smiled faintly in response, then looked at him and remarked, I wonder how much you've improved during our time apart. Ah, as soon as you see me, you ask such questions. Has our bond grown cold? Luze feigned a pitiful expression, but Dai Yaoheng was not swayed by such theatrics. He firmly stated, Enough of that. Show me your progress. Upon hearing this, Luze ceased his lamentations and, with a slow smile, remarked, I haven't made much progress. I barely squeezed into the realm of the Soul Emperor. Though Luze's words seemed ordinary, they appeared remarkably distinguished to those around him. You have reached the Soul Emperor level? Dai Yaoheng replied, as if already aware. Indeed. Luze affirmed, revealing his 6 soul rings. As usual, the first 4 rings remained unchanged, yet the last 2 had taken on an even more peculiar appearance. Upon witnessing Luze's soul rings, Dai Yaoheng lost his composure, for he had never encountered rings like Luze's last 2 elsewhere. Moments later, Dai Yaoheng regained his focus and, with fierce determination, challenged, Dare to engage in a soul duel with me? Is it possible to refrain from fighting? Luze felt quite vexed at this proposition. However, Dai Yaoheng showed no signs of backing down, becoming increasingly competitive. At that moment, Yin Yin chimed in, No way. This time, the captain and I will definitely teach you a lesson. The 3 found themselves in a stalemate. Step aside. Today, I shall make Luze aware of my prowess. A clear female voice rang out from a distance. Before Dai Yaoheng and the others could react, a surge of flames swiftly engulfed Luze. After Luze was completely consumed by the flames, the assailant appeared before Dai Yaoheng and the others. Ma Xiaotao, what are you doing? Dai Yaoheng shouted at Ma Xiaotao, who had ambushed Luze. Yet, Ma Xiaotao paid no heed to him and dove straight toward the engulfed Luze. Sensing the impending danger, Dai Yaoheng rushed towards Ma Xiaotao, but ultimately arrived a moment too late. As Ma Xiaotao approached the flames, a hand emerged from the inferno, seizing her head and forcefully pushing her to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth fractured beneath them, leaving Ma Xiaotao pinned and immobile. After all this time, are you still this weak? As the flames gradually dissipated, Luze emerged unscathed. Enraged, Ma Xiaotao unleashed a surge of soul power. Oh, it seems you have made a bit of progress, Luze remarked with a chuckle, sensing her power. However, no matter how fiercely Ma Xiaotao erupted with her soul energy, she could not break free from Luze's grasp. In a moment of furious embarrassment, Ma Xiaotao found herself at a loss. What is wrong with you? Luze asked earnestly. Ma Xiaotao, now more infuriated than ever, uttered a shocking statement. Don't take advantage of me too much. Dare you let me up? Her tone resembled that of a petulant child, leaving Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun utterly stunned. Yin Yun stammered in disbelief at her words. Not even Dai Yaoheng had witnessed Ma Xiaotao speak in such a manner. However, Lu Zhe, intrigued, released his hold and stepped aside, saying, "All right," and then, freed from Lu Zhe's restraint, Ma Xiaotao charged at him like a released arrow. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the familiar scene unfolded once more. Just as Ma Xiaotao closed the distance, Lu Zhe once again pinned her to the ground, this time sitting directly upon her back. "Give up. Even if I were to allow you one hand, you still could not contend with me," Lu Zhe stated plainly while perched atop Ma Xiaotao. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao fell silent, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Observing her lack of movement, Lu Zhe slowly rose, gazing at her sprawled form. While others might have rushed to help her up, Lu Zhe found himself inexplicably amused by her predicament. Chapter 35. An encounter by the sea god lake. Support requested. "Hey, are you all right?" Lu Zhe gazed at Ma Xiaotao, who lay motionless on the ground, and inquired with a smile. However, Ma Xiaotao remained utterly still, as if she were lifeless. Lu Zhe gazed at her, lost in thought, until he began to sense that there was something amiss with her intellect. He then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun, observing the scene, were at a loss for words and decided to follow Lu Zhe. "Lu Zhe, can you truly be so heartless?" Yin Yun asked, glancing at the forlorn Ma Xiaotao on the ground. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile and replied slowly, "Is this truly heartless? I believe it is quite appropriate." Yun, taken aback by his words, found herself at a loss for words and ultimately chose to remain silent. Just as Lu Zhe and his companions were about to depart, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Stop." At the sound of these words, Lu Zhe halted, turning slowly to regard Ma Xiaotao, who had just risen to her feet, a wave of confusion washing over him. "What do you want now?" Lu Zhe inquired softly. Instead of answering, Ma Xiaotao shot him a glare before dashing off into the distance. Left standing in place, Lu Zhe felt perplexed, wondering if she had summoned him merely to cast a disdainful look his way. However, he soon dismissed the incident, turning back to continue on his path. "That girl is infuriating," Yun remarked. Even Dai Yaoheng, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words, letting out a silent sigh. After some time had passed, Lu Zhe experienced a period of relative tranquility. Since the last encounter, Ma Xiaotao had not troubled him, and even Dai Yaoheng and his companions had seldom sought him out. Yet, as time wore on, Lu Zhe began to feel a sense of ennui creeping in, prompting him to decide to explore Shrek Academy that day. By the shores of the sea god lake, Lu Zhe found a bench to sit upon, relishing the picturesque scenery of the lake. What a splendid view, he mused, basking in the moment. Just then, he sensed two distinct presences drawing nearer from a distance. Lu Zhe focused his gaze and discovered that among the two approaching presences, one seemed familiar. In the distance, two small figures were making their way toward the shores of the sea god lake. One of them, a youth with a handsome visage and fair skin, possessed a pair of strikingly unique eyes, a delicate shade of powdery blue, complemented by his neatly cropped hair of the same hue. In stark contrast, the other youth, with his blue hair, appeared rather ordinary, though not exceptionally striking. He had a certain charm that made him pleasing to the eye. This blue-haired lad was none other than Hui Yuhao, whom Lu Zhe had encountered previously, while the youth with the powder blue hair beside him was Wang Dong. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhe waved his hand with a smile towards Hui Yuhao. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Hui Yuhao, who was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the figure before him. How could he be here? Hui Yuhao murmured softly. Wang Dong, noticing Hui Yuhao's unusual demeanor, quickly inquired, "Yuhao, what is the matter? And who is he?" Upon hearing Wang Dong's question, Hui Yuhao swiftly regained his composure and began to elucidate. "This is Lu Zhe. I heard from our senior brother that he was admitted into the inner academy shortly after enrolling and became the very first new member of the Shrek 7 monsters." Hui Yuhao explained slowly. After finishing his explanation, Wang Dong was left utterly astonished. To enter the inner academy so soon after enrollment and to become a member of the Shrek 7 monsters seemed almost unbelievable. "Oh, it's you, Junior. Long time no see." Just as Wang Dong was grappling with his astonishment, a figure suddenly appeared before them, startling him. Hui Yuhao, looking at Lu Zhe, managed a stiff smile and gradually replied, "It's been a while, Senior." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then scrutinized Wang Dong carefully, a subtle grin emerging at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Wang Dong felt as though all his secrets were laid bare before Lu Zhe, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. "Yuho, is this your friend?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuho managed a stiff smile and replied, "Yes, this is my friend, Wang Dong. Your friend possesses quite an intriguing beauty, Lu Zhe remarked with a hint of insinuation. However, this comment struck Wang Dong as particularly unsettling, causing his composure to falter. Conversely, Hui Yuho, blissfully unaware, responded, "Indeed, Wang Dong is quite handsome." Lu Zhe heard a faint chuckle, and after a brief chat with Hui Yuhao, he took his leave. Once Lu Zhe departed, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong let out a sigh of relief, as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell. They exhaled deeply and settled onto a nearby bench to rest quietly for a moment. During Hui Yuhao's respite, the two entities within his spiritual sea became restless. Tianming. Who exactly was that fellow? I felt an overwhelming pressure from him. A green figure spoke slowly. This figure was none other than the Ice Emperor, the third guest of Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. To be honest, I have no idea what his background is. But it is clear he is not someone we can afford to provoke, Tianming replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor expressed surprise. After all, he was one of the top 10 fierce beasts. But wait, he only possesses the cultivation of a soul emperor. Why do you say that? The Ice Emperor questioned, perplexed. Before Tianming could respond, a small gray sphere spoke up first. Little Scorpion, allow me to offer you a word of caution. That youth may very well be capable of contending even with the title Douluo, and perhaps even face a deity, the gray sphere said thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, both the Ice Emperor and Tianming were taken aback. It is worth noting that Tianming was a million-year-old soul beast, well aware of the chasm that lay between deities and mortals. If the gray sphere's words were true, it was unfathomable to consider the true extent of Lu Zhe's abilities. Moreover, the gray sphere was a fragment of divine consciousness, lending credence to its statements. At this moment, the Ice Emperor found herself at a loss for words. However, the gray sphere's next statement left her even more astounded. Additionally, that youth has likely already sensed our presence. He simply chooses not to reveal it. The gray sphere intoned gravely. Upon hearing this, both Tianming and the Ice Emperor could no longer remain calm. After all, their existence was a monumental secret. And if it were to be exposed, Hui Yuhao could be put in grave danger. It seems we must establish a good rapport with that individual, otherwise we will inevitably suffer should conflicts arise in the future, Tianming remarked with a solemn expression. In the external world, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were both adjusting their states of mind, influenced by Lu Zhe. Hui Yuhao was affected by the presence of Tianming and the others in his spiritual sea, while Wang Dong was preoccupied with his own secrets. After an indeterminate period, both managed to regain their composure and rose to head towards the classroom. In the Sea God Pavilion, an elderly man stood before Mu Lao, who inquired, Xian Lao, what have you discovered regarding the City of Death? Xian Lao, with a grave expression, responded, the situation is not optimistic. The city is littered with bloodstains and ruins, with no leads to be found. I see, Mu Lao nodded slowly. Let that matter rest for now. The Soul Master competition is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Xian Lao understood immediately, briefed Mu Lao on the situation, and then took his leave. In the training room of the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Yueheng and the others were seated in meditation while Lu Zhe reclined on a nearby sofa, observing them. Perhaps due to Lu Zhe's gaze, Dai Yueheng could no longer contain his impatience. Lu Zhe, if you're not going to cultivate, could you please step outside? Your presence is a distraction. Dai Yueheng finally erupted, standing abruptly and shouting at Lu Zhe. This outburst startled not only Lu Zhe but also roused the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters from their meditative states. I'm not disturbing your practice. I'm simply lying here, Lu Zhe replied with a gentle smile. Dai Yueheng, upon seeing Lu Zhe's expression, felt an overwhelming irritation and wished to kick him out. Yet, what could he do? He was no match for Lu Zhe. For a moment, Dai Yueheng was rendered speechless. Fortunately, at that moment, a figure appeared before them, diffusing the tension. Xian Lao, what brings you here? Someone asked. Dai Yueheng turned to find that it was indeed Xian Lao, prompting him to quiet down. Lu Zhe also stood up naturally. Xian Lao surveyed the group and smiled, saying, all right, children, it's time for you to accompany me to class. Today's lesson promises to be quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe and his companions obediently followed Elder Xian. Shortly thereafter, Elder Xian led the 7 of them to the Soul Duel arena, where 7 individuals stood on the Soul Duel platform. As soon as Dai Yueheng and the others recognized their surroundings, they understood Elder Xian's intentions and proceeded to the platform. The opposing 7 were immediately struck with confusion upon seeing Dai Yueheng and his companions. Yuhao, do you think Elder Xian summoned us here for a class? Among them was Wang Dong. Ho Yuhao, also present, expressed his own perplexity in response, saying, "I'm not sure." "Oh," Wang Dong slowly replied. Just as they were engulfed in uncertainty, Elder Xian stepped forward to address them. "Children, today's lesson is quite simple, a 7 versus 7 match featuring a blend of the 2 generations of Shrek's 7 monsters." Elder Xian proclaimed loudly. 7 versus 7? Ho Yu Hao and the others were somewhat taken aback. After all, they were facing the current Shrek 7 monsters, whose overall strength vastly surpassed their own. At that moment, Elder Shin continued, "Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves." Upon hearing this, everyone began to introduce themselves to one another. After the introductions, what astonished Ho Yu Hao was not merely the individual prowess of the current Shrek 7 monsters, but the fact that Lu Zhe was also among them. "Yu Hao, that guy's here too," Wang Dong whispered beside him. Ho Yu Hao smiled wryly upon hearing this. There was little he could do, as his senior brother had informed him that Lu Zhe was indeed formidable. "Ah, well," Wang Dong replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Dai Yaoheng and the others were equally shaken upon realizing the overall strength of the new Shrek 7 monsters. "They feel so weak," Dai Yaoheng remarked slowly. However, he immediately regretted his words, for they had someone among them who was far stronger than any of the 6. Yet, Lu Zhe was intrigued. He wished to witness Ho Yu Hao's abilities, as not everyone possessed an extraordinary soul ring. Soon, the teams were formed. One team consisted of Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luocheng, Beibei, Zhang Nanan, Kai Tu, and Yao Haoshuan. The opposing team was composed of Lu Zhe, Ho Yu Hao, Wang Dong, Su Sanshi, Chen Zifeng, Xiao Xiao, and Shi Shi. Both sides took their positions, and after Elder Xian assessed the situation, he declared the match to begin. "It's on." Ma Xiaotao glared fiercely at Lu Zhe. Dai Yaoheng, showing no signs of relaxation, fixed his gaze intently on Lu Zhe. Ho Yu Hao, upon seeing Ma Xiaotao's serious expression, felt a wave of surprise. "Why is everyone fixated on Lu Zhe?" Wang Dong murmured at that moment. "I'm not sure either," Ho Yu Hao replied slowly. Wang Dong, taken aback by this response, thought to himself that every time he asked, Ho Yu Hao seemed to have no answers. What use was he? Just then, Lu Zhe turned back with a smile and said to Ho Yu Hao and Wang Dong, "They're charging towards us, so let us stay alert and be prepared." Wang Dong retorted with irritation, "We're not foolish. It's obvious they are coming for you." His statement served as a wake-up call for everyone. Su Sanshi clapped his hands together and chuckled. "Senior, why do I feel like Sister Shout Out and the others are out for your blood?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe momentarily displayed an expression of embarrassment, before gradually breaking into a smile and replying, "You must be mistaken." "Is that so?" Su Sanshi looked at Lu Zhe with evident disbelief. For a moment, an unusual silence enveloped them, until suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. "Phoenix meteor shower." With that, Ma Xiaotao leapt high into the air, illuminating her 6th ring. Su Sanshi, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, rendered utterly speechless. Lu Zhe smiled faintly at the sight, truly unchanged. As soon as he spoke, countless fiery meteors descended upon Lu Zhe and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in sparks. And even Elder Xian was taken aback by Ma Xiaotao's unexpected ferocity. However, he quickly regained his composure, confident that such an assault would not incapacitate Lu Zhe. When the dust of the fiery meteors settled, a thick cloud of smoke rose from the arena. As the smoke dissipated, Elder Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Lu Zhe and his 7 companions emerged unscathed from the onslaught of meteors. What had transpired? Hu Yuhao and his 6 companions were perplexed. Upon seeing Lu Zhe standing before them, Hu Yuhao was struck with astonishment. Lu Zhe was surrounded by 6 soul rings, and the configuration was terrifying. The first 4 rings were 2 purple and 2 black, each adorned with strange engravings, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yet, what truly left Hu Yuhao in shock were Lu Zhe's last 2 rings, 2 golden soul rings. Hu Yuhao was profoundly astonished. He had only just learned from Tianmeng that golden soul rings could only be born from million-year soul beasts, and he himself possessed a million-year spiritual soul ring gifted by Tianmeng. Yet, Lu Zhe astonishingly had 2 golden soul rings. Even Tianmeng and Ice Emperor, residing within Hu Yuhao's spiritual sea, were taken aback. "Tianmeng, did you not claim to be the only million-year soul beast on the continent? How could that fellow possess 2 golden soul rings?" Ice Emperor exclaimed incredulously. Tianmeng echoed the shock, as he too was at a loss. Fortunately, with the presence of the small gray ball, it immediately discerned the truth behind Lu Zhe's 2 golden soul rings. "Those 2 golden soul rings are not million-year soul rings," the small gray ball remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Tianming let out a sigh of relief and said, I knew it, aside from me. Could there be other million-year soul beasts on the continent? However, the next words from the small gray ball directly contradicted Tianming's assumptions. Although those two golden soul rings are not million-year soul rings, their power far exceeds that of million-year soul rings, it stated with a serious tone. Tianming fell into a state of confusion and slowly inquired, then what exactly is the origin of those two golden soul rings? The small gray ball remained silent for a long while before finally responding. Those two golden soul rings can no longer be considered soul rings. At this, Tianming grew anxious and pressed. What are they then? The small gray ball's next statement shattered Tianming and Ice Emperor's understanding entirely. They are soul rings condensed from rules. In the Shrek Academy's battle arena, Hui Yuhao and his companions were utterly astonished as they gazed at Lu Zhe before them. At that moment, Lu Zhe was enveloped by 6 soul rings, and the configuration was indeed formidable. Elder Xian, standing outside the arena, was equally stunned by the 2 golden soul rings adorning Lu Zhe. This was the first time he had shown such astonishment in front of his students. As there were only a few colors of soul rings, and the presence of golden ones on Lu Zhe was a mystery. However, reflecting on it, Elder Xian decided to allow Lu Zhe to make his own choice. If he was willing to share the secret of the golden soul rings, he could. If he preferred to keep it to himself, that was also acceptable, for everyone must harbor their own secrets. Why was this happening? Ma Xiaodao, hovering in midair, looked at the unscathed Lu Zhe, her confusion growing. Yet, she quickly regained her focus, and at that moment, Dai Yaoheng had also approached Lu Zhe. After completing his martial soul manifestation, Dai Yaoheng threw a punch at the unsuspecting Lu Zhe. Everyone believed that this punch would send Lu Zhe flying. But the next moment reshaped their understanding once again. Dai Yaoheng's powerful punch inexplicably halted just centimeters before Lu Zhe. Dai Yaoheng, what's wrong? Why aren't you attacking? Ma Xiaodao, still hovering, exclaimed in urgency. Dai Yaoheng's next words clarified the situation. I can't advance my attack. It feels as if something is obstructing me before Lu Zhe. This revelation plunged everyone into shock, leaving them bewildered. Just then, Lu Zhe smiled gently and said, You all must not have formally witnessed my 4th soul skill yet. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng realized the gravity of the situation and quickly retreated 10 meters, his expression serious. Watching him step back, Lu Zhe smiled lightly and continued. Allow me to formally introduce my 4th soul skill. This is absolute defense, possessing a singular ability to provide 360-degree impenetrable protection. The closer one gets to me, the slower their attacks and movements become. Lu Zhe chuckled and added, simply put, it may appear very near, but in reality, it can never be touched. Upon hearing this explanation, cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads, for this soul skill was utterly unfathomable. In truth, after pondering on that throne for an extended period, Lu Zhe had uncovered one of its true mysteries, paradox. Beyond rules, the throne also allowed for the contemplation of paradoxes, which could be integrated into soul skills to achieve astonishing heights. Lu Zhe's 4th soul skill, absolute defense, was indeed a fusion of a paradox, specifically the famed Xenos tortoise. After Lu Zhe finished explaining his 4th soul skill, he smiled once more. He looked at Dai Yaoheng and slowly said, It has been a while since we last met. Yet you remain so weak. I believe I could defeat all of you with just one hand. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng and his companions felt a surge of displeasure. Are you mocking us? Dai Yaoheng retorted coldly. Initially, Hu Yuhao and the others thought Lu Zhe would clarify his statement, but to their astonishment, Lu Zhe's response was brutally frank. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of disdain. You may interpret it that way. This remark instantly ignited the fury of Dai Yaoheng's group. The expressions of the 7 turned icy, their eyes blazing with anger, as if they wished to annihilate Lu Zhe. I will make you pay for those words, Ma Xiaotao declared coldly. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of red light and hurtled towards Lu Zhe. However, the next scene took everyone by surprise. Lu Zhe sidestepped her assault effortlessly and swiftly grasped the back of her head with his left hand. Without hesitation, he slammed her head onto the soul fighting platform. Boom. Pressed against the ground, Ma Xiaodao felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, while Lu Zhe chuckled derisively. You are far too weak. Such recklessness is ill-advised, he taunted, his tone dripping with contempt. This infuriated Ma Xiaotao to the brink of explosion, but before she could react, Lu Zhe delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. Hu Yuhao was utterly astonished. He had not expected the seemingly refined Lu Zhe to strike so ruthlessly. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoheng noticed something unusual. Lu Zhe's eyes had changed color, and his expression grew serious. The once golden irises had turned a vivid crimson. revealing the true reason behind Lu Zhe's ferocity. Indeed, Lu Zhe had now fully mastered his own morality, rendering the absolute balance of his abilities ineffective. Oh, why does the class leader wear such a countenance? Are you afraid? Lu Zhe remarked with an eerie smile. You are not Lu Zhe, Dai Yaoheng retorted coldly. Yet in the next moment, Lu Zhe appeared before Dai Yaoheng, delivering a kick to his abdomen. The force sent Dai Yaoheng crashing backward, his stomach churning violently as he expelled bile. In that instant, he comprehended the true nature of his opponent. Following Dai Yaoheng's downfall, his teammates regained their composure. Thunder Dragon Head. The quickest to react was Bei Bei, who immediately activated his fourth soul ring. A dragon head formed of lightning surged straight toward Lu Zhe. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. No attack could breach Lu Zhe's absolute defense. Conversely, Lu Zhe smiled and activated his first soul ring, stating calmly, 20 times. With a flick of his index finger, Bei Bei and his companions found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, Xian Lao interjected. The match is over. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe, who had raised his right hand, immediately lowered it, and the gravitational field was dispelled. As the match concluded, Lu Zhe's eye color reverted to gold, and his expression gradually returned to normal. Perhaps I was a tad too forceful, Lu Zhe said, scratching his head with a smile. Hu Yuhao and the others were at a loss for words, simply staring at him in disbelief. Xian Lao approached Lu Zhe, his expression grave. Lu Zhe, we are all friends. Why did you resort to such brutality? Shouldn't tea competitions be fought with full effort? Lu Zhe feigned ignorance. However, Xian Lao replied flatly, enough. Let it go this time, but be more cautious in the future. However, do not hold back in the Soul Master tournament. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and replied, very well, no problem. Elder Xian, upon hearing this, proceeded to treat Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yaoheng, and then commenced the second match of the day. However, Elder Xian altered the mode of combat this time. In this second bout, all of you will face Lu Zhe together, Elder Xian proclaimed loudly. At this declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Are we truly going to fight Lu Zhe? He is extraordinarily formidable, Su Sancher lamented in horror. Yet, Elder Xian retorted, what is there to fear? Can't the 13 of you overcome just one Lu Zhe? Though reluctant, Hu Yuhao and the others acquiesced, as the odds of 13 against 1 appeared overwhelmingly favorable. Let us give it our all, Dai Yaoheng suggested slowly. Indeed, the others quickly echoed in agreement. Chapter 38, 1 against 13 within the soul fighting zone of the Shrek Inner Court, Dai Yaoheng and the others fixated intently on Lu Zhe. Just as they were on the verge of commencing battle, Elder Xian re-emerged and casually remarked, there is one more matter I must address. This statement immediately captured the attention of the crowd, prompting them to turn towards Elder Xian with expressions of curiosity. Observing their reactions, Elder Xian smiled and stated, in the interest of fairness for this duel, Lu Zhe may only employ one soul skill and must refrain from utilizing your fourth soul skill. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng and the others displayed expressions of satisfaction, as this significantly increased their chances of victory. However, Lu Zhe remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Very well, no problem. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Dai Yaoheng's face as he remarked, Lu Zhe, it seems your only fate this time is to face defeat. The others also mirrored similar sentiments. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and gradually remarked, that depends on you. Observing the disdainful expression on Lu Zhe's face, Dai Yaoheng and the others wore grim visages. We shall certainly teach you a lesson, Ma Xiaodao said irritably. Subsequently, at the command of Elder Xian, Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaodao were the first to charge towards Lu Zhe, followed closely by the rest of their companions. Seeing this, Lu Zhe's lips curled into a playful smile, his golden eyes once again transforming into a vivid crimson, as if he had already devised a strategy. Suddenly, Ma Xiaodao accelerated, appearing behind Lu Zhe in an instant, and without hesitation, unleashed a fiery punch aimed at his back. With a dull thud, Ma Xiaodao's expression turned to disbelief. For her flaming fist was effortlessly caught by Lu Zhe, the flames extinguished as if they had never existed. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Zhe swiftly threw her aside. However, she quickly regained her composure and landed steadily on the ground. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng had also approached Lu Zhe, delivering a punch straight towards his face. Fortunately, Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, blocking the blow, though he was still pushed back several meters due to the inability to employ absolute defense. Witnessing Lu Zhe being knocked back by his punch, Dai Yaoheng's confidence surged, and he pressed forward with renewed determination. Lu Zhe, having felt the force of Dai Yaoheng's recent punch, smiled faintly and remarked, The class leader possesses quite formidable strength. However, Dai Yaoheng showed no inclination to grant Lu Zhe a moment's respite. With a swift movement, he reappeared before him, delivering yet another punch. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe swiftly sidestepped to evade the incoming punch, subsequently seizing Dai Yaoheng by the nape of his neck. A familiar scene unfolded once again, as Lu Zhe, showing no mercy, forcefully pressed him down onto the ground. Thud. After Lu Zhe pinned Dai Yaoheng to the ground, he began to deliver a flurry of strikes. Just as he prepared to kick him away, a figure intervened. A powerful arm, covered in dragon scales, seized Lu Zhe's right foot and hurled him away with great force. As Lu Zhe was thrown, he smiled and landed gracefully on the ground. The one who had thrown him was Bei, whose right hand had transformed into a dragon's claw, with dragon scales enveloping his entire arm, crackling with arcs of electricity. "Be careful, senior," Bei cautioned Dai Yaoheng softly. Hearing this, Dai Yaoheng felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, realizing that a junior would have to remind him, a prominent member of the current Shrek 7 monsters. "It's nothing," Dai Yaoheng replied, feeling embarrassed, then refocused his attention on Lu Zhe. "Let us all attack together," he shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed toward Lu Zhe, with support and control types standing behind, while the assault and agility types took the lead against him. Despite facing nearly 7 attackers, Lu Zhe showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. Rather, he seemed to handle the situation with remarkable ease. "You all coming at me at once truly shows your esteem," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. "Less talk, prepare to face my attack." A slender figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Zhe. It was Yao Haoshuan, who was eager to deliver a beating to Lu Zhe and couldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, before he could react, Lu Zhe delivered a sharp jab to his abdomen. Yao Haoshuan instantly felt his stomach churn, and before he could recover, Lu Zhe's right hook landed solidly on his face. With a resounding impact, Yao Haoshuan was sent flying, leaving the onlookers with expressions of embarrassment. "Is Lu Zhe really that quick?" Susancher exclaimed in panic, shocked by Lu Zhe's extraordinary reflexes and physical combat abilities. Before they could process this, Lu Zhe took the initiative, targeting the support type first. Upon seeing Lu Zhe charging toward her, Xiao Xiao panicked and quickly unleashed her soul skill for defense. Yet, the agile Lu Zhe deftly dodged her attack and appeared right in front of her. Gazing at the petite and adorable Xiao Xiao, Lu Zhe showed no mercy as he raised his left hand to strike. Dai Yaoheng and the others were alarmed at this scene and hurried to defend her. But their response was far too slow. Fortunately, at that moment, Hui Yuhao intervened, employing a mental disruption coupled with the purple extreme magic to lock onto Lu Zhe. Stunned momentarily by the mental interference, Lu Zhe paused, allowing Jiang Nan to swiftly rescue Xiao Xiao. However, Hui Yuhao's situation was becoming dire. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned pale, clearly struggling to contain Lu Zhe's power. Mental attack? Lu Zhe recovered quickly and turned to Hui Yuhao, smiling. Hui Yuhao was panting heavily, looking quite weakened. "My spiritual power has backfired." He could hardly believe that his own power would turn against him. Yet, he was unaware that Lu Zhe was already charging toward him. As he lifted his head, he found Lu Zhe's foot coming toward him. With a thud, Hui Yuhao took the full force of Lu Zhe's kick and was propelled away. Fortunate that Wang Dong caught him just in time, preventing him from flying off the battle platform. "Yuhao, are you all right?" Wang Dong asked anxiously. Cough, cough. Hui Yuhao coughed a couple of times before looking back at Lu Zhe, slowly saying, "I'm fine. I can continue." Lu Zhe gazed at the figure of Hui Yuhao, whom he had just sent flying, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as he intended to approach and resolve the situation, he was abruptly halted by an unseen force. A fiery beam materialized and struck him squarely on the back. Ma Xiaotao, believing her attack had succeeded, broke into a grin, only to be taken aback in the next moment. As the onlookers scrutinized Lu Zhe, astonishment washed over them as they realized he remained unscathed. Just as confusion lingered in the air, Ling Luoqing suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "That's Lu Zhe's second soul skill." Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng and the others immediately understood, as Lu Zhe had previously shared details about the capabilities of his second soul skill. No sooner had Ling Luoqing spoken than Lu Zhe materialized before her. "You know too much," he said with a smile and without a hint of mercy. He kicked her away with force. A wave of uncertainty swept over the crowd. "He is not someone we can contend with," Susancher expressed with palpable fear. Yet, Dai Yaoheng and the others showed no inclination to surrender, charging at him once more. "Still not giving up?" Lu Zhe remarked coldly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I seem to have grown weary of this." His crimson eyes glinted with malice. As Dai Yaoheng and his companions charged forward, they sensed something amiss. But it was too late. In a swift motion, Lu Zhe seized Dai Yaoheng by the throat and hurled him towards Ma Xiaoda hovering in midair. The collision was thunderous, and both fell to the ground, rendered utterly defeated. The remaining challengers found themselves pinned down, their fighting spirit extinguished by Lu Zhe's overwhelming prowess. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Lu Zhe's unilateral domination. The spectators were left in awe, their perceptions of Lu Zhe transformed. What they had presumed to be a lack of aptitude for close combat revealed itself to be the strength of a seasoned warrior. Even the observing Elder Xian regarded Lu Zhe with newfound respect. His performance was flawless across all aspects, embodying the essence of a versatile warrior, truly unparalleled. Following this session, Lu Zhe acquired yet another reputation for ruthlessly dismantling his opponents, showing no mercy regardless of their appearance. Chapter 39, The Supervision Task, Support Requested. That will be all for today, Elder Xian announced as he regarded Lu Zhe and the others. Upon hearing this, the group promptly ceased their activities and turned their attention to him. Elder Xian continued, tomorrow morning, gather at the school gate as we prepare to head to Douluo City for the Soul Master competition. Understood? Understood. They responded in unison. Subsequently, they dispersed to their respective homes, while Lu Zhe, wearing a smile, walked in a particular direction. In a serene grove within Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe reclined on a patch of earth, basking in the warm sunlight. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him. Young man, I knew you would be here. The newcomer was none other than Elder Xian. Upon hearing the voice of Elder Xian, Lu Zhe slowly rose and inquired, What brings you here to seek me, Elder Xian? The elder, not one to beat around the bush, promptly articulated the purpose of his visit. I have come to find you for but one matter, he said with a measured tone. Intrigued by this proclamation, Lu Zhe responded with a smile. What is it? Elder Xian then adopted a serious demeanor and continued. You must possess some knowledge regarding the clues of that forsaken city, for you are indeed one of its witnesses. At this juncture, Lu Zhe's expression began to shift, his demeanor gradually turning solemn. Do you truly wish to learn about the forsaken city? He asked slowly. Elder Xian did not reply, but his gaze remained fixed intently upon Lu Zhe, clearly eager for the answer. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe decided to no longer conceal the truth and gravely stated, The assailants of that city are likely not from this world, and their target appears to be a child. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Elder Xian's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to inquire directly, if they have traversed from another realm for the sake of a child, what is so extraordinary about this young one? Lu Zhe continued. The child possesses a divine aura, and it is highly probable that they are the offspring of a deity. At this revelation, Elder Xian could no longer maintain his composure. The term deity held profound sanctity in his eyes. If the child were indeed the progeny of a god, then everything could be elucidated. And what of the child? Elder Xian pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. However, Lu Zhe seemed reluctant to divulge any further details regarding the child. Sensing Lu Zhe's reticence, Elder Xian understood and remarked, Since you prefer to remain silent, I shall not press you. I merely hope for the child's well-being. With a sigh, he turned to depart, reminding Lu Zhe not to be late the following morning before leaving. Left alone, Lu Zhe gazed at Elder Xian's receding figure. It is not that I wish to withhold information. Rather, Xiao Yu is of immense significance to me, and I cannot let anything happen to her, he murmured softly. He then reclined on the ground, basking in the sunlight, allowing the matter to fade from his mind. The next morning, Dai Yaoheng and the others arrived punctually at the school gate, though one individual was notably tardy. Lu Zhe is late again. I truly cannot endure him, Dai Yaoheng complained. Fortunately, with Elder Xian present, they were compelled to wait patiently. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe finally appeared within their line of sight. Hey, have you all risen so early? He chuckled. The group, at a loss for words, simply stared at him. Becoming the center of attention made Lu Zhe somewhat awkward, and he obediently joined the ranks. Once everyone had gathered, Elder Xian cleared his throat and slowly announced, Well then, since all are present, let us commence our journey. Lu Zhe originally believed they would head directly to Xinglua City, but to his surprise, he learned from Dai Yaoheng that they first needed to complete a supervisory task. The target of this oversight mission was a band of malevolent soul masters, and their destination was the Mingdou mountain range, where the territories of the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire converge. Upon receiving this news, Lu Zhe felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He had anticipated a leisurely excursion, only to find himself embroiled in a task of such peril. With this thought, he let out a quiet sigh, his smile disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Lu Ge, why the sigh? Inquired Xiao Xiao, who was trailing closely behind him. However, Lu Zhe's response left them momentarily speechless. He lamented, who would willingly undertake such a hazardous supervisory mission? The others around him were left incredulous, pondering how he could express fear of danger when he himself was the most at risk. Humph. Wang Dong scoffed at this moment, noticing Wang Dong's expression. Hui Yuhao felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, Wang Dong, what is bothering you? Wang Dong replied curtly, it's nothing. I simply find Lu Zhe insufferable. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, left without a retort. However, the two soon fell silent as Lu Zhe had overheard their exchange. Instead of confronting Wang Dong, Lu Zhe merely cast a fleeting glance his way and chose to disregard him. After all, Lu Zhe had recently had an altercation with Wang Dong, and anyone in his position would be incensed. All right, the senior students will guide the younger students with lower cultivation levels, announced their supervising teacher, Wang Yin. In a calm manner. Understood, Dai Yaoheng quickly responded, implementing the necessary arrangements. Initially, Ma Xiaodao intended to mentor Hui Yuhao, but due to Wang Dong's presence, it fell to Lu Zhe to accompany him instead. Throughout the journey, Hui Yuhao was on edge, fearing that Lu Zhe might reveal his secret. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Lu Zhe's pace was markedly slower than that of Ma Xiaodao and the others, as he consistently lingered at the back. At that moment, the very scenario Hui Yuhao dreaded most unfolded. Yuhao, there's something I've been wanting to ask you, Lu Zhe suddenly remarked. Hui Yuhao, taken aback, stammered. What is it? Please, go ahead, Lu Gu. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, reassuring, there is no need for such anxiety. I merely wish to inquire what you most desire to accomplish upon meeting the White Tiger Duke. Hui Yuhao initially anticipated that Lu Zhe would pose questions concerning the heavenly dream and its matters. Yet he was taken aback when the topic shifted to the White Tiger Duke, a figure with whom he shared a certain connection. Hui Yuhao found himself at a loss for words. However, Lu Zhe's subsequent remarks shattered Hui Yuhao's composure. Leaning close to Hui Yuhao's ear, Lu Zhe whispered, the White Tiger Duke is your father, is he not? Hui Yuhao was momentarily stunned, pondering how Lu Zhe had acquired such knowledge. For he had not disclosed this matter to anyone. Do not overthink it. I am aware of much more, such as the three entities within your sea of spirit. Lu Zhe stated with a smile. Hui Yuhao was rendered speechless, experiencing for the first time the true terror of Lu Zhe. Observing Hui Yuhao's silence, Lu Zhe lost patience and declared, if you prefer not to speak, so be it. Rest assured, I shall keep your secrets. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao gradually exhaled, yet his heart remained apprehensive. Thus, as they journeyed towards their destination, Hui Yuhao maintained his silence while Lu Zhe remained indifferent. Before long, they arrived at their destination. And as the inspection mission was about to commence, Lu Zhe continued to exude an air of relaxation. The others paid little heed, for very few could pose a threat to Lu Zhe. Chapter 40. Corpse Explosion, Support Requested, Old Xian, accompanied by two former members of the Shrek 7 monsters, arrived at the outskirts of the Mingdou mountain range. He then gestured for them to rest briefly in preparation for the ambush planned for that evening. After ensuring everyone was settled, Old Xian approached Lu Zhe, cast a glance at him, and said, Lu Zhe, come with me. Upon hearing Elder Xian's words, Lu Zhe did not hesitate for a moment. He rose and followed closely behind him. Once they arrived at a secluded location, Elder Xian stood before Lu Zhe. His back turned and slowly spoke. Do you know why I've summoned you here? Although Lu Zhe had already surmised some reasons, he refrained from articulating them directly and instead smiled subtly, saying, Elder Xian must have summoned me for a particular reason, one that I, as a student, cannot possibly fathom. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian smiled faintly and slowly remarked, I called you here solely for one matter. Oh, in that case, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Lu Zhe responded with a smile. In truth, it is not a significant issue. I am aware of your capability to single-handedly eradicate those malevolent soul masters. However, this time, I wish for you to focus solely on protecting them, allowing them to confront these evil soul masters on their own, Elder Xian said gently. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe comprehended the essence of Elder Xian's message, which was quite straightforward. He was to serve as a formidable support for Dai Yaoheng and his companions, while allowing them to tackle the matters concerning the evil soul masters on their own, refraining from intervening unless absolutely necessary. This realization was precisely what Lu Zhe had desired, as it aligned perfectly with his initial intentions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe promptly conveyed his response to Elder Xian, no problem. I shall be the strongest pillar of support for the team. After resting for a day in the vicinity of the Mingdou mountain range, the group prepared to embark on their mission. You are about to commence your inaugural inspection task. Stay alert. Elder Xian announced loudly to the newcomers, including Hui Yuhao. Without hesitation, Hui Yuhao and the others responded affirmatively, brimming with enthusiasm, observing their spirited demeanor. Elder Xian smiled and gestured for Lu Zhe to lead Hui Yuhao and the others to the location of the band of evil soul masters. Lu Zhe wasted no time and took the lead as a guide, swiftly leading the team to the vicinity of their mission. Observing the wandering evil spirit masters, he refrained from charging in immediately. Instead, Dai Yaoheng let out a loud shout and dashed towards the location of the evil spirit bandits. Inspired by Dai's fervor, the others followed suit, rushing into the throng of evil spirits. The unsuspecting evil spirits were caught off guard by their sudden assault, resulting in chaos and confusion. Yet many met their demise almost instantaneously. After dealing with the evil spirits outside the cave, Ma Xiaodao turned to Hui Yuhao and the others, instructing them to stand guard outside and prevent anyone from escaping the cave. Understood, Sister Xiaotao, Hui Yuhao replied earnestly. Seeing his serious demeanor, Ma Xiaotao smiled slightly before joining Dai Yaoheng and the others as they plunged into the cave. Meanwhile, one individual remained outside, Lu Zhe. Why aren't you going in with them? Wang Dong asked, clearly irritated. Lu Zhe's response infuriated Wang even more. Why should I go in? Don't be deceived by their appearances. They may look subdued, but they are quite formidable, Lu Zhe chuckled. Wang Dong nearly charged at Lu Zhe in anger, but Hui Yuhao restrained him. Ultimately, Lu Zhe could not resist Wang Dong's insistence and stood up, making his way into the cave. After a while, Hui Yuhao and the others outside began to think that the mission had concluded and started to lower their guard. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the vicinity of the cave, followed by a series of collapses that sent the onlookers into a state of panic. Even the recently arrived Xian Lao displayed a moment of alarm, though he quickly regained his composure. Hui Yuhao and the others stood speechless, staring at the rubble before them. Just then, a shadow emerged from the debris, charging towards them. Panic washed over the group, but Hui Yuhao noticed that the figure seemed to be fleeing in fear. The mystery unraveled in the next instant. A sudden, terrifying force of gravity overwhelmed the shadow, causing it to crash to the ground, immobilized. At that moment, a derisive laugh echoed from the ruins. Is that all you evil spirit masters can do? How pitifully boastful. There was no mistaking the voice, as the smoke cleared. It revealed the unharmed Lu Zhe, who was flanked by several others, Dai Yaoheng and his companions, though they appeared injured and in poor condition. As the smoke dissipated, Lu Zhe approached the prostrate evil spirit master, delivering a cold remark. Are you and your kind merely ambushes? I was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you. The evil spirit master pleaded, terror etched across his face. Yet, Lu Zhe had no intention of granting mercy. Instead, he placed a foot firmly on the man's head. So, you do no fear. I had thought you were fearless, Lu Zhe said with a faint smile. The evil spirit master, stripped of all dignity, only desired to survive. Please, but before he could finish his plea, he exploded on the spot, splattering Wang Dong, who was standing nearby, with blood. Wang Dong, caught off guard, felt a wave of nausea wash over him and rushed aside to vomit. Not only he but several others, including Bei Bei, also felt unwell, though their strong wills allowed them to endure. Lu Zhe remained unfazed after dispatching the evil spirit master, displaying no sign of distress even at the moment of the explosion. It was evident that he was unperturbed. However, Xian Lao soon sensed something amiss and hurried to the scene. Upon seeing Ma Xiaodao and the others lying amidst the rubble, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Lu Zhe, what has happened to Xiaotao and the others? He inquired urgently. Lu Zhe, upon hearing Elder Xian's inquiry, responded gravely. It was a corpse explosion. Although we successfully saved Dai Yaoheng and the others, we sustained minor injuries, but a period of rest will suffice for recovery. Elder Xian, relieved by this news, felt that as long as there were no severe injuries or fatalities, it was a fortunate outcome. It seemed that the injuries were not too severe, and a few days of rest would suffice. However, as he contemplated this, a serious expression overtook his face. He turned to Lu Zhe and the others, slowly stating, while this mission has concluded, our main team has been injured. At this, Elder Xian paused, and an ominous feeling washed over Hui Yuhao and the others. Indeed. Elder Xian's next words plunged them into a somber atmosphere. With the main team injured, the remaining members must shoulder the responsibility of the Soul Master competition. I do not expect grand achievements from you, merely that you present your best selves. Once the main team has recovered, you will be relieved of this burden. Elder Xian asserted sternly. Initially, Hui Yuhao and the others felt a wave of panic, but then they suddenly thought of Lu Zhe, and the heavy atmosphere dissipated instantly. As the sun began to rise, Elder Xian gazed at the newly risen sun and said slowly, "Children, the glory of Shrek rests upon your shoulders." "Understood. We will not disappoint Shrek," Hui Yuhao and the others replied in unison. Seeing this, Elder Xian felt a surge of comfort and smiled gently as he declared, "Let us depart. To Douluo City." Chapter 41, That World in Douluo City, Lu Zhe and his companions, guided by Wang Yin, prepared to participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition. Upon arriving at the Douluo Royal Hotel, Lu Zhe and his companions were struck by the grandeur of the place. However, thoughts of the Soul Master competition soon enveloped them in silence. "Come on, you can't be this downcast." Lu Zhe broke the silence. Hui Yuhao and the others turned their attention to Lu Zhe, suddenly invigorated, and said with smiles, "Right. We have Lu Zhe with us, don't we? He alone is worth a whole team." At this remark, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, "Let us go. Teacher Wang Yin wants us to attend a meeting." With that, he turned towards Wang Yin's location, and Hui Yuhao and the others naturally followed suit. Upon arriving at the temporary meeting room of Shrek Academy, they found Wang Yin smiling as he regarded Lu Zhe and the others, leaving them curious about what he would say. In contrast, Lu Zhe appeared relaxed, while Hui Yuhao and the others were unsure of how to respond. "Well, since you all know what we are up against, let us put in extra effort," Wang Yin said with a smile. The group exchanged knowing glances and began to discuss among themselves. Eventually, after a thorough discussion, everyone's spirits were lifted. "All right. Everyone should return and rest to prepare for tomorrow's Soul Master competition," Wang Yin concluded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but express his relief at finally being able to leave, feeling nearly suffocated in that place. He then turned around and departed the conference room without a backward glance, while the others made their way to their respective rooms. As evening descended, Lu Zhe found himself alone on the hotel rooftop, where he sat, embraced by a gentle breeze, gazing up at the starlit sky. A hint of contentment evident in his demeanor. Curiosity piqued, he mused softly to himself about the upcoming Soul Master competition and what delightful surprises it might hold. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "So, you are here." Upon hearing the sound, Lu Zhe slowly turned his head, only to discover that it was none other than Dai Yaoing. He then smiled and remarked, "Is it truly wise of you to wander out while neglecting your recovery?" Dai Yaoing, taken aback by the comment, gradually smiled and took a seat beside Lu Zhe. "Do you believe we will emerge victorious in this Soul Master competition?" Dai Yaoing said, gazing up at the starry sky. Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for response, and thus he retorted, "Have you forgotten about me? With my presence, victory is assured." Dai Yaoing, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile before gradually responding, "Indeed. With a prodigy like you among us, defeat is simply not an option." As he spoke, he stood up, preparing to leave, while Lu Zhe remained seated atop the wall, motionless. The following morning, the Soul Master competition commenced as scheduled, and the stargazing square was abuzz with excitement. The teams present in the square were representatives from prestigious Soul Master academies across the continent. Unsurprisingly, the loudest cheers hailed from Shrek Academy, a name synonymous with excellence and long-standing dominance in the field. "As your first soul battle approaches, I urge everyone to remain calm," Wang Yin said earnestly within the Shrek Academy's preparation zone. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao and his comrades exchanged determined glances, silently affirming to all present that they were indeed the best. In stark contrast, Lu Zhe appeared unfazed, leisurely reclined on a nearby bench, an expression of indifference etched upon his face. This demeanor ignited Wang Dong's frustration, prompting him to stride over and exclaim loudly, "Lu Zhe, can't you take this seriously? This is the Soul Master competition." Lu Zhe cast a slow glance at him and simply replied, "All right." Despite the words, he lay motionless on the bench, which infuriated Wang Dong to no end. In that moment, Wang Dong found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhe gazed at Wang Dong's flushed face, unable to suppress a smile. Gradually, he straightened his posture and remarked, "What do you mean by you? This match is yours. I'm merely here to observe." Upon hearing these words, Wang Dong could no longer maintain his composure, but fortunately, Hui Yuhao intervened, preventing a potential crisis. At that moment, on the central spirit arena of Xinglua Square, a man slowly appeared, announcing, "The first match commences. The Heaven Spirit Advanced Soul Master Academy versus Shrek Academy. Please prepare." Both sides. After hearing the referee's announcement, Hui Yuhao and his companions adopted a serious demeanor, confidently striding onto the spirit arena. Their entrance was met with a chorus of cheers from the audience. In that instant, Hu Yuhao and his team solidified their resolve. They were determined to emerge victorious and to do so with grandeur. As the referee confirmed that both teams were ready, he bellowed, "The match begins." At his command, the members of the Heaven Spirit Academy were instantly struck with shock. The sight of Hu Yuhao's 6 brilliant crimson soul rings extinguished their fighting spirit. Soon after, the match concluded, with Shrek Academy exiting amidst thunderous applause. Hu Yuhao became the center of attention for all. 600,000-year soul rings? Surely that cannot be. This is truly the legendary Shrek Academy, a veritable den of monsters. After the match, Wang Yin and the others returned to the hotel where Shrek Academy was resting. Just then, Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of cold detachment. "Teacher Wang Yin, may I step out for a moment?" Lu Zhe approached Wang Yin with a smile. However, upon seeing his grin, Wang Yin felt a chill run down his spine and responded slowly, "Yes, just remember to return promptly." "Understood." With that, Lu Zhe turned and walked in another direction, leaving behind a chilling silhouette. "What is the matter with him? It feels as though he has encountered something troubling," Bei murmured. Wang Yin shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure what is troubling the boy. He must have his own affairs to attend to." Sighing at this thought, Wang Yin continued on his way to the hotel. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had arrived at a secluded spot. "Who are you?" Lu Zhe coldly inquired of the surrounding shadows. Those unaware might assume he was speaking to himself, yet soon a shadow materialized directly before him. Lu Zhe gazed over and realized that the individual was akin to those from the previous desolate city. The shadow emitted a series of eerie, cackling laughs, and then slowly spoke. "We did not intentionally seek to trouble you. We merely wished to ascertain the whereabouts of the child you have hidden." Upon hearing that this individual was targeting Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "What if I choose to remain silent?" Lu Zhe stated icily. In response, the shadowy figure offered no further words and charged directly at Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Zhe chose not to evade but instead stood his ground, awaiting the approach of the shadowy figure. The shadow, perplexed by this unexpected display of courage, became emboldened, launching a direct punch towards Lu Zhe's face, only to be astounded moments later. Observing the mere centimeters separating his fist from Lu Zhe, the shadow was engulfed in terror. This was a paradox. The shadow now comprehended the nature of the task he had offended, and in fear, sought to flee. However, Lu Zhe's gravitational domain firmly pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Are you familiar with paradoxes?" Lu Zhe inquired, astonished, as he settled onto the shadow's back. The shadow, sensing imminent danger, hastily replied, "I know nothing of paradoxes. But before he could finish, the weight of gravity crushed his legs into oblivion. It would be prudent for you to be honest." "How do you know of paradoxes?" Lu Zhe remarked coldly. At that moment, the shadow was utterly terrified, quickly exclaiming, "I learned of paradoxes from our general. He told us that a paradox is a power that transcends divine authority, capable of influencing reality, time, and space." Intrigued by this revelation, Lu Zhe pondered the identity of the general who had knowledge of paradoxes. "How does your general know of this?" he asked with a smile. The shadow, realizing he had no choice but to respond, divulged, "Our general is also a wielder of paradoxes, and my presence in this world is due to the general's spatial paradox." With this disclosure, Lu Zhe's composure waned. It appeared that paradoxes were not solely his domain. They could be possessed by others, though he might command them more effectively. Contemplating further, he pressed on, "Since you are not from this world, from whence do you hail?" The shadow found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to divulge the truth. Just as he was deliberating, an unforeseen incident occurred. Suddenly, the shadow's body exploded, leaving even Lu Zhe bewildered, his gaze turning icy. "I am uncertain of your intentions. But if you truly seek death, do not blame me," Lu Zhe stated coldly as he rose and began his return to the hotel. The persistent trouble that plagued Lu Zhe was the world from which that shadow originated. According to the shadow, many there likely wielded paradoxes, yet for reasons unknown. They could not traverse to this realm, instead sending reckless agents like the shadow to their demise. "It seemed that I am not the sole possessor of paradoxes," Lu Zhe mused with a cold smirk. "I anticipate what your paradoxes may unveil. I hope they do not disappoint me." Chapter 42. The second wielder of paradox. The following day, at noon, Shrek was set to engage in their second match. "Very well, today's competition format is a round robin, and the rules have been clearly outlined. We shall now prepare to send our competitors onto the field," Wang Yin stated nonchalantly. Upon noticing the expectant gazes of his companions, Wang Yin turned his attention to Lu Zhe. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Zhe looked bewildered at the others and slowly inquired, "You wish for me to participate?" "Of course. You are our mainstay," Wang Dong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could only manage a faint smile, before gradually rising to stride towards the soul-fighting platform. What a nuisance, he remarked with a sense of ennui. Wang Yin and the others could do nothing but silently observe as he ascended the platform. In the inaugural match of the first round of the round-robin tournament, the Shrek Academy representative team was pitted against the Douluo Academy representative team. The referee, standing at the center of the platform, announced loudly, "Both sides, please send forth one contestant to the stage." As his words echoed, the arena erupted into a chorus of cheers. At that moment, Lu Zhe came into view of the crowd. Once Lu Zhe had firmly established his stance, the opposing contestant also made his way to the platform. However, he appeared to be in a rather poor state, exhibiting a demeanor of timidity. My name is Ma Yingjun. I kindly ask for mercy from my senior," the representative from Douluo Academy said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and waved his hand, signaling, "Rest assured, I wield a gentle hand." Ma Yingjun, upon hearing these words, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, encountering a formidable entity like Shrek at the outset would instill trepidation in anyone. At that moment, the referee, noticing both sides were ready, promptly announced the commencement of the match. As soon as the referee's command was issued, Lu Zhe appeared before Ma Yingjun with an uncanny swiftness, leaving him no opportunity to respond. "You have lost," Lu Zhe stated with a calm smile, then extended his right index finger, flicking it lightly. In an instant, Ma Yingjun was propelled like a cannonball, soaring out of the effective area of the battle arena. Is this it? This thought flashed through the minds of the spectators. The referee, still in disbelief, rubbed his eyes and, after several confirmations, slowly announced, "The first round of the first match is concluded, with Shrek Academy emerging victorious." Immediately, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, while Lu Zhe continued to smile at his next opponent. Next, Lu Zhe declared with a grin. In that moment, the contestants from Douluo Academy found themselves at a loss. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pressure, under the guidance of their team leader, they chose to concede defeat. For an ordinary academy like theirs, losing to Shrek Academy was not a source of shame, as not everyone could be compared to the monsters of Shrek. "We, Douluo Academy, concede," the team leader declared loudly before the referee. For a brief moment, everyone was taken aback, but upon further reflection, they found no reason for discontent and thus ceased to question the decision. Once the referee regained his composure, he understood and announced loudly, "The first round of the round-robin competition has concluded. Douluo Academy concedes, and the victors are Shrek Academy." As the referee finished speaking, the entire Xinglua square erupted in exuberant cheers. "Shrek forever! Shrek Academy is the strongest." In this manner, Lu Zhe returned to the preparation area of Shrek Academy amidst the roaring applause of the audience. Upon his return, he instantly became the center of attention. Su Sanshur, seeing Lu Zhe return, approached him without a word, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Lu is indeed unmatched. Just his aura alone is enough to render all others powerless." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile, and then playfully punched Su Sanshur. "Be sure to distinguish between flattery and sincerity. Do you understand?" Lu Zhe said with a friendly grin. Realizing his mistake, Su Sanshur immediately became more subdued. At that moment, Wang Yin also approached Lu Zhe, feeling joy for him. "Lu Zhe, the glory of Shrek rests entirely upon your shoulders. You must bear this responsibility," Wang Yin said with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately lost interest in further engagement and slowly rose to make his way back to his hotel. Lu Zhe strolled calmly along the path leading back to the hotel, but soon he became aware that something was amiss. Lu Zhe found himself seemingly ensnared within a fictitious realm, the surrounding environment appearing exceedingly peculiar. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill began to envelop his countenance, and he gradually cast his gaze around. "Are you not coming out?" Lu Zhe uttered coldly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cacophony of eerie laughter resonated throughout the vicinity. "Hehehe, young one, I advise you to surrender that child, or you shall find yourself in dire straits." At that moment, a phantom materialized before Lu Zhe, emanating a presence all too familiar to him. "Have you also mastered the paradox?" Lu Zhe inquired icily. Upon hearing this, the apparition momentarily faltered, then quickly discerned the aura surrounding Lu Zhe. "Hehehe." The specter let out a series of unsettling chuckles, astonished that someone in this world could indeed wield the paradox. How extraordinarily remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe also began to invigorate his spirit, for paradoxes are not to be trifled with. "Allow me to witness your paradox." The phantom let out a booming laugh before charging towards Lu Zhe. In an instant, the phantom was before Lu Zhe, raising its hand to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The Phantom's attack was halted mere centimeters from Lu Zhe. At that moment, the Phantom finally comprehended Lu Zhe's paradoxical ability and hastily retreated to a safe distance, observing him. Your paradox is defensive in nature, is it not? The Phantom remarked with a faint smile. However, Lu Zhe displayed a scornful grin and subsequently appeared before the Phantom. Realizing this, the Phantom quickly exclaimed, "You," but before it could finish, Lu Zhe delivered a swift kick, sending it flying. "You seem to have a lot to say," Lu Zhe remarked impatiently. Coughing, the Phantom slowly rose and gazed at Lu Zhe, instantly engulfed by a sense of dread. Buzz. The Phantom, still catching its breath, found its movements constrained by an unseen force. Who exactly are you?" The Phantom stammered. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and stepped before the Phantom, gripping its hair as he coldly declared, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that should anything happen to Xiao Yu, your world shall cease to hold any purpose." The Phantom was engulfed in terror, for it was the first time it had encountered such a prodigy as Lu Zhe. Yet, Lu Zhe slowly rose and continued, "Return and inform your general that should there be a next time, I shall come directly for you." The Phantom, momentarily stunned by this statement, found itself incredulous that it was being allowed to leave. However, regaining its composure, it felt the weight on its body lift and prepared to depart. Just as it was about to vanish, Lu Zhe revealed a peculiar smile. "I hope you possess the intellect to comprehend this, Tengu of the 10 Sons." Upon hearing these words, the Phantom was thrown into disarray. It had not disclosed its identity. So how could that young man know? Indeed, the Phantom was one of the so-called 10 Sons, codenamed Tengu, a paradox of a fabricated realm. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Tengu vanished from sight, and in the instant of its disappearance, the surrounding space began to shatter. Soon, Lu Zhe found himself back in reality, gazing at the desolate path, a slight smile gracing his lips. Those among the 10 Sons all possess paradoxes. How wondrous! Lu Zhe murmured softly. It seemed that the earlier individual had spoken the truth. You are not the only one endowed with a paradox. At this moment, a voice emerged from behind Lu Zhe. Upon hearing those words, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then slowly replied, "Though I am not the only one who possesses a paradox, I am indeed the sole individual who holds all the rules alongside the paradox." Chapter 43, Natural Disasters. The Soul Master competition continued as usual, with today's match featuring a team battle between Shrek Academy and Qianling Academy. The overall strength of Qianling Academy had significantly improved compared to previous squads, showcasing 6 soul ancestors and 1 soul king, working together with remarkable synergy. In contrast, Shrek's team appeared rather ordinary, aside from Hui Yuhao, who had previously displayed 600,000-year spirit rings. Lu Zhe, who had compelled Douluo Academy to concede in the last match, also took the stage. The match commenced swiftly, with both teams exchanging courteous greetings. Hui Yuhao remained stationed at the rear of his team, while Lu Zhe stood still, seemingly oblivious to his opponents. "Who exactly is that Lu Zhe?" a young man murmured in the preparation area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. "Ma Rulong. You must pay close attention to Lu Zhe. He is likely the main force of Shrek Academy." A tall man approached the youth. The young man was none other than Ma Rulong, the captain of the main team at Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Upon hearing this, Ma Rulong instantly grasped the implication and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Shrek will undoubtedly fall to us this time." The man nodded slowly, before shifting his gaze back to the battle arena. The arena was now dominated by a swirling ice tornado, an imposing force that had seized control of the battlefield. Just as the spectators thought the outcome was imminent, Lu Zhe stood calmly before the ice tornado. "What a nuisance," Lu Zhe remarked impatiently. With a mere wave of his hand, the colossal ice tornado vanished without a trace. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe unleashed gravitational compression. The 7 competitors from Qianling Academy immediately sensed the peril to their lives, but fortunately, their instructor conceded in time. Match concluded. "The victor is Shrek Academy," the referee exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The entire Xinglua Square erupted in fervent applause. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the preparation area of Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was far from optimistic. "Did you just witness that?" the tall man asked, his expression grave. Ma Rulong, incredulous, responded. Lu Zhe merely raised his hand to dispel that ice tornado, and up to now, he hasn't even taken the match seriously. It seems he truly is the main force of Shrek Academy. Regardless, I refuse to believe I will be bested by him. A silver-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes approached. Ma Rulong glanced at him with dissatisfaction and said, "Only through competition will we know, and to this day, we remain unaware of Lu Ze's martial soul and spirit ring configuration. How can you be so certain of victory?" The newcomer was none other than Xiao Hongqian, a member of the reserve team at Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Rather than responding immediately, Xiao Hongqian moved to the window to observe the battle arena. "What of Lu Ze? He too shall concede when faced with me," he stated arrogantly. Ma Rulong, unable to endure his arrogance any longer, turned and departed. In the preparation area of Shrek Academy, everyone celebrated their victory. "Indeed, we can always rely on Brother Lu. Single-handedly defeating an entire team is hardly a challenge, right?" Su Sancher laughed heartily. Everyone agreed, recognizing Lu Ze's formidable strength, having triumphed with minimal exertion. "All right, everyone should head back early to rest. Let us strive for victory again tomorrow," Wang Yin suggested. Hu Yuhao and the others chuckled as they departed, while Lu Ze remained behind. "Why do you linger? Do you have something to discuss with me?" Wang Yin inquired, gazing at Lu Ze. Lu Ze replied candidly, "I need to leave for a while." Upon hearing this, Wang Yin became visibly unsettled, his expression one of shock. "But this is the competition period. You wish to leave now?" "Indeed. I have matters of great importance to attend to," Lu Ze asserted seriously. Wang Yin's demeanor shifted slightly as he composed himself and continued to inquire, "Very well. How long do you intend to be away?" After hearing these words, Lu Ze pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm uncertain. I will return once the situation there is resolved." Wang Yin was at a loss for words. However, Lu Ze seemed disinclined to engage further with Wang Yin, turning on his heel and departing without so much as a reaction. The moment Lu Ze left, despair enveloped Wang Yin. Without Lu Ze, the upcoming competition felt insurmountable. Just then, a few figures appeared. "Wang Yin, you can rest assured about the upcoming matches." Upon hearing this, Wang Yin swiftly turned to face the newcomers, only to discover that it was Dai Yao Hang and Ma Xiaotao, among others. "You all?" Wang Yin found it hard to believe. Yet Dai Yao Hang smiled. "We have recovered from our injuries and are ready to take the stage." Suddenly, Wang Yin understood why Lu Ze chose to leave at this moment. It was because Ma Xiaotao and the others were fit to compete again. With this realization, Wang Yin no longer worried about the Soul Master competition. Meanwhile, Lu Ze had made his way to the outskirts of Xinglua City. "It appears these fellows truly are disobedient," Lu Ze remarked solemnly. With a breath, he vanished from the spot. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, an unprecedented calamity was unfolding. What on earth are these two individuals? At this moment, Tian was suffering from unprecedented injuries, with numerous life-threatening wounds adorning his body. Indeed, this devastation was not wrought by nature, but rather by human malice. Two men clad in black and gold stood in the air, gazing down at Tian and his companions. "Brute, you would do well to reveal the whereabouts of that child. Otherwise, both you and your friends shall meet a grim fate," one bald man declared coldly. Tian trembled at these words, realizing this was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries. "Do you outsiders not fear the wrath of this world's deities?" Tian retorted icily. "Gods? Who even knows if your world possesses such beings?" The bald man sneered. "Merely some high-level pets. How laughable." Tian, "We can at least perish together with these two," Xiang Jun shouted in anger. Yet Tian remained silent, seemingly waiting for something, unable to stand idle. Xiang Jun charged at the bald man. Rather than evading, the bald man wore an excited grin as he prepared to engage. "Let me witness the courage of this beast," he said, fist clenched, before delivering a powerful blow to Xiang Jun's abdomen. Boom. In an instant, Xiang Jun was smashed into the ground. Coughing up blood, he struggled to rise from the pit. "Tian, let us attack together," Xiang Jun insisted, still unwilling to yield. However, Tian was not foolish. The bald man's strength clearly exceeded the dimensional limits of this world, and even Lu Ze from before might not have been his match. Charging blindly could lead only to dire consequences. "Here's your final chance. Surrender the child." The bald man was beginning to lose his patience. At that moment, an aura surged forth, one that Tian and the others were all too familiar with, the aura of the three-eyed golden lion. "The divine beast has awakened," Xiang Jun exclaimed with surprise, but quickly became anxious, for the strength of the two adversaries was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even the divine beast might struggle against them. Meanwhile, the bald man surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. "The aura of rules," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Tian Lang, shall we retreat? The power of the rules is not something we can withstand." Another man spoke slowly. Yet the bald man did not agree. Instead, he smiled confidently. "Fear not. The power of the rules is clearly incomplete. It poses little threat. With that, he continued to approach Tian and his companions. The bald man began, surrender obediently, boom. Before he could finish, an attack engulfed him. However, this strike did not wound him. This is not a place for you outsiders. A clear female voice rang out. And the speaker soon appeared before Tian and the others. Chapter 44, 10 Sons, 7 Sins. I have truly had enough. Why is it so difficult to find a child without interference? The previously attacked bald man seemed genuinely enraged, turning to face his assailant. The attacker was a girl radiating a divine aura, with golden eyes and long hair inscribed with golden runes. This girl was none other than the newly emerged three-eyed golden lion. I shall not repeat myself. Leave this place. The three-eyed golden lion stated coldly. The bald man, displeased, retorted with a laugh. A mere girl with incomplete rules dares to command us? No sooner had he spoken than he appeared before the divine beast, ruthlessly striking her face. Bang! Fortunately, the divine beast managed to block in time, preventing herself from being sent flying. I am curious about the source of the rule power you possess, the bald man said with a deceptively friendly smile. The divine beast instantly recognized the disparity in strength between them. Seeing this, the bald man clasped his hands and calmly declared, Paradox fictional space. Open. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding space began to distort violently. The trees twisted grotesquely. The sky darkened, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. Welcome to my world, the bald man sneered. At this moment, the man accompanying the bald man spoke slowly. Do not play for too long, Tian Lang. We have a mission from the general. Rest assured, Renhua, I shall conclude this battle swiftly. The bald man replied with a grin. The bald man, codenamed Tian Lang, held the 9th seat among the 10 sons, while the man beside him was taller and occupied the 8th seat, codenamed Renhua. Though both were considered the weaker members of the 10 sons, their strength here was astonishing. Renhua, hearing Tian Lang's words, ceased to concern himself further and positioned himself nearby, ready to observe the ensuing battle. The divine beast, sensing the abnormality in her surroundings, adopted a serious demeanor, preparing for the next move. Whoosh! Tian Lang abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing mere centimeters from the divine beast. Without hesitation, he seized her face and hurled her into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, and the spot where the divine beast landed became a deep pit. Coughing, she slowly rose, gazing up at Tian Lang in the sky while murmuring, Is this the gap in strength? The little girl. It is not that I look down upon you, but rather that the aura of rules surrounding you is so minimal that you pose no threat to me. The celestial wolf taunted with a smile. In that moment, the mythical beast resolved that even if it were to perish here, it would never divulge the secrets regarding little you. With that determination, it summoned the last remnants of its power and charged towards the celestial wolf. A desperate gamble. Is it? The celestial wolf murmured softly, then laughed again, asking, What does it matter? You shall still meet your end. In an instant, the mythical beast stood before the celestial wolf, who mercilessly pierced through its chest. The mythical beast coughed up a mouthful of blood, then fell weakly to the ground. Mythical beast. The group, led by Emperor Tian, upon witnessing this sight, grew frantic and rushed towards their fallen companion. Meanwhile, the celestial wolf waved dismissively, expressing his disdain for the inconvenience. In a flash, countless sharp spikes ensnared Emperor Tian and his companions. If you have the ability, let us go, Emperor Tian shouted defiantly. However, the celestial wolf remained unfazed, continuing to wave his hand nonchalantly. Boom! In an instant, Emperor Tian and his companions exploded, leaving only the celestial wolf standing amidst the chaos. Initially oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him, the celestial wolf soon sensed something amiss. Catastrophe. Do you not feel that this is no longer my domain? He spoke gravely. Yet, no response came, prompting him to scan his surroundings with urgency. Who dares to show themselves? The celestial wolf demanded coldly. The ensuing scene startled him profoundly. Before he could comprehend, the environment and space reverted to their original state, with the mythical beast and Emperor Tian once again in front of him. In that moment, the celestial wolf felt an overwhelming fear. But as he watched Emperor Tian and his companions charge toward him, he ruthlessly annihilated them. Believing the matter concluded, he was soon dismayed to see Emperor Tian and his group resurrect and charge at him once more. I cannot tolerate this. The celestial wolf could no longer contain his fury, and an immense force erupted, obliterating everything around him. But the next moment plunged him into despair. What a formidable presence from the 9th seat of the 10 sons. A voice echoed around him. As the celestial wolf turned to face the sound, He realized he was no longer in the previous illusory space, but in an entirely different realm. "Who are you? Show yourself," the celestial wolf shouted, panic creeping into his voice as he looked around. Suddenly, the space began to shatter, and a young boy appeared before him, gripping the 8th seed of the 10 suns. Catastrophe firmly in his hand. "Who are you?" The celestial wolf felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Catastrophe in the boy's grasp. Knowing that Catastrophe possessed strength surpassing his own. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that you have meddled with someone you should not have," the boy replied coldly. As he spoke, a surge of power, one that even the celestial wolf could sense as terrifying, erupted forth. Golden inscriptions on the boy's body spread from his right hand to his neck, his right eye filled with intricate runes. Perfect rules. The celestial wolf finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. Just as he attempted to flee, the suddenly manifested boy struck him down into the earth with a single punch. As the celestial wolf crashed into the ground, the space completely shattered, and everyone returned to reality. Emperor Tian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the boy in the sky, and joyfully exclaimed, "Lu Zhe, you have finally returned." Indeed, the boy was Lu Zhe, who nodded at Emperor Tian before turning his attention back to the celestial wolf. The catastrophe he had held was merely a ruse to distract the celestial wolf. Now, the real catastrophe stood before them, emanating a power that even Lu Zhe found somewhat intimidating. "Since you possess the power of rules, you cannot be allowed to live," Catastrophe declared coldly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe began to adopt a more serious demeanor, for the other party exuded an aura of paradox. Paradox space slicing. The calamity offered Lu Zhe no opportunity for response, launching directly into battle. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Zhe calmly raised his hand to defend. Crack. Soon, Lu Zhe realized something was amiss. This attack had the power to slice through space. "Give it up? You are still too inexperienced," the calamity remarked slowly. Yet Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly, then clenched his right hand, causing the spatial slicing to vanish without a trace. This left the calamity, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. After all, a paradox does not simply disappear unless repelled by reality or overshadowed by a stronger paradox. Judging by the circumstances, it could only be the latter, which made the calamity increasingly grave. "You possess a paradox?" the calamity inquired tentatively. However, Lu Zhe did not respond. Instead, he instantaneously appeared before him, and without further ado delivered a punch. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the calamity was instantly sent flying. Lu Zhe showed no signs of restraint. His right hand began to compress gravity. Gravity was swiftly transformed into a singularity. Whoosh! A small black dot shot forth like a bullet, directly striking the calamity. The moment the calamity regained his senses, he felt the terrifying nature of this small black dot and attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Boom! The surrounding environment was swiftly leveled to the ground. And just as Lu Zhe believed the encounter had concluded, an unexpected event unfolded. What a ruthless strike! A voice, rich and magnetic, resonated from the ruins. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe instantly felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. As the smoke cleared from the ruins, a man emerged, holding both the calamity and the celestial wolf aloft in the air. "Are you also a member of the 10 Sons?" Lu Zhe inquired coldly. The man smiled lightly upon hearing this, then slowly replied, No, I am not from such a lowly group as the 10 Sons. I am greed, one of the 7 sins." After introducing himself, the man slowly turned, preparing to depart with the calamity and the celestial wolf. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe was taken aback, gazing at the man's silhouette, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the man had already opened a rift in space, casting the 2 individuals in his grasp into its depths. Just as he was about to step through the rift himself, he paused, turning away from Lu Zhe. He spoke slowly, "That child will eventually be mine again. I hope you will not stand in my way when that day comes." With those words, the man entered the spatial rift, leaving Lu Zhe to exhale heavily in his wake. Was it the face of greed, one of the 7 sins? It seemed that the inhabitants of that world were indeed formidable. Chapter 45, Lu Zhe's speculation after enduring an assault from powerful beings of other realms. Tian and his companions felt their own insignificance acutely. Even the newly emerged emperor's divine beast felt a deep sense of shame. At this juncture, Lu Zhe gazed at Tian and the others with an expression of serene indifference. He then inquired slowly, "Where is Xiaoyu?" Upon hearing this, Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, and he began to avert his gaze from Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lu Zhe immediately sensed something amiss. He approached Tian and inquired, "Where is Xiaoyu? Where has he gone?" Tian, caught off guard, struggled to find a suitable response. However, a thought crossed his mind. What if Lu Zhe truly became enraged? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Xiaoyu is quite safe. Ever since I assisted him in awakening his martial soul, he has been diligently cultivating with our master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief and continued, Since your master is awake, take me to him. Tian felt a wave of trepidation, pondering the possibility that their master might be unwilling to heed Lu Zhe's request. Yet, Lu Zhe quickly discerned Tian's apprehensions and reassured him, Do not worry. Everything will be fine. With that, he gestured for Tian to lead the way. With no alternative, Tian acquiesced and began to guide him to their master. Coincidentally, they were soon spotted by the recently arrived Emperor's divine beast, who, without hesitation, smiled and followed suit. In the depths of the Lake of Life, a magnificent silver dragon had already sensed Lu Zhe's presence. She understood that he had deliberately released his aura, otherwise, she would have been unable to detect him. Before long, Lu Zhe stood before the silver dragon. You are the master of Tian, the silver dragon king, are you not? Lu Zhe inquired, surveying her form. The silver dragon nodded faintly and responded, You have come here for Xiaoyu, correct? Is there any other reason? Lu Zhe replied coolly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a small figure leaped towards him. However, mid-flight, Lu Zhe effortlessly caught the figure in his hands. Brother, let me go, exclaimed the one being held, who was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu had grown a little, the most noticeable change being his height compared to before. After carefully examining Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe placed her gently on the ground and broke into a smile. To his surprise, she had already reached level 40, he murmured with a chuckle. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu immediately felt a surge of pride, and with a pat on his chest, proclaimed, Brother, I am now capable of standing on my own. And then, Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile, rising to gaze at the Silver Dragon King. Naturally, you will have to take me with you when you go out in the future, Lu Xiaoyu said, grinning. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhe did not take his words to heart. Instead, he approached the Silver Dragon King and regarded her intently. You must have understood my intentions upon your awakening, Lu Zhe said slowly. The Silver Dragon King, upon hearing this, showed no signs of refusal and nodded in agreement, responding, If you want me to assist Xiaoyu, what benefits will you offer me? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly as he replied, You shall not be deprived of benefits, as long as you fulfill your duties diligently. The Silver Dragon King fell silent thereafter. After all, Lu Zhe was the first individual, apart from the deities, who could exert such pressure upon her. Moreover, upon her awakening, she had sensed the aura of royalty emanating from Lu Xiaoyu. Very well, I shall remain by Xiaoyu's side from now on. Should you encounter anyone insurmountable, simply summon me, Lu Zhe remarked, turning slowly towards the exit. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu promptly followed suit, eager to leave the current place behind. Upon his arrival in the outside world, he encountered a young maiden. Lu Zhe, come and spar with me. The girl's bold invitation astonished Lu Xiaoyu. Lord Divine Beast, you have already transformed. It is time to abandon your poor habits. Lu Zhe replied with evident impatience. The girl was none other than the three-eyed golden lioness, who had emerged from her chrysalis, now a tall and exquisitely featured beauty. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, the divine beast seemed to sense something, and then interjected, This divine beast has transformed. I require a name. At this moment, Lu Zhe felt somewhat helpless, yet he slowly uttered, Fallen leaves signify autumn. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiaoer. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion was instantly engulfed in delight, disregarding Lu Zhe's expression as it turned and dashed into the distance. Observing the retreating figure of the three-eyed golden lion, Lu Zhe couldn't help but question the creature's sanity. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu tugged at Lu Zhe's hand and gently inquired, Who is that sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and gently ruffled his hair, slowly remarking, She is merely someone of limited intellect. There is no need to concern yourself with her. Lu Xiaoyu's expression appeared rather pessimistic, which left Lu Zhe somewhat perplexed. However, he quickly dismissed this thought as Lu Xiaoyu grasped his hand and hurried towards the distant mountains, offering him no opportunity for contemplation. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe found this transformation in his younger brother to be quite admirable. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu led Lu Zhe to a picturesque spot where the two brothers reclined on the grass, reveling in the beauty of nature, their faces illuminated with contentment. Brother, I now possess the ability to protect myself. Can I not accompany you on your adventures? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly posed this question. The drowsy Lu Zhe was instantly roused and, after a moment's reflection, responded, "There are individuals stronger than I. Accompanying me would only bring you suffering." Yet, Lu Xiaoyu held a different perspective in his eyes. His elder brother was the strongest and vulnerable to harm. Observing the disbelief on Lu Xiaoyu's face, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Xiaoyu retorted, visibly annoyed. After regaining his composure, Lu Zhe took a moment to steady his emotions before slowly uttering, "It's nothing, just a happy thought that crossed my mind." Lu Xiaoyu, skeptical to the utmost degree, chose to remain silent. However, at that moment, Lu Zhe's expression abruptly shifted, adopting a grave demeanor. This sudden change alarmed Lu Xiaoyu, prompting her to urgently inquire about his well-being. Yet, Lu Zhe insisted that he was fine. Witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly relented. After all, whatever could elicit such a serious expression from her brother was undoubtedly significant. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhe finally spoke again. "Xiaoyu, if you ever encounter a situation that even I cannot resolve, you must run, and do so as swiftly as you can," Lu Zhe stated earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a statement, but it would certainly be the last. The reason Lu Zhe expressed such thoughts was due to the previous ambush by the outsiders. Since the last battle, he had gleaned some insights about that world. For instance, among the Ten Sons, he had encountered 3 members, albeit the weakest 3. Yet, these seemingly inferior figures could easily overpower soul beasts of the caliber of Tian. One could only imagine the might of the preceding 7. Moreover, standing above the 10 Sons were the 7 sins. The mere presence of the greed manifestation he had encountered previously instilled a sense of dread within him, not to mention the other 6 sins. However, Lu Zhe pondered. That greed embodiment had the power to eliminate him yet refrained from doing so, likely because it was unable to fully exert its strength in this realm. This further substantiated Lu Zhe's conjecture, rejection. Anything that did not belong to this world would face the forces of reality's rejection, the more one utilized their power. The greater the backlash, the greed entity was likely subject to this phenomenon. Otherwise, they could have effortlessly sent the 7 sins to find Lu Xiaoyu in this world. Contemplating this, Lu Zhe glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, pondering the secrets that this little one possessed, which could draw such formidable beings to covet him. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lu Xiaoyu, uncomfortable, turned to Lu Zhe and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing," Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile, reclining on the ground and falling silent. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyu felt perplexed but refrained from probing further, instead lying obediently next to Lu Zhe. As twilight descended, both Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu began to feel drowsy. Beneath the vast starry sky, Lu Zhe found himself reminiscing about the past. "I am waiting for you. Do not let me down." Chapter 46, Transformation. After some time, under Lu Zhe's watchful eye, Lu Xiaoyu experienced a significant enhancement in her abilities, even those accompanying them. The Tian group reaped considerable benefits. Well, let us conclude for today. We must strive to familiarize ourselves with the rules of power, Lu Zhe gently addressed Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing those words, Lu Xiaoyu instantly relaxed, then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe withdrew to a tranquil spot, where he began to close his eyes and rejuvenate. Upon his return to the Golden Palace, Lu Zhe was no longer the same as before. He had undergone a profound transformation. He had nearly grasped the concepts of rules and paradoxes, yet he found himself pondering the true secret of the throne. As he settled onto the throne, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind. This influx of external knowledge incessantly reminded him of the concept of truth, plunging Lu Zhe into deep contemplation. Truth? What truly qualifies as truth? Why is this term being impressed upon me? Could the throne's ultimate secret be the truth itself? In that moment, a multitude of questions flooded Lu Zhe's mind, yet he could not find the answers he sought. Thus, he ceased his musings on the elusive truth and redirected his focus to cultivating his soul power. Soon, he would reach level 70. He wondered what his martial soul's true form would be, a faint smile gracing his lips. Days passed, and Lu Zhe experienced a remarkable metamorphosis. When he finally opened his eyes once more, the atmosphere around him had become incredibly dense. Sensing this weighty presence, Emperor Tian and his companions naturally approached Lu Zhe. "You have finally awakened," Emperor Tian remarked upon seeing Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe responded slowly, "Did anything happen while I was meditating?" Emperor Tian, feeling slightly embarrassed, was about to reply when Bai Ji interjected, "The sacred beast has ventured into the human realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately displayed a nonchalant expression, and then calmly remarked, "If she wishes to go, let her. What does it concern me?" However, at that moment, Bai Ji seemed to harbor some unspoken troubles. Observing her expression, Lu Zhe felt an ominous premonition and pressed. But what is it? Unable to conceal the truth any longer, Bai Ji responded directly. When the divine beast left, it took Xiaoyu with it. What? Upon learning that Xiaoyu had also entered the human realm, Lu Zhe's composure faltered. It was known that any of the 10 sons or 7 sins could single-handedly vanquish any faction in that world. If Xiaoyu and the others encountered them, would they not be entirely without a means of escape? Contemplating this, Lu Zhe's countenance darkened, and he slowly inquired, what about the Silver Dragon King? The Lord has also departed, Di Tian replied calmly. Hearing this, Lu Zhe exhaled slowly. In his view, the Silver Dragon King's strength was still manageable. Well then, I must take my leave. If those individuals from last time show up again, remember not to engage in prolonged battles, or rescue will be impossible. Lu Zhe stated as he turned to depart. No sooner had his words faded than he strode towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Di Tian. What do Lu Zhe's words truly signify? At this moment, Xiang Jun queried with confusion. Xiang Jun had never fully respected Di Tian. But the formidable enemies they faced compelled them to unite, lest they face annihilation. Di Tian sighed upon hearing this and said, Do you still not understand? Lu Zhe is urging us to exercise caution regarding those individuals from before. With that, he turned and made his way back to his residence, leaving Xiang Jun and the others in a state of melancholy. In a secluded valley at the bottom of Douluo continent, Renhua and Tian Lang knelt before a man, their expressions filled with trepidation. You could not even complete such a simple task. What use are you remaining? The man's demeanor was icily disdainful. Upon hearing this, Renhua and Tian Lang lowered their heads even further. Please grant us another opportunity, Lord Mammon. We assure you we will complete the task, Renhua implored. Trembling with fear, the man, known as Lord Mammon, was one of the 7 sins embodying greed. And his power was such that even Lu Zhe could not contend with him. After a moment of contemplation, Mammon coldly replied, Were it not for my true form's inability to enter this world, would I even require you? Understanding the implication, Renhua immediately bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Mammon, for the chance. This time we will surely fulfill the mission. To enhance efficiency, I shall have Calamity assist you, Mammon stated indifferently. With that, he opened a rift in space and stepped through without another word. Renhua and Tian Lang, prostrate on the ground, gasped for breath, as if they had narrowly escaped a tiger's maw. That was terrifying. I thought Lord Mammon was truly going to kill us, Tian Lang said as he gradually rose. Renhua, with a serious expression, replied, We should consider ourselves fortunate to be alive. Our current task is to locate the Son of God. But the Son of God is accompanied by that individual. Relying solely on the 2 of us seems futile, Tian Lang remarked slowly. At this, Renhua could not help but smile and said, Did not Lord Mammon say that Calamity would aid us? Besides, with that guy Tian go. Do you truly fear we cannot handle him? Tian Lang perked up at this, for Calamity stood above Renhua. And the division of the 10 Sun strength occurred precisely in Calamity's domain. The true might of Calamity could very well overwhelm 10 Renhua's. His power was indeed formidable. By the way, what of that guy Tian go? Renhua suddenly inquired. Tian Lang pondered for a moment before responding. He seems to be thriving in some organization. What is the name of that organization? Renhua asked slowly. I believe it is called the Holy Spirit Sect, Tian Lang replied. Inside Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion, Lu Zhe stood before the group of elders, exuding an air of calmness that belied any hint of anxiety. Has Master Mu truly departed? He inquired slowly. Before his departure, Master Mu expressed a desire to meet you. Elder Xian replied thoughtfully. Did he leave any words for me? At this moment, Lu Zhe's expression began to shift ever so slightly. After a brief silence, Elder Xian turned to the other elders and spoke with gravity. The future of the continent rests upon your shoulders. Master Mu hoped that you would wield your power to transform the current state of affairs. Is that all? Lu Zhe responded with a hint of indifference. The elders fell silent, and Lu Zhe, sensing the weight of the moment, turned and made his way out of the Sea God Pavilion. The elders made no move to stop him, instead watching him depart with solemn expressions. Why does the future of the continent hinge upon him? One elder murmured. Elder Xian merely cast a glance at him before departing, shaking his head in contemplation. The continent is destined for change. And the one who will effect this transformation is Lu Zhe. This was the final statement made by Master Mu to Elder Xian on the night before his departure. Chapter 47. Teacher Lu Zhe? In the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, the classroom for the new students buzzed with chatter. Each student was engrossed in their own discussions, save for 3 in the back row who remained notably quiet. Among them was a young boy and 2 young girls. The boy emanated an aura of nobility, while the two girls possessed beauty that could be described as breathtaking. The girl on the left had flowing white hair and delicate features, exuding an air of aloofness that deterred approach. In stark contrast, the girl on the right sported radiant golden hair and displayed an air of arrogance, as if no one could capture her interest. The classroom was filled with noise, yet no teacher intervened. Without supervision, the students grew increasingly unruly, their voices swelling in volume. Suddenly, the commotion subsided as a man appeared at the podium. "Class, quiet down," he said softly, yet his voice resonated clearly throughout the room. "Who is he?" "I don't know, but he seems to be our new teacher. He looks so gentle." Students began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon seeing the man, the boy in the back row's expression transformed. "Hello everyone, I am your new homeroom teacher. My name is Luze," the man announced. Instantly, the previously aloof boy perked up upon hearing the name. He stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother." The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes in the classroom turned toward him. Luze smiled warmly, saying, "I never expected you to come to Shrek." Indeed, the boy was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, Luze's younger brother. And the two young girls seated beside him were the transformed three-eyed golden lion and the silver dragon king. Both girls appeared thoroughly astonished, leaving the rest of the class in a state of disbelief. The new teacher is actually his brother. Moreover, it seems the goddesses are also acquainted with him. As Luze listened to the murmurs of the classroom, a subtle change began to manifest on his face. "Could you please quiet down?" Luze's expression was remarkably genial. This immediately brought silence to the previously boisterous students in the room. As Luze observed the room fall into silence, a smile emerged upon his face. "It is well known that Shrek Academy accepts only prodigies. I am aware that each of you considers yourselves to be a genius. However, this place has never been devoid of talent. Thus, I implore you to relinquish the title of genius and devote yourselves wholeheartedly to your training, lest you become the inept among your peers." At this point, Luze's tone grew exceedingly grave, and the atmosphere within the classroom seemed to plunge into a frigid stillness. Noticing the students' compliance, Luze unhesitatingly commanded, "In 1 minute, I expect to see you all on the playground." No sooner had he uttered these words than every student dashed toward the playground as if fleeing for their lives. Upon seeing this, Luze revealed a look of contentment on his face, only to discover that Lu Xiaoyu and the others were standing beside him. "Brother, how did you become a teacher?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Luze chuckled softly, then turned his gaze towards the two young ladies beside Lu Xiaoyu. "What are your aliases?" he inquired. The two, known as the Silver Dragon Kings, promptly responded, "My alias is Gu Yuna, and she is Choer." "Very well, let us convene at the playground," Luze stated matter-of-factly. Without further ado, Gu Yuna took Choer by the hand and headed towards the playground. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu remained behind, smiling as she watched Luze. "Aren't you coming?" Luze said slowly. "No, I wish to stay with you," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. However, Luze, showing no leniency, insisted, "If I tell you to go, you must go. This is the academy." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a pang of grievance and departed without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Luze couldn't help but smile before following her. Shortly thereafter, all the members of the freshman class gathered on the outer academy's playground. Ready for their run, Luze stood before them with a natural ease, and after a brief appraisal, he made a decision. Everyone rushed to the playground, as it was their first meeting, and they were to complete 50 laps. Luze stated calmly, 50 laps? Was the teacher mistaken? Isn't this a bit excessive? Upon hearing a faction of students grumbling, Luze's countenance swiftly turned icy. "I instructed you to run. Why are you still lingering? Hurry along." "Do you wish to add a few more laps?" Luze said coldly. The students, upon hearing his words, immediately fell silent and commenced their arduous task of completing 50 laps without further ado. Meanwhile, Luze, satisfied, settled himself on the sidelines, believing that no further disturbances would arise. However, at that moment, a familiar figure approached him. "Luze, is this truly how you treat your students?" An aged voice resounded from behind him. Upon hearing this, Luze smiled faintly and slowly remarked, "Did I not make it clear that I did not want this to happen? This should be considered rather easy, wouldn't you agree?" The visitor was none other than Elder Xian. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, only able to scratch his head and laugh heartily. "Very well then, how you choose to handle them is your affair. It is beyond my purview," Elder Xian replied languidly. However, Luze did not believe that Elder Xian had come merely for idle chatter, and thus inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Elder Xian, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile and conceded, "All right, since you have discerned my intentions, come with me for a moment." "Oh? Is there something of great importance you wish to discuss with me, given the gravity of the situation?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Elder Xian nodded, his expression grave and serious. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe ceased his speech and promptly rose to follow Elder Xian. This scene piqued the curiosity of Lu Xiaoyu, who was currently jogging. However, time was of the essence, and she could only hope to inquire about it later when the opportunity arose. In a tranquil corner of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe accompanied Elder Xian to this secluded spot. "Speak plainly. What is it you wish to discuss?" Lu Zhe stated directly. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "There are two matters of significance," he began slowly. "Pray tell," Lu Zhe replied, disfavoring any circumlocution. Not wishing to prolong the suspense, Elder Xian continued. "The first matter is that the rules for the next Soul Master tournament have been altered, permitting forces other than Soul Master academies on the continent to partake in the Soul Duel." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was taken aback, yet he pressed on with his inquiries. "What is the second matter?" At this juncture, Elder Xian's demeanor grew increasingly grave. "The mastermind behind the Dead City incident has resurfaced." Seemingly having affiliated with the Holy Spirit sect, Elder Xian stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's expression shifted, though not due to the mastermind of the Dead City incident, but rather the fact that they had joined the Holy Spirit sect. Furthermore, they might make an appearance in the upcoming Soul Master tournament. Elder Xian continued. "Understood. I shall remain vigilant when that time comes," Lu Zhe replied thoughtfully. After conversing for a while longer, Lu Zhe departed, citing matters related to his class, leaving Elder Xian in a state of melancholy, lost in thought. "Has Shiryao made a move?" Lu Zhe murmured softly on his way back to the playground. Although he was uncertain whether the Shiryao that had taken action was indeed the same ones he had encountered before, his intuition warned him that this situation would undoubtedly be far from simple. It could even disrupt his plans, prompting him to resolve to act only when necessary. Were it not for the formidable presence of the seven sins above Shiryao, Lu Zhe would likely have already sought them out. Contemplating this, a peculiar smile crept across Lu Zhe's lips as he whispered to himself, "You had best remain prudent during this period." Chapter 48. The second face in the Shrek Outer Academy. The students of the new first class had completely succumbed to Lu Zhe's authority. After nearly a month of interaction, they had come to understand his sternness. Despite Lu Zhe's daily cheerful demeanor, his punishments were formidable and none could withstand them. Even Lu Xiaoyu had experienced his discipline, and it was twice as severe as that of other students. In the classroom of the new first class, Lu Zhe stood at the podium with a radiant smile. "Classmates, the new student assessment is approaching. I hope you will not bring shame upon our class," Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. However, to the students of the new first class, Lu Zhe's smile resembled that of a demon, sending chills down their spines. "We will certainly not disappoint you, teacher," the students chorused in unison. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then picked up a folder and meticulously began to peruse its contents. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "In that case, I shall announce your group assignments. The first group consists of Yu, Xiaofei, and Yin Jie. The second group includes Huang Long, Li Jing, and Wu Yong. The third group. Finally, the last group is composed of Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Qiu'er. That concludes your respective groupings," Lu Zhe remarked as he closed the folder. He continued, "In the next 2 days, I expect everyone to rest well and prepare for the upcoming assessment for newcomers." With that, he prepared to leave the classroom, but at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, seated at the back, decided to follow him out. In the corridor of the teaching building, Lu Xiaoyu stealthily trailed behind Lu Zhe, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet, he chose to pay no mind to her actions and continued walking ahead. Lu Xiaoyu, believing she had remained undetected, persisted in her pursuit, driven by a desire to uncover Lu Zhe's activities after class. She had long harbored the intention of shadowing him but had been unable to find the time until now. Thus, she followed him, convinced of her invisibility. Eventually, they reached the shores of the Sea God Lake, where Lu Xiaoyu noticed the absence of others and prepared to reveal herself. However, just as she was about to make her presence known, a young girl suddenly dashed to Lu Zhe's side. This unexpected development caused Lu Xiaoyu, who had been ready to emerge, to halt in her tracks, her curious gaze fixed upon them. Initially, she presumed they were merely engaging in casual conversation, but her thoughts quickly shifted upon observing the apparent intimacy between the two. Lu Zhe even affectionately ruffled the girl's hair during their exchange, a scene that pierced Lu Xiaoyu's heart. She felt as though something precious had been snatched away from her, leaving her restless and unsettled. Soon, the girl smiled and waved goodbye to Lu Zhe, who responded with a warm smile in return. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Her foremost desire was to locate the girl and demand clarity regarding her relationship with Lu Zhe, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A voice abruptly pulled her back to reality. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Upon hearing that voice, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly regained her senses, subsequently gazing at the other person with a blank expression. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu uttered slowly. Indeed, just as she was lost in thought, Lu Zhe approached her. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's expression of utter numbness, Lu Zhe was immediately filled with curiosity. He slowly inquired, what troubles you? Why does your face appear so grim? Upon realizing her expression was amiss, Lu Xiaoyu quickly broke into a smile and feigned ignorance, saying, No, nothing at all. I merely wanted to take a stroll here and happened to encounter you, and that sister engaged in conversation. Oh, is that so? Lu Zhe replied with a hint of skepticism. Then why does your expression appear so grim? Have you encountered some unfortunate matter? Lu Zhe inquired with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly clarified, It's nothing. I am simply astonished that you actually have friends of the opposite sex. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, only managing an awkward smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly inquired, Who is that sister? You mean her? Lu Zhe seemed to grasp the situation. Yes, Lu Xiaoyu fervently nodded in agreement. Lu Zhe paused for a moment before stating, She is my friend. As soon as the words left his lips, he fell silent. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been filled with anticipation, was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? She inquired softly. Well, what else could it be? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at his smiling face. Although a smile adorned his lips, disbelief lingered within him. Very well. I shall take my leave, Lu Xiaoyu remarked as he turned away. Without a backward glance, he departed, leaving Lu Zhe standing in a state of confusion. Could it be that this lad has ventured elsewhere? Lu Zhe chuckled helplessly. He soon dismissed the matter from his thoughts and proceeded toward his dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoyu's expression was one of icy resolve. Since you are unwilling to divulge the truth, I shall seek out that woman to ascertain the facts myself. Lu Xiaoyu silently lamented as he walked along the path. By evening, Lu Zhe lay in his dormitory, contemplating the secrets of the throne, utterly oblivious to the world outside. Meanwhile, by the shores of the sea god lake, Lu Xiaoyu stood, her demeanor as frigid as the breeze that caressed her. Is this truly why you summoned me here? Is there something you wish to convey? At that moment, a clear, melodic voice resonated from behind Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu glanced back, but did not bestow a favorable expression upon her. The young girl possessed a gentle and exquisite appearance, captivating and graceful, with long black hair tied into a ponytail at the side, and a pair of enchanting emerald green eyes. This maiden was none other than Xiao Xiao, one of the current members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Xiao Xiao was perplexed as to why this boy had summoned her. What is your relationship with Lu Zhe? Lu Xiaoyu inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, yet she prepared to respond. However, in the next instant, Lu Xiaoyu appeared right before her and, without uttering a word, delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Fortunately, Xiao Xiao reacted swiftly and summoned the 3-life cauldron to block the attack. Yet, due to the tremendous force behind Lu Xiaoyu's kick, Xiao Xiao was sent flying along with the cauldron. Crash! The forceful impact caused Xiao Xiao to collide heavily with a large tree by the shores of the sea god lake. Coughing, Xiao Xiao regained her senses and looked at Lu Xiaoyu in shock, her face a canvas of confusion. Gradually rising to her feet, Xiao Xiao began to speak. How come bang? Before she could finish, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly struck her abdomen with another kick. An intense wave of pain enveloped Xiao Xiao's entire being. Xiao Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with great difficulty, gazed at Lu Xiaoyu, her expression still filled with bewilderment. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu coldly declared, I will not permit you to lay a finger on Lu Zhe. He is only to be touched by me. It was then that Xiao Xiao comprehended Lu Xiaoyu's motives. It was all due to Lu Zhe. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiaoyu. Though I know not the nature of your relationship with Lu Go, I assure you, I have not touched him, Xiao Xiao stated earnestly. Yet, despite her sincerity, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced. I only trust the deceased. Lu Xiaoyu's countenance was notably frigid. In an instant, she reappeared before Xiao Xiao, who was caught off guard and suffered yet another fierce assault from Lu Xiaoyu. Uffed. Xiao Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood, collapsing a short distance away. When she finally lifted her head again, Lu Xiaoyu had already positioned herself before Tang, wielding a golden longsword. At that moment, Xiao Xiao sensed the imminent presence of death. She never anticipated that this boy would possess such formidable strength, rivaling that of Lu Zhe. At this juncture, Xiao Xiao found herself devoid of any capacity to evade, helplessly watching as the golden sword descended upon her. She had resigned herself to her fate, believing she was doomed, yet the sword lingered in the air, refusing to strike. When Xiao Xiao opened her eyes once more, she discovered that the golden sword had been intercepted. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated in her ear. Do you intend to commit murder? Chapter 49. An apology. Do you intend to commit murder? A cold voice echoed in Xiao Xiao's ear. Upon recognizing the voice, she slowly raised her head to find that it was Lu Zhe himself. In stark contrast, Lu Xiaoyu took a few steps back in terror. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu timidly uttered. When Xiao Xiao heard Lu Xiaoyu's words, she was immediately struck with astonishment. The formidable youth before her was, in fact, Lu Zhe's younger brother. This revelation was utterly unexpected, as it was the first time she had heard of Lu Zhe having a sibling. Since you acknowledge me as your brother, perhaps you could elucidate the reasons behind your actions, Lu Zhe spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words, her head bowed low, unable to meet Lu Zhe's gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe ceased his words and approached Xiao Xiao, aiding her in rising. How's your injury? Lu Zhe inquired with a calm demeanor. Xiao Xiao replied slowly, it's nothing, merely some minor wounds. Well, in that case, you should depart from here. My brother and I need to converse privately, Lu Zhe stated gently. Xiao Xiao accepted this without protest, expressed her gratitude, and then walked away into the distance. Before long, only Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu remained. Now that we are alone, you may speak, Lu Zhe said, fixing his gaze upon Lu Xiaoyu. However, Lu Xiaoyu continued to keep her head lowered, unwilling to utter a word. The two remained in this tense silence for a while, leaving Lu Zhe in a state of perplexity. He then stepped directly in front of Lu Xiaoyu, preparing to lift her chin, only to be interrupted by her soft voice. What is your relationship with that woman? Lu Xiaoyu murmured, still averting her gaze. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his outstretched hand hovering in midair. What do you mean? Lu Zhe felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Upon hearing those encouraging words, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly raised her head and fixed her gaze intently on Lu Zhe. What exactly is your relationship with that guy? Lu Xiaoyu's voice was loud, yet it bore a hint of tears. At this moment, Lu Zhe began to comprehend his meaning, and subsequently, a smile graced his lips. Upon witnessing Lu Zhe's smile, Lu Xiaoyu immediately felt displeased and exclaimed, what are you laughing at? Do you truly have some connection with that fellow? All right, Lu Zhe replied with a playful tone. Xiao Xiao and I are both members of the Shrek 7 monsters. I am a few generations her senior, so it is only natural for me to express concern. He then affectionately ruffled her hair. Instantly subdued by the gesture, Lu Xiaoyu fell silent and ceased her protests. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe believed the matter was resolved. He then remarked, the day is drawing to a close. You should return to your dormitory and rest. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, Lu Xiaoyu grasped his arm firmly. Confused, Lu Zhe turned back to look at her and inquired softly, what is it? Is there something else you wish to discuss with me? Yet, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated, stammering, I was considering spending the night at your place. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe could not help but chuckle, and then he took her small hand and led her towards his dormitory. Before long, Lu Zhe had brought Lu Xiaoyu into his room. You can wash up and then sleep on this big bed, Lu Zhe said with a smile, pointing to the spacious bed. And what about you? Lu Xiaoyu inquired softly. Of course, I will sleep on the other bed, Lu Zhe replied with a grin, continuing. At your age, do you still wish to sleep with me? After saying this, he walked towards the bathroom. Hearing his words, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned slightly displeased. Yet she accepted it with grace. Later, when she entered the bathroom to freshen up, she discovered that Lu Zhe was already taking a shower, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Thus, she hurriedly completed her own washing and dashed straight to the bed, burying herself under the covers. Shortly after, Lu Zhe emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, his silver hair, which had been tied back, now cascading down his back. With his body still damp and his exquisite features, one unfamiliar with him might have mistaken him for a woman at first glance. As Lu Zhe stepped out of the bathroom, he glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, who had buried her head in the covers, and with a smile, he lay down on the other bed. In the dead of night, while Lu Zhe had already drifted into slumber, Lu Xiaoyu quietly approached his bedside. The soft moonlight illuminated Lu Zhe's face, momentarily captivating Lu Xiaoyu. She recalled that her brother hadn't seemed this handsome before. How had he changed so much? Without realizing it, she found herself climbing onto his bed. The next morning, Lu Zhe felt as though something was constricting his neck. Slowly opening his eyes, he was met with Lu Xiaoyu's face mere inches away from him. Hey, it's time to get up. Lu Zhe gently patted Lu Xiaoyu's back as he spoke. The sleepy Lu Xiaoyu, roused from her dreams, gradually opened her eyes. Is it morning? She murmured, still hazy from sleep. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, she became momentarily flustered. However, Lu Zhe appeared unconcerned and instead lifted her into his arms. Given that Lu Xiaoyu was already shorter than Lu Zhe by several heads, she felt like a small child in his embrace. Gradually, Lu Xiaoyu grew accustomed to being held this way and leaned her head against Lu Zhe's shoulder. Get up and come with me to apologize to Xiao Xiao, Lu Zhe suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu instantly became alert. Can I not go? She said reluctantly. No way. Lu Zhe flatly refused, not allowing him any chance to offer a reason for his request to rest. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyu was escorted to the inner courtyard by Lu Zhe. When you see Xiao Xiao later, remember to address her as sister, Lu Zhe said slowly, walking ahead of Lu Xiaoyu. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied, her reluctance evident. Soon, Lu Zhe led Lu Xiaoyu to Xiao Xiao. Lu Ge, did you come to see me for something? Xiao Xiao asked with a smile. Lu Zhe smiled faintly and then slowly inquired, how is your injury? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao hurriedly replied, it's nothing now. With the teacher's treatment, I feel much better. Well, it's good that you're fine, Lu Zhe said, as he gently pushed Lu Xiaoyu in front of her. Who is this? Xiao Xiao felt quite puzzled as she gazed at Lu Xiaoyu. However, the next moment, she was utterly astonished. I apologize. Lu Xiaoyu hesitantly uttered a few words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's delicate form trembled, and she found it hard to believe what she had just heard. At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly interjected, urging her to be more sincere. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu wore a sulky expression, and then slowly spoke, Sister Xiao Xiao, I was in the wrong last night. So please forgive me. After uttering these words, he bent slightly at the waist. Xiao Xiao gazed at Lu Xiaoyu before breaking into a gentle smile, then replied nonchalantly, it's fine. I understand it wasn't intentional. Yes, this child might have had a moment of indiscretion. You needn't hold it against him, Lu Zhe interjected softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao chuckled and remarked, it's all right. He likely cares about you quite a lot. Indeed, Lu Zhe responded with a smile. The two continued their conversation for a while before parting ways. As they made their way back to the outer courtyard, Lu Xiaoyu's face was clouded with discontent, and Lu Zhe, observing his expression, could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, turning to look at Lu Zhe after hearing his laughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, just recalling some amusing events. Really? Lu Xiaoyu expressed a hint of disbelief. No more questions. You should prepare for the impending freshman assessment, Lu Zhe concluded, leaving her standing there alone, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xiaoyu eventually gathered herself and sought out her teammates. Chapter 50. The recruitment. The latest cohort of students at Shrek Academy had been present for quite some time. And at last, the freshman assessment had arrived. The soul fighting arena was particularly lively today, with nearly 100 trios gathered in unison. It seems the talent of this cohort surpasses that of the previous one, remarked a man standing beside Lu Zhe. Indeed, Lu Zhe smiled and replied, the aptitude of this year's freshmen is quite impressive. With that, the two ceased their conversation as the freshman assessment commenced. Lu Zhe naturally arrived at the arena where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were located. The match has already begun, Lu Zhe said with a smile as he stood in the viewing area. Although the first match did not involve Lu Xiaoyu's team, both teams were quite formidable. The first round of the new student assessment, Match 1, New Student Class 4 versus New Student Class 3. Please have the contestants enter the arena. The referee announced loudly from the duel stage. With that, the two teams stepped onto the stage amidst the watchful eyes of all. Both sides have soul masters. It seems we are in for an exciting confrontation from this year's Dark Horse team, Lu Zhe remarked with a gentle smile. Just then, a man approached his side and said with a grin, it seems that your class may indeed be the true Dark Horse of this year. Lu Zhe turned around and discovered that the person was none other than his old acquaintance, Gongyang Mo. What a surprise, Lu Zhe chuckled. However, Gongyang Mo was no fool. He had already heard that this year's new students included 3 soul masters, and it was easy to deduce that they would form a team. I didn't expect you to be so modest, Gongyang Mo replied with a faint smile. The two then fell silent, for the competition had commenced. Although both sides in the first match boasted soul venerates, the teamwork of the new 4th class was far inferior to that of the new 3rd class. Initially, both sides were locked in a stalemate, neither giving ground. Yet, Due to teamwork issues, the new third class swiftly gained the upper hand. Before long, the match concluded, with the new third class emerging victorious without a doubt. As the referee announced the outcome, the winning team, led by Wu Yi from the new third class, celebrated their triumph. With the conclusion of the match, the second round of the new student assessment began. In the second match of the first round, new students Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Shoer from Class 1 will face off against Yifei, Huang Sha, and Li Yin from Class 10. The referee announced loudly. Upon receiving the notification, the competitors quickly ascended the battle platform. Upon reaching the arena, Lu Xiaoyu began to scan the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Meanwhile, upon noticing Lu Xiaoyu's distracted demeanor, Yifei felt his temper flare, feeling utterly disregarded. "Are you a bit full of yourself?" Yifei muttered under his breath, hearing his voice. Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to attention and coldly retorted, "And if I am?" This provoked Yifei, who, in a fit of rage, charged towards Lu Xiaoyu, only to be halted by the referee. "This is the battle platform. No one is allowed to act out of turn before I signal the start, otherwise it will be treated as a forfeit," the referee declared sternly. With this admonishment, Yifei instantly subdued his agitation, shooting Lu Xiaoyu a fierce glare. However, Lu Xiaoyu remained unfazed, continuing his search. Witnessing this, Yifei let out a derisive snort. "You'll pay for your arrogance," he snapped, turning away in frustration. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu appeared oblivious to his words, still scanning the area. Soon enough, he spotted Lu Zhe watching him, a smile instantly lighting up his face. "Just you wait. I will definitely win this match," Lu Xiaoyu silently vowed with joy. Before long, the referee positioned himself at the center of the battle platform, surveying both sides. The duel begins. With the referee's command, Yifei shot forward like a cannonball. "Prepare to pay for your earlier behavior," he bellowed. As Lu Xiaoyu caught sight of Yifei charging towards her, a cold smirk graced her lips. Just as she prepared to strike, she was preempted by a figure behind her, Gu Yuna, who softly uttered, "Flame wave." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a wave of fire surged towards Yifei. Faced with this blazing onslaught, Yifei's bravado faltered, prompting him to hastily evade the attack. Though he narrowly escaped the fiery tide, upon lifting his gaze, he was met by the striking figure of Chioer, who brandished a golden spear and, without uttering a word, lunged at his face. With a resounding thud, Yifei was sent tumbling into the arena. As his teammates rushed forward to assess the situation, they were momentarily taken aback. The onlookers were equally perplexed, and the referee, noticing the commotion, approached to investigate. "Class 10 of the freshmen, Yifei has lost his qualification to continue fighting," the referee declared. The spectators were left in astonishment. One blow had rendered Yifei incapacitated. Was this girl truly that formidable? After all, Yifei was a soul master. A chorus of disbelief echoed around them, as most struggled to comprehend the scene that had just unfolded. Yet, the truth was irrefutable, plunging the other competitors into silence. Soon after, the remaining two members of Class 10 opted to forfeit, recognizing the insurmountable disparity in strength. It was futile to seek retribution against Lu Xiaoyu. Even the defenses of the two girls before him were unassailable. With the conclusion of the match, Lu Xiaoyu's team emerged victorious. As the referee announced the result, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly descended from the arena, making her way towards Lu Zhe without hesitation. In a short while, she stood before him. "Congratulations." Lu Zhe spoke before Lu Xiaoyu could utter a word. Upon hearing this, warmth flooded her heart, prompting her to lift her proud head and beam at Lu Zhe. "Brother, don't you think it's a bit rude not to celebrate my victory?" Lu Xiaoyu replied with an innocent smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then replied slowly, "Very well, once you secure the championship, I promise you one thing." At this remark, Lu Xiaoyu's spirits were instantly lifted, and she replied with a smile, "Really? Do you not trust your brother's words?" Lu Zhe answered with a grin, "Of course." "All right, it's a deal," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, extending her tiny hand with a smile. Lu Zhe did not refuse. He extended his hand and engaged in a pact with him. At that moment, a man clad in distinctive attire approached them. Upon seeing him, Lu Zhe instantly understood. "Xiaoyu, you should head back first. I have something to attend to," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. He then followed the man and departed from the scene. Watching Lu Zhe's figure gradually fade into the distance, Lu Xiaoyu felt an unsettling premonition, yet she quickly regained her composure. "With my brother's strength, how could anything possibly go wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a smile, before turning to make her way towards Gu Yuna and the others. Chapter 51. That World. "What business does Master Xian have with me?" Lu Zhe followed a man clad in distinctive attire, slowly inquiring. The man, upon hearing the question, admitted his ignorance and replied, "Let us discuss the report with Elder Xian. He merely instructed me to bring you here." It seemed that Lu Zhe had already begun to piece together some clues. Consequently, the two continued their journey towards the Sea God Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhe found himself before Elder Xian, guided by the man. Upon meeting Elder Xian's gaze, the man instinctively knelt. Remaining in place, Lu Zhe inquired naturally, "Elder Xian, do you have something to discuss with me?" Elder Xian's expression turned grave as he slowly replied, "It pertains to the future of the continent." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Have you discovered something?" Lu Zhe asked solemnly. "Indeed, Elder Xian." With a serious tone, revealed the cause, stating, "We have made progress regarding the matter of the dead city." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately understood and subsequently inquired, "What have you discovered?" Elder Xian, not one to beat around the bush, responded directly. "Our members of the Shrek inspection team reported sensing an exceptionally strong spatial energy emanating from the depths of a certain canyon." Lu Zhe, with a grave expression, asked, "Are you suggesting that there may be a spatial rift at the bottom of that canyon?" Elder Xian remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe's expression immediately grew more solemn. If that place truly led to the realm inhabited by the 10 Suns, the consequences would be beyond their imagination. Only Lu Zhe understood the immense power of that world, and the reason was none other than the individual who proclaimed himself as the greed of the 7 sins. His strength was of a different dimension altogether. Should his true form arrive, the ramifications would be unfathomable. "I believe I have come to an understanding," Lu Zhe said slowly. Seeing this, Elder Xian did not remain idle and promptly remarked, "Very well, I shall arrange for the prodigies from the inner courtyard to accompany you on your reconnaissance." However, Lu Zhe firmly rejected Elder Xian's suggestion. "No, that place is exceedingly perilous. Others cannot be allowed to venture there," he asserted gravely. Upon seeing the gravity of his expression, Elder Xian was filled with confusion. "Why not?" he inquired, perplexed. In response, Lu Zhe responded with unwavering seriousness, "There is no reason, if it is indeed that place. Even you may not escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian understood. It appeared that Lu Zhe possessed knowledge of something significant, but was reluctant to share it. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Lu Zhe was likely acting out of a desire to protect them, as that place might indeed be too treacherous, and allowing others to accompany them could lead to total annihilation. "Very well, since you insist, I shall accompany you," Elder Xian conceded slowly. Without giving Lu Zhe a moment to respond, he continued, "Rest assured, I will merely remain at the edge of the canyon to await your return." Initially inclined to refuse, Lu Zhe fell silent upon hearing this last statement and nodded in agreement. "There is no time to lose. Let us depart at once," Elder Xian declared plainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded in agreement and turned to set off with Elder Xian. After a while, they arrived at the destination of their mission. "Is this the place?" Lu Zhe inquired softly. Elder Xian nodded and replied, "You must exercise utmost caution during this operation. Should anything seem amiss, withdraw immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes," Lu Zhe affirmed. Lu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement and then gazed towards the depths of the canyon, leaping down without a moment's hesitation. Before long, he found himself at the canyon's bottom. Observing his surroundings, Lu Zhe grew increasingly convinced that this place was indeed a passage to another world. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the rift in space. The sight of the enormous fissure before him caused Lu Zhe to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. It seemed this was the place. He murmured gravely. Without further contemplation, he stepped directly into the rift. As the scene before him blurred, he instinctively closed his eyes. When Lu Zhe opened them once more, he was utterly astonished by the spectacle that lay before him. Words failed him entirely. The scene before Lu Zhe could only be described as hellish, with a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky, casting an eerie pall over the world. As Lu Zhe stepped into this realm, a commotion erupted within a distant palace, where someone had sensed an alarming presence. "Is it him? Has that wretch returned? Was he not already dead?" Instantly, the palace's occupants were thrown into chaos. At that moment, a dashing man in a black suit emerged, surveying the disorder with icy detachment. "What are you all doing?" he demanded coldly. The crowd, taken aback by his authoritative voice, fell silent and obediently returned to their seats. Once they settled down, the man inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why the fuss?" The room fell into silence until one brave soul stood to provide an explanation. "Lucifer, did you not sense his presence?" he questioned. "Indeed." The man clad in black was none other than Lucifer, the embodiment of pride, the foremost of the 7 sins. The one posing the question was Leviathan. ranked second among them, representing envy. Leviathan, do you truly believe I could overlook that presence? Lucifer replied with a disdainful smirk. Leviathan, upon witnessing Lucifer's expression, promptly retreated into silence and returned to his seat. Lucifer, sensing the shift, continued, his presence is faint. It appears he has not fully awakened. Go and retrieve him, alive. With that, he turned and departed. Leviathan and the others, understanding the gravity of the situation, dared not defy his command, for he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Are we truly to capture that wretch ourselves? One man hesitantly inquired. Leviathan glanced at him and replied, no need, since Lucifer says he is not yet fully awakened. Let the 10 sons handle it. Very well, the man responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Luze remained blissfully unaware of the unprecedented peril that awaited him. How could this be? He murmured to himself as he strolled along a narrow path. The reason was simple. The moment he arrived in this world, he felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he had been here before. Countless questions flooded his mind. Just as he pondered, an attack hurtled towards him. Boom. With a deafening roar, the surrounding landscape was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Luze possessed the protection of Xeno's turtle, sparing him from harm. Nonetheless, the gravity of the situation etched a serious expression upon his face. Luze slowly raised his gaze towards the sky, and in that instant, he was struck with awe. Before him stood 7 figures suspended in midair, their eyes fixated intently upon him. At that moment, a man positioned at the center of the 7 began to speak in a measured tone. Come with us for a while. Chapter 52, A First Encounter. In a forest of an alternate realm, Luze was panting heavily. To his astonishment, wounds had appeared on his body. The reason for this was none other than the 7 individuals who were among the top ranks of the 10 sons. The most formidable of them was the leader, codenamed Collapse. I never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament, Luze chuckled as he leaned against a tree. Even though he had resorted to his first form, he had merely managed to escape from those 7 by a stroke of luck. It was best not to linger in battle, he thought with a wry smile. He then prepared to rise and leave this place, but just as he stood up, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. Have they caught up? Luze mused as he gazed up at the dark red sky. No sooner had he spoken than several figures materialized in the air. You would do well to come with us quietly, the leading man intoned slowly. He was none other than the leader of the 10 sons, Collapse. Luze exhaled a breath of murky air, then looked at them with a faint smile. If you can manage it, I shall remain silent, Luze remarked, his tone lighthearted. Upon hearing this, Chaos felt a surge of anger. Are you provoking us? He retorted. Who knows? Luze chuckled softly. In that case, do not blame us, Chaos replied in a low voice. As soon as the words left his lips, Chaos vanished from midair, only to reappear behind Luze in an instant. Without uttering a word, he launched a kick towards Luze's ribs. However, Luze was not to be underestimated. He activated his absolute defense the moment Chaos approached. Yet, it quickly became evident that Luze was at a disadvantage. With a resounding crack, his defense shattered, and Chaos's kick landed squarely on his ribs. Pooh! Luze was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he crashed into a distant rock formation. Bang! The impact stirred a cloud of dust. What a predicament! Luze scoffed from within the haze. Gradually rising, he turned to face Chaos and the others, his expression shifting. I haven't employed this move yet. I wonder what the outcome will be. He mused with a smile. In an instant, a formidable power erupted from him. Sensing the terrifying force, Chaos's expression shifted as he charged towards Luze. Something feels off. A man on Chaos's side remarked seriously. True to his words, a peculiar scene unfolded. Golden inscriptions began to spread across Luze's body, reminiscent of when he first emerged from his cocoon. It has been a while since I experienced this feeling, Luze murmured softly. At that moment, Chaos stood before him and delivered a punch without hesitation. Bang! The surrounding terrain crumbled as if struck by a meteor, reduced to ruins. Yet, Chaos stared in disbelief at the space before him. How is this possible? The other 6 gazed in shock at Chaos's position. They were astonished that Luze had effortlessly absorbed Chaos's blow. Is this the true power of the 10 Sons Chief? Luze whispered. Upon hearing this, Chaos felt a surge of fury. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself several dozen meters away from Luze. Authority, why are you still standing back? Chaos said coldly. A man hovering in the air chuckled, then replied, My apologies, I momentarily forgot. This man was Authority, ranked second among the 10 sons. After a brief smile, Authority continued, It's time to join in, brothers. Understood, the other 5 responded with expressions of eager excitement. Shall we all engage? Lu Zhe asked nonchalantly. Then, upon further reflection, he smiled. This works well. No need to waste time. The 10 sons comprised 10 individuals, each possessing a code name, granted only to those of certain strength. The rankings, from highest to lowest, were chaos, authority, wealth, judgment, fairness, justice, calamity, man-made disasters, Canis Major, and Tengu. Currently, man-made disasters, Canis Major, and Tengu remained in the Douluo continent, while the other 7 faced off against Lu Zhe. Chaos was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that this individual could contend against all 7 of them alone without being at a disadvantage. Is this truly your strength? Authority inquired slowly. Lu Zhe let out a faint smile upon hearing this, and then he looked at them and said slowly, I suppose that's about right. Your 10 sun strength is rather mediocre. Huh. Upon hearing this, the Arbiter scoffed coldly. You dare say such things when you cannot even harm a single one of us? You 7 cannot suppress me. Do you not grasp the disparity? Lu Zhe retorted with a mocking grin. The Arbiter, caught off guard by his words, suddenly found himself at a loss for a response. Were it not for the elders wishing to remain alive, do you truly believe you would still be here? At that moment, Wealth interjected. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell silent, fully aware of the strength of his opponents. Even at his peak, he could barely hold his ground against their combined might, unable to inflict any harm upon them. If they truly wished to end his life, he feared he would not endure for long. At that moment, the Harbinger stepped forward. I strongly advise you to accompany us. Otherwise, when those esteemed individuals arrive, you will regret it, he stated coldly. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Zhe upon hearing these words. However, after some contemplation, he resolved that it would be prudent to leave this place. As he prepared to depart, he was suddenly intercepted by the Arbiter. Where do you think you're going? Bang. As soon as the words left his lips, the Arbiter's fist struck Lu Zhe's chest. Fortunately, Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block the blow. Utilizing the force of the Arbiter's punch, he darted away into the distance. The others, realizing something was amiss, immediately pursued him. Yet at that moment, Lu Zhe had already escaped their encirclement. And as he broke free, he hurled a gravity singularity. The immense explosion instantly obliterated everything in the vicinity. Caught off guard, the Harbingers quickly took defensive measures. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to flee further. Damn it! The Harbinger, having withstood the explosion, was instantly filled with rage. The expressions of the others mirrored his displeasure, all wishing to tear Lu Zhe to shreds. After running a safe distance, Lu Zhe glanced back and, upon realizing that the Harbingers had not followed, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet he remained vigilant, for this world harbored beings even more formidable than the Harbingers. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived at the vicinity of the spatial rift. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected occurrence took place. Did you think you could depart so easily? A magnetic voice resonated behind him. Startled, Lu Zhe spun around and retreated several meters. Who are you? He exclaimed, astonished. He was taken aback that he had been unable to sense the presence of this individual behind him, unaware of how they had appeared. Such circumstances could arise from only 2 situations. Either the person was exceptionally adept at stealth, or their strength vastly exceeded his own. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you must come with me, the figure replied with a smile. Upon hearing the words, Lu Zhe instantly discerned that the individual before him was no benign character, undoubtedly affiliated with the forces of destruction. However, before Lu Zhe could fully process this realization, the figure reappeared before him once more. Approaching Lu Zhe, the stranger raised a hand, poised to rest it upon his shoulder. In that moment, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. In the face of this dire urgency, he hastily unleashed his newly developed technique. With a resonant hum, everything around him, save for Lu Zhe, froze in place. Even the leaves poised to descend were suspended mid-air. The figure before Lu Zhe was also immobilized. Believing the peril had subsided, Lu Zhe finally exhaled in relief and began to stride towards the rift in space. Yet, the moment he turned and took a single step, a shocking spectacle unfolded. With a sharp crack akin to shattering glass, the previously frozen world sprang back to life. You are truly intriguing, a familiar voice resonated behind Lu Zhe, swiftly followed by an aura of sheer terror that surged around him. Who are you? Lu Zhe inquired gravely. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled softly and replied, You are far more amusing than I had anticipated. No wonder you inherit that fellow's power. Confusion engulfed Lu Zhe as he pondered the implications of this statement. Soon realizing the identity of his adversary, the man, observing Lu Zhe's bewildered expression, laughed heartily. Permit me to introduce myself. I am one of the 7 deadly sins, cried Lucifer, Chapter 53. The Emergence of Truth. I am one of the 7 deadly sins, cried Lucifer, the man standing before Luze declared with a smile. The mere mention of this name sent shockwaves through Luze, for pride is the gravest sin among the 7 deadly sins, indicating that this individual before him was likely the most formidable of them all. And then, Luze responded with a smirk. If his assumptions were correct, all he needed to do was traverse the rift, and the man would be unable to pursue him. He contemplated diverting Lucifer's attention, seizing the opportunity to slip into the rift and escape this realm. Yet, he soon comprehended how absurd this notion was. You wish for me to be distracted while you flee through the rift? Lucifer remarked with a faint smile. The incredulity washed over Luze. He was baffled by how the man possessed such insight, yet he had no choice but to gamble. Seizing the moment, he sprinted towards the space rift behind him. However, the instant he turned, astonishment gripped him. Stop, Lucifer uttered softly. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Luze found himself immobilized. The sensation of being frozen was profoundly shocking to Luze, for this was unlike his own ability to halt time. The essence of Luze's stasis is, in fact, the suspension of time. However, any entity endowed with formidable strength or the power of paradox can transcend this suspension. Yet, Lucifer's stasis is markedly different. It ensnares only Luze amidst all surrounding entities, and he remains conscious. Momentarily immobilized, Luze finds himself at a loss, yearning to break free from the stasis. But the disparity in power between him and Lucifer renders such an endeavor futile. If you wish to escape my grasp, I would advise against futile resistance. It would be best for you to comply and come with me, Lucifer remarked, placing a hand upon Luze's shoulder with a smile as he approached from behind. Upon hearing these words, Luze felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, rendering him speechless. Come with me, Lucifer declared, as he lifted Luze with the intent of departing from the scene. However, at that moment, Luze unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, forcefully breaking free from Lucifer's grasp. Ah, I truly underestimated you, Lucifer remarked with a smile, observing Luze's escape. Luze let out a cold sneer, fixing his gaze intently on Lucifer. Lucifer, taken aback, could not fathom why Luze could still muster a laugh at such a moment. You were truly amusing, Lucifer said slowly. Yet, in the very instant he uttered these words, a black point of light appeared before him, followed by a sudden explosion. Boom. Before Lucifer had a chance to react, he was engulfed by the immense blast. The architect of this chaos was none other than Luze. Observing Lucifer being consumed by the explosion, Luze did not hesitate. He turned and sprinted towards the rift in space. With a swift motion, he arrived before the rift, poised to enter. Just then, a figure materialized abruptly in front of him. The adversary flicked their right index finger lightly, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly engulfed Luze. Bang! Caught off guard, Luze endured the impact, crashing into the earth below. In an instant, the terrain surrounding Luze transformed into ruins. Blood spewed from his mouth as he struggled to gaze upon the figure before him. You cannot escape. Come along with me obediently, the figure declared, revealing itself to be Lucifer. Luze wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then fixed a solemn gaze upon Lucifer. I shall depart, and no one can halt my progress, Luze stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Lucifer momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. How amusing. You are the first to address me in such a manner, Lucifer remarked with a faint chuckle. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a long sword suddenly appeared before him. Without hesitation, Lucifer deflected the blade. However, to his astonishment, another sword emerged from behind him. He intended to parry it as well, but was soon taken aback. Thud. Lucifer was bewildered, as he had indeed been wounded by a sword. The power of rules? Lucifer mused softly. Yet, Luze offered no response, continuing his assault with both swords against Lucifer. Initially, these blades proved significant, but it did not take long for Lucifer to discern their underlying principles. With insight into all things, Lucifer smiled faintly, intending to speak, only to be interrupted by a sudden thrust of a sword. In an instant, he found himself behind Luze, wrapping his arms around his waist. Unprepared, Luze grasped Lucifer's intent at the last moment and attempted to break free from his grasp, but it was futile. Release me, Luze commanded loudly. Lucifer remained silent, continuing to hold him until a sword pierced through both of their chests. Thud. Luze gazed at the sword that pierced through his chest, momentarily lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lucifer, wearing a gentle smile, embraced him. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, Lucifer whispered softly in Luze's ear. However, Luze was in such a state that he could neither hear nor see anything, as if he had lost his senses entirely. Sensing something amiss, Lucifer swiftly released Lu Zhe and moved to the side, regarding him with a grave expression. Awake? Lucifer questioned, astonished. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Zhe, affecting even Lucifer himself. Lu Zhe's eyes transformed to a deep crimson, enveloped by a shroud of dark shadows. Just as Lucifer was taken aback, Lu Zhe gradually turned to face him. At the moment their gazes met, a flicker of fear surged through Lucifer. Yet, Lu Zhe did not strike. Instead, he cast a glance at Lucifer before preparing to step into a spatial rift. Unwilling to allow this, Lucifer abruptly materialized in front of Lu Zhe, blocking his path. Did I grant you permission to leave? Lucifer stated coldly. However, Lu Zhe merely glanced at him and softly commanded, stand there and do not move. Upon hearing these words, Lucifer was rendered speechless as his body inexplicably obeyed, leaving him rooted in place, unable to budge. As soon as Lu Zhe's voice faded, he continued to step into the spatial rift. Before long, he had entered the rift, and Lucifer's body was restored. Now rejuvenated, Lucifer gazed contemplatively at the rift before him, pondering its mysteries. Is this the essence of truth? It appears that the tales once whispered are indeed authentic. At the base of the Grand Canyon in Douluo continent, Elder Xin, beset by anxiety for Lu Zhe, had recently arrived at the rift's entrance. Gazing at the enigmatic opening, Elder Xin's expression was grave, lost in thought. It has been nearly a month. Why has Lu Zhe not emerged? Could he truly be in peril? Elder Xin murmured to himself, just as he resolved to venture inside and uncover the truth. A figure emerged from the rift. Upon recognizing the face of the figure, Elder Xin was instantly engulfed in shock. Lu Zhe, what has happened to you? Elder Xin exclaimed, rushing to embrace him in astonishment. At that moment, Lu Zhe was covered in blood, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Trembling, he urged, you must leave this place quickly. Understanding the urgency in his words, Elder Xin wasted no time in lifting him and soaring towards the canyon's exterior. Once above the canyon, Elder Xin could not help but glance back at the abyss below, his face etched with concern, lost in thought about what could possibly lie within. What secrets dwell in that place? Chapter 54, The Awakening of Truth. How much longer must I wait? When will my brother return? In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, lost in contemplation. Just then, the door to the dormitory creaked open. Upon sensing a disturbance, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly turned to gaze at the entrance, only to discover that the person returning was indeed the one he had longed to see. Brother, you're back? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with uncontained joy, immediately plunging into his embrace. Lu Zhe, who had just returned, couldn't help but smile as he held Lu Xiaoyu in his arms, gently patting his back. I heard you secured the championship in the freshman assessment, Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately burst into laughter and then looked up at him, saying, well, do you intend to fulfill the promise we made to each other? Speak up. What is it that you desire? Lu Zhe smiled gently in response. However, just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to voice her thoughts, she suddenly noticed something amiss with Lu Zhe. She observed that his complexion was unusually pale, reminiscent of someone recovering from a serious illness. Concerned, she inquired, brother, is something wrong? Why do you look so unwell? At her words, Lu Zhe's brow furrowed slightly, and he quickly replied, no, how could anything be wrong with me? Yet, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced by his assurances. Just as she prepared to press further, Lu Zhe interrupted, quickly tell me what you want, or I might not honor my word later, he said with a smile. Ah, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, and then hurriedly added, please don't say that. My request is quite simple. Oh, how simple could it be? Lu Zhe inquired, still wearing a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. She then cast a mischievous glance at Lu Zhe and said, let me live with you from now on. What do you think? It's quite simple, isn't it? Taken aback by her request, Lu Zhe paused momentarily, but without further contemplation, he readily agreed. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's agreement, Lu Xiaoyu's laughter became even more joyous. This behavior left Lu Zhe feeling quite perplexed, yet he dismissed it, as he was merely his younger brother. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, the two brothers exited the dormitory. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu was eager to uncover what Lu Zhe had been up to during this period, but he remained tight-lipped and revealed nothing. Once outside the dormitory, Lu Zhe slowly began, there is something I need to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of bewilderment and subsequently inquired, what is it? Seeing this, Lu Zhe paused for a moment and then slowly spoke, from now on, I shall no longer be your teacher. Ah, why? Lu Xiaoyu felt immensely puzzled. Subsequently, Lu Zhe provided his explanation. Due to certain circumstances, I must return to the inner court to assume the role of instructor for the 7 monsters of Shrek. Thus I will no longer serve as your teacher," he articulated with a measured tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a bit perplexed at first, but after a moment of contemplation, he found it rather agreeable, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, "Will you have the opportunity to be my teacher in the future?" In response, Lu Zhe offered a subtle smile, gently ruffling his brother's hair as he replied, "Certainly, once you enter the inner courtyard and become a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. That opportunity will arise." Lu Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Thus, the two brothers lingered outside until evening, and after enjoying dinner, they returned to their dormitory. "Brother, shall we sleep together tonight?" Lu Xiaoyu asked playfully as he lay on his bed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and replied, "All right, you rest for now. I shall take a shower." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed even more joyfully and then dove headfirst into the blanket. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile before turning and striding into the bathroom. Inside, however, the jovial expression that had adorned Lu Zhe's face moments earlier swiftly transformed into one of grave seriousness. "Lucifer, you shall pay dearly for this," he murmured coldly, before lapsing into silence as he focused intently on tending to his wounds. Vivid crimson blood trickled from his chest, cascading slowly down his body and pooling on the floor. After applying a rudimentary bandage, Lu Zhe emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Approaching his bedside, he noticed that Lu Xiaoyu appeared to have already fallen asleep. Without further thought, he lay down beside her. Once settled on the bed, Lu Zhe once again delved into the depths of his mental sea. The architecture within remained as it had always been, save for the once resplendent golden palace and its gilded inscriptions, which had turned a deep crimson following his confrontation with Lucifer. However, what astonished Lu Zhe most was the transformation of the throne. The throne, which had long eluded his complete understanding, was now laid bare before him. Within the throne resided not only the powers of rules and paradoxes, but also a far more formidable force, the absolute truth. Those who fully grasp the truth wield the power to alter everything. The words of one who possesses the truth are, in themselves, the truth, irrefutable and unbreakable, demanding absolute recognition and submission. This is the essence of truth. Arriving at the once golden palace, Lu Zhe approached the throne. Gazing at it, he murmured without hesitation, "Is truth paramount? Can anyone truly master it? Are those endowed with the power of truth merely puppets of that very truth? How absurd." Lu Zhe could hardly believe that he would be unable to grasp even a trivial truth. In his world, apart from himself, there existed no force beyond his comprehension. Without uttering a word, he shattered the throne. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the entire Crimson Palace underwent a profound transformation. In that fleeting moment of the throne's demise, both the palace and his sea of consciousness began to collapse gradually. Countless inscriptions surged into Lu Zhe's mind instantaneously. In that moment, he experienced unprecedented agony. With a contorted visage, Lu Zhe let out a tortured roar before collapsing into the void. Time became an enigma. How long had passed? A millennium? 10 millennia? Or perhaps 100,000 years? At long last, I can once again intervene in this world. Hiki. In the depths of the void, Lu Zhe seemed to hear a peculiar voice. When he opened his eyes once more, he discovered the tearful Lu Xiaoyu resting her head on his chest. As Lu Zhe awakened and began to gather his thoughts, Lu Xiaoyu, sensing his movement, quickly lifted her head and exclaimed, "Brother." Lu Xiaoyu called out to Lu Zhe, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What happened?" Lu Zhe inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Lu Xiaoyu wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, her voice tinged with anger as she exclaimed, "You clearly sustained such a serious injury. Why did you not inform me?" At that moment, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, staring at the exposed bandages on his body. Noticing Lu Zhe's silence, Lu Xiaoyu's displeasure deepened, and without a second thought, she delivered a punch to his chest. Suddenly realizing her mistake, Lu Xiaoyu quickly offered her apologies. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Lu Zhe hurried to comfort her, saying, "It's all right. It's just a small injury." However, no sooner had he spoken than he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, followed by the involuntary expulsion of a mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm, her concern immediately escalating. Lu Zhe merely waved his hand to indicate there was no issue, but soon after, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. This left Lu Xiaoyu, who was nearby, utterly stunned and at a loss for what to do. Despite his efforts to treat Lu Zhe, he could not open his eyes. Ultimately, in his desperation, he sought help. Eventually, Elder Shen arrived and, upon witnessing Lu Zhe's condition, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly lifted Lu Zhe to take him to the Sea God Pavilion. Lu Xiaoyu wished to accompany them, but Elder Xian firmly denied his request, as Lu Zhe's condition was certainly no trivial matter. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyu could only stand in Lu Zhe's dormitory, lost in thought, his mind a blank canvas. Please, do not let anything happen, brother. Chapter 55, Has Lu Zhe fallen? Truth, what an elusive existence. It cannot be seen or touched by anyone. In the depths of the void, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself within the shattered realm of his own spiritual sea. Surrounded by darkness, he fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed in his ears. He. Upon hearing that voice, Lu Zhe was abruptly brought back to his senses, and he began to search the darkness for the source of the laughter. Yet, the surroundings were enveloped in pitch blackness, rendering him unable to see anything. Thus, he commenced his exploration through the endless void. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Zhe found himself at an impasse, devoid of any discovery. Just as he paused to gather his thoughts, the eerie laughter echoed once more. At that moment, Lu Zhe immediately ceased his contemplation and scanned the area. Are you hiding in the shadows? He queried aloud. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark crimson phantom began to take shape before him. Hello, Lu Zhe, it intoned in a peculiar voice, evoking a sense of astonishment within him. He scrutinized the dark crimson apparition with keen interest. What are you? Lu Zhe inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The phantom hesitated briefly before responding with a sly grin. First and foremost, I am not an object. My name is Truth. Secondly, I am you, yet you are not me. What do you mean? Lu Zhe asked, perplexed. Truth continued, in simple terms, you are merely my vessel. Your body will belong to me henceforth. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe burst into laughter, then approached Truth and coldly stated, do you truly believe you can accomplish that? There is nothing impossible. After all, I am Truth, it retorted with a mischievous chuckle. Lu Zhe was uncertain about the identity of the insufferable individual before him. Yet he was acutely aware that this person possessed the power of truth, thus he could not afford to be negligent. Why the silence? Truth continued to taunt Lu Zhe with a mocking smile. Gazing at this figure, Lu Zhe found himself inexplicably filled with ire. I have no time to play games with a fool like you, he declared, intending to turn away. However, just as he pivoted, Truth once more obstructed his path. Are you not yet aware that your soul power has been depleted? Truth remarked with a grin. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe remained silent, for he understood his own condition all too well. From the moment he opened his eyes, he was acutely aware that his soul power had almost completely vanished. He could not perceive even the slightest ripple of it. The two of them lingered in silence for an extended period, until at last, Lu Zhe coldly remarked, even in the absence of soul power, I can still traverse the continent alone. Oh, really? Truth replied with a hint of sardonic amusement. Lu Zhe wished to ignore him, preparing to leave the sea of consciousness. However, he suddenly realized that escaping this realm was beyond his capability. Initially, disbelief clouded his mind, but after several attempts, he encountered the same disheartening outcome. Do not entertain thoughts of departure. Without my consent, you shall remain eternally bound. Truth chuckled in Lu Zhe's ear. What have you done? Lu Zhe inquired coldly, his face a mask of indifference. Upon witnessing his expression, Truth's laughter grew even more exuberant. He. Ever since the collapse of the Golden Palace, this place has ceased to belong to you, Truth proclaimed with glee. Gradually, he floated above Lu Zhe, arms outstretched, announcing, Welcome to my world. As his words faded, a profound transformation enveloped the surroundings. The once boundless darkness morphed into a landscape that was achingly familiar to Lu Zhe. How was this possible? Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned. Gazing down at the pavement beneath his feet, the towering skyscrapers, the swift-moving vehicles, and the well-known streets all assaulted his senses. Was this not a modern city? Being a native of the 21st century, witnessing a contemporary urban environment once again stirred an indescribable emotion within him. Though astonished, Lu Zhe quickly regained his composure, fixing a piercing gaze on Truth. Who exactly are you? His voice bore a heavier tone, revealing the depth of his anger. Do you genuinely believe that your achievements on the Douluo continent were solely due to the System's enhancements? Truth scoffed. What do you mean? Lu Zhe felt a jolt of shock at this revelation. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the implications of Truth's words. So, you imply that this power originates from you? Lu Zhe asked coolly. Bingo. But there are no rewards, Truth replied with a mischievous grin. Lu Zhe remained somewhat taken aback. After all, those two powers were far from ordinary. At that moment, Truth continued, What do you say? If you agree to a single request of mine, All your previous powers can be restored. What sort of deal? Lu Zhe inquired nonchalantly. Truth burst into laughter and replied, It's quite simple. All I desire is your body. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell into silence, uncertain of how to make his choice. If he acquiesced to Truth's demands, would not his very being belong to it? What then would be the purpose of his powers? Yet, should he refuse, his future would confine him to the existence of an ordinary person, thus concluding his journey. What are you still pondering? Just agree, and your strength will return instantly. Truth remarked with a smile. Lu Zhe maintained a prolonged silence before finally turning and coldly declaring, I refuse. I would rather be an ordinary person than possess such power, for at least I would not become a puppet of another. Upon hearing these words, Truth was momentarily taken aback, standing still and lost in thought. After an indeterminate span of time, Truth once again broke into a smile. Hiki, one day you will acquiesce. Truth said with an eerie grin. No sooner had the words left their lips than Lu Zhe vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment of his disappearance, the modern city surrounding Truth began to unravel. In a chamber within the Sea God Pavilion, a pale Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. Am I back? He initially thought it somewhat surreal. However, he quickly regained his composure and sat up, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a room brimming with vitality. At that moment, the door to the chamber swung open, and upon seeing Lu Zhe awake, the newcomer froze in astonishment. Lu Zhe. The person entering was none other than Elder Xian. Elder Xian, how long have I been asleep? Lu Zhe inquired softly. Elder Xian chuckled lightly upon hearing this and took a seat on the stool beside his bed. You've been asleep for nearly a month, nearly driving me to despair, Elder Xian said with a reassuring smile. Has it been that long? Lu Zhe murmured slowly. Yet. At that moment, Elder Xian suddenly sensed something unusual about Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, what has happened to your soul power? Elder Xian began, but faltered, fearing he might provoke him. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Then he managed a wry smile and replied, It's fine. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Xian Lao, upon hearing this, felt a torrent of mixed emotions surging within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. However, after a moment's contemplation, he spoke up, Do not worry. Even if you become an ordinary person, our Shrek will still welcome you. Lu Zhe nodded gently with a faint smile. Seeing his demeanor, Xian Lao found himself at a loss for a response and slowly rose, saying, You should take some time to recuperate here. I shall step out for now. With that, Xian Lao turned and walked out of the room. Left alone in the room, Lu Zhe gazed at his hands, lost in thought. He then lifted his eyes to the reflection in the window, releasing a resigned, bitter smile. Just an ordinary person. It's nothing too significant, he murmured with a sigh. He then lay down on the bed to begin his recovery. Indeed, Lu Zhe had truly transformed into an ordinary person. The golden inscriptions on his right hand had vanished, and even his once golden eyes had turned into the most commonplace shade of black. For anyone else, such a circumstance might represent the greatest trauma of their life, likely leaving them unable to recover. Yet, it was Lu Zhe who faced this situation, and he had come to terms with his current state. As he lay on the bed, Lu Zhe stared at the ceiling and couldn't help but chuckle softly. From now on, I should eat well, drink well, and spend more time with Xiaoyu. Chapter 56. The power gradually returns, not much, but sufficient. Within the core class of the Shrek Outer Academy. At present, Lu Xiaoyu finds himself in a classroom where a delightful atmosphere prevails, with everyone engaging in cheerful conversations during the break. Yet, he remains shrouded in gloom, consumed by worries for Lu Zhe's safety. Just then, a figure appears at the entrance of their classroom. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu does not notice the newcomer until someone calls out to him. Lu Xiaoyu, there is someone outside looking for you. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoyu gradually shifted her gaze towards the entrance, only to discover that the person seeking her was none other than Xiao Xiao. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps Xiao Xiao had learned about her brother's situation, prompting her visit. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards her. Xiao Xiao, how is my brother? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with palpable excitement. Xiao Xiao, sensing her urgency, refrained from unnecessary words and replied directly, Yes, Lu Gu has awakened. Really? Lu Xiaoyu's expression radiated sheer exhilaration. Xiao Xiao could discern her genuine concern for Lu Zhe and subsequently gestured for her to follow. Lu Xiaoyu did not refuse. In her eagerness to reunite with Lu Zhe, she persistently urged Xiao Xiao to quicken her pace. This left Xiao Xiao somewhat exasperated, yet she could only smile in response. Before long, Xiao Xiao led Lu Xiaoyu into the Sea God Pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance of a room, Xiao Xiao paused, saying, Xiaoyu, you may enter on your own. I shall take my leave. Her smile appeared somewhat strained, which aroused a hint of suspicion in Lu Xiaoyu. However, once Xiao departed, Lu Xiaoyu promptly dashed into the room. Inside, she discovered Lu Zhe resting on the bed with his eyes closed. Without hesitation, she leaped onto his bed. "Brother!" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu beaming at him, he smiled gently and ruffled her hair. "Ah, it's Xiaoyu. I thought it was someone else," Lu Zhe chuckled softly. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's frail voice, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly alarmed and promptly expressed her concern. "Brother, are you feeling any better?" In response to Lu Xiaoyu's caring words, Lu Zhe revealed a satisfied smile and gradually replied, "I'm fine. I feel much better now." Despite his assurances, Lu Xiaoyu remained acutely aware of his pallor. "Are you truly all right?" she inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should commend his younger brother or chastise him. "Do you truly wish for me to be in trouble?" Lu Zhe murmured softly. No, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly refuted. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. As he beamed with joy, Lu Xiaoyu found herself momentarily entranced, almost leaping towards him. Realizing that her thoughts might have wandered a bit too far, she quickly lowered her head. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Lu Zhe felt a flicker of confusion, and after a moment's reflection, he softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately panicked and hurriedly waved her hands in response. "It's nothing at all." Lu Zhe smiled faintly, and then shifted his gaze toward the window. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly noticed something unusual about him, prompting her to swiftly ask, "Brother, what has happened to your soul power?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe paused momentarily and then smiled as he remarked, "As you can see, I am now an ordinary person devoid of soul power." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's spirits instantly sank. Lu Zhe gazed at him, intending to offer words of comfort, but was abruptly interrupted by a declaration. "Brother, I will protect you well from now on," Lu Xiaoyu asserted resolutely. Observing the unwavering determination etched on his face, Lu Zhe could not help but smile. He then replied gently, "All right, since you wish to protect me, accompany me for a stroll first." As dusk fell, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu meandered leisurely along the shores of the sea god lake. "Brother, what will you do now that you no longer possess soul power?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired softly, walking beside Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe pondered thoughtfully for a moment, then jestingly remarked, "From now on, I suppose we should just consider how to lead a stable life." Oh, Lu Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. She mused. Could it be that her once invincible brother is now truly content to embrace the life of an ordinary person? The sky was growing dim. It was time to return. Lu Zhe said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu merely nodded, and then, lost in thought, followed closely behind him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Zhe lay down on the bed without uttering a word. Standing by the bedside, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to do next. Soon, he caught sight of Lu Zhe, peacefully asleep on the bed. Gazing at Lu Zhe's serene yet pallid face, Lu Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to lie down beside Lu Zhe, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes to discover his brother nestled in his embrace. As he attempted to rise, he realized that Lu Xiaoyu had wrapped himself around him tightly, making it nearly impossible to move. Allowing himself to remain in this embrace, he lost track of time. After a while, Lu Zhe made another attempt to get up, and soon found himself sitting upright. However, before he could remain seated for long, he was once again gently pushed back down onto the bed by Lu Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, it's time to get up," Lu Zhe said, patting his brother's back softly. Yet, he quickly discerned that Lu Xiaoyu was already awake, though his expression seemed rather unusual. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression exuded a sense of coldness, as if she were deeply afraid of Lu Zhe departing from her. "Xiaoyu, what is the matter?" Lu Zhe inquired, somewhat perplexed. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Xiaoyu abruptly leaped off the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she fixed her gaze on Lu Zhe. Lu Xiaoyu, am at a loss for words," she stammered, struggling to articulate a single sentence. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled, then gradually rose and said, "You should hurry to your class." Hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu quickly came to her senses and abruptly stood up. "Oh no, I almost forgot that I have class today," she exclaimed in a flurry. This amused Lu Zhe, who was standing nearby. After the two brothers had tidied themselves up briefly, they parted ways. After watching Lu Xiaoyu disappear from his sight, Lu Zhe turned and returned to his dormitory. However, his expression had transformed into one of icy coldness. starkly contrasting with the demeanor he had displayed towards Lu Xiaoyu. You ought to emerge soon, Lu Zhe said coldly into the air. The dormitory was previously devoid of anyone but himself. Yet, as soon as his words fell, a mischievous laugh resonated in the silence. Hee, you've discovered me, came a voice. And with it, a shadow of a dark crimson hue began to coalesce before Lu Zhe. Who is this truth? How can you possibly leave my body? Lu Zhe inquired bluntly upon seeing the figure. The entity known as Truth chuckled slyly and replied, I have no intention of leaving. You have but two choices, either agree to the transaction, or I shall remain by your side until you do. What if I choose neither? Lu Zhe retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Truth not only refrained from further coercion but mockingly responded, You will make a choice. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was about to refute, only to be once again interrupted by the voice of Truth. How about this? To prevent you from perishing before our transaction, I shall grant you a modicum of power. Truth scoffed. Without affording Lu Zhe any opportunity to counter, Truth vanished once more. After his departure, Lu Zhe, filled with skepticism, probed the depths of his own power. To his astonishment, he discovered that the force within him was no longer merely soul energy, but rather the power of paradox and a fragment of the power of rules. Is this what one might call a down payment? Lu Zhe murmured with a cold smile. Nevertheless, it was a welcome development, for he now possessed the means for self-preservation. Yet, a persistent question plagued Lu Zhe's mind. What prompted Truth to act in such a manner, and what was the underlying purpose of these actions? After much contemplation, Lu Zhe formulated a rather audacious hypothesis, but he quickly chose to conceal it. It was still too early. In due time, all mysteries would be unraveled. Lu Zhe's lips once again curled into a smile. I will leisurely accompany you in your games. Chapter 57. A Meeting of Two Reigns. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Lu Zhe's life remained unchanged as he spent his days idly. It was likely that only he was aware of the return of his strength, while others remained oblivious. In the evening, within the confines of Lu Zhe's dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu, having just returned, took a seat beside him without uttering a word, her gaze fixed upon him. You're back quite early today, Lu Zhe remarked, slowly opening his eyes upon sensing her presence. Lu Xiaoyu smiled happily upon hearing this, nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing his exuberance, Lu Zhe felt an insatiable curiosity and gently inquired, what delightful occurrence has transpired today to elicit such joy? After a brief pause, Lu Xiaoyu responded with a serene smile. I have been selected for the inner courtyard ahead of schedule. Ah, then congratulations are in order, Lu Zhe remarked with a soft grin, affectionately ruffling his hair. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoyu shared numerous tales of his experiences, instilling within him a burgeoning sense of confidence. However, as their conversation deepened, Lu Zhe revealed a crucial piece of information. It appears that the inner courtyard is set to host an event in the near future. You shall have the opportunity to witness a grand occasion, Lu Zhe spoke thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately became intrigued and hurriedly inquired, what event is it? Can I participate? Observing the eager expression on her face, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. It seems to be called the Sea God's Fate, Lu Zhe replied slowly. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyu had encountered the term Sea God Fate, which piqued his curiosity and prompted him to inquire further. What does Sea God Fate mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe carefully reflected on the words previously spoken to him by Yen Yun. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled and slowly responded. It seems that Sea God Fate refers to an activity aimed at finding one's soulmate. As long as a series of steps are completed, one can be united with the person they admire. Ah! Upon hearing this clearly, Lu Xiaoyu let out a sudden scream, startling Lu Zhe, who was standing nearby. What is the matter with you? Lu Zhe asked in astonishment. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed before falling into deep contemplation. After regaining her composure, she offered an awkward smile. It's nothing. Really? Lu Zhe responded with a hint of skepticism. Lu Xiaoyu nodded frantically, as if attempting to conceal something. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe chose not to pursue the matter further, as he believed his brother harbored no ill intentions. He decided to let it go. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoyu spoke again. Brother, may I ask you something? Go ahead. What is it? Lu Zhe responded readily. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu hesitantly inquired, will you be participating in the Sea God Destiny event? Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. Upon seeing him momentarily stunned, Lu Xiaoyu began to feel a twinge of panic. Brother, you can't possibly be considering participating, can you? Yet. It seems you have no romantic interest in any girl. If you do join. All right. Lu Zhe quickly interrupted her. However, Lu Xiaoyu remained unconvinced and continued. You really should refrain from participating. Lu Zhe initially intended to inform him of his decision not to participate in the sea god fate. However, upon witnessing his demeanor, curiosity swiftly took hold of him. But a friend has extended an invitation for me to attend. If I decline, it would be rather ungrateful of me to disregard their kindness, Lu Zhe said slowly, a hint of shame in his tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately panicked, grasping his collar and exclaiming loudly, No, I cannot allow you to partake in that wretched sea god fate. It is absolutely out of the question. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback by his actions, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously, Lu Zhe said with an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu, who had nearly toppled Lu Zhe over, gradually regained some composure, her tensed muscles slowly relaxing. Yes, Lu Xiaoyu replied softly, a touch of regret evident in her voice. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe did not cast any blame upon him. Instead, he gently tousled his hair. All right, I have matters to attend to, so you may rest for now, Lu Zhe said softly as he set Lu Xiaoyu aside. With that, he prepared to make his way out of the dormitory. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, who was about to leave the dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu instantly felt a surge of panic and hurriedly grasped his hand. I wish to go as well, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and replied, I shall step out to meet a few friends and shall return shortly. No. I wish to accompany you to meet your friends, Lu Xiaoyu asserted resolutely. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, resorting to persuasion. Stay honestly in the dormitory, and I shall bring back whatever you desire. No, I want to go. Listen to me. No, I insist on going. Ultimately, Lu Zhe could not withstand Lu Xiaoyu's determination and had no choice but to take her along. As the sun gradually descended, the sky quickly darkened. Within the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely ahead, while Lu Xiaoyu obediently followed behind him. Brother, what kind of friend are you meeting? Lu Xiaoyu inquired gently from behind. You will know when we arrive, Lu Zhe replied slowly. Oh. Lu Xiaoyu responded to his words with considerable displeasure. The forward-moving Lu Zhe could only manage a wry smile in response. Soon, the two arrived at the dining hall within the inner courtyard of Shrek. The moment Lu Xiaoyu entered the vicinity, he noticed a few figures approaching from a distance, instantly sharpening his senses. At that moment, a young man with blue hair approached Lu Zhe and spoke softly. Lu Gu, you are here as well. It's been a while, Yu Hao. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. The caution that Lu Xiaoyu had harbored began to dissipate upon hearing the exchange between the two. He then moved closer to Lu Zhe, tugging gently at his sleeve, and inquired, Brother, is he your friend? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe proceeded to offer a brief introduction of the azure-haired youth before him. This is my former teammate, Yu Hao, who has just returned from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Lu Zhe explained gently. As he absorbed this information, Lu Xiaoyu gradually began to lower her guard. Meanwhile, Yu Hao scrutinized Lu Xiaoyu with keen interest. Although he was aware of Lu Zhe having a younger brother upon his return to Shrek Academy, he had little knowledge of him. The Sea God Festival is approaching. Will you be participating, Lu Gu? Yu Hao inquired slowly. However, before Lu Zhe could respond, Lu Xiaoyu interjected forcefully. No, my brother will not participate. Her voice rang out loudly as if she feared that no one had heard her. This outburst immediately captured the attention of those around them, and all eyes turned toward her. There's no need to be so agitated, was the unspoken thought shared among the onlookers. Don't mind her. My younger brother is just like that, Lu Zhe said with a soft smile, gently pressing Lu Xiaoyu's head down. Instantly subdued, Lu Xiaoyu stayed close to Lu Zhe's side. After spending considerable time together, Lu Zhe decided it was time to leave as the day began to wane. Since Elder Xian had informed him of a matter requiring his attention the following day, he believed it prudent to rest early. During this brief interlude, Lu Xiaoyu also had the opportunity to become acquainted with Yu Hao and the others. The next day, Lu Zhe arrived at the Sea God Pavilion as promised. Upon witnessing the grave expressions on the elders' faces, a sense of foreboding washed over him. With lingering questions, he cautiously asked, Elder Xian, has something occurred with the spatial rift? The collective sigh from the others filled the room with a heavy atmosphere. Indeed, there had been an incident concerning the spatial rift, and at that moment, Elder Xian broke the oppressive silence. What has happened? Lu Zhe's concern began to mount. The potential consequences of beings from that world crossing over to the continent were unfathomable. Noticing Lu Zhe's worried expression, Elder Xian found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was one of the elders seated among them who began to explain. The energy emanating from the spatial rift is growing increasingly potent, as if something is about to emerge. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe spoke with utmost seriousness. Order all personnel stationed around the spatial rift to evacuate immediately. What could this possibly mean? Is there truly something terrifying within? An elder, perplexed, inquired, for he was unaware of the harrowing scene Lu Zhe had emerged from, and thus could not grasp the dread that lay within the rift. I can only say this. If those beings were to emerge, this continent would be plunged into chaos, Lu Zhe asserted gravely. The elders, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of astonishment, their skepticism toward Lu Zhe's words evident. They even believed themselves capable of eradicating the creatures lurking within the spatial rift through their own might. Yet at that moment, Elder Xin stepped forward, quelling their misconceptions. Evacuate all personnel stationed around the spatial rift, Elder Xin declared, his countenance grave. The elders, bewildered, exchanged glances. And one ventured to voice a question. Elder Xin, do you truly place such faith in Lu Zhe's words? What if? There is no what if. The elder's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Elder Xin's forceful retort. This matter is not to be taken lightly. It is better to err on the side of caution. Moreover, Lu Zhe has ventured into the depths of the spatial rift, Elder Xin admonished sternly. Witnessing his serious demeanor, the elders ceased their objections, choosing instead to trust Lu Zhe's insights, for he alone possessed knowledge of the entities residing within the rift. However, upon further contemplation, the elders found themselves grappling with another question. Lu Zhe, what shall be our next course of action once those individuals have evacuated? Upon hearing the question, Lu Zhe's expression gradually turned grave. He then replied slowly, I will address this matter. You need not worry. Are you out of your mind? As soon as Lu Zhe's voice fell, it was met with the aged tone of Xian Lao. When you emerged from there, even in the presence of your soul power, you suffered a severe blow. To think of venturing out now is unthinkable. Xian Lao's words were stern. He wished to dissuade Lu Zhe from further recklessness. However, Lu Zhe remained composed and replied, I have compelling reasons to go, and having made this choice, I will find a way. Xian Lao and the others were rendered speechless by his declaration. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Lao calmed himself slightly and slowly said, I will accompany you. If it proves impossible, I can bring you back. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Zhe rejected Xian Lao's offer. No, anyone who goes will face certain death. It is better to remain here than to walk into doom, Lu Zhe stated slowly. The elders, at this moment, comprehended the peril lurking within the spatial rift. However, enough of this, Lu Zhe interrupted Xian Lao's words, showing no mercy. Remember, I am not doing this for the continent. I am motivated by my own reasons, Lu Zhe said coldly. With that, he turned and exited the Sea God Pavilion, leaving no opportunity for Xian Lao and the others to respond. Xian Lao sighed as he watched Lu Zhe's retreating figure. That boy. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Lu Zhe had already returned to his dormitory. Brother, I'm back. At that moment, the voice of Lu Xiaoyu echoed from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly shifted his gaze in that direction. Gazing at the elated Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Zhe's heart once more wrestled with conflicting emotions. Welcome back. Yet, despite this turmoil, Lu Zhe forcibly donned a serene smile to greet Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu skipped joyfully to Lu Zhe's side. Brother, I am about to become a sole emperor. Isn't that impressive? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with a beaming smile, eagerly seeking praise. Lu Zhe looked at his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently ruffled his hair and softly said, The two then engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while, until Lu Zhe broached a particular topic, causing the atmosphere in the dormitory to suddenly grow heavy. Brother, you're joking, right? Lu Xiaoyu forced a smile as he spoke, observing his demeanor. Lu Zhe felt a pang of guilt and replied with a smile, Of course, I'm just joking. I merely wanted to know what you would do if I were to disappear one day. Naturally, I would search for you, until I find you, Lu Xiaoyu declared resolutely. Lu Zhe offered a faint smile, then gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't shake the feeling that he wouldn't have asked such a question without reason. At that moment, however, Lu Zhe urged him to sleep. Unable to articulate his feelings directly, he resigned himself to lying beside him. As the night deepened, Lu Xiaoyu's mind remained troubled by Lu Zhe's earlier words. He instinctively clutched him tightly and whispered, Don't leave me. He had thought Lu Zhe was already asleep when he dared to say this, unaware that Lu Zhe was still wide awake. I'm sorry. The following morning, Lu Xiaoyu awoke to find that Lu Zhe had vanished. Brother, Lu Zhe. After shouting a few times into the empty dormitory, the realization of Lu Zhe's absence hit him, and he curled up on the bed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why? At that moment, Lu Zhe had already arrived at a secluded path outside Shrek City. Walking along the path, he couldn't help but glance back toward the direction of Shrek Academy. In that moment, it seemed he had made a profound decision. Truth, come forth. I know you have been watching, Luze said coldly. As soon as the words left his lips, that familiar laughter echoed around him once more. Hee, have you made up your mind? Truth appeared before Luze, smiling. Upon hearing these words, Luze paused momentarily before responding slowly. I have agreed. Let us proceed with the transaction. At this, Truth burst into laughter and stepped forward. Exclaiming cheerfully, let the dealings commence. Luze stood there without any resistance, awaiting his fate. Upon witnessing this, Truth ceased to waste words and pressed his brow against Luze's. As the dark crimson energy enveloped Luze completely, he gradually opened his eyes. His once profound black irises had transformed into a vivid scarlet, and even his silvery long hair had shifted to a deep black. Is this truly the end? Luze extended his hand to feel. No sooner had he spoken than Truth emerged once more. You are now my vessel. Eventually, your body will belong entirely to me. Truth chuckled with a mocking tone, then continued, from now on, you may freely wield all my powers, and I shall gradually instruct you in their usage. Luze merely nodded indifferently, which surprised Truth slightly. The change was indeed rapid. After uttering this, Truth entered Luze's body. While Luze turned away and continued toward the rift in space, he understood that relying solely on the paradoxical and rule powers he currently possessed would not suffice to suppress the seven sins. The only viable option was the power of truth. Only by subduing the seven sins could his brother live peacefully in this world. Which was the very reason for his transaction. Chapter 59. Contradiction in the Douluo continent. A youth appeared above the canyon where the spatial rift resided. He gazed down at the depths of the canyon, his scarlet eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling a soul that had just clawed its way up from the depths of hell. This youth was none other than Luze, who had just arrived. Are you already impatient? Luze murmured as he surveyed the canyon's bottom. However, instead of leaping into the abyss immediately, he took a moment to assess his surroundings. After some contemplation, Luze decided to camp in the vicinity, awaiting the opportune moment. At Shrek Academy, a figure curled up on a bed in Luze's room. That figure was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, who could not accept the reality of Luze's departure. He had never imagined that Luze would leave him without a word. Since Luze's exit, he had remained curled up on the bed, unaware of how much time had passed. It wasn't until today that the door to his room was opened. Hearing the sound of the door, Lu Xiaoyu assumed it was Luze returning, and he dashed toward the entrance. Yet, upon reaching the door, he realized that the person before him was not his brother, but rather Xian Lao, an elder of Shrek Academy. Xiaoyu, Xian Lao said as he noticed the disappointment in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. However, he was unprepared for Lu Xiaoyu's cold response. Do not call me Xiaoyu. That name is not for just anyone. Lu Xiaoyu's expression was earnest, devoid of any jest. Upon hearing this, Xian Lao understood his emotional state. After all, it was painful for anyone to have a loved one vanish without a trace. Very well, Xiaoyu. I have come to discuss something with you, Xian Lao said, softening his tone. Upon hearing that Elder Xian had matters to discuss with her, Lu Xiaoyu's first thought was of her brother. She promptly inquired, is it related to my brother? Lu Xiaoyu's voice was resoundingly loud, as if she feared that old Xian might not hear her. Upon hearing her, old Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, falling into silence. Speak quickly. Is it related to my brother? Lu Xiaoyu, noticing old Xian's expression, grew anxious in an instant. Yet old Xian, uncertain of how to respond, could only slowly begin to speak. Yes, it is indeed related to Luze. But at this point, he abruptly halted, as if deliberately concealing something. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu was nearly compelled to rush forward, yet he managed to restrain himself. Elder Xian, observing the murderous intent etched upon Lu Xiaoyu's face, was momentarily taken aback. After a period of contemplation, he devised a solution. He then spoke slowly. Very well. If you can lead Shrek to victory in the next Youth Soul Master competition, I shall reveal to you the clues regarding Luze. Agreed. I accept. Lu Xiaoyu agreed without a moment's hesitation, for in his eyes, the matters concerning his elder brother held paramount importance, surpassing all else. Should anyone dare to obstruct him during the Soul Master tournament, he would have no choice but to eliminate them. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's agreement, Elder Xian smiled with a sense of satisfaction and then spoke slowly. In that case, let us proceed to the training room within the inner courtyard. With that, he turned and walked out of the dormitory, followed closely by Lu Xiaoyu. Upon entering the training room, Lu Xiaoyu encountered familiar faces, Guyuna and Xiaoer. Xiaoyu, you are here too? Xiaoer exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards him. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xiaoyu interrupted, "Do not call me that again. If you do, I shall have to eliminate you," Lu Xiaoyu stated coldly. Xiao Er initially thought he was jesting and was prepared to tease him, but was quickly pulled aside by Gu Yuna. After leading Xiao Er away, Gu Yuna spoke gravely, "Do not take this lightly. Lu Xiaoyu is not joking." Upon hearing this, Xiao Er was momentarily stunned, but the intensity of Lu Xiaoyu's gaze immediately rendered her compliant. At that moment, Elder Xian interjected, "All right, everyone is here. I have important matters to discuss." The individuals in the training room promptly focused their attention on Elder Xian. Once he realized all eyes were upon him, he stated directly, "I have called you here for one reason, to represent Shrek Academy in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament." As soon as he finished speaking, someone voiced their dissent. "What about the Shrek 7 monsters?" Elder Xian responded naturally, "The next Soul Master Tournament will permit participation from various sects, and the Shrek 7 monsters will represent the Tang sect in the forthcoming tournament. Thus, the competitors for Shrek Academy will be selected from among you." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The captain for the next Soul Master Tournament will be Lu Xiaoyu, with Gu Yuna serving as vice-captain. Elder Xian continued, "Why? They are merely freshmen. What qualifies them for the captaincy?" At that moment, a blonde youth stepped forward, visibly displeased. However, Elder Xian's response silenced him. "You ask me why?" Elder Xian said slowly, "Let me enlighten you. Lu Xiaoyu has already achieved a soul power level of 60. He simply has not yet acquired a soul ring, and his strength has reached the rank of Soul Emperor. Indeed, even average Soul Emperors are no match for him. As for Gu Yuna, her cultivation level is already at 67, and her prowess speaks for itself. Do you still doubt their capabilities?" Elder Xian cast a meaningful glance at the blonde youth. Upon meeting Elder Xian's gaze, the youth promptly closed his mouth and stood obediently among the group. Elder Xian, seeing this, said slowly, "Very well, let this be settled. For the honor of Shrek Academy, let us all strive forward." With that, he turned and left the room, leaving the remaining individuals to scrutinize the three newcomers. As the only freshman present, Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiao Er found themselves the center of attention, but Lu Xiaoyu remained unfazed by their gazes. Expressionless as he approached the window. "I will find you," he murmured. Lu Xiaoyu gazed out of the window, her heart whispering softly. At that moment, a discontented blonde youth approached her from behind. "What makes you so superior to me? I am most curious," he provocatively exclaimed. However, Lu Xiaoyu merely cast a fleeting glance at him before returning her attention to the scenery outside. This dismissal ignited an overwhelming fury within the blonde youth. "What kind of look is that? Do you look down upon me?" he bellowed. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu paid him no heed, continuing to admire the azure sky. In a fit of rage, the blonde youth hurled a punch towards her. Onlookers anticipated that this blow would surely bring her great misfortune. To their astonishment, however, a striking figure intervened and deflected his punch effortlessly. "Dai Huabin, is it?" The graceful figure was none other than Gu Yuna. The blonde youth, Dai Huabin, was a classmate of Hui Yuhao, and his notorious temper was well known among those present. Upon witnessing his punch thwarted by a stunning maiden, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back. "This is a matter concerning my little brother. You would do well to stay out of it," Dai Yaoheng said coldly. Yet, Gu Yuna showed no intention of yielding, standing protectively in front of Lu Xiaoyu. "What do you mean?" Dai Huabin questioned, bewildered. Why would someone as ethereal as Gu Yuna shield Lu Xiaoyu? Envy surged within him. At that moment, Xiao Er also stepped forward to stand alongside Lu Xiaoyu, creating an imposing presence. The entire training room was enveloped in shock. They were utterly perplexed as to what made Lu Xiaoyu so special that two enchanting maidens would defend him. "If you wish to confront him, you must first contend with me," Xiao Er declared boldly. As her words resonated, her soul power, rivaling that of a soul emperor, erupted forth. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless by this overwhelming force. It was apparent that the trio possessed soul powers of at least soul emperor rank, an extraordinary feat. The training room buzzed with murmurs, and Dai Huabin could only retreat in humiliation. After his departure, curiosity about Lu Xiaoyu and his companions surged among the remaining individuals. Just then, someone whispered, "I recall now. Lu Xiaoyu seems to be the younger brother of Lu Zhe, the strongest soul master of the previous Shrek 7 monsters." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately understood the source of Lu Xiaoyu's strength. If one's brother was as formidable as he, it was only natural that the younger sibling would not lag behind. Just when it seemed the matter would conclude, the individual who had revealed Lu Xiaoyu's identity uttered another remark, igniting a blaze of fury within him. "I also heard that Lu Zhe has recently fallen from grace. For some reason, it seems he has lost his soul power, the person murmured. What was expected to be a trivial comment instead provoked Lu Xiaoyu's wrath. Bang! The individual barely had time to react before Lu Xiaoyu surged forward, pressing him forcefully into the floor. What did you say? Lu Xiaoyu's expression was fierce as he confronted him. The onlookers were caught off guard, unable to comprehend how Lu Xiaoyu had moved so swiftly. Not even Guyuna or Chio'er had anticipated his speed. The man pressed into the floor immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath gradually fading. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu showed no signs of relenting, poised to end the man's life. At that critical moment, Guyuna and Chio'er intervened, pulling him away. Lu Xiaoyu. He has already been sufficiently punished. If this continues, he will perish. Chio'er exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu showed no inclination to halt. Instead, she forcefully tossed Guyuna and Chio'er aside. You should not speak of my brother in such a manner, Lu Xiaoyu uttered coldly. She then approached the individual step by step, nearing him with each stride. Fortunately, at that moment, Elder Xian appeared before her. Lu Xiaoyu. Have you forgotten the pact we forged? Elder Xian said gravely. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu instantly regained her composure and turned to Xian Lao, slowly articulating. I shall not forget, but he should not speak ill of my brother. The old man replied with gravity, I am aware of the matter concerning Xia Huanyue, and I shall certainly address it. However, if you wish to uncover your brother's whereabouts, you must cease your actions. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu instantly subdued his demeanor, casting a fierce glare at Xie Yuhuan before turning to depart from the training chamber. Elder Xian, observing his retreating figure, found himself at a loss for words and could only let out a soft sigh. He then proceeded to escort the severely injured Xie Yuhuan to the infirmary. This incident imparted a crucial lesson to all present. One must never discuss Lu Xiaoyu's brother in his presence, lest they suffer dire consequences. Chapter 60. An irresistible dilemma. Has it been nearly half a month? Lu Zhe murmured softly as he gazed at the depths of the canyon surrounding the spatial rift. Feeling that the moment was ripe, he leaped gracefully into the abyss. Upon arriving before the spatial rift once more, Lu Zhe refrained from any excessive movements, instead raising his right hand in preparation to eradicate the anomaly. After nearly 2 weeks, he had nearly mastered the forces of rules and paradoxes. His previous hesitance to act was due to his prior, limited understanding of these concepts. However, with the enlightenment of truth, he had delved deeper into these powers. Now, the time had come to eliminate the spatial rift. It has lingered long enough. It is time to conclude this, Lu Zhe declared as he lifted his right hand slowly. He then began to channel the powers of rules and paradoxes. The principle was straightforward. By overlaying rules upon paradoxes, one could manifest a terrifying force. Eradicate, Lu Zhe intoned softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a formless stream of energy enveloped the spatial rift, which began to gradually dissipate. This was, in essence, the paradox empowered by the force of rules. Throughout this fortnight, Lu Zhe had gained a preliminary understanding of paradoxes. A paradox stands in contrast to reality. If sufficiently potent, it can erase elements of reality without altering the fabric of existence itself. Lu Zhe gazed at what had already transpired. Lu Zhe gazed at the completely vanished spatial rift, gradually feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. However, just as he was poised to depart from this place, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted behind Lu Zhe, and an overwhelming force instantaneously enveloped him from behind. Lu Zhe slowly turned around, his expression impassive as he gazed into the swirling dust. You actually made it out? He uttered coldly. Ha ha ha. A raucous, arrogant laugh erupted from within the haze. Gradually, 7 figures emerged into Lu Zhe's line of sight. These 7 were none other than the foremost of the 10 luminaries, the first 7. The first to reveal himself was Judgment. His eyes immediately locked onto Lu Zhe in the distance, and his face twisted into a gleeful grin. What a delightful twist of fate, Judgment exclaimed with exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at him. Truly, fate has conspired to bring adversaries together. Just as it seemed the two were about to engage in combat, the entity known as the Judgment intervened. What are you doing, Judgment? That brat stands right before us. If we eliminate him, the elders will certainly regard us with newfound respect, Judgment inquired, bemused. However, the breaker discerned something amiss. Do not act rashly. That lad appears to be somewhat different now. Indeed, as the most formidable among them, the breaker was astute enough to perceive Lu Zhe's transformation. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe charged towards them. Eradicate. A torrent of colorless energy surged forth, aimed directly at the 7 breakers. They instantly sensed the terrifying nature of this onslaught and hastily attempted to evade it. Whoosh! In the nick of time, the breakers successfully dodged the strike. However, when the breaker turned to look at the spot where Lu Zhe had just attacked, he was momentarily taken aback. The judgment and the others were left at a loss for words. You dodged quite swiftly, Lu Zhe remarked with a wicked grin, casting his gaze upon the 7 of them. At this moment, judgment no longer underestimated him, steeling himself for the impending confrontation. Just then, Lu Zhe spoke slowly. I am curious about the disparity between the powers you derive from the benevolence of others and my own strength. Upon hearing this, the breaker was immediately stunned. For this matter had not been casually mentioned before. Stand still and do not move, Lu Zhe suddenly commanded. That singular statement left the breakers aghast. We cannot move. Judgment murmured in shock. Not only he, but all 6 others found themselves immobilized upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had already approached them. How absurd, he chuckled softly. Then delivered a swift kick to Judgment's abdomen. Bang! Judgment was sent crashing into the cliffside of the canyon. At that moment, the breakers felt their bodies regain mobility and quickly distanced themselves from Lu Zhe. Everyone, scatter. This individual is no longer the same as before, the breaker declared gravely. The others understood his intent immediately and swiftly fled from the canyon with remarkable speed. Lu Zhe watched as the fleeing figures vanished into the distance, a cold smile creeping across his face. He then turned to regard the judgment, whom he had previously thrust into the rock wall. Coughing, Judgment slowly emerged from the gaping hole in the stone. Upon his emergence, he quickly realized that the 6 members of the collapse had completely disappeared, leaving him bewildered. However, upon noticing Lu Zhe approaching, an expression of sheer terror washed over his face. Since they have fled, I shall extract a morsel of information from you, Lu Zhe stated. His voice calm and deliberate. Judgment felt a tremor of fear. His rational mind warned him that the man before him was exceedingly dangerous. Nearing the level of the 7 sins. Do not be too arrogant. Judgment attempted to feign composure as he retorted. Am I being arrogant? Lu Zhe replied with a subtle smile, then stepped closer to Judgment. Their gazes locked, and Judgment's trepidation intensified. In a desperate attempt, he swung a powerful fist toward Lu Zhe. Kneel. Lu Zhe merely uttered this single statement, and in an instant, Judgment found himself uncontrollably kneeling upon the ground. What manner of monster are you? Judgment struggled to lift his gaze to meet Lu Zhe's. In response, Lu Zhe gazed down upon him with an air of indifference, devoid of any excessive motion. What exactly is the realm from which you hail? Lu Zhe inquired coldly. Yet, Judgment appeared reluctant to divulge the truth. Instead erupting in a fit of rage, I advise you to release me at once, for should the 7 Sin Lords arrive, they will surely end your life. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe's expression immediately turned cold. He then placed his foot upon the man's head, stating, I have no desire for idle chatter. What manner of place is your world? Tell me. Lu Zhe unleashed the power of truth. The Judgment, taken aback, found himself speechless, involuntarily uttering, Our world is the realm of truth. Upon hearing that name, Lu Zhe fell into a moment of contemplation before continuing to inquire, what exactly are the 7 sins? Speak. The arbiter found himself at a loss, for despite his attempts to resist, he was compelled to respond as soon as Lu Zhe's words reached his ears. The 7 sins comprise 7 entities, the overseers who emerged following the demise of the previous master of the realm of truth. The most formidable among them is Lord Lucifer, the embodiment of pride, followed closely by Lord Leviathan, the personification of envy. The remaining 5 lords are Lord Samuel, representing wrath, Lord Belphegor, embodying sloth, Lord Mammon, signifying greed, Lord Beelzebub, denoting gluttony, and Lord Asmodeus, epitomizing lust. Each of these 7 figures stands as a paragon of power within the realm of truth, akin to divine beings. Unable to suppress his own voice, the arbiter inadvertently unveiled the identities of the 7 sins before Lu Zhe. So that is how it is, Lu Zhe murmured thoughtfully, only to be engulfed by curiosity once more. Who was the previous master of the realm of truth? Speak. Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, the arbiter obediently confessed. This matter is known only to the 7 sins. I am unaware. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe did not delve further, but instead continued to inquire. Why do you seek to capture the divine child? Speak. The judicator, on the verge of tears, lamented that the divine child was the offspring of the former lord of the true world, possessing the unique ability to unlock the sealed gates of that realm. After obtaining this information, Lu Zhe ceased his questioning and turned to depart. The judicator, believing he had been spared, began to lower his guard. However, He was utterly unprepared for Lu Zhe's next chilling words. You may choose your own end. With that, Lu Zhe soared away from the canyon's edge. Kneeling on the ground, the judicator was instantly engulfed by terror upon hearing those words. His hands, no longer under his control, seized his own throat, applying pressure. He attempted to liberate himself, but he discovered that his strength had completely evaporated. He was now as powerless as an ordinary man, and this suffocation was undeniably real. Help! Help me! The judicator felt the grip of asphyxiation tightening, yet no response came. Ultimately, the canyon's depths bore witness to a cold corpse, his lifeless body, rendered ordinary and unable to breathe. Emerging from the canyon, Lu Zhe's gaze had turned as frigid as ice, and a peculiar smile played upon his lips. I shall erase you all, one by one. Just wait. Chapter 61, Inquiry. Has the judicator perished? In a palace within the true world, the foremost of the 7 sins, pried Lucifer. Since the severance of ties with the judicator, igniting his curiosity, the judicator was formidable, yet he had perished upon arriving in Douluo continent. How intriguing, Lu Zhe. Lucifer murmured while gazing at the dim sky outside. At that moment, a figure materialized behind him. Lucifer, when do you intend to deal with that individual? The newcomer was none other than Leviathan, the second of the 7 sins. Upon hearing Leviathan's voice, Lucifer turned with a smile. Not yet. Without the divine child's assistance, we cannot breach the barrier left by that individual. Leviathan pondered this. Had it not been for that barrier, they would have long since escaped. Even the combined might of the 7 sins barely managed to create a narrow rift in space, and only those weaker than the 7 sins could traverse it. Although they could enter the rift, their powers remained sealed. It appeared that the rift had been obliterated by that young man. Even if the 10 sons captured the divine child, he would not return. Leviathan suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. However, Lucifer replied with an air of ease. Do not worry, I have left something for the collapse that will allow instant return to the true world. Upon hearing this, Leviathan comprehended the situation and ceased his inquiries. Only the divine child can confront the truth. He must join us, Lucifer stated solemnly. Leviathan stood beside him, deep in thought, having witnessed the previous power of the truth. In the border city of the Sun and Moon Empire on Douluo continent, a figure was sprinting through the alleyways. After a brief moment, the figure halted, leaning against a wall while gasping heavily. That guy shouldn't catch up, right? The man muttered, frustration evident in his voice. How did I encounter such a monster? As he prepared to move on, a voice echoed behind him. Where do you think you're running? The man's face turned pale at the sound and he trembled as he turned around. A young boy in a black trench coat, with black hair and crimson eyes, stared coldly at him. What manner of monster are you? The pale-faced man stammered, collapsing to the ground. I am here to take your life. The boy said with a chilling smile, slowly advancing towards the crumpled figure. Fear surged within the man, prompting him to scramble to his feet in a desperate bid to escape. Yet this time, it would not be so simple. Stop, the boy commanded icily. Instantly, the man froze in place. The boy, now smiling, approached from behind and patted the man on the shoulder. I told you, you cannot escape, he said with a chilling laugh. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead as he cast furtive glances at the boy. Where is the location of the Holy Spirit Church? Tell me, the boy suddenly demanded. The man, against his will, responded, I don't know. The boy paused, then pressed. Why do you not know? Speak. The Holy Spirit Church has relocated due to certain matters. As a mere follower, I am unaware of the specifics, the man replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the boy sighed, preparing to leave. Yet before departing, he waved his right hand towards the man. Erased. In an instant, a stream of colorless energy enveloped the man, and he vanished without a trace. The very essence of his being dissipated, as if he had never existed in this world. You are truly ruthless, erasing an ordinary person merely for seeking an address. A shadowy crimson figure floated around the boy, grinning mischievously. My affairs are none of your concern, the boy retorted coldly, turning away as he exited the alley. The boy was none other than Lu Zhe, who had been in search of the Holy Spirit Church's location. Due to the intervention of the 10 sons, the church had relocated, causing Lu Zhe to delay his pursuit. What are your next plans? Truth inquired, encircling Lu Zhe in an instant. After hearing his words, Lu Zhe offered little in response, succinctly stating, find them and erase them. Truth, observing the drastically transformed Lu Zhe before him, found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to follow closely, for they were indeed partners in this transaction. Thus began Lu Zhe's relentless pursuit of the malevolent soul masters. And none of the fiends he encountered met with a favorable fate. As a consequence of his actions, the Holy Spirit sect swiftly acquired pertinent intelligence. They promptly issued a decree. Any member of the sect, once targeted, must commit suicide to avoid falling into the hands of that man. It appeared he was quite serious. Within the confines of the Holy Spirit sect, a man sat languidly in the center of the grand hall, murmuring softly. Most astonishingly, Yishishue, the erstwhile leader of the Holy Spirit sect, now found herself kneeling before this man. This individual was none other than the Ruin, who had emerged from the rift in space. The 8 men seated beside him were indeed the other members of the 10 Sons. Although the original 10 Sons had now been reduced to 9, a consequence of Lu Zei's interference. My lord, how may we serve you? Yi Shishue inquired, her demeanor submissive. Upon hearing this, Ruin pondered momentarily before replying, have you gathered information on the child I instructed you to seek? Yi Shishue promptly responded, report to you, my lord. The child you mentioned has yet to be located, but I possess a promising strategy that may lead us to him. Oh, pray, elaborate, Ruin said with keen interest. The upcoming Youth Soul Master Tournament, Yishishue articulated clearly. She subsequently began to elucidate her plan to Ruin. After absorbing her explanation, Ruin deemed it a sound strategy. If they could locate the divine child during the tournament, they would swiftly return to the realm of truth. This plan is acceptable, Ruin smiled, continuing. Provided you assist us in finding that child, you shall have the opportunity to become the new son of our assembly. Yi Shishue felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing this. There was no need to question her newfound allegiance. Initially, she had been skeptical of Ruin and his associates until she witnessed their formidable power. Even her current soul energy might falter against a single strike from them. Thus, aligning with them promised substantial rewards. Very well, that shall suffice. You may all withdraw now, Ruin stated slowly. Yishishue and the others, without further thought, respectfully exited the grand hall. Once they had completely departed, Ruin cast a cold smile towards the outside, uttering, Lu Zei, you will undoubtedly pay for this in the future. At that moment, Lu Zei had arrived at the outskirts of a new city within the Sun and Moon Empire. Gazing at the bustling metropolis before him, he remained silent, his expression impassive as he strode into the heart of the city. Chapter 62. The Chen family, how lively it is. Wouldn't you agree? Truth chimed playfully, swirling around Lu Zei. However, Lu Zei paid him no heed, continuing his forward march. Truth, undeterred, floated in his wake, for only Lu Zei could perceive his presence, while others remained oblivious. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zei arrived at a street corner. Just as he was about to pass through, a figure collided directly with him. Bang! That hurts. A melodious female voice exclaimed, echoing in his ears. As he looked up, he discovered a young girl crouched on the ground, cradling her head. Are you all right? Lu Zei inquired politely. Yet the girl's response left him quite astonished. Are you blind? You ran into me and hurt me. She shouted angrily at Lu Zei. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zei let out a faint chuckle, then, casting her a frosty glance, remarked, It was you who collided with me. Do you understand? The young girl, initially intent on retorting, fell silent the moment she met Lu Zei's icy gaze. Her spirited demeanor was swiftly subdued, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zei chose to disregard it and turned to continue his journey forward. As he drew closer to the young girl, she finally mustered the courage to confront him. What are you so arrogant about? Do you believe I could eliminate you in an instant? She shouted, pointing at Lu Zei's retreating figure. However, Lu Zei paid her no heed and continued on his way. Frustrated, the girl puffed her cheeks in annoyance and turned to run off, likely marking this encounter in her memory. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had attracted the attention of someone lurking in the shadows, who coldly remarked, daring to ignore my sister's words. It seems this boy is tired of living. He then gestured to a few men accompanying him. The men understood immediately, their faces breaking into confident smiles as they prepared to take action. As Lu Zei walked down the street, a hint of surprise crossed his face. Someone is following you. What will you do about it? Truth teased playfully beside him. I'm aware. No need for you to state the obvious, Lu Zei replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Truth ceased further conversation, letting out a sigh before merging back into his being. Once Truth vanished, Lu Zei began to move towards a more secluded area. That boy is actually heading towards a less populated place. This saves us some effort, one of the men trailing him remarked with a faint smile. Before long, Lu Zei found himself in a deserted alley, and the men who had been following him halted behind him. I am quite curious as to what I have done to offend you, Lu Zei said calmly, his back turned to the men. The lead man was taken aback. He had not expected Lu Zei to be aware of the pursuit. However, He quickly recovered, a smirk forming on his lips. You are quite perceptive. In that case, I shall graciously inform you, he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Yet, Lu Zhe hardly acknowledged his words. He merely turned to regard him with indifference. Who are you? Speak. In an instant, truth's power was unleashed. The man found himself unable to resist this force and could only respond truthfully. I am Qin Tao, from the Qin family. And these are my subordinates. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at Qin Tao with keen interest. Qin Tao, regaining his composure, wore a look of astonishment as he hurriedly covered his mouth, muttering to himself, what is happening to me? Why am I thinking about the Qin family? Lu Zhe offered a faint smile before continuing to inquire, why did you choose to follow me? Once again, I am struck by this sensation. Qin Tao, still in shock, found himself unable to resist responding to the questions posed by the individual before him. It is because you disregarded my sister. I find you displeasing, Qin Tao confessed, unable to withstand the force compelling him to speak. With this revelation, Lu Zhe quickly grasped the situation, realizing it was indeed related to that woman from earlier. He then prepared to depart, but Qin Tao could no longer contain himself. Do not be so presumptuous. Eliminate him. Qin Tao bellowed in anger. Without hesitation, several attendants behind him surged towards Lu Zhe, following their master's command. Lu Zhe glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. Just a few soul kings, he remarked nonchalantly, then slowly raised his hand. Erase. Before the few rushing soul kings could react, they were engulfed by a formless stream of energy. Whoosh. When Qin Tao opened his eyes once more, he was immediately overcome with astonishment. Where is everyone? Qin Tao stammered, trembling. The soul kings that had charged towards Lu Zhe had vanished in an instant with the disappearance of the formless energy, as if they had never existed in this world. There was not a trace of their presence. Terrified, Qin Tao hurriedly retreated, but slipped and fell to the ground. What kind of monster are you? Qin Tao exclaimed in horror. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and slowly approached him step by step. As Lu Zhe drew nearer, Qin Tao was so frightened that he kept retreating, as if he were about to be devoured. Do not be afraid. If you agree to one request of mine, I shall set you free, Lu Zhe said with a beaming smile. Really? Qin Tao stammered. Indeed, Lu Zhe replied with a chuckle. Observing Lu Zhe's seemingly harmless grin, Qin Tao immediately began to relax. He then shakily stood up and inquired, how may I assist you? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Lu Zhe replied with a smile that quickly shifted to a cold demeanor as he asked, have you ever encountered a malevolent soul master? Huh. Qin Tao was taken aback by this question, his face registering a mixture of confusion and concern. Are you unwilling to answer? Lu Zhe's displeasure was evident. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Qin Tao hurriedly responded, No, I truly do not know, but my father should be aware. Your father? Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tao quickly added, my father is the head of the Qin family. He possesses extensive knowledge and is likely to have encountered a malevolent soul master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He then said, well then, take me to meet your father. Qin Tao offered no objection and promptly walked ahead, guiding Lu Zhe to the Qin residence. Lu Zhe followed closely behind him, and together they made their way to the Qin family residence. Along the journey, Qin Tao regaled Lu Zhe with numerous tales about his father, describing him as a formidable man with an extensive network. Nearly everyone in the town was acquainted with him. Furthermore, he frequently ventured beyond the city limits to expand his influence. This piqued Lu Zhe's curiosity, intensifying his desire to uncover the true nature of the Qin family patriarch and whether he could provide answers to his inquiries. Before long, Lu Zhe arrived at the Qin household, guided by Qin Tao. Upon seeing Qin Tao, the two attendants stationed at the entrance swiftly bowed and greeted him. Welcome home, young master. In response, Qin Tao merely acknowledged them with a brief nod before leading Lu Zhe inside. I didn't realize you were also a young master of the Qin family, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Not at all. I merely rely on my father's reputation, Qin Tao quickly replied. Seeing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and chose not to pursue the matter further. After a short while, he arrived in the living room of the Qin family. Please wait here for a moment. I will fetch my father right away, Qin Tao said respectfully. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely gesturing for him to leave swiftly. Shortly after Qin Tao departed, Truth reemerged once more. This lad possesses quite an intellect, Truth remarked with a smile. However, Lu Zhe chose not to acknowledge him, instead settling slowly into a chair as he awaited the arrival of the Qin family patriarch. Do not be so aloof. After all, we have engaged in a transaction together, Truth said with a sly grin. Should you continue to prattle? I shall terminate our agreement immediately, Lu Zhe retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Truth ceased his chatter, aware that Lu Zhe had seen through his scheme. During this interval, Lu Zhe had confided in Truth what he had discerned. Firstly, the powers of paradox and rules were not truly possessed by Truth. Their previous disappearance was entirely due to Truth's suppression, which had now faltered, leading to the claim of it being a deposit for the transaction. Secondly, with the power of rules at his disposal, Lu Zhe was nearly capable of contending with Truth. While neither could truly overcome the other, it would result in mutual devastation. Furthermore, should Lu Zhe alter the terms of the transaction using his power, it would be Truth who ultimately suffered the consequences. I am genuinely wary of you, Truth replied, visibly displeased, before retreating into Lu Zhe's body. At that moment, Chen Tao entered the living room accompanied by his father. Is it you who sought me? A deep voice resonated within the Chun family's parlor. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe turned his gaze, realizing that the speaker was none other than the head of the Chen family. You are the head of the Chen family, are you not? Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile, gradually rising to stand before him. The man, upon seeing the youth before him, was struck by an indescribable sensation. Indeed, I am Chen Xian, the head of the Chen family. And you are? He inquired politely. I am Lu Zhe, a junior here to seek some information. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Chen Xian did not engage in further pleasantries, but gestured for Lu Zhe to take a seat and speak. Please, share your concerns. And I shall do my utmost to assist you, Chen Xian said as he settled beside Lu Zhe. I shall not beat around the bush, Lu Zhe stated, his expression suddenly turning icy. Are you familiar with the term evil soul master? Or perhaps the Holy Spirit cult? Lu Zhe asked coldly. Upon hearing these two phrases, Chen Xian was immediately taken aback, his expression shifting to one of evident discomfort. Lu Zhe gazed at his expression and immediately realized that this fellow must possess some knowledge. You should know something, right? Lu Zhe pressed, fixing his intense stare upon him. Chen Xian felt uneasy under Lu Zhe's gaze, his eyes constantly darting away as if evading something. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe ceased his futile conversation and directly invoked the power of Truth. Reveal to me all that you know. At the utterance of these words, Chen Xian felt a profound shock within, regardless of his attempts to resist. He was irresistibly compelled to answer the inquiries posed to him. Despite my efforts to counteract with my own spiritual strength, I found myself woefully inadequate. Speak. Lu Zhe felt a twinge of impatience, thus the power of Truth intensified. Chen Xian found himself utterly unable to resist and, opening his mouth, confessed, I have encountered individuals from the Holy Spirit sect. With their assistance, I swiftly attained my current achievements. However, to avoid future entanglements, I proactively severed ties with the Holy Spirit sect. That is all. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was immediately taken aback, and he rose to make his departure. Wait. Just as Lu Zhe had taken a few steps away, Chen Xian, who had been seated, hurriedly called out to him. Lu Zhe turned around and coldly inquired, Is there anything else? Upon meeting his chilling gaze, Chen Xian was immediately engulfed by a sense of dread. He stammered, Why do you have to go against the Holy Spirit sect? They are practitioners of dark sorcery. Against the Holy Spirit sect? Lu Zhe scoffed, then continued. You must be mistaken. Seeking the Holy Spirit sect is merely incidental. My true aim is to confront those few individuals. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, was engulfed by confusion. By the time he regained his senses, he realized that Lu Zhe had already exited the parlor. As Lu Zhe departed, he intended to head towards the exterior of the Chun residence, but he encountered a familiar face once more at a corner. Bang! The familiar scene, the familiar person, and the familiar collision reoccurred in Lu Zhe's life. What are you doing here again? How did you end up in my house? Indeed, the individual he collided with was none other than the young lady of the Chen family, Chen Guo, whom he had briefly met on the street earlier that day. With a furious expression, Chen Guo glared at Lu Zhe and exclaimed, Hey, are you some sort of stalker? Why do I see you everywhere I go? However, this time Lu Zhe was not inclined to engage in amicable conversation. He fixed a cold stare upon Chen Guo. In that instant, she sensed an overwhelming aura of menace and instantly recoiled. I warn you, this is the Chen family. At my command, you'll, before she could finish. Lu Zhe seized her by the neck, lifting her off the ground as he coldly interjected, That will suffice. Gasping for breath as his grip tightened, Chen Guo found herself in a frantic state. You certainly have a lot to say, Lu Zhe remarked with a sneer. In that moment, Chen Guo came to realize her own vulnerability, and though she wished to apologize, there was no opportunity to do so. Just as she contemplated surrendering, A powerful voice resonated from behind Lu Zhe. Stop. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhe turned around and discovered that it belonged to Qin Xian, the head of the Qin family. At that moment, Qin Xian's face was drenched in cold sweat as he gasped for breath and implored, "Could you possibly spare my daughter for my sake?" However, it appeared that your plea held little weight with me, Lu Zhe replied with a cold smirk. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xian was plunged into a state of panic, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Zhe smiled after observing his perplexed expression, then carelessly tossed Qin Guo onto the ground. "You ought to be grateful for having a good father," Lu Zhe spoke coldly. Yet, Qin Guo kept his head lowered, lost in his own thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe chose to disregard her and strode toward the entrance of the Qin residence. Once Lu Zhe departed, Qin Xian hurriedly approached Qin Guo, concerned for her well-being. "Are you all right, Guo? Did you sustain any injuries?" he inquired anxiously. However, Qin Guo offered no response. Her head bowed as her body trembled incessantly. "Guo," Qin Xian gently stroked her head. Yet, in an instant, the unexpected turn of events left him astonished. Qin Guo abruptly lifted her head, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Father, what is his name?" Qin Xian found himself at a loss, sensing that Qin Guo had undergone some transformation. Nevertheless, she persisted with her inquiry, "What is his name?" Realizing there was no point in concealing the truth, Qin Xian thought it would have no impact on her. Thus, he replied, "The young man's name is Lu Zhe. It is best that you harbor no thoughts about him. He is quite formidable." Upon hearing the name, Qin Guo slowly rose and dashed toward her room. Even Qin Xian, her father, was baffled by her current state. Once inside her room, Qin Guo immediately locked the door and buried herself beneath her blankets. "Lu Zhe, his name is Lu Zhe," she repeatedly murmured, seemingly entranced. A shift began within her soul power, an ominous aura swiftly enveloping her. At that moment, Lu Zhe appeared to sense something amiss, directing his gaze toward Qin Guo's room. "It seems another sin facade has awakened," Truth remarked playfully. "What do you mean?" Lu Zhe queried, puzzled. Truth chuckled in response. "Do you wish to know? Beg me, and I shall reveal it to you, hee. Forget it." Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Observing his reaction, Truth decided to share nonetheless, her demeanor still playful. "All right then, it's better to inform you. Listen closely, a sin facade serves as the vessel for the 7 deadly sins. When an individual's transgressions reach a certain threshold, they will gain the recognition of the sin facade, ultimately becoming one of the new 7 sins. What about the 7 sins in the realm of truth?" Lu Zhe pondered, immediately recalling Lucifer and the others. Truth smiled and replied, "They too received the acknowledgement of the sin facade, but they were merely the first batch, and indeed, the strongest. However, under normal circumstances, this world should not give rise to sin facades. Why has this occurrence transpired?" Truth expressed her confusion. Lu Zhe quickly comprehended the underlying reasons behind all of this. "It is due to the power of the rules that reside within me," he uttered slowly. Upon hearing these words, Truth suddenly attained clarity. With Lu Zhe's arrival, a portion of the world's rules was subtly undergoing transformation. There is not merely one sin facade, is there? Lu Zhe suddenly pondered. Truth responded with a faint smile, "Correct. Do you truly believe that the sin facades consist solely of the 7 from the realm of truth? If memory serves me right, this world seems to possess 7 sins as well." At this thought, Lu Zhe smiled lightly. "The 7 sins of the divine realm? That is rather ludicrous. Hee. I forgot to mention that if the sin facades proliferate, this world will inevitably transform into the next realm of truth," Truth remarked playfully. "What does that mean?" Lu Zhe inquired, perplexed. "You will come to understand in due time. It is still too early," Truth replied as she melded into Lu Zhe's being. Left in place, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of foreboding. The next realm of truth? Lu Zhe murmured softly. It appeared that the consequences might indeed be grave. Chapter 64, The Division of Sin. "What are your intentions next?" In a modest inn, Truth floated beside Lu Zhe and spoke gently. Lu Zhe glanced out of the window, his contemplative expression stirring the imagination. After a brief moment, he slowly remarked, "Let us observe what movements may arise from that criminal. What's the matter? Aren't you heading to the Holy Spirit Church?" Truth teased with a mischievous grin. As Lu Zhe listened to these words, a sense of displeasure washed over him. He cast a sidelong glance before responding, "Let us set aside matters concerning the Holy Spirit Church for now. If this world transforms into the realm of truth, how will Xiao Yu manage to live?" He paused momentarily before continuing, "I do not wish to see Xiao Yu existing in a world rife with sin." Truth, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. "Do not forget that this boy was born in the realm of truth, Perhaps he harbors some great sin within him. He remarked with a hearty laugh. However, as soon as those words escaped his lips, he found himself on the receiving end of Lu Zhe's icy stare. You should not speak of my brother in such a manner, Lu Zhe replied coldly. Realizing he had misspoken, Truth quickly adopted a more subdued demeanor. All right. Your brother is your most important person. I dare not speak carelessly, he said with a smirk before retreating into his own being. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained motionless, his gaze drifting toward the bustling streets outside. As he observed the lively town, he found himself lost in thought. At the Chen residence, Chen Xian wore a look of deep concern. Ever since the last incident, his daughter had exhibited peculiar behavior. Not only had her strength increased, but her personality had also undergone a significant transformation. During sparring sessions with her brother, Chen Tao, she had become notably more aggressive, nearly incapacitating him on several occasions. Thankfully, Chen Xian had since prohibited anyone from engaging in soul battles with Chen Guo. Otherwise, their family would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. Father, what on earth is wrong with Gui'er? At that moment, Chen Tao entered, his expression filled with confusion as he looked at Chen Xian. Upon hearing his son's voice, Chen Xian slowly turned and sighed, alas. I do not know. All I can say is that maintaining a distance from her is imperative, otherwise. At this point, he found himself at a loss for words and sighed once more. Chen Tao had a nagging suspicion that this issue was connected to Lu Zhe, so he resolved to seek him out for clarification. After a brief conversation with his father, he departed from the Chen household. Once on the street, Chen Tao took a moment to compose himself before organizing his thoughts. Lu Zhe must be aware of my sister's situation. He is certainly still in the city, he murmured to himself with conviction. He then instructed his subordinates to search for him in various inns throughout the town. Time passed, and eventually, Chen Tao received promising news. You say you have located him? In the confines of his room, a servant knelt before Chen Tao, who was visibly excited at the prospect of finding Lu Zhe. Quickly, take me to him, Chen Tao urged eagerly. The servant nodded promptly. Yes, young master, please follow me. With that, he led Chen Tao out of the Chen residence. Before long, they arrived at an inn. Standing before it, Chen Tao felt a wave of inner turmoil as he pondered how to inquire about his sister's situation with Lu Zhe. Summoning his courage, he stepped into the inn and was guided by the manager to a room on the top floor. Young Master Chen, the person you seek is inside, the manager said respectfully before taking his leave. Chen Tao waved dismissively, urging him to depart quickly, then fixed his gaze intently on the door before him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he boldly reached for the doorknob. Just as his hand made contact, Lu Zhe's voice resonated from within. Since you are here, do come in. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback but ultimately complied and opened the door. Upon entering the room, he spotted Lu Zhe seated by the window. Looking directly at him, feeling flustered, he was relieved when Lu Zhe spoke first. Speak, what is it that has compelled you to seek me out all this time? Lu Zhe inquired with a knowing expression. Chen Tao chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. It's about my little sister. Ah, the girl named Chen Guo? Lu Zhe responded nonchalantly. Chen Tao nodded repeatedly and managed a smile. However, Lu Zhe's subsequent reply was disappointing. Unfortunately, her matters seem beyond my control, he said with an amused tone. At first, Chen Tao thought he had misheard, but after repeated confirmations, he realized the gravity of the situation. Do you truly have no way to assist my sister? He pressed on, unwilling to relent. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at him, and Chen Tao, under the weight of that gaze, was struck by an unsettling premonition. There is a solution, but the cost is quite substantial, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. The moment Chen Tao heard these words, he began to waver. You must consider this carefully. The power residing within your sister is no trifling matter. Should she ever lose control, even your father would be unable to restrain her, Lu Zhe reiterated. Chen Tao fell silent, grappling with the possibility of what might transpire if Lu Zhe's words were indeed prophetic. Moreover, during this period, he had already sensed the malevolent aura of the soul energy within his sister. Very well, as long as you can assist in restoring my sister, I am willing to pay any price, Chen Tao declared, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and slowly rose, saying, let us proceed. Take me to the Chen residence. Chen Tao, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly led the way before Lu Zhe. In no time, the two arrived at the Chen household. The head of the family, Chen Xian, promptly came to the entrance to receive Lu Zhe, having been notified by Chen Tao's attendant. I truly appreciate your trouble, Chen Xian said, standing respectfully before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe did not respond but gestured for him to lead him to Chen Guo. Chen Xian immediately understood and, without further ado, guided Lu Zhe to the entrance of Chen Guo's room. Upon arrival, the attendants discreetly withdrew at Chen Xian's silent cue. Lu Zhe began to sense the changes within the room, and his expression grew solemn. Has the transformation occurred so swiftly? Lu Zhe murmured softly. Hearing this, Chen Xian hurriedly inquired, Little brother, is that girl? He hesitated to finish, as the most dreadful outcome crossed his mind. However, Lu Zhe soon revealed a smile. Gazing at Chen Xian and Chun Tao as he slowly remarked, I believe it would be best for you to leave this place. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he chose to take his son and depart, for if Lu Zhe had said so. The situation regarding Chen Guo must indeed be quite precarious. Once Chen Xian and his son exited, Lu Zhe's demeanor gradually turned icy. Truth. Do you know whose sin this individual embodies? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Hee, how rare it is for you to ask me voluntarily, Truth replied with a mocking grin. Enough of the nonsense, answer my question. Lu Zhe shot a glare at Truth. A smirk played on Truth's lips at the sight of Lu Zhe's expression as he slowly responded, if I am not mistaken, that girl should be the embodiment of lust. Lust? Lu Zhe was taken aback. Indeed, she must be infatuated with you. It seems your charm is quite formidable, Truth said with a mischievous chuckle. Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly regained his composure. Observing the room before him, he unhesitatingly opened the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was struck by the sound of someone repeatedly uttering his name, following the direction of the voice. He was astonished to see a young girl curled up in a corner, incessantly murmuring his name. Can you discern the current state of this individual? Truth inquired softly. Truth. Upon seeing Chen Guo, was momentarily taken aback, then gravely remarked, how could the sin face evolve so rapidly? Evolve? The sin face can evolve? Lu Zhe felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Do you believe that the 7 sins in the realm of truth are formidable for no reason? Truth retorted, exasperated. He proceeded to elucidate that evolution is a challenging phenomenon, with sin faces categorized into 4 levels, the initial stage being the newly awakened sin face, which is the weakest, followed by minor sin, major sin, and finally, original sin, the latter being the closest in strength to the 7 sins. At this point, Truth fell into contemplation once more. Logically speaking, the emergence of a sin face in this world is already rare enough. How could this girl have evolved to the level of minor sin in such a brief period? She has reached the level of minor sin? Lu Zhe expressed his astonishment. Truth nodded, and just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Lu Zhe, I want it so badly. In Chapter 65, a new objective. The previously curled up Chen Guo suddenly dashed towards Lu Zhe. However, Lu Zhe reacted swiftly and evaded her. Chen Guo crashed onto the floor, while Lu Zhe coldly observed her from the side. Is this what it means to be provoked? Lu Zhe remarked indifferently. It appears so, Truth responded. Before Lu Zhe could continue, Chen Guo, still on the floor, scrambled to her feet and charged at him once more. Reluctantly, Lu Zhe decided he needed to subdue her. Lie down. As Lu Zhe unleashed the power of truth, Chen Guo, who had been charging towards him, immediately dropped to the ground upon hearing his words. Lu Zhe, why would you do this? Chen Guo shouted from her prone position. However, Lu Zhe was not one to possess a heart of compassion. He simply placed his foot upon Chen Guo's head. I am quite curious about how you awakened the sin of lust, Lu Zhe remarked with a chuckle, his foot still pressing down on her. To his astonishment, Chen Guo managed to break free from the constraints of truth, seizing his ankle with fervor. I truly desire to be with you, she declared, her face betraying a wild intensity, as if she were ready to devour Lu Zhe whole in the next moment. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe did not hesitate and delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Bang! The forceful kick sent Chen Guo crashing against the wall of the room. Yet, Chen Guo appeared to be impervious to pain, her expression becoming increasingly frenzied. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe felt a surge of interest and began to stretch his muscles. Let me see just how formidable your transgressions are, Lu Zhe remarked with a cold smile. Chen Guo seemed to realize something and suddenly lunged towards Lu Zhe. Her speed was noticeably swifter than that of the individuals Lu Zhe was acquainted with. Of course, she still fell short compared to the beings from the realm of truth, yet her velocity was distinctly exceptional within the Douluo continent. Chen Guo appeared before Lu Zhe with a frenzied laugh, then launched a punch aimed at his face. If I cannot possess you, then I shall ensure that no one else can. She cackled madly. Reacting swiftly, Lu Zhe effortlessly evaded her strike, positioning himself behind her without an ounce of pity, delivering a decisive elbow strike to the back of her head. Thud! Chen Guo was once again sent flying by Lu Zhe, but upon rising, She seemed to have shifted to a more serious demeanor. "I will destroy you," she declared fiercely. As she spoke, an aura filled with sin began to permeate the room. Lu Zhe observed everything with keen eyes, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. It was beginning to grow interesting, he thought, as truth playfully chimed in beside him. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qingguo launched herself at Lu Zhe like a cannonball. Four soul rings appeared around Qingguo, the third radiating a brilliant purple light. Third soul skill, Heaven Strike. Qingguo shouted, delivering a powerful blow directly at Lu Zhe. With a thunderous crash, the entire room was reduced to ruins, yet Lu Zhe managed to evade the attack at the very last moment. Qin Xian and Qin Tao, within the Chun household, felt the shockwave of the assault and hurried to Lu Zhe's location. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the devastation before them. What was once Qingguo's room had transformed into a desolate wasteland, and amidst the debris, Lu Zhe stood elevated, gazing down at the almost frenzied Qingguo. What distinguishes her from a beast? Lu Zhe remarked coolly. Who can say? Those who awaken to the sinful aspect are simply like that, Truth replied with a smile. Is that so? Lu Zhe pondered aloud. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Zhe was distracted, Qingguo reappeared before him. Noticing her, Lu Zhe calmly commanded, "Stop." At his words, Qingguo froze, plummeting down into the wreckage. Thud. She hit the ground hard, causing Qin Xian, standing nearby, to feel a pang of concern. Yet before he could react, Lu Zhe was already before the prostrate Qingguo, gripping her throat and lifting her into the air without hesitation. Since you have awakened to the sinful aspect, your existence will only endanger those around you, Lu Zhe said coldly. In a state of alarm, Qin Xian rushed to Lu Zhe's side. Lu Zhe, I implore you, spare my little sister. She is but a child, he pleaded desperately. However, Lu Zhe appeared unperturbed, his grip tightening. Qingguo's complexion began to turn purple, on the verge of unconsciousness. At a critical moment, Qin Tao intervened, wrenching her from Lu Zhe's grasp. Do you know what you're doing? Lu Zhe said, fixing a cold gaze upon Qin Tao. Yet Qin Tao remained unfazed, declaring, She is my sister. I cannot allow her to die. If she lives, you will die. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Lu Zhe retorted coldly. Qin Tao fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a period of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. But before he could finish, a hand pierced through his chest. With a gasp, Qin Tao coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Qingguo in his arms. Meanwhile, Qingguo laughed maniacally, seemingly oblivious to the identity of the man before her. No one can stop me from being with Lu Zhe, she cackled. Despite this, Qin Tao refused to relent, reaching out to caress her face, only to be sent sprawling by a powerful punch. Fortunately, Qin Xian was there to catch the flung Qin Tao, preventing what could have been a fatal blow. It appears there is no hope left, Lu Zhe stated coldly. In an instant, he appeared before the cackling Qingguo, grasping her face firmly. Just as he intended to erase her with paradox, Truth intervened. Hold on, this girl is still salvageable, Truth said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, and then slowly inquired, how can one save her? Truth, with a profound significance, replied, do you not possess a paradox? Utilize the paradox to eradicate the sins dwelling within her. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe fell into a moment of silence before slowly responding, I understand. But if I proceed in this manner, her soul power and martial spirit will be eradicated alongside her. She would be reduced to an ordinary person. And there is even the possibility of her memories being wiped away, which is of greater significance, power, or life. Truth remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. Just as the words left his lips, a translucent stream of energy enveloped Qingguo, accompanied by Lu Zhe's command. Qingguo emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Qin Xian, clutching the severely injured Qin Tao, stood at a distance, fixated on Lu Zhe and his companions. Before long, Lu Zhe cast Qingguo to the ground. Qin Xian rushed to her side, anxiously assessing her condition, only to be met with shock. Her soul power and martial spirit have vanished, Qin Xian murmured in disbelief. Yet, Lu Zhe coldly remarked, if I hadn't done this, she would have faced certain death. Indeed, Qin Xian responded, her gaze lowered. Lu Zhe glanced at him without giving it much thought, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the Qin residence. At the very moment Lu Zhe turned away, Qin Xian's tears began to flow. However, they were not tears of sorrow, but rather of joy. To him, as long as his child was alive, that was enough. Even if she had become an ordinary person, she would still be his child. Thank you, Qin Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly before continuing his journey forward. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the events concerning the Qin family, and Lu Zhe was now prepared to set forth towards the next town. What are your plans henceforth? Truth inquired, floating beside Lu Zhe with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe looked up at the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, if even a mere soul master can awaken the Sin face, could it be that she is the only one in this world? What does this mean? Truth felt a sense of bewilderment. Lu Ziduan paused for a moment, then contemplatively remarked, this world has undergone a transformation. I must eradicate these sins, or else Xiaoyu will be unable to live a proper life. And what of the 10 sons and the 7 sins? Truth inquired further. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and subsequently provided a response. They would bring it along as well. Chapter 66. The current state of the continental upheaval. A year later, the continent underwent a dramatic transformation. During this year, an unknown power emerged on Douluo continent. Those who awakened this ability possessed an exceptionally pure form of malevolence. And it was not only soul masters who could awaken this power, even ordinary individuals might do so under certain conditions. Those endowed with this ability were referred to as sinners by the continent's foremost powers. Within the Shrek Academy, in the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian and several esteemed elders were gathered to discuss the matter of the sinners. Elder Xian remarked, the sinners pose an excessive danger if we cannot control them. It will disrupt the balance of the continent. We must devise a method to restrict them. One elder, his expression grave, concurred. Elder Xian nodded in response and slowly articulated. Many sinners have already emerged. Even our children at Shrek Academy have been affected. If we do not impose restrictions, the balance of the continent will indeed be shattered. Yet, how do we restrain them? We cannot simply eradicate them, can we? An elder seated to the left of Elder Xian spoke gently. At these words, the room fell into silence. After an indeterminate period, Elder Xian finally broke the heavy atmosphere. Very well, let us disperse for now. I shall contemplate a solution regarding the sinners, he said softly. The others, understanding the gravity of the situation, ceased their discussions, for such matters were no trifling matter. As the room emptied, Elder Xian raised his gaze towards the window and sighed. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He swiftly soared outside the Shrek Academy. In a short while, he arrived at the hillside, where a man awaited him. You have arrived. The moment Elder Xian reached this place, he heard this greeting. You're Elder Xian, he responded with a hint of curiosity. Have you forgotten me after all this time? The man smiled gently and turned to face Elder Xian. Upon seeing the man's features, Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback. This individual was indeed Lu Zhe, yet he seemed as though he had transformed entirely. A mysterious aura emanated from him, and his power appeared unfathomable. You have changed remarkably, Elder Xian remarked with a faint smile as he recognized him. Lu Zhe wore a gentle smile as he slowly inquired, how has my brother been lately? As for your brother, Su Lao chuckled softly, everything is well. Except he constantly speaks of you every day. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but chuckle. He then approached Elder Xian and spoke slowly. Have you sensed the changes in the continent over the past year? Elder Xian, taken aback by the question, pondered. Could it be that this upheaval is indeed connected to Lu Zhe? Regaining his composure, Elder Xian nodded and replied, indeed, the continent's transformation has been utterly unexpected. However, as Elder Xian was lost in contemplation, Lu Zhe suddenly inquired, I have heard those individuals referred to as sinners. Have you encountered them? Elder Xian asked in astonishment. Haha. Lu Zhe smiled and continued, I have not only encountered them, but have also taken it upon myself to eradicate those individuals. What do you mean? Elder Xian inquired, puzzled. To be precise, they are not sinners. Rather, they embody sin itself, individuals recognized by the 7 sins, Lu Zhe explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian began to feel a sense of unease. Was Lu Zhe implying that he possessed an intimate understanding of such individuals? You should refrain from involving yourselves with matters of sin. It may be manageable when dealing with ordinary sinners or minor transgressions, but should you confront a major sin, you might find yourselves with no chance of escape, Lu Zhe cautioned. Elder Xian, not lacking in acumen, clearly understood that Lu Zhe's words were a reminder that this was beyond his purview. Very well, but do exercise caution, otherwise I will find it difficult to account for your brother. Elder Xian nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Lu Zhe no longer spoke further and turned to prepare to leave. However, just as he took a step, he paused once more. Do not let my brother know, Lu Zhe whispered. Xian Lao understood and nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe smiled and departed from the vicinity. Elder Xian was oblivious to his next destination, yet wherever there was malevolence, his presence would inevitably be felt. Regaining his composure, Elder Xian's expression began to grow solemn, not for any trivial reason, but due to the impending Soul Master competition. The emergence of malevolence had significantly bolstered the overall strength of several Soul Master academies and sects across the continent, thereby heightening the prospects of the forthcoming tournament. With a heavy sigh, Elder Xian murmured, "I hope nothing untoward transpires during the next Soul Master competition." Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, in Lu Zhe's former chamber, a young boy lay contemplatively upon his bed. Where could he possibly be? The boy was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had transformed considerably. Ever since Lu Zhe's departure, his laughter had become a rarity. In fact, he often found himself overwhelmed with emotion at the mere mention of Lu Zhe's name in conversations. Initially, Elder Xian presumed he was affected by malevolence, but later discerned that Lu Xiaoyu seemed impervious to such forces. As time passed, it became a widely acknowledged caution within the inner courtyard to refrain from mentioning his brother in Lu Xiaoyu's presence, lest one provoke an explosive reaction. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was lost in thought, the door to his room swung open, revealing a striking figure. "Lu Xiaoyu, Elder Xian has summoned us to gather at his place today. It appears he has matters to discuss." The speaker was none other than Qiu. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Xiaoyu slowly raised her head to glance at her, then said, "Let us go." Observing the cold indifference etched upon his face, Qiu felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yet, she understood that Lu Xiaoyu's affairs were beyond her jurisdiction. She could only watch as he navigated his own path. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu, guided by Qiu, arrived at the location where Elder Xian awaited them. They were not alone. Gu Yuna, Hui Yuhao, Wang Donger, and others were present as well. It appeared that everyone had gathered, and upon Lu Xiaoyu's arrival, Elder Xian smiled and remarked, "Now that you are here." However, Lu Xiaoyu offered him no courtesy, bluntly asking, "What is the purpose of our summons?" Elder Xian, taken aback by her forthrightness, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while the others could only express their helplessness. After all, only Lu Xiaoyu dared to speak to Elder Xian in such a manner. The rest were obliged to show him respect. "Very well, I shall be straightforward," Elder Xian said, stroking his beard with a smile. Then, amidst the attentive gazes of the crowd, he proclaimed loudly, "I trust you are all aware of the emergence of the sinner. With the advent of this sinner, our Shrek inspection team has acquired an additional task to monitor those who have strayed from the righteous path. Does that mean our mission will involve confronting these wayward sinners?" Qiu interjected loudly. Elder Xian did not deny this. Instead, he chuckled, "Is it not quite evident? Since you have deduced it already. Our task this time is to oversee the sinners residing in a town near the border of the Douluo Empire," he explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao and the others exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. "Yuhao, I've heard that these sinners are significantly stronger than ordinary spirit masters. Will we encounter trouble?" Wang Donger whispered to Hui Yuhao. He smiled faintly, reassuring her, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will go amiss." A wave of murmurs swept through the gathering. Elder Xian, noting the atmosphere, gradually called for silence. "Our mission will be executed the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourselves accordingly." With that, he gestured for Lu Xiaoyu and the others to take their leave. Lu Xiaoyu said little, not looking back as she made her way towards the dormitory. No one knew what would transpire during this mission. Even Master Xian remained completely unaware of the true extent of the dangers lurking in that place. The game had commenced. Do not let me down, Lu Zhe. Chapter 67. Unknown perils. In the early morning, the sun rose high in the sky. Today marked the day when Lu Xiaoyu and her companions would embark on their monitoring mission. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, they arrived before dawn, quietly awaiting the commencement of their task. At that moment, Master Xian also arrived, and upon seeing the gathered crowd, he let out a hearty laugh. "Well, since everyone is here, let us set forth to the mission site," Master Xian declared joyfully. The individuals undertaking this mission included Lu Xiaoyu, Guiyuna, Qiu, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, among others, totaling just over 10, including Master Xian and Senior Sister Zhang Lishuan from the Inner Academy. Although their numbers were substantial, should they encounter a formidable foe, surrender would be their only option. As they prepared to set out, a figure stood at a distance, observing the entire scene. What was Master Xian contemplating? Why was he acting in such a manner? The speaker was none other than Lu Zhe, who had recently met with Master Xian. At that moment, Lu Zhe was filled with confusion, unable to grasp Master Xian's intentions. It was crucial to recognize that if a major threat emerged in that location, even Lu Zhe might find himself at a loss. The difference between a major threat and a minor one was not merely a matter of rank. The disparity in power was a qualitative leap. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. Lu Zhe did not wish to witness any harm come to his brother, so he followed closely after they set off. After an indeterminate amount of time, Master Xian and Zhang Lishuan finally led Lu Xiaoyu and the others to the vicinity of the mission site. Upon arrival, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze fixated intensely on the grand town before her, her expression grave. "Have you discovered anything?" Gu Yuna inquired softly as she approached her side. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu instantly regained her composure and calmly remarked, "I am uncertain, yet I sense a profoundly dangerous presence within this town." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuna's expression grew grave. She had no reason to doubt Lu Xiaoyu's statement. At that moment, Elder Xian slowly turned to face them, smiling as he said, "All right, children. We have arrived at our destination. Let us proceed into the town to carry out our mission. How shall we execute it?" Chou'er inquired with a smile. "We shall first settle into the town, and for some time thereafter, we must conduct our investigations here," Zhang Lishuan interjected to clarify. Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of delight. According to Zhang Lishuan's words, Elder Xian would not impose restrictions on their actions during this period, as long as they conducted their inquiries diligently. Subsequently, under Elder Xian's guidance, they entered the town. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, who had just arrived, wore a serious expression. "Oh dear, it seems your brother and the others are in grave danger this time." Truth naturally emerged from within Lu Zhe. Upon hearing Truth's words, Lu Zhe did not deny them, for they were indeed true. He had not anticipated that such a town would harbor two major sins simultaneously, Lu Zhe stated with gravity. Truth did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixated intently on the town before them. Although others could not perceive the aura emanating from the town, he could see it clearly. "No," Truth said, regaining his focus with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was immediately engulfed in confusion. What could this possibly mean? This town harbored more than just two major sins. There were at least 5. Truth wore a solemn expression, clearly not jesting. However, Lu Zhe found it hard to believe. After all, how could 5 major sins coexist in a single location? "Are you joking? Aren't major sins exceedingly rare?" Lu Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Truth revealed a bittersweet smile and slowly replied, "I am uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation." "You've never encountered this before?" Lu Zhe inquired. Truth remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Observing Truth's demeanor, Lu Zhe began to comprehend the formidable existence his brother was about to face. The awakening of a major sin in an ordinary person was manageable, yet if a high-tier soul master were to awaken, it could become quite troublesome. After all, Lu Zhe's own strength was only on par with major sins, and while Truth's abilities could be effective against them, their efficacy would not last long. As for the power of rules, it was directly proportional to the laws governing this world. Only by rendering the one who wields these rules unqualified could Lu Zhe's power of rules be enhanced. Furthermore, the paradoxical power within him was constrained by the power of rules, preventing him from unleashing its true might. Otherwise, obliterating Truth's world would be a trivial task for Lu Zhe. Moreover, the power of rules within Lu Zhe could merely be regarded as a supplementary ability, capable of rectifying all the powers within him, though it was still unable to amend or eliminate anything external to himself. In summary, Lu Zhe's current strength could no longer be gauged by soul power. His martial soul and soul power had been altered by the power of rules. As for his strength, it lingered around that of major sins, still far from the original sin. However, on the Douluo continent, the might of major sins had long surpassed that of the limit Douluo. Although those with exceptional talents among the limit Douluo could still hold their ground against major sins for a time. "It seems I must take this seriously," Lu Zhe remarked earnestly as he surveyed the town before him. Within the town, Lu Xiaoyu and the others, under the guidance of Elder Xian, had settled into a hotel. After a period of organization, Elder Xian began to allocate tasks. Under his direction, the original group of 15 was divided into 5 teams of 3. Lu Xiaoyu was naturally grouped with Gu Yuna and Chou'er, while Hui Yuhao was inseparable from Wang Donger, accompanied by the addition of Xiao Xiao. After a thorough explanation from Zhang Lishuan, Lu Xiaoyu and the others learned that this town was named Qianyuan City, which could be regarded as one of the larger towns in the Star Luo Empire. "Well, since the division of labor is clear, let us all rest early. Tomorrow we shall commence our inspection mission," Xin Lao said, gazing at everyone with a gentle demeanor. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions did not hesitate and promptly returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Elder Xian, after they had all retreated, made his way alone to a park outside the hotel. "I knew you would come," he remarked, sensing a familiar presence shortly after arriving at the park. The visitor was none other than Lu Zhe. "Elder Xian, I am quite curious as to why you suddenly decided to bring my brother and the others here for this inspection task," Lu Zhe said as he approached Elder Xian. The elder found himself at a loss for words, scratching his head awkwardly in response. "Well, actually," he began, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Zhe. "Enough. You needn't say more," Lu Zhe interjected, leaving Elder Xian feeling inexplicably embarrassed. However, Lu Zhe dismissed the awkwardness and continued earnestly, "I understand you are concerned for the continent. But this is no jest. I cannot guarantee that all of you will return safely. My sole concern is for my brother." With that, he turned his back and departed without a glance back. Elder Xian remained, lost in reflection, uncertain whether he had made the right decision this time. Yet, he soon regained his composure, confident in his own abilities. Even if the mission were to fail, he believed he could ensure the children's safe return. At least, that was his hope, though he was unaware of the terrifying forces lurking within the town. In the realm of truth, within the palace where Lucifer resided, the sin of jealousy, Leviathan, sat before him. "Lucifer, you must be able to sense it, right?" Leviathan began. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Lucifer slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "And what of it? We seven cannot escape. What if the collapse fails to complete the tasks we entrusted them with?" Leviathan asked, a look of concern etched on his face. To everyone's surprise, Lucifer burst into laughter. "Do not worry. I believe the collapse can also sense the changes in that world, and their true power will soon be fully restored. As for Lu Zhe, as long as he survives, that is enough for me," Lucifer replied with a smile. The other six sins fell silent upon hearing Lucifer's words, recognizing him as the strongest among them. If he had such faith in the collapse, what reason did they have to doubt? Chapter 68. The game begins within Qianyuan City. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions had commenced their respective tasks. They had split into groups of 3 to investigate, while Lu Xiaoyu's team assisted with the inquiries in the northern district of Qianyuan City. "Lu Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts on this mission?" Gu Yuna inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu calmly remarked, "Regardless, this mission will be perilous. We should exercise utmost caution." Gu Yuna nodded in agreement. After arriving in the northern district, the trio proceeded to disperse and act independently. Within a towering building, Lu Zhe leaned against the window, observing every move of Lu Xiaoyu. "Your brother appears to be quite extraordinary," Truth interjected with a smile at that moment. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhe exhibited little emotional response, instead responding slowly. "What of it? Regardless, he is still my brother." A soft chuckle escaped Truth, who then seamlessly merged into Lu Zhe's being. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe continued to observe every action of Lu Xiaoyu. On the streets of the northern district, Lu Xiaoyu was inquiring with several passers-by. Initially, there seemed to be nothing amiss, but he soon noticed a figure behaving strangely. He made the decision to follow. When Lu Zhe realized that Lu Xiaoyu was trailing someone, he was taken aback and immediately pursued him without hesitation. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu followed the elusive figure into a narrow alleyway. Upon entering, he quickly discovered that his quarry had vanished. Sensing that something was amiss, Lu Xiaoyu reacted promptly, turning to exit the alley and soon found himself back on the street. However, the next moment brought forth an unexpected twist. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice resonated behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned to face its source. Before him stood a silver-haired youth with golden eyes. Smiling warmly, it was none other than Lu Zhe. "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, his disbelief quickly giving way to excitement as he rushed towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe chuckled as he patted him on the back, then continued, "Do you have a specific mission for coming here?" Upon encountering Lu Zhe, Lu Xiaoyu was devoid of any inclination to ponder, and thus promptly remarked, "Elder Xian has tasked us with investigating this city. Is that so?" Lu Zhe's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. However, Lu Xiaoyu paid no heed to his demeanor and, wearing a serious countenance, inquired, "Brother, where have you been all this time?" "Well," Lu Zhe replied, regaining his composure, "I have actually been residing in this city." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu too perceived the unsettling changes in their surroundings. For the once clear sky had now darkened ominously. "Brother, do you not sense that something seems to be shifting around us?" Lu Xiaoyu stated gravely. Lu Zhe, appearing oblivious, responded, "A shift? Perhaps it is merely a sign of impending rain." Observing the awkward smile on Lu Zhe's face, Lu Xiaoyu could not help but harbor doubts. "You have changed so much," she queried, her expression icy. Upon hearing those words, cold sweat began to beat upon Lu Zei's brow, further solidifying Lu Xiaoyu's resolve. However, just as he prepared to take action, an unexpected event transpired. With a resounding boom, a colossal monster suddenly emerged from a store on the street where Lu Xiaoyu stood. Lu Xiaoyu could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the creature before her, prompting her to swiftly grasp Lu Zei's hand and flee into the distance. Yet, the beast relentlessly pursued them, closing in rapidly. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a figure interposed itself between them and the monster. "You two go ahead. I'll handle this creature," spoke the individual, who wore a smiling mask and whose voice suggested he was male. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu had no time to ponder. She tugged Lu Zei onward, sprinting away. Meanwhile, the masked man fixated intently on the monstrous entity before him. "A minor sin," he murmured slowly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the monster lunged at him. The masked man's reflexes were swift. He deftly evaded the creature's ferocious attack. "Truth, do you understand the nature of this monster?" he inquired. A giggle erupted, and Truth gradually emerged from within the masked figure. With a smile, she remarked, "This is what happens when an awakened sinner is consumed by their own transgressions. There is no salvation." "Is that so?" the masked man replied, his tone laden with significance, as he stood atop the monster's head, gazing down coldly at it. "Such profound guilt," he continued softly. "Gravitational overload, tread." He raised his foot high and then stomped down upon the creature's head. Bang! Before the monster could react, it was forcefully driven into the earth. A cloud of dust erupted, and the masked man emerged unscathed from the haze, while the creature remained entrenched in the ground. A roar erupted from the monster, now buried, and it suddenly sprang forth from the earth. "Kill! Kill!" The creature incessantly repeated this word, which momentarily surprised the masked man. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the monster appeared before him in an instant, raising its fist high before striking with lightning speed. Exceeding specifications, annihilate. With the utterance of the masked man's command, the creature's powerful punch landed upon him as ineffectually as a sponge. "Enough of this. I've had my fun," he murmured softly. He then raised his right hand slowly, declaring, "Annihilate." In an instant, the monster, enveloped in a formless airflow, vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. "Aren't you curious about what sin it embodies?" Truth reemerged. The masked man glanced at her and replied quietly, "There's no need to know." With a resigned smile, Truth receded into his being. Having dealt with the creature, the masked man proceeded in the direction Lu Xiaoyu had fled, aware that a counterfeit Lu Zei awaited him, one with power at least of the great sin caliber. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu had reunited with Gu Yuna and her companions. Upon seeing the Lu Zei before them, the two women immediately expressed doubt. "Who are you?" The first to speak was Chiu'er, her skepticism evident at the sight of this Lu Zei. Lu Zei smiled faintly upon hearing this, then said, "I am Xiaoyu's elder brother. Have you truly forgotten?" This response left Chiu'er momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she lacked sufficient evidence to prove that the Lu Zei before her was not the genuine Lu Zei. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, should you dare to commit any outrageous acts, I will not hesitate to hold you accountable," Chiu'er threatened. Lu Zei merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then followed closely beside Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Gu Yuna slowly remarked, "Let us first rendezvous with Elder Xian and the others. This town has undergone a transformation." Lu Xiaoyu and her companions did not refuse. They all expressed their agreement. However, unbeknownst to them, the inhabitants hidden within this town had been observing each and every one of them. The game had commenced for the Shrek Academy students. Chapter 69. The Emergence of Sin. Jealousy. Zhu Lu. "Zhu Lu, where are you?" On a street in Xinyuan City, Dai Huabin was calling out loudly for his teammate, Zhu Lu. Yet, despite his incessant shouts, he received no response. Damn it! The lack of reply ignited a surge of anger within Dai Huabin. He could only make his way alone towards the hotel where they had agreed to regroup. For Elder Xian had previously instructed them that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, they must return to the hotel immediately and refrain from lingering elsewhere for too long. However, this unexpected incident had arrived far too swiftly, leaving Dai Huabin no time to react. Thus, he advanced solitary towards the hotel, oblivious to the shadow lurking behind the buildings, fixated upon him. Time passed without him nearing the hotel, fueling his frustration. "What on earth is happening?" he murmured to himself. The situation felt akin to wandering through a labyrinth with no exit in sight. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar echoed from behind him. Startled, Dai Huabin was gripped by terror. He could not fathom what creature had produced such a sound. It bore no resemblance to a soul beast, but rather sounded like a human's anguished cry. What kind of hellish place is this? Panic surged within him as he sprinted towards the hotel, the roar growing ever closer, as if it were about to pounce. As fate would have it, just as he rounded a corner, a man enveloped in dark shadows appeared before him. Curiosity piqued, Dai Huabin summoned his courage to inquire, "Uncle, what are you?" Before he could finish, the man let out the same terrifying roar he had heard moments before. Instant dread washed over Dai Huabin. And before he could react, the man charged at him like a wild beast. Regaining his wits, Dai Huabin immediately unleashed his soul power, launching a fierce white tiger radiance wave towards the man. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying, crashing into the structures on either side of the street. Believing the ordeal to be over, Dai Huabin gasped for breath, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by shock. The man he had struck down emerged unscathed from the rubble. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Dai Huabin with an unwavering stare. In the next instant, the man closed the distance between them without granting Dai Huabin a moment to react, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen. With a sickening thud, Dai Huabin was sent sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed into a nearby wall. When he finally rose again, his face was etched with sheer terror. This was a scenario he had never before encountered. The man before him exhibited no fluctuations of soul power, yet his speed and strength far surpassed Dai Huabin's comprehension. Could this be the sinner that the teacher had mentioned? The thought struck Dai Huabin like a bolt of lightning, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. However, there was no time to deliberate on how to confront a sinner. He resolved to employ the simplest escape: run, as fast and as far as possible. With that thought, he swiftly turned and bolted towards the hotel. Meanwhile, the man remained stationary, as if deliberately allowing Dai Huabin to flee. It seemed that the townsfolk had all transformed into such monstrous beings. This was a dire situation indeed. Just as the man prepared to pursue Dai Huabin, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Upon hearing it, the man whirled around, and upon recognizing the source, he was engulfed by terror. As if faced with a formidable foe. Ah, even such monsters can feel fear? The speaker was Lu Zhe, adorned with a smiling mask. Hee. The truth of this world has also emerged, Truth chimed in playfully. Of course, anything will fear that which is stronger than itself. And what about you? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. To his surprise, Truth's response was nothing short of audacious. Me? Truth pointed to himself and continued, "Don't be ridiculous. I fear nothing. For I am the strongest existence. No one can threaten me." Lu Zhe let out a cold chuckle before shifting his gaze to the terrified man before him. At this sight, Truth felt an immediate surge of dissatisfaction and began to interrogate him. However, Lu Zhe paid no heed to her words. His focus unwaveringly fixed on the man. "It is time to attend to business," Lu Zhe stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth ceased her inquiries and gradually merged into his being. The man, realizing Lu Zhe's attention was upon him, instinctively felt the compulsion to flee. He abruptly turned to escape, only to abandon the notion almost immediately. "Stand there and do not move." Lu Zhe's voice rang out, causing the man, who had just taken a step, to freeze in place. A helpless roar escaped him as he found himself immobilized. "Are you truly that frightened?" Lu Zhe remarked with a smile, placing a hand upon the man's shoulder. Erasure. With a swift motion, a stream of colorless energy coursed through, and the man vanished without a trace. Standing alone, Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings and remarked coldly, "Still not revealing yourself at this juncture?" Initially believing Lu Zhe was merely muttering to himself, he was taken aback when an eerie laughter echoed in response. Hee. Following this unsettling sound, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. With a grin, the man regarded Lu Zhe and said, "I cannot believe you sensed me. How remarkable. What exactly are you?" Lu Zhe inquired coolly after appraising him. The man paused momentarily. Then, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "I have attained supreme power. I am now a god." "A god?" Lu Zhe echoed with a scoff. "You are nothing more than an ordinary person awakened to a great sin. What claim do you have to divinity?" "You." The man, incensed by Lu Zhe's words, charged towards him. Noticing the man's advance, Lu Zhe merely glanced at him and uttered, "Erasure." Sensing the danger, the man suddenly halted and dashed to the side. The area where the colorless energy had passed now lay in utter emptiness. Upon regaining his senses, the man was struck with sheer astonishment. Lu Zhe initially believed that this grave sin would soon be resolved, yet unforeseen events transpired. "I yearn for your power. Become mine." At some point, a man had appeared behind Lu Zhe, his hands pulsating with a mysterious force. "Get down." In a critical moment, Lu Zhe commanded, causing the man to collapse forcefully to the ground, creating distance between them. Truth, can you discern this fellow's uniqueness? Lu Zhe inquired gravely. Truth displayed a serious expression, warning. Be cautious. This individual appears to have awakened the sin of jealousy. Jealousy? Lu Zhe responded, taken aback. If his conjecture was correct, the ability associated with jealousy involved forcibly seizing and devouring the abilities of others. Should this indeed be the case, Lu Zhe would likely find himself in considerable trouble. The sin of jealousy ranks just beneath pride, with pride being the most formidable of the 7 sins. Thus, one awakened to the sin of jealousy would undoubtedly possess significant strength. As Lu Zhe pondered, the man emitted an eerie laugh and stood once more. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Hasten and become mine. He cackled. The man standing again was not unexpected. As Lu Zhe understood that Truth's powers would exert limited influence over the sins, considering he himself possessed only the strength of a sin. No sooner had the man finished speaking than he teleported before Lu Zhe. Fortunately, Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the man's forehead. 100 tons of force. Bang, bang, bang. The man was sent flying by Lu Zhe's kick, crashing through over a dozen buildings before finally coming to a halt. This is quite troublesome, Lu Zhe muttered, his gaze growing increasingly cold as he stared at the ruins hundreds of meters away. Splendid, splendid, cackled the man. Chapter 70, The Second Sin, Gluttony. Within the Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City, Elder Xin was tallying the attendees. However, he soon realized that several individuals were missing. Has anyone seen Lu Xiaoyu and the others? Elder Xin asked the other students gravely. Yet none of the students present were aware of their whereabouts, as they had separated for their tasks. Just as despair began to settle in, Xiao Xiao rushed in, breathless. Elder Xian, we must save Yu Hao and the others. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian was momentarily stunned, quickly inquiring about the events. Xiao Xiao, her face a mask of distress, explained, while executing our mission. We encountered a powerful sinner. Yu Hao and Donger stayed behind to cover me. What? Elder Xian exclaimed, urgency flooding his voice. Lead me to them. Xiao Xiao wasted no time, guiding Elder Xian in search of Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Before departing, Elder Xian solemnly instructed, Lishuan, you remain here to protect them. I shall return promptly. Zhang Lishuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Elder Xian then lifted Xiao Xiao and soared into the air. Xiao Xiao, where are Yu Hao and the others? He asked urgently. Xiao Xiao raised her hand, pointing towards the XC district. They're over there. Elder Xian nodded in understanding. At that moment, in the XC district, Yu Hao and Wang Donger were already battered and bruised. They had encountered the second sin, gluttony, hidden within Qianyuan City. Why is such a monster here? Yu Hao groaned, breathless. Yet gluttony showed no signs of granting them respite. With a swift teleportation, it appeared before Yu Hao. Without a word, it delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! Yu Hao was sent crashing into a nearby building, which collapsed into ruins. Coughing amidst the debris, Yu Hao struggled to rise, fixating his gaze on gluttony. You are truly weak, Gluttony remarked slowly. Meanwhile, Wang Donger, standing behind him, was filled with terror. It was her first encounter with such a monster. Weakness matters not. I have compelling reasons to fight you, Yu Hao declared, wiping the blood from his lips. Gluttony paused, then erupted into laughter. You dare to think you have reasons to battle me? Do not overestimate yourself. At that moment, Gluttony's expression turned cold. With another swift teleportation, it appeared behind Yu Hao, seizing the back of his head and forcefully pressing it into the ground. How laughable to speak such words while being so feeble, Gluttony commented. Exerting force to drag Yu Hao along the ground for several meters before discarding him like refuse beside Wang Donger. Yu Hao. Wang Donger rushed to Yu Hao, cradling him. Are you all right? Tears streamed down her face. Yu Hao forced a smile, managing to stand with Wang Donger as support. I'm fine, nothing too severe. He whispered with a faint laugh. However, Wang Donger was no fool. Anyone could see the extent of his injuries in his current state. Do you think we can make it back alive? She asked slowly. Do not worry. We will definitely return, Yu Hao reassured, but the distant Gluttony observed their intimate exchange, its mood darkening as it approached them. I say, are you two showing me a lack of respect? Gluttony remarked as it drew near, prompting Yu Hao into silence. Simultaneously, the monstrous aura of Gluttony erupted, causing both Yu Hao and Wang Donger, who had initially contemplated a desperate struggle, to feel their spirits plummet, as if death had become an inevitability. Have you already given up? Gluttony chuckled upon sensing their despair. Very well, I've grown bored of this. As soon as the words left its mouth, it lunged toward Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Lifting its hand high, it prepared to unleash a fatal blow. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself between Hui Yuhao and the impending doom. Boom! With a resounding explosion, dust erupted from where Hui Yuhao stood. Stand down. An aged voice emerged from the midst of the smoke. Sensing the disturbance, Gluttony retreated slightly, chuckling, "At last, a worthy opponent has arrived?" The sin of Gluttony chuckled as he spoke. Soon after, as the dust settled, a familiar figure stood before Hui Yuhao and his companion. "Yuhao, you must leave this place. I shall confront this monster," said the timely arrival, Elder Xian. Upon hearing Elder Xian's voice, Hui Yuhao, who had nearly given up, instantly regained his composure. "Elder Xian, enough? Do not say more. This monster is exceedingly formidable. You would only be impeded by our presence. You and Xiao Xiao should return to the hotel quickly," Elder Xian interrupted. Understanding Elder Xian's intent, Hui Yuhao could only grasp Wang Donger's hand and follow Xiao Xiao in retreat. However, the sin of Gluttony, displeased by their attempt to flee, charged towards them. Fortunately, Elder Xian intervened just in time, averting disastrous consequences. "Your opponent is me," he declared, delivering a powerful punch to the sin of Gluttony's face. With no forewarning, the sin of Gluttony was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby structure. "Now this is the opponent I desire." "Splendid," he bellowed as he emerged from the rubble. Sensing the immense power radiating from the sin of Gluttony, Elder Xian steeled himself. "Truly a monster," he remarked gravely. "Do not disappoint me, old man." The sin of Gluttony taunted before lunging at Elder Xian. Reacting swiftly, Elder Xian manifested his martial soul. A formidable soul power erupted from within him, yet it seemed trivial in the eyes of the sin of Gluttony. In an instant, the sin of Gluttony accelerated, appearing in Elder Xian's blind spot, delivering a knee strike that sent him soaring into the air. How could this be? Elder Xian was taken aback. Even in his weakened state, he should not be so easily overpowered. As he grappled with disbelief, the mocking laughter of the sin of Gluttony echoed in his ears. Before he could react, the sin of Gluttony seized his head. "Let me feel exhilaration." He laughed recklessly and hurled Elder Xian into the debris below, coughing amidst the ruins. Elder Xian experienced an overwhelming force unlike anything he had felt before, not even from the deceased Muin. "No wonder Lu Zhe did not allow me to interfere." "It is indeed true," he muttered, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Old man, is this all you are capable of?" The sin of Gluttony sneered from above. Elder Xian, understanding the futility of anger, resolved to strategize his next moves. The two resumed their battle, this time with Elder Xian initiating a flurry of attacks akin to a torrential downpour upon the sin of Gluttony. Yet, the assaults seemed to inflict little damage. "Old man, could you exert some force?" "This is merely a tickle," the sin of Gluttony mocked before striking Elder Xian away, now gasping for breath. Elder Xian realized that this foe was beyond his capability. His only hope was to prolong the confrontation, allowing Hui Yuhao and the others to escape. However, the sin of Gluttony allowed no time for contemplation, gathering his strength. Upon witnessing this, Elder Xian was frozen in shock. "I cannot withstand this," he thought, despair engulfing him. This was the strongest adversary he had ever faced, one he could not hope to conquer. "Old man, it seems I have played enough. It is time for you to perish," the sin of Gluttony declared with a grin. As the words left his lips, a force capable of annihilating a city loomed over Elder Xian. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. Bang! With a resounding crash, the sin of Gluttony was sent sprawling by an unexpected figure. As Elder Xian pondered this turn of events, a voice rang out, "I told you. This matter is beyond your resolution." In that instant, the seemingly doomed Elder Xian was rescued, while the sin of Gluttony lay toppled. Upon recognizing the newcomer, relief washed over Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, you are no longer needed here. Return to the hotel and escort them out of this city," said none other than the recently arrived Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe's condition was far from ideal. His clothing was tattered, and even the mask of smiles he once wore was shattered. It was evident that he had not fared well against the sin of jealousy. Elder Xian, taken aback by his appearance, quickly regained his composure. "No need for that. Zhang Lishuan is guarding the child, and they should be safe. I may not be of much help, but I am more useful here than you fighting alone." However, Lu Zhe solemnly rejected his offer. "No, it is more perilous there. My brother is accompanied by another sin, who has taken on my previous form." Elder Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, but, filled with concern, inquired, "Can you handle both of them alone?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and replied, "Rest assured, I can manage the two great sins. You merely need to keep my brother's companion, that great sin, occupied. I shall arrive shortly." Seeing this, Elder Xian ceased his lengthy discourse. For the well-being of the child was paramount. He then turned and soared towards the hotel. Once he departed, Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened, becoming piercing. Truth. What do you believe our chances are of vanquishing these two great sins? Lu Zhe inquired softly. It is difficult to ascertain. As you possess only the strength of a great sin, Truth responded gravely. Is that so? At this juncture, Lu Zhe fell silent, fixating intently on the direction of gluttony and envy. Marvelous. This is the power I have longed for. A voice echoed amidst the ruins. Soon after, two figures materialized within Lu Zhe's line of sight. This fellow seems even more formidable than that old man before. I find myself rather intrigued, uttered Gluttony, brimming with excitement, as though under the influence of a stimulant. Without granting Lu Zhe a moment to react, he instantaneously teleported behind him. Let me witness the extent of your strength, Gluttony declared, striking a powerful blow towards Lu Zhe's back. Yet, as if he possessed a pair of eyes on the back of his head, Lu Zhe adeptly evaded the attack. In an instant, he teleported above Gluttony. Gravity crush, trample. Without uttering a word, Lu Zhe decisively planted his foot upon the back of the sin of Gluttony. With a thunderous crash, the sin of Gluttony was driven into the earth by Lu Zhe's forceful kick, stirring up a whirlwind of dust in the surrounding area. Yet, remarkably, the sin of Gluttony seemed impervious to any pain, rising to its feet almost instantaneously. As Lu Zhe observed the scene, he offered no respite, instantly channeling a stream of colorless energy. Erasure. Sensing the anomaly, the sin of Gluttony swiftly retreated to the side of the sin of Jealousy just before the energy could make contact. What is that force? Why does it instill such fear in me? The sin of Gluttony pondered gravely. The sin of Jealousy, seemingly unperturbed by the inquiry, fixated excitedly on Lu Zhe. Ha. Just as the sin of Gluttony was engulfed in confusion, the sin of Jealousy erupted into a hearty laugh. Then, with exhilaration, he shouted at Lu Zhe, "This power is exquisite, tailor-made for me. Hand it over." No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at Lu Zhe. The terrifying force immediately locked onto Lu Zhe, and in an instant, he was before him, delivering a fierce kick to Lu Zhe's ribs. Get down. In that crucial moment, Lu Zhe activated the ability of Truth. Upon hearing the command, the sin of Jealousy obediently prostrated at Lu Zhe's feet, yet he wore a grin of delight, as if savoring the sensation. 100 tons of force. In the next heartbeat, Lu Zhe struck his foot against the sin of Jealousy's head. Bang! The sin of Jealousy was sent crashing into the nearby buildings, reducing them to ruins in his wake. This spectacle left the sin of Gluttony utterly speechless. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe appeared before him. Erasure. A surge of colorless energy surged towards the sin of Gluttony's face. Yet, at the last moment, he sensed it and attempted to evade, but to no avail. Whoosh. As the sin of Gluttony narrowly escaped, he was left in disbelief, for his arm had been enveloped by the colorless energy and had vanished without a trace. I can't feel my right arm. This power is indeed formidable. At that moment, the sin of Gluttony grasped the true nature of this strength. Reacting swiftly, Lu Zhe fixed his gaze intently on the sin of Gluttony. Infuriated by this, the sin of Gluttony sneered, "Not bad, kid. You managed to take one of my arms. I shall not only take your arm but also your life." Lu Zhe replied earnestly. Suddenly, he erupted with astonishing speed, charging at the sin of Gluttony. Such immense power. Just as Lu Zhe rose, the voice of the sin of Jealousy echoed in his ear. Alas, not lethal enough. At this moment, the sin of Jealousy taunted once more. Bang! As his words fell, Lu Zhe felt a crushing blow to his abdomen. Coughing, he was sent hurtling through the air, desperately regaining his balance mid-flight. As he slowly descended, wiping the blood from his lip, he locked his gaze onto the advancing sin of Jealousy. There is no need for words. Lu Zhe had no desire to engage with the sin of Jealousy. At that moment, the sin of Jealousy emitted an eerie, sinister laugh, causing even the sin of Gluttony to break out in a cold sweat. It seems he is rather formidable. Lu Zhe maintained his composure, stating with utmost seriousness, absolute balance. As soon as he spoke, two long swords materialized from thin air, circling him like loyal hounds. The sin of Jealousy, upon seeing the swords, fell into contemplation. Interesting, he mused, resuming his focus with a cold smirk. He then sought to personally experience the might of the swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of blades slicing through the air rang out as the two swords swiftly approached the sin of Jealousy. Thud! Unprepared, one of the swords pierced through his chest. Initially dismissive, he soon recognized the gravity of his injury. Gasping, the sin of Jealousy spat forth a copious amount of blood, staring incredulously at Lu Zhe. What power is this? The sin of jealousy questioned in bewilderment. Yet Lu Zhe offered no answer. The two swords had already spoken volumes. Clearly, these swords embodied the force of rules, the essence of absolute balance, which naturally unsettled the sin of jealousy. You have no more words to spare. Perish. Grasping one of the swords, Lu Zhe appeared before the sin of jealousy, then without hesitation, he swung it towards his neck. At that instant, the sin of gluttony finally made his move. Have you forgotten about me, kid? The sin of gluttony bellowed in anger. Just as he spoke, he kicked Lu Zhe in the abdomen. Coughing, Lu Zhe was sent flying, blood spilling forth, leaving him in dire straits. Come, let us fight 100 rounds. The sin of gluttony boasted arrogantly. Slowly rising, Lu Zhe glared at him, muttering in frustration, what a nuisance. Chapter 72, Crisis. Inside the Grand Hotel of Qinyuan City, Zhang Lishuan was protecting the Shrek students. At that moment, Hui Yuhao and his companion stumbled in, supporting each other. Yuhao, what happened? Zhang Lishuan inquired, astonished. With a wry smile, Hui Yuhao replied, that monster is too powerful. We are no match for it. No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. After an indeterminate silence, Zhang Lishuan broke the tension. Let us not dwell on this. Our utmost priority is to evacuate Qinyuan City, she declared loudly. No one opposed her. After all, no one wished to throw away their lives in such a predicament. Just as they prepared to leave the hotel, a voice rang out. We cannot leave yet. Zhang Lishuan and the others paused, glancing towards the entrance. Four figures gradually emerged. And upon recognizing their faces, a wave of relief washed over them. It's you guys. I thought it was those monsters. Wang Dong exhaled in relief. Indeed. The individuals before them were none other than Lu Xiaoyu and her companions. As they appeared, Hui Yuhao's gaze was drawn to Lu Zhe, standing beside Lu Xiaoyu. He felt an odd sensation, as though this Lu Zhe was an illusion, prompting him to approach for confirmation. Brother Lu, didn't you disappear? Why are you here? Hui Yuhao questioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe offered a faint smile and remarked, as fate would have it, I reside in this very city and fortuitously encountered Xiaoyu. However, Hui Yuhao remained skeptical of his words. At that moment, Yuna stepped forward to ease the tension, regardless of whether he is Lu Zhe or not. We must leave this city at once, she stated with an air of seriousness. This was an obvious necessity, and under the guidance of Zhang Lishuan, the members of Shrek Academy swiftly made their way to the desolate streets. As they surveyed the vacant thoroughfare, an unsettling chill crept down their spines. Why do I feel as if something is lurking here? Zhulu quivered, hiding behind Dai Huabin. Fear not, everything is fine, Dai Huabin reassured. Having set aside his princely demeanor, for it was only through survival that one could continue to grow. Soon, under Zhang Lishuan's leadership, Lu Xiaoyu and the others reached the gates of Qinyuan City. Let us hold on a little longer. Once we pass through this gate, we should be safe. Zhang Lishuan comforted their anxious hearts. Upon seeing the city gates, a collective sigh of relief escaped them as they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They all rushed towards the gate, but just as they were about to cross the threshold, a voice echoed ominously in their ears. This is not a place you can leave at will. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly taken aback, her expression turning grave as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, as she followed the direction from which the voice emanated, she was struck dumb. Two figures loomed above the city gate, radiating an aura that was no less formidable than before, perhaps even more so. Xia Huanyue dismissed the remark entirely, choosing to ignore the two individuals. At that moment, Zhang Lishuan suddenly sensed something amiss and rushed towards Dai Huabin. Meanwhile, Xia Huanyue, unaware of the impending danger, found himself swiftly subdued beneath the foot of a man. Can't you comprehend my words, you fool? The man grumbled. Xia Huanyue, crushed beneath him, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, rendered unconscious. Zhang Lishuan, eager to rescue him, halted in her tracks upon the man's appearance, for she was no fool. The man before her possessed strength surpassing even that of Elder Xian, and a confrontation with him would only lead to certain demise. Are you the elites of Shrek Academy? Another man appeared at that juncture. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhang Lishuan. You are indeed the elites of Shrek Academy, are you not? Zhang Lishuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread as she locked eyes with the man. When he received no response, his temper flared. I asked if you are from Shrek Academy. Why do you not answer me? He bellowed in fury. In an instant, he teleported before Zhang Lishuan and delivered a devastating pee upon witnessing the scene before them. Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were momentarily taken aback. The man who had hurled Zhang Lishuan aside was no ordinary foe. He was the third of the great sins, Wrath. At that moment, Wrath had lost all semblance of calmness. consumed solely by the desire to annihilate everyone from Shrek Academy. I shall kill you all, he bellowed, charging towards Lu Xiaoyu and her group. Panic ensued among them, as it was their first encounter with such a monstrous being, prompting a frantic escape. Are we going to die? Xiao Xiao gazed at the unfolding chaos, sinking into despair. In an instant, the attack coalescing in Wrath's hands was unleashed, its range perfectly encompassing Xiao Xiao's position. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing, just standing there? Wang Donger suddenly spotted Xiao Xiao frozen in place. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted towards her, yet Wang Donger's speed paled in comparison to that of Wrath. The overwhelming and terrifying force swiftly engulfed Xiao Xiao. Witnessing this, Wang Donga fell into a state of numbness. At that moment, despair overcame her as she knelt, staring blankly at the spot where Xiao Xiao had been consumed by that power. Ha ha. Wrath erupted into maniacal laughter, then turned his gaze to the others. Do not fret. None of you shall escape today. As the skies opened up, pouring rain over the desolate city of Qinyuan, a miracle occurred at the city gates. Xiao Xiao, who had just been struck by Wrath, was somehow still alive. In the instant the attack descended, Elder Xin had shielded her with his own body. Child, I shall not allow any harm to come to you, the bloodied Elder Xin uttered with great effort. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Elder Xin before her, Xiao Xiao was engulfed in guilt. Oh, you actually blocked it. Not too shabby, Wrath observed, a smile creeping across his face as he beheld the elder standing protectively in front of Xiao Xiao. With a sudden teleportation, he appeared before Elder Xian, offering no chance for a response, and seized him by the throat. Old man, you possess quite the strength, Wrath remarked, before flinging Elder Xian into the rubble. Boom. Amid the debris, Elder Xian resolutely declared, even if I must perish today, I will ensure the children escape. Spirit Avatar. Once more, Elder Xian unleashed his soul power, his form expanding to a colossal size. This was undoubtedly his trump card, and Wrath, witnessing this formidable entity, could not help but chuckle. Do not disappoint me. Within the city, an unprecedented battle raged on. This fellow is remarkably strong, managing to hold his ground against us both, remarked Gluttony. Standing alongside him, Envy bore numerous wounds, while across from them, Lu Zhe, though also injured, wore an expression of exhilaration. Lu Zhe, there are 3 signatures of the great sins near your brother, Truth stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then slowly replied, understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged once more towards the sins of jealousy and gluttony. Stay right where you are. The two, who had initially intended to evade, became frozen in place upon hearing his command, only to be propelled away by a swift kick from Lu Zhe. After sending the two tumbling, Lu Zhe dashed straight towards the city gates. Regaining their composure, the sins of jealousy and gluttony quickly pursued him as well. I must catch up. Wait for me. Xiaoyu. Chapter 73. Author's note. How shall I put it? The author is somewhat hasty in launching this work, and many may not be inclined to invest in it. However, it matters little, as the prospect of a full attendance is quite enticing. I am sincerely grateful to those who have taken the time to read my book. It has indeed been a labor of love to arrive at this point. My writing may not be of the highest quality, so please do not take it to heart. The author is simply at this level. And then, that is all I have to say. Once again, I extend my gratitude to my supporters. Lastly, I shall reveal a plot line. If all goes well, the character Lu Xiaoyu will have a volume dedicated solely to his story. As for Lu Zhe, his whereabouts remain undisclosed, as the author is still in the process of devising his narrative. This book features dual male protagonists, ensuring ample opportunity for both to showcase their talents. Whether they will unite or encounter further events remains to be seen, as I have laid the groundwork for future developments. That concludes my note. The author truly struggles with such expressions. P.S. I almost forgot to mention QQ Browser allows for free viewing, if circumstances permit. I still encourage everyone to subscribe. Thank you once more. Chapter 74. Gathering of the Five Sins. Ha ha ha. At the entrance of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian had long since exited his martial spirit form. His body was battered and bruised, drenched in blood. Nonetheless, he stood resolutely outside the building where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were. I have vowed to protect the children, even if it costs me my life. You shall not approach, Elder Xian declared with determination. Facing him were the sin of wrath and another sin, both appearing unscathed as they regarded him. I must commend this old man on his resilience, remarked the sin of wrath slowly. The man beside him remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. Time passed, and the man's expression grew grave. Hurry up and deal with this old man. Someone is coming, he urged with seriousness. initially unconcerned. The Sin of Wrath sensed the urgency in the man's demeanor and began to feel a sense of impending danger. Old man, my apologies. With renewed focus, the Sin of Wrath unleashed a terrifying force, propelling himself towards Elder Xian like a cannonball. Die, he bellowed, laughing maniacally as he raised his fist high. Is this truly how it ends? Elder Xian, fully aware of his inability to resist the impending strike, sank into despair. Boom. An explosion reverberated, reducing the surrounding structures to ruins. Meanwhile, the man at a distance gazed intently at the billowing dust. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Xian. A familiar voice emerged from the haze, igniting a spark of hope within Elder Xian, who had resigned himself to his fate. Just then, a figure positioned themselves in front of Elder Xian, effortlessly absorbing the Sin of Wrath's attack. Taken aback by this unexpected development, the Sin of Wrath could hardly believe his eyes. You, bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zei's fist struck his abdomen, sending him crashing into the city wall, which collapsed under the force. The dust soon cleared to reveal a familiar silhouette standing before Elder Xian. It was none other than Lu Zei. You have finally arrived. Now I can rest. Elder Xian's voice grew faint as he appeared on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Lu Zei extended a hand to support him. Leave the rest to me, Lu Zei whispered gently. As soon as he spoke, several figures emerged from the building behind Elder Xian. Among them was Wang Donger, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Lu Zei. Lu Xiaoyu also noticed Lu Zei, becoming momentarily transfixed. Are you not going to reveal yourself? Lu Zei coldly fixed his gaze on the Lu Zei beside Lu Xiaoyu. Haha, I thought I can spend a bit more time with your brother. But I didn't expect to be exposed so soon. The Lu Zei smiled lightly. Yet Lu Zei offered no opportunity for response, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Enough, Lu Zei declared icily, then struck the impostor's head with a powerful blow. Bang! The unprepared Lu Zei was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby building. Brother. Lu Xiaoyu struggled to comprehend that the black-haired, crimson-eyed man before her was indeed her brother, for he had changed so profoundly compared to the sibling she once knew. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu call his name, Lu Zei slowly turned to cast a glance in her direction, before breaking into a gentle smile. At the sight of this smile, Lu Xiaoyu immediately leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Where on earth have you been during this time? She cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Witnessing Lu Xiaoyu in such distress tugged at Lu Zei's heartstrings. He tenderly stroked her head and said with a reassuring smile, There are more pressing matters to attend to now. Would you please step away from here for a moment? Lu Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by these individuals, and she understood that Lu Zei would undoubtedly struggle against them alone. Thus, she declared with conviction, No, I must remain by your side and fight alongside you. I cannot bear to leave you once more. Lu Zei found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response. Just then, the sins of gluttony and envy arrived at the scene. In an instant, 5 sins congregated at the city gate, their powerful auras saturating the atmosphere. Upon seeing the arrival of 2 more individuals, Lu Xiaoyu's resolve only intensified. Can you not hold him back? At that moment, the doppelganger of Lu Zei approached the sins of gluttony and envy, inquiring with measured calmness. Envy, upon hearing this, expressed his exasperation, stating that the young man was exceedingly strong, easily overpowering them. Is that so? The doppelganger of Lu Zei nodded thoughtfully, then turned to smile at Lu Zei. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Lu Zei felt an undeniable connection. Truth, do you know what sin this fellow embodies? Lu Zei spoke gravely. Although he was uncertain of the specific sin, he could ascertain that this individual was several times more formidable than the other 4. At that juncture, Truth emerged and replied, that individual embodies pride. Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Zei's concern for Lu Xiaoyu's safety surged. He softly called out, Gu Yuna, come here. Gu Yuna, taken aback by his request, approached him with a sense of curiosity. Is there something you need my assistance with? She inquired, puzzled. Lu Zei did not indulge in idle chatter, stating directly, take Xiaoyu and the others away from here. I will hold them off. Upon hearing that she was to be sent away, Lu Xiaoyu immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, No, I want to stay and be lost in this dream. Before Lu Xiaoyu could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zei utilized the power of truth on her, causing her to lose consciousness and collapse into his embrace. After entrusting the slumbering Lu Xiaoyu to Gu Yuna, Lu Zei ventured alone to face the false Lu Zei. Gu Yuna, observing his retreating figure, fell into a moment of silence, yet dutifully complied with his request. Everyone, follow my lead, she declared, turning to Hou Yuhao and the others. She then instructed Qiu'er to bring Xianlao along. The prideful Sin, witnessing their actions, refrained from immediate confrontation, for Lu Zei was still present. Would they truly allow them to depart unscathed? The wrathful Sin approached the prideful Sin once more, inquiring. The prideful Sin merely smiled lightly, suggesting they let them go. It would not be too late to seek them out after dealing with Lu Zhe. With the prideful Sin's words, others voiced no dissent. I am curious to see if this fellow is indeed as jealous claims, the wrathful Sin exclaimed with excitement. Previously, he had been caught off guard and sent flying by a single blow. Now, the circumstances were different. Lu Zhe, be cautious. These 5 individuals embody pride, envy, wrath, greed, and gluttony. You may find yourself at a disadvantage, Truth gently advised. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled in response. I do not intend to engage in a futile struggle. My sole objective is Xiaoyu's safe retreat. Truth paused momentarily, then chuckled. If you find yourself unable to evade, do call upon me. Perhaps I can assist. With that, Truth seamlessly merged into Lu Zhe's being. Left in place, Lu Zhe wore a puzzled expression, uncertain of Truth's earlier words. Did he possess additional secrets? However, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to concentrate on the 5 sins before him. In that very instant, the wrathful Sin appeared behind him. You dare to distract yourself while battling us, little one? Do you not hold us in sufficient regard? The wrathful Sin retorted, raising his fist to strike Lu Zhe's back. Get down. As Lu Zhe regained his composure, he immediately activated the power of Truth. Upon hearing this, the embodiment of wrath fell uncontrollably to the ground in a fit of rage. Though perplexed, he soon erupted into laughter, for this was the adversary he had long desired. However, Lu Zhe acted with remarkable swiftness, instantly harnessing the power of paradox. Erasure. In the very moment that wrath descended to the ground, Lu Zhe unleashed the force of paradox upon him. Bang! Yet at that instant, Lu Zhe was struck in the abdomen by a kick from gluttony, sending him flying. Thud. The force of the blow hurled Lu Zhe heavily into the ruins, but he gradually rose, dusting himself off as he continued to fixate on gluttony and the others. At that moment, Pride approached Wrath's side and spoke gravely. Be cautious. This fellow possesses the ability to erase our powers. Avoid that formless stream of energy. Understood. Wrath responded with irritation, slowly rising once again with a smile. You better not let me down, kid. Chapter 75. The True Truth. The sky continued to pour with heavy rain, and a somber atmosphere enveloped Qianyuan City. After Guiyuna led Lu Xiaoyu and the others away, the place fell into a state of desolation. Not a single intact structure could be found throughout the town. This kid is truly formidable, Wrath panted, his body already marred with numerous wounds, a testament to the first time he had experienced such damage. Stay alert. This kid is clearly on the verge of exhaustion, Pride, who remained steadfast behind Wrath, exclaimed with a grin. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 embodiments of Sin instantly perked up. Conversely, Lu Zhe's situation was less optimistic. His body was stained with blood, and his breathing had grown increasingly labored. Lu Zhe, how can you be so ineffective? Pride hasn't even made a move yet, and you can't handle all 4 embodiments of Sin? Truth mocked. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe cast a cold glance at him and replied, What of it? Xiaoyu and the others have successfully evacuated. Their evacuation does not equate to yours. Consider this. If you perish here, who will protect your younger brother? Truth continued. The once resolute Lu Zhe fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wrath seized the opportunity to appear before him. Before Lu Zhe could regain his composure, he sensed the menacing aura of Wrath and hastily prepared to defend himself, but it was too late. With a powerful punch, Wrath shattered Lu Zhe's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. The force of the blow caused Lu Zhe to cough up a mouthful of blood. After all, the might of Wrath was formidable. At that moment, Lu Zhe had no chance to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Gluttony, seizing the opportune moment, teleported directly above Lu Zhe. Kid, you're running out of steam. Aren't you? Gluttony laughed, raising his leg high. He then brought it crashing down onto Lu Zhe's abdomen, driving him into the ground. Boom. The earth trembled as Lu Zhe was forcefully embedded into it, leaving him in a daze. Lu Zhe, if you wish to live and reunite with your brother, then you must enter into a pact with me, he heard Truth's voice echo in his mind. Coughing, Lu Zhe managed to regain his footing, albeit unsteadily, and looked towards Truth, slowly inquiring, What pact? You shall know once you sign with me, Truth replied with a smile. Lu Zhe slowly gazed at the dim sky, enveloped in silence. Truth, witnessing this, anticipated a refusal, yet, to his surprise, Lu Zhe laughed the next moment. Come on, I cannot perish here, he remarked with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Truth could not help but chuckle and approach Lu Zhe. meeting his gaze. Let us forge a contract. Buzz. The 5 great sins, standing at the edge of the pit, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Even the proudest among them, the sin of pride, displayed a grave expression. The sin of wrath, filled with terror, found himself at a loss for words. The sin of pride, with utmost seriousness, declared, "It seems we have awakened a fierce beast." No sooner had he spoken than a crimson figure emerged from the dust. Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of murky air and slowly turned his attention to the sins. Is this the true essence of truth? Lu Zhe murmured softly. The sin of pride, who had believed he still possessed the strength to fight, abandoned that foolish thought upon seeing Lu Zhe enveloped in crimson energy. This individual has grown astonishingly powerful. The sin of envy, too, no longer dared to be complacent. However, it was peculiar that Lu Zhe did not rush towards them at blinding speed. Instead, he approached with deliberate steps. Sensing the danger, the sin of pride quickly instructed everyone to keep their distance. Yet, unexpectedly, the sin of gluttony stood foolishly in place, as if oblivious. Gluttony, what are you doing? Get away from there. The sin of wrath shouted vehemently. Yet gluttony appeared not to hear, remaining rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had leisurely arrived before him. How grotesque, Lu Zhe slowly remarked. He then raised his hand and uttered, erasure. Instantly, a formless energy engulfed the sin of gluttony. And by the time the others realized what had occurred, gluttony had vanished without a trace. What has happened to him? The sin of envy sensed something amiss but soon comprehended the truth. For in the next moment, his gaze locked with Lu Zhe's, and at that instant, an overwhelming command of absolute obedience surged through him. He stood there, dazed, unresponsive to the frantic calls of the sin of wrath. Why? Why do I feel that everything I do is truth? At this moment, the sin of envy, entranced, muttered with a maniacal grin. This left the sin of wrath utterly bewildered, yet he had no time to ponder. Such vile sinners should not exist in this world. Lu Zhe murmured as he approached the sin of envy's position. Quickly, the sin of pride discerned the cause of it all and shouted urgently, wrath, greed. Do not gaze at that fellow. Unclear about the command, the sin of wrath inadvertently met Lu Zhe's eyes and froze in place. Erasure. In an instant, 2 waves of formless energy consumed both the sin of wrath and the sin of envy. Witnessing this, the sin of greed approached the sin of pride, a grave expression adorning his face. Do you know what has happened to them? If I am not mistaken, it appears that anyone who meets Lu Zhe's gaze will suffer the same fate. The sin of pride replied somberly. The sin of greed, upon hearing this, fell into an abyss of uncertainty. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to wrath and envy, and if they too could fall, he had no chance of resistance. We must find an opportunity to retreat. We are not this fellow's match. The sin of pride communicated telepathically with the sin of greed. But the next moment, Lu Zhe turned to them, smiling. You wish to flee? How naive of you to think it so simple. Do not look at him. The sin of pride almost instantaneously teleported away as Lu Zhe directed his gaze towards them. However, the sin of greed was less fortunate. He had no chance to react when Lu Zhe's eyes fell upon him. The moment greed met Lu Zhe's gaze, he felt the weight of that power. Absolute obedience, absolute execution. Resistance was futile. Hundredfold gravity. Buzz. In an instant, the ruins of Qianyuan City were crushed to dust by the sudden onset of gravity. A vast expanse of land, once bustling, was reduced to nothingness. The sin of greed was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, devoid of life. In the distance, the sin of pride struggled against the overwhelming gravitational force. Gasped. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His skin began to crack inch by inch, blood gushing forth. Soon, the hundredfold gravity dissipated, and the sin of pride lay in a pool of his own blood. Unable to comprehend, I seemed to have forgotten. Lu Zhe was somewhat puzzled. Of course, after resolving the 5 great sins, you proceeded southward, and eventually, overwhelmed by fatigue, you sought refuge in a cave to rest. The truth is indeed straightforward. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately felt a sense of embarrassment, and then thought to himself, perhaps I am truly exhausted. Indeed, after Lu Zhe had dealt with the 5 great sins, he experienced an unprecedented fatigue. Coupled with his injuries in the arduous journey, it was only natural that he could not endure any longer. Ah, my power has been mishandled by you. During this forthcoming period, I must not act as I did before. It would be wiser to proceed with caution. At that moment, Truth suddenly contemplated a grave issue. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe exhibited little emotional fluctuation, for he primarily relied on the power of paradox, while the forces of rules and truth served merely as auxiliary aids. The temporary unavailability of the power of truth does not signify a decline in Lu Zhe's strength. It merely implies that his future endeavors may encounter greater obstacles. Where do you intend to go next? Truth inquired suddenly. Lu Ze stepped out of the cave and gazed thoughtfully at the sky before murmuring. Perhaps we should return to the Douluo forest. Is that so? The return of Shrek Academy's team from their mission had already reached the ears of the inner academy students. Although the details of their ordeal remained shrouded in mystery, it was said that the mission had been accomplished. Within the conference room of the Sea Gods Pavilion, the high-ranking officials of Shrek Academy sat with solemn expressions. You are all aware of Elder Xian's situation, one elder stated gravely. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the room. Moments later, the dean of the Wuhuan department, Yin Xiaozhe, broke the oppressive atmosphere. Elder Xian has suffered severe injuries and remains in a coma. Out of the 16 inner academy students, along with Zhang Lishuan, only 11 have returned. Yin Xiaozhe continued, his voice trailing off. The cost of this mission had been exorbitant, with 5 inner academy students lost and the others returning as mere injured souls. How would they confront the impending Young Soul Master competition? Very well, let us adjourn for now. We shall discuss other matters at a later time, one elder said slowly. With that, the assembly dispersed, each member departing the conference room. In the inner academy, within Lu Xiaoyu's dormitory, she suddenly awoke with wide eyes, quickly beginning her search. Brother. The realization of her presence in the dormitory washed over her, and memories of the recent events in Qianyuan City flooded her mind, leaving her numb. The once vibrant spark in her eyes faded into a hollow stare. Why has it come to this? What is it about me that disqualifies me from remaining by your side? I no longer require your protection. Lu Xiaoyu wept bitterly, cradling his head in his hands. His last words nearly a howl. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the sky gradually darkened, yet Lu Xiaoyu's tumultuous emotions began to settle, although his gaze remained deeply troubling. Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open, and a figure approached Lu Xiaoyu. Sensing the movement, Lu Xiaoyu acted instinctively, pinning the intruder to the ground. Lu Xiaoyu, it's me. Hui Yuhao. Have you lost your mind? The pinned Hui Yuhao quickly declared his identity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly released his grip and moved to sit on a nearby chair. As Hui Yuhao rose and brushed off the dust, he regarded Lu Xiaoyu, but was momentarily taken aback by the emptiness in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. What do you want? Lu Xiaoyu asked coldly. Hui Yuhao shuddered at the tone, then cautiously replied, I came to discuss something important with you. What is it? Lu Xiaoyu's demeanor remained icy, seemingly indifferent. Hui Yuhao hesitated, feeling embarrassed by his friend's attitude, but after much inner turmoil, he finally spoke. I am here to invite you to join our Tang sect. You may leave. Lu Xiaoyu interrupted before Hui Yuhao could finish his thought. Realizing he had no authority to impose his will, Hui Yuhao turned to depart, casting a final glance back at Lu Xiaoyu's room, letting out a resigned sigh. The current Lu Xiaoyu seemed a shadow of his former self. Once filled with laughter and camaraderie, he now appeared utterly transformed. What had transpired in his life? Meanwhile, Lu Ze had returned to the Douluo forest. Upon seeing Lu Ze in such a state, Tian was momentarily stunned, but after Lu Ze's explanation, he understood the gravity of the situation and marveled at the terrifying power of the great sin. What do you plan to do from here, Lu Ze? Tian inquired calmly. Lu Ze, reclining on the stone slab, pondered for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. I suppose it's time to return to Shrek. Is that so? Very well, just be cautious moving forward, Tian nodded, smiling as he departed from Lu Ze. Left alone, Lu Ze wore a smile, even as Truth, perplexed, wondered what occupied his mind. What are you thinking to be so cheerful? Truth asked curiously. Why do you care? Lu Ze retorted, casting a sideways glance. Truth bristled at the response, feeling provoked. Had it not been for their contract, he might have acted differently. Are you too arrogant? Thinking our contract grants you the right to disregard me? Truth complained. Yet, Lu Ze merely regarded him coolly before returning to his thoughts. You. Truth was momentarily speechless, regretting the day he signed the contract. Unable to influence Lu Ze, Truth fell silent, sulking within him. If you won't share, I'll find out on my own. I don't believe I can't discover it, Truth grumbled internally. Meanwhile, Lu Ze remained blissfully unaware, his heart open and unguarded. Before long, Truth emerged with a chuckle. Hee. Who would have thought you had someone you cared about? You're full of surprises, Truth teased with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Ze immediately felt a surge of indignation, and then he fixed his gaze intently on Truth. Did you pry into my innermost thoughts? Lu Ze said with displeasure. Hee. I did not, Truth replied with a smile, playfully dismissing the notion. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Ze was instantly overcome with inexplicable anger. and he swung his fist towards truth. However, as truth existed in a spiritual form, Lu Zhe's punch passed right through him. What are you worried about? I was merely thinking of your brother. Is there anything scandalous about that? Truth continued to jest. What business is it of yours? Lu Zhe, fully aware of his inability to make contact with truth, chose to abandon the confrontation and shot him an irritated glance. Observing this, Truth ceased his teasing and adopted a serious demeanor. I advise you to heed my words. The hidden power within your brother is far from ordinary. If a rift were to occur between you in the future, the consequences would be dire, Truth stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe paid little heed. For after all, Xiaoyu was his younger brother. How could they possibly fall out? Observing Lu Zhe's demeanor, Truth ceased further discussion, leaving behind a solitary piece of advice that resonated within him. Be wary of the power residing within your brother. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Let us hope for the best. Chapter 77, Approaching Original Sin? On the outskirts of the nearby city to Shrek, Lu Zhe, having just emerged from the Stardow forest, chose to rest momentarily in this location. Inside the inn, he sat by the window, gazing at the sky outside. As he pondered in silence, Truth suddenly emerged with urgency. Lu Zhe, there is an aura of great sin in the vicinity, Truth proclaimed with grave seriousness. Taken aback by this revelation, Lu Zhe inquired, why has sin become so pervasive? How would I know? It is merely a consequence of the power of the rules within you gradually altering this world, Truth retorted with irritation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed that all of this was indeed instigated by him. Very well, let us take a look first. Lu Zhe replied with a sense of resignation. He then rose slowly and exited the inn. Once outside, he surveyed his surroundings before settling on a particular direction. It appears to be over there, Lu Zhe murmured softly. Without looking back, he proceeded towards that destination. Before long, Lu Zhe arrived at the grand entrance of the largest estate in the area. Standing before the opulent doors, he could not help but smile. And without so much as a greeting, he pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Who goes there? Upon entering, Lu Zhe was met with a sharp rebuke, and he turned to see a tall man confronting him. The man's soul power was at the Soul King level, marking him as a prodigy in this realm. Who are you, and why have you entered the Yi residence? The imposing man questioned once more. At this moment, Lu Zhe regained his composure and smiled at the man. I am merely a traveler who happened upon a trace of malevolence, and thus I ventured in. Malevolence? The tall man's expression clearly shifted, revealing a hint of unease. Might I be permitted to enter and investigate? Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to inquire directly. However, before he could finish, the tall man resolutely denied him. No. The Yi family is not a place one can enter at will, he stated sternly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile softly before murmuring, in that case, I shall venture forth alone. As soon as the words left his lips, the tall man sensed an overwhelming aura of terror and gazed at Lu Zhe in astonishment. I cannot allow evil to persist in this world, Lu Zhe stated coldly. In an instant, he teleported before the towering figure and seized him by the throat. The tall man, suspended in midair, found it difficult to breathe and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, You better let me go, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhe hurled him away, sending him crashing heavily against the surrounding wall. Lu Zhe cast a cold glance at him before making his way deeper into the building. The tall man beneath the walls quickly rose to block Lu Zhe's path. You cannot enter, he insisted, clearly unwilling to allow Lu Zhe inside, as it was evident that something significant lay within. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhe's expression darkened instantaneously, and he seized the man's face with determination. You would do well not to obstruct me, Lu Zhe stated coldly. Without granting the man an opportunity to respond, he hurled him aside with a powerful throw. He then forcefully kicked open the door, stepping into the interior. However, upon entering, he was immediately taken aback. What on earth is this? Lu Zhe gazed at the sight before him, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, what lay before him was a grotesque mass of a large, coiled flesh worm. Meanwhile, Zheng Li emerged with a grave countenance, exclaiming, Lu Zhe, be cautious. This is gluttony, and it is teetering on the brink of original sin. What? Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe felt a profound shock. To contemplate the concept of original sin is to acknowledge entities akin to Lucifer and his ilk. Although this was merely close to original sin, its power surely eclipsed that of the 7 deadly sins. With this thought, the paradoxical energy within Lu Zhe began to surge forth. It appeared to be constrained, he remarked nonchalantly. Gradually, he approached the embodiment of gluttony, his elevated hand coalescing with a translucent stream of energy. Just as it was about to descend, the man reappeared before Lu Zhe, delivering a formidable punch. Bang! You cannot lay a hand on her. The man glared fiercely at Lu Zhe, who had been sent flying. After stabilizing his stance, Lu Zhe turned to the man and asked, "Do you comprehend the monstrosity you are shielding?" Yet, the man remained obstinate, retorting, "Even if she transforms into a monster, I shall remain by her side eternally. No one shall harm her." Observing the man's unwavering resolve, Lu Zhe felt no compassion. The power of paradox surged forth from within him. "Paradox, gravity," Lu Zhe articulated coldly. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the man felt an increasing weight bearing down upon him, ultimately causing him to kneel. When he raised his head once more, he discovered Lu Zhe standing before gluttony. As the man witnessed gluttony on the verge of suffering harm, he unleashed an astonishing force in that critical moment. "Do not touch her." The man instantly broke free from the gravitational hold and charged towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, too. Since the man's transformation. The 7 deadly sins. Bang. Lu Zhe had barely uttered a word when the man's fist sent him flying out of the room. Cough, how could this guy? Lu Zhe was genuinely astonished. "He looks like you've gotten yourself into quite the predicament." Truth materialized with an amused grin. "A gluttony bordering on original sin and a freshly awakened lust. What a pair of cardinal vices you've stumbled upon." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could only offer a resigned smile. For all of this was indeed instigated by himself. No one must lay a finger on her. The man emanated an aura of profound sin. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe ceased to be distracted. Without uttering a word, he instantly teleported before him. Erase. Lu Zhe grasped the man's head firmly, and an ethereal, colorless aura enveloped him in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, the man vanished entirely, having had no opportunity to retaliate. However, just after vanquishing the sin of lust, the emotion of gluttony surged forth with sudden ferocity. A roar. The paradox, the sound obliterated. With a mere gesture of his right hand, Lu Zhe silenced the previously deafening wail that had filled the air. It appeared to be nothing of significance. Lu Zhe realized that this gluttonous entity was astonishingly feeble, utterly unlike those he had encountered in Qinyuan City. Erase. The formless stream of energy swiftly engulfed the glutton, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from this world. "It seems I was overthinking," Lu Zhe sighed in relief. Truth also felt a sense of bewilderment, despite sensing considerable power. Why was it so weak? Well, if it is weak, so be it. Truth ultimately conceded and chose to merge directly into Lu Zhe's body. Having resolved the matter, Lu Zhe turned and strode towards the exit of the building. However, as he stepped through the doorway, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The surrounding streets began to distort, clearly not resembling the real world. "It seems we have fallen into a trap," Truth resurfaced once more. He had suspected that this situation would not be so straightforward. It certainly harbored hidden intricacies. "Where exactly is this place?" Lu Zhe inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Truth gradually elucidated. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the Sin Realm created by the Great Sin, which you have encountered previously, correct?" "Sin Realm?" Lu Zhe responded with a hint of confusion. "The Sin Realm is an alternate dimensional space crafted by the Great Sin, somewhat akin to the 2 realms you previously visited." Truth elaborated. Only then did Lu Zhe grasp the concept. It was, in fact, a fictional space. Upon reaching the street, he noticed that the people around him stood frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "This is rather intriguing," Lu Zhe chuckled softly. He then began to weave through the paralyzed crowd, confident that he would soon encounter the Great Sin. Chapter 78. The Cat and the Mouse, Part 1, on the street. Seemingly suspended in time, Lu Zhe walked slowly. Where could the Great Sin be hiding? Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps it will reveal itself shortly. Truth chimed in playfully. After casting a fleeting glance at him, Lu Zhe chose to disregard him entirely. Observing this, Truth also ceased to pay him any mind, slipping quietly into Lu Zhe's being without uttering a single word. Moments later, Lu Zhe found himself on a different street, initially believing that nothing of note would transpire. However, he soon felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. From a narrow alleyway, the plaintive cries of a young girl echoed, filling the air with sorrow. Upon hearing this sound, a chill gripped Lu Zhe's spine. "Lu Zhe, did you hear that crying?" Truth suddenly emerged. "What of it?" Lu Zhe shot him a sidelong glance. Without further ado, he strode into the alleyway. Truth, realizing his intent, hastily positioned himself in front of Lu Zhe. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of encountering a ghostly apparition? What is there to fear? Is it so strange for spirits to exist in this world?" Lu Zhe retorted sharply, then boldly disregarding Truth's caution, pressed onward. With a resigned shake of his head, Truth followed suit. Upon entering the alley, Luze quickly discerned the source of the weeping. There, huddled in a corner, was a small girl, tears streaming down her cheeks and pooling on the ground beneath her. Luze, sensing something amiss, approached the little girl with caution. Upon feeling the presence of another, the girl fearfully lifted her head. Upon seeing her, Luze was taken aback. Well, she is just an ordinary person. How is it that she remains unaffected by the realm of sins? Truth remarked with a smile. The little girl appeared to perceive Truth as well. As he materialized, she instinctively recoiled in fear. Oh, it seems she can see me, Truth noted with surprise. Hearing this, Luze was equally astonished and inquired, who exactly is this girl? I have no idea, but she must be connected to that great sin, Truth nodded in response. Both were enveloped in suspicion, pondering the nature of this little girl, while she looked on in sheer terror at the two engaged in conversation. Seizing the opportunity during their exchange, she attempted to flee. However, the moment she turned, Luze effortlessly lifted her with one hand. Where do you think you're going? He said nonchalantly. The girl struggled desperately in midair, but her efforts were in vain. Are you even human? Luze asked directly. The little girl, feeling insulted by the question, began to thrash about. I am human, okay? I am human. I am, she shouted, scratching at Luze's hand. Satisfied with her response, Luze nodded and gently set her down. How did you end up here? He inquired softly. The girl glanced at him and, visibly displeased, replied, I don't know. Very well, just be careful, Luze said before turning to leave the alley. To his surprise, the little girl followed him. Initially, he paid her no mind, reasoning that she would stop when she grew tired. Sure enough, when he glanced back after crossing another street, he found that she had vanished without a trace. Is this how you treat a little girl? How cruel. What if something happens to her? Truth suddenly chimed in, teasingly. Luze merely cast him a sidelong glance and replied, I don't even know her, and in the realm of sins, I cannot ascertain that she is truly an ordinary person. True enough, caution is the mother of safety, Truth remarked with a grin. With that, the two continued their leisurely conversation as they made their way, soon reaching the edge of the town. Isn't that great sin supposed to appear now that we are nearly out of the city? Luze began to feel puzzled. Logically, the great sin's actions should indicate a desire to confront him. Why was there no sign of it this time? Lost in thought, Luze slowly settled onto a nearby chair to gather his thoughts. Could it be that I missed something? He murmured softly. Just then, Truth emerged with a smile. Hee. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. Let us leave the realm of sins first, he suggested cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Luze did not refuse. Instead, he rose and made his way towards the city gates. However, an unexpected occurrence soon unfolded. As he stepped beyond the city gates, he discovered that everything around him remained frozen in time. In that moment, he began to comprehend the situation. Do you enjoy playing cat and mouse? A smile crept across Luze's lips at this thought. He then turned his gaze back toward the town, declaring, I have come to catch you, little mouse. Whoosh. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luze vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the highest structure within the town. As he surveyed the vast expanse of the town before him, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. Not a trace of breath to be found. You have hidden well, Truth remarked with a playful tone. Isn't this far more interesting? Luze replied with a grin. In that moment, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, evidently influenced by Truth. It truly is inconvenient that I cannot utilize my powers for the time being, Luze chuckled softly. Without further ado, he leaped from the building. Thud. As soon as he landed, Luze was met with an ambush from the shadows. Luze gazed at the bloodstains upon his shoulder, a wave of confusion washing over him. There was no one around. How could he have sustained such an injury? Truth, perplexed, pondered aloud. After a moment of contemplation, a sense of dread enveloped him. Could it be that a ghost truly existed? Truth was filled with terror. Luze gazed at him in utter disbelief. Yet, at that very moment, another assault was directed towards him. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp spikes emerged from the ground, hurtling towards Luze. Upon witnessing this, Luze waved his right hand, and two sharp spikes halted before him. It appeared that the rat could no longer restrain itself. Luze remarked with a cold smile. He then flicked his right index finger gently, and the two spikes shot back towards their source. With a thunderous roar, the path of the returning spikes was instantaneously transformed into ruins, ensnaring even those who had been frozen in place. Amidst the debris, a figure suddenly sprang forth. Luze gazed at the dark figure soaring high above, and without a moment's hesitation, he instantaneously transported himself directly above it. Found you, little mouse. Luze exclaimed with a smile. He then unleashed a powerful kick upon the shadow. The moment the shadow was struck, it felt a sweet sensation in its throat before plummeting straight down onto the street. Boom. The spot where the shadow landed was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe descended to the ground with an air of ease, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he observed the figure shrouded in smoke. I wonder what your intentions truly are, Lu Zhe remarked with a gentle smile. As the mist began to dissipate, the shadow exhibited no hesitation and charged directly toward Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe nonchalantly raised his hand and remarked, "Paradox." However, before he could finish his statement, the shadow instantaneously transformed into dozens of dark figures, launching an assault from various directions. Intrigued by this spectacle, Lu Zhe displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. In the face of absolute power, any technique was merely superficial. Annihilate. Lu Zhe, with unwavering resolve, struck out towards the shadow before him. In an instant, the shadows ahead vanished, and the remaining ones met a similarly grim fate, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, a figure materialized behind him. No matter how many came, it was futile, Lu Zhe declared without turning his head. In a swift motion, he delivered a precise chop, cleaving the figure's chest. With a sharp sound of metal slicing through flesh, the figure erupted in a spray of blood. It was at this juncture that Lu Zhe turned to behold the visage of the shadow, and he was instantly taken aback. Xiaoyu. Chapter 79, The Cat and the Mouse, Part 2. Xiaoyu. Lu Zhe could hardly believe his eyes, for the person before him, whose entrails he had just laid bare, was none other than his own brother, Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, trembling with fear, approached Lu Zhe and uttered, "Brother, why?" Lu Xiaoyu weakly spoke, causing a pang of anguish to pierce through Lu Zhe's heart as if a dagger had been thrust into it. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen scene unfolded. Without warning, Lu Zhe seized Lu Xiaoyu by the throat and lifted her off the ground, leaving Truth momentarily bewildered. "Lu Zhe, what are you doing?" Truth inquired. Confusion etched on her face. Lu Zhe, with a furious expression, retorted, "I do worry about Xiaoyu, but not about you, the imposter." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu, still grasped by the throat, let out a strange laugh. "How frightening you are, even willing to harm your own brother," she uttered in an odd tone. However, in the following instant, Lu Zhe conjured a swirl of colorless energy. "I loathe those who casually jest about my brother." With that declaration, the imposter Lu Xiaoyu vanished into thin air. Just as Lu Zhe believed the ordeal had concluded, a voice resonated from all directions. "You are unlike those before. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. I hope you can find me within the city." The voice, echoing from every corner, left Lu Zhe in a state of astonishment. It appeared this individual was no mere sin. Truth chimed in with a grin. "I know, no sin possesses such intensity." Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. He then scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, he set off toward the true north. "Where are you headed?" Truth asked, perplexed. Yet, Lu Zhe merely smiled in response and continued on his path. Shortly after his departure, the very ground where he had stood collapsed, transforming into an unfathomable abyss. Truth, sensing the anomaly, was momentarily taken aback but remained silent, observing Lu Zhe intently. "If I am not mistaken, this city embodies original sin," Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Truth, upon hearing this, laughed and replied, "If that is the case, wouldn't it be splendid to obliterate the city?" "That is precisely my thought," Lu Zhe responded, before leaping high into the air, gathering the power of paradox in his hands. Paradox, gravitational singularity. With those words, Lu Zhe hurled the dark orb toward the town below. Boom. The moment the orb made contact with the ground, the entire town quaked violently. As the orb detonated, the once mighty settlement was reduced to ruins in an instant. When Lu Zhe landed gracefully, the surroundings remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of original sin. Have I miscalculated? Lu Zhe pondered, doubt creeping into his mind. However, Truth's expression grew serious. "He is coming," she announced. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming presence emanating from directly beneath him. "Underfoot," Lu Zhe exclaimed, astonished. Yet, in the next moment, countless spikes erupted from the ground, wildly lunging toward him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe merely raised his hand nonchalantly, embodying a paradox of absolute defense. The spikes of earth came to a standstill before him, only to gradually disintegrate thereafter. As the last of the earthen spikes crumbled, an eerie laughter resonated in the surroundings. Hee. Upon hearing the laughter, Lu Zhe's expression soured as he remarked, "Even in such circumstances, do you not intend to make an appearance?" After his words, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any presence. However, it was not long before a chilling aura permeated the air around Lu Zhe. I did not expect we would meet so soon, Luze. Upon hearing the sound, Luze turned his gaze in that direction, only to discover a figure enveloped in crimson energy. Are you a rat? Luze jested. Sin of Envy paused momentarily upon hearing this, then responded with a smile, I am not a rat. I am envy. Indeed. This formidable sin was the very embodiment of jealousy. However, just as he finished introducing himself, Luze appeared before him. You talk too much, Luze remarked coldly, then delivered a swift kick to his forehead. Bang! The force of the kick sent Envy crashing into the distant ruins. As the dust settled, it became evident that Envy bore no injuries. Rather, he radiated exhilaration. This is the power I have longed for. Hand it over to me. Envy laughed maniacally, then surged toward Luze with fervor. Yet, Luze was no easy target. He lifted his right hand. Paradox, time stop. Buzz. As the words left his lips, everything around Luze was frozen in a singular moment, with Envy suspended directly before him. Is this truly a sin? Luze mused with a hint of disdain. Yet, in the next instant, Envy astonishingly shattered the time stop, landing a powerful punch to Luze's chest. Bang! Luze was sent flying by a blow from jealousy, crashing directly into the distant ruins. Amidst the debris, Luze slowly rose, dusting himself off. This was the essence of original sin, he thought. A slight smile gracing his lips, projecting an aura of benevolence. At this moment, jealousy began to stir with excitement. Haha, this is the expression I crave. Let me seize your power. Jealousy cackled. In an instant, he teleported before Luze, delivering a swift kick without uttering a word. Bang! Jealousy's kick struck Luze. But in the next moment, he was taken aback, for his kick had inexplicably halted mere centimeters from Luze, before jealousy could utter another word. Luze swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Luze vanished from sight, only to reappear at the spot where jealousy was destined to land. Paradox, eradicated. Luze extended his right hand, and a surge of colorless energy immediately emanated from it. Upon sensing the paradoxical force, jealousy was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly adjusted in midair. In the final instant, jealousy exerted all its strength to evade, yet unfortunately, it merely grazed the attack. Upon landing, it was met with the shocking realization that its left arm had vanished, beyond the capacity for regeneration. What manner of power is this? Jealousy's expression was one of astonishment. However, Luze offered no respite, teleporting once again to stand before him. Singularity. Boom. The gravitational singularity erupted almost directly before jealousy. Though it was a localized phenomenon, its might was not to be underestimated. Jealousy, having endured the full brunt of the singularity, found itself battered, with scarcely a sound piece of flesh remaining. You truly are a monster, jealousy gasped, catching its breath as it spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Luze chuckled and teased. You are the real monster, aren't you? Surviving all this and still alive. Your resilience is quite remarkable. I shall not perish. The only one destined to die is you. Jealousy retorted, as it simultaneously healed its wounds. In no time, jealousy's injuries were mended. Yet the arm that had been obliterated by paradox remained unhealed. Nevertheless, jealousy deemed this sufficient, as it had yet to unleash its true power. Upon witnessing this expression, Luze was suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. All right, the warm-up is complete. Now it is time for the main course. Chapter 80. The disparity within the realm of sin, a life-and-death battle commenced in earnest. Luze fixed his gaze intently upon the embodiment of envy. A grave expression etched upon his face. I am the sovereign of this realm. All that exists here belongs to me, he proclaimed. Envy, with a maniacal laugh, began to undergo a transformation. Before long, his form swelled and morphed into a viscous state, culminating in the emergence of an extraordinarily massive black slime within Luze's line of sight. My heavens, is this creature truly human? Truth found itself questioning the veracity of its own perceptions. Even Luze felt a twinge of seriousness, though he quickly regained his composure. Isn't it advantageous that it has grown larger? He mused aloud, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, the aura emanating from this black slime was already on par with the level of original sin. Moreover, Luze remained oblivious to the true extent of this creature's abilities. While he pondered this, envy launched an assault. A robust tentacle shot forth towards Luze's position in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled as if struck by an earthquake of magnitude 8, collapsing into a vast chasm. Meanwhile, Luze had already evaded the attack through teleportation, hovering in midair. His gaze fixed intently on envy. It seems I've truly found myself in a predicament, Lu Zhe lamented with a wry smile. Without pause, envy unleashed a barrage of black spikes from his form, attacking relentlessly. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe acted without hesitation, deploying his absolute defense. The black spikes abruptly halted mere centimeters before him. Immediately thereafter, with a flick of his finger, those ominous spikes were propelled back towards jealousy. Whoosh! The rebounding black spikes intensified, amplifying their original force tenfold. Although all the spikes struck jealousy, they inflicted no harm whatsoever. At this moment, jealousy emitted a peculiar, sinister laughter once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe offered no opportunity for retaliation. With a swift teleportation, he appeared behind his adversary. Paradox, erasure. The formless stream of energy surged forth, enveloping the back of the envious one in the blink of an eye. However, matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Just when Lu Zhe believed the situation had been resolved, he was abruptly struck and sent flying by a viscous tentacle. Bang! Lu Zhe crashed into the ruins 100 meters away. Cough, cough. Lu Zhe slowly emerged from the ruins, a surprising trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Was the paradox ineffective against him? Lu Zhe felt a twinge of confusion. At that moment, Truth interjected, explaining, "Your strength pales in comparison to his. It is bound to be ineffective. Without my power, inflicting harm upon him will prove exceedingly difficult. Are there no other methods?" Lu Zhe inquired earnestly. Well, just as I was about to elaborate, boom. Before Truth could finish, the onslaught of jealousy struck once again. Lu Zhe, having narrowly evaded the attack, found himself with no respite. Quickly, grant me that power. Jealousy bellowed. No sooner had the words left its lips than several tendrils ensnared Lu Zhe. Caught in their grasp, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. However, in the next moment, he managed to break free. Be cautious. That creature has likely consumed the abilities of many, rendering it an insurmountable foe for you, Truth warned gravely. After all, should Lu Zhe perish, so would it. Who would willingly choose their own demise? Lu Zhe panted heavily, then turned his gaze once more toward envy. It seemed he would have to bide his time a while longer. I need to find an opportunity to shatter the Sin realm and escape from this place, Lu Zhe murmured slowly. This wasn't cowardice on his part, after all. The disparity in their strength was far too great. Moreover, he had no idea how many soul masters this creature had already devoured. The previous attack had left Lu Zhe not only dazed but also inflicted a lingering corrosive effect. If his paradox ability could truly harm this foe, the battle would have ended long ago. You think you can flee? Envy's voice suddenly dripped with displeasure. In the next instant, those grotesque tendrils lashed toward Lu Zhe once more. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. Had they been even slightly slower, he would have been ensnared again. The last thing he wanted was to endure that humiliating sensation a second time. Paradox, time stop. Lu Zhe spoke softly, and in that moment, everything around him came to a standstill. Although this state would not last long, it was sufficient for Lu Zhe to create distance from jealousy. Snap! Just 1 second after Lu Zhe departed from his original position, the moment of stillness was shattered. Jealousy, engulfed in fury, unleashed its bothersome tendrils, which shot towards Lu Zhe like bullets. Paradox, the realm of vacuum. Lu Zhe glanced back at the pursuing tendrils, promptly sealing the space behind him in a vacuum. Upon entering this void, the tendrils withered instantly, easily obliterated by a mere whisper of wind. Envy let out a furious roar as he saw Lu Zhe distancing himself. Yet, it was futile, for in his transformed state, his movements became exceedingly sluggish. Should the tendrils fail to reach Lu Zhe, capturing him would be an impossibility. Before long, Lu Zhe had successfully evaded envy. As he dove swiftly through the air, he solemnly inquired, Truth, is there a way to breach the realm of sin and return to reality? Indeed, by locating the weak points of the realm of sin and employing paradoxes, it can be shattered, Truth replied with a measured calmness. Upon receiving the answer, Lu Zhe nodded slightly and began his search for the vulnerabilities of the Sin realm. However, despite having nearly left the town, he could not identify any weak points. In fact, the further he ventured, the denser the dimensional barrier of the Sin realm became. This realization filled Lu Zhe with a profound sense of danger. Could it be that the weak point of the Sin realm lies near jealousy? He paused atop a tree, softly murmuring to himself. It seemed likely. Even Truth held such a belief, indicating that Lu Zhe had no choice but to take the risk. It appeared that escape was no longer an option, he thought with a bitter smile. He then turned his gaze back towards the distant town, his expression growing increasingly grave. After exhaling a deep breath, he soared back in the direction of the town. Before long, Lu Zhe arrived once more at the entrance of the town, sensing the aura of jealousy, and began to slow his pace. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by jealousy? Truth inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe remained silent. For he had effectively isolated his presence within a vacuum, rendering him undetectable even to a deity. Within the expansive town, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely through its streets. As for jealousy, it stirred not a whisper, as though it had vanished from the realm entirely, approaching ever closer to the city center. A voice of caution echoed beside him. You should be vigilant, my friend, Truth advised Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely nodded lightly and chose to disregard him. Soon, he arrived near the city center, which was entirely overrun by a mass of black slime, vigilantly observing its surroundings from every angle. This sight left Lu Zhe feeling rather strained. Unless something could divert the jealousy, the only option would be to eliminate it entirely. Clearly, the latter was not feasible, prompting him to contemplate alternative strategies. As Lu Zhe pondered his next move, a petite figure suddenly appeared behind him. Detecting the unusual presence, he swiftly turned around. And upon recognizing the individual, he let out a sigh of relief. Ah, it's you, Lu Zhe remarked slowly. The little girl who had appeared behind him was the same one he had encountered earlier. With a look of curiosity, the girl asked, Why are you sneaking around? It's best if you don't concern yourself with this, Lu Zhe said, gesturing for her to leave. However, the girl showed no intention of departing. Instead, her curiosity only intensified. Are you thinking of something mischievous? She queried. Lu Zhe, lost in his thoughts, paid her no heed, frustrated by his indifference. The girl skipped over to him and began to pester him. Hey, try causing a ruckus and see what happens, Lu Zhe admonished with a stern face. Taken aback by his expression, the girl immediately quieted down. At that moment, Truth emerged with a cheerful grin. Lu Zhe, weren't you pondering how to divert the jealousy? I believe this little girl is the perfect choice, Truth remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was immediately struck with astonishment, although it made perfect sense. His rational mind insisted that he must not act upon it. However, the little girl was momentarily taken aback by the words of Truth. Lu Zhe gazed at the seemingly numb little girl, initially expecting her to flee, yet an unexpected scene unfolded. The girl stepped forward and declared, I can divert that jealousy for you, but you must promise me one thing. At first, Lu Zhe found it difficult to believe her words, but after repeated confirmations, he finally responded, Speak, what is your request? The girl paused for a moment before continuing, Once you leave here, you must convey my regards to my sister and thank her for the years of nurturing. Lu Zhe could hardly fathom that such words could emanate from the mouth of a 6-year-old. However, after careful contemplation, he began to suspect that this little girl was no ordinary child. Perhaps he, in truth, had simply failed to perceive her uniqueness. Will you agree? The girl pressed further. Coming back to his senses, Lu Zhe readily consented without hesitation. Once he had organized his thoughts, he inquired, What is your name? Su Xiao, she replied. Chapter 81. Swallowed? The girl was named Su Xiao, yet Lu Zhe knew nothing of her true identity. Have you truly made up your mind? Lu Zhe asked once more. Su Xiao did not answer, but merely nodded faintly. She then ventured out alone, her target being the jealousy that resided in the town's center. As soon as Su Xiao departed, Lu Zhe's expression hardened. Truth, have you discerned Su Xiao's identity? Lu Zhe softly inquired. Truth paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Hee. How did you come to know? Truth responded. If you were unaware of Su Xiao's identity, would you have suggested such a course of action? Lu Zhe looked up at Truth. He then continued, Tell me, what is Su Xiao's true identity? Do you truly wish to know? Truth replied with a smile. Lu Zhe did not respond, but merely nodded. Upon seeing this, Truth smiled and said, There is indeed one very important matter regarding the realm of sin that I have yet to share with you. What is it? Lu Zhe inquired. A hint of perplexity evident in his tone. Truth paused for a moment before continuing. Only those who embody sin can operate within the realm of sin. With you being the sole exception, with the aid of the power of rules, you can navigate freely through any world. So, you mean Su Xiao is also an embodiment of sin? Lu Zhe gradually articulated. Correct, Truth replied with a smile. That little girl is not only an embodiment of sin, but, like jealousy, she represents original sin. Unbeknownst to him, this revelation regarding Su Xiao as an original sin left Lu Zhe momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that the pressing concern at hand was not Su Xiao herself. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe felt it prudent to remain cautious of Su Xiao, as she too represented original sin. Very well, let us prepare for action, Truth said cheerfully, standing beside Lu Zhe. Yet, Lu Zhe's expression was rather peculiar, as if he were the true antagonist. What are you contemplating? Truth asked, her curiosity piqued. Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then slowly remarked, "I have changed my mind." "What?" Truth was instantly taken aback, perplexed by Lu Zhe's statement, utterly unaware of the reasons behind his words or even what thoughts occupied his mind. "Do you possess the power to eliminate jealousy?" Truth inquired, pressing for clarity. Lu Zhe said with a sinister smile, "Su Xiao is also a sin, and jealousy is too. If they engage in battle, I shall simply reap the benefits." At that moment, Truth understood. "You have already been influenced by my power," he said gravely. However, Lu Zhe paid no heed to him. Perhaps the thing he despised most at this moment was sin itself. Seeing this, Truth shook his head in resignation. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. It was clear that Su Xiao and jealousy had begun to fight, but the outcome remained unknown. Sensing something amiss, Lu Zhe immediately rushed towards the source of the explosion. Before long, he arrived at the ruins where jealousy and Su Xiao were engaged in a fierce struggle. Truly, as a sin, Lu Zhe smirked at the sight. He then perched atop a nearby ruin, watching the battle unfold like a spectator at a grand spectacle. The clash between these two sins was not something one could simply observe. Their strengths were closely matched, and if they truly fought, both would suffer. Therefore, they generally refrained from provoking each other. However, this time was different, for Su Xiao had promised to assist Lu Zhe in returning to the original world. Unbeknownst to her, she had also been included in Lu Zhe's list of targets. With an eerie smile lingering on his lips, Lu Zhe watched from a distance, sending chills down one's spine. "We are of the same kind. Why must we resort to violence?" Jealousy bellowed, questioning Su Xiao amidst their struggle. Yet, Su Xiao offered no response, merely demonstrating her intentions through her actions. She seized jealousy's tendril, soaring into the air, and then forcefully slammed him into the ground. Boom. In that instant, as jealousy struck the earth, dust erupted into the sky, shrouding the area in smoke. Su Xiao, now on the ground, fixed her cold gaze upon the swirling dust. Soon after, several thick tendrils shot out from the smoke, ensnaring her almost instantaneously. "I had no intention of fighting you, but you have forced my hand, gluttony." Jealousy's furious voice resonated from the haze. Bowed and reeling, Su Xiao felt her strength wane just as she was about to succumb. In that critical moment, several cutting lines severed the tendrils, binding her into pieces. "It appears you alone cannot vanquish this loathsome creature." A figure materialized beside her, revealing Lu Zhe, who had been observing the battle from afar. "What are you doing here?" Su Xiao inquired, perplexed. Lu Zhe, wearing a relaxed smile, replied, "I feared you might perish before you could draw this creature away." At that moment, jealousy took notice of Lu Zhe, his demeanor shifting to one of fervent agitation. "You have finally shown yourself. This time, I shall not only seize your power but also gluttony's." Jealousy raved maniacally. Yet, Lu Zhe disregarded him entirely, turning his attention back to Su Xiao. "Can you still fight?" he asked slowly. Hearing this question, Su Xiao experienced a surge of conflicting emotions but quickly regained her composure. She rose to her feet, directing her gaze towards jealousy, and resolutely declared, "First, we eliminate this monster." Indeed, Lu Zhe chuckled, then focused on jealousy. In an instant, he teleported behind him, manifesting a short blade of compressed air. Without further ado, he struck. With a swift slicing sound, a gaping wound appeared on jealousy's back. The remarkable damage was due to Lu Zhe's ability to compress the vacuum into fine lines. Almost nothing could withstand such a vacuum. However, while this inflicted injury on jealousy, it was not lethal. The massive wound healed almost instantaneously. Furious, jealousy retaliated with a sweeping tendril aimed at Lu Zhe. Bang! With a resounding thud, Lu Zhe was sent soaring by the force of the blow. Following this, jealousy's enormous mouth loomed before him. As the reality of the situation dawned on him, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of danger. "What are you waiting for? This is consumption," Truth shouted urgently. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhe had already been affected by jealousy's abilities the moment he was flung away. As jealousy's gaping maw approached, Lu Zhe saw an illusion of his beloved Lu Xiaoyu running towards him with open arms. By the time he shattered the illusion, it was too late to escape. In an instant, Lu Zhe was swallowed whole by jealousy. Even Su Xiao, who was embroiled in battle, found herself questioning the scenario. "What is happening?" Su Xiao was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Lu Zhe remained suspended in midair, motionless. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. She needed to devise a plan to rescue him. "Haha, this power is finally mine." Jealousy cackled with glee. As he reveled in his triumph, Su Xiao teleported directly before him. "Spit him out," she commanded, delivering a powerful punch to jealousy's face. However, this proved utterly ineffective, as jealousy's tendrils merely swatted Su Xiao away. "Just wait." It won't be long before you join him. Jealousy taunted, laughing maniacally. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao was engulfed by fury, and a tremendous transformation began to unfold. In the blink of an eye, her petite frame expanded dramatically, transforming her into a tall, imposing figure, her aura shifting profoundly. You had better release Lu Zhe. Su Xiao's voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone. Chapter 82 Lu Zhe? Truth. Where am I? What is happening? Gradually, Lu Zhe opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in an infinite darkness, as if he could never touch its edges. Moments passed, and memories of everything that transpired before his loss of consciousness flooded back. Have I been swallowed by jealousy? He pondered, resting a hand on his head, grappling with his thoughts. Just then, Lu Zhe sharply sensed the power of rules and paradoxes within him gradually waning. This was jealousy's ability to consume and possess. At that moment, truth emerged. Lu Zhe looked at him, his expression suddenly turning grave. Is there any way to escape? Lu Zhe inquired. Upon hearing this, Truth was about to speak but suddenly recalled something and fell silent. Seeing this, Lu Zhe continued to press. If there is a way, please speak up, otherwise, we shall both perish here. Yet, Truth maintained its silence, seemingly reluctant to divulge anything. At that moment, Lu Zhe began to comprehend certain truths. And with a smile, he declared, rest assured, even if it demands a heavy toll, I am determined to escape. Have you truly made up your mind? Truth inquired slowly. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely nodding slightly in affirmation. Observing this, Truth chose to reveal everything without reservation. Stating directly, the only way to escape is for you to entrust your body to me, but you must remain conscious, should you lose your rationality. I cannot predict the consequences. Lu Zhe remained silent for a moment after hearing the question, seemingly contemplating his response. After a brief pause, he appeared to have made a decision. No problem, maintaining rationality is effortless for me, he said with a smile. Truth, witnessing this, initially intended to respond, but soon turned his head away. Observing his expression, even Lu Zhe, however simple-minded, understood that what Truth referred to as staying alert was far from trivial. In the heart of Ruined City, a transformed Su Xiao was engaged in a fierce struggle with jealousy. Neither adversary could gain a decisive advantage in the short term. Yet it was evident that Su Xiao was beginning to struggle. Gluttony, as I have proclaimed, will inevitably consume you. No one can stop me. Jealousy mocked with an arrogant laugh. Su Xiao, upon hearing this, burst into laughter herself, retorting, who will consume whom is still up for debate. Indeed, Su Xiao possessed the power of gluttony, allowing her to replenish her strength by absorbing external forces. This was the reason she was not entirely at a disadvantage, however. Compared to jealousy, she was still significantly lacking. Jealousy's ability also revolved around the consumption of external forces. But the distinction lay in his capacity to utilize the powers he absorbed, effectively claiming the abilities of others for himself. The more he devoured, the greater his power became. Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, jealousy's robust tendrils lashed out toward her. Caught off guard, Su Xiao was struck and sent crashing into the debris. Coughing, she slowly rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her spirits lifting. Today, I shall make you understand that gluttony stands above jealousy. With a mighty shout, Su Xiao teleported directly in front of jealousy, launching a punch without hesitation. Boom! Su Xiao's fist struck like a meteor, creating a deep crater in Ruined City, while jealousy's massive form was severely dented. Ah, that hurts. Jealousy gritted his teeth in pain. Subsequently, he swung his thick tendrils, unleashing a barrage of black spikes towards Su Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. Observing the multitude of spikes raining down like raindrops, Lu Zhe did not evade but instead planted his hands firmly on the ground. With a tremendous effort, he lifted a massive boulder to shield against the onslaught. The spikes all struck the boulder that Su Xiao had raised. Seeing this, jealousy wasted no time, launching several of his stout tendrils. Crack! The boulder Lu Zhe had propped up was instantly shattered by the tendrils. Yet, instead of sending Su Xiao flying, they ensnared her tightly. Struggling against the constricting tendrils, Su Xiao suddenly experienced a jolt of immense force. Zzz. A powerful current coursed through the tendrils wrapped around her, overwhelming her. Unable to muster her strength, Su Xiao cried out in agony as the electric shock took its toll, and her form reverted to her previous petite stature. Jealousy, witnessing this, erupted into laughter. Ha! Is this your strength? Upon hearing his mockery, Su Xiao lifted her head and glared fiercely at him, declaring, I will make you pay for this. Jealousy responded with a dismissive expression, in your next life, perhaps. Your power now belongs to me. With that, he prepared to swallow Su Xiao whole. Feeling a surge of unwillingness, Su Xiao shouted with her last ounce of strength, I will kill you. as jealousy closed his jaws around her. Darkness enveloped her. In that moment, memories flooded back to her. "Sister, I'm sorry. I truly did my best," she murmured, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by despair. Initially, she believed she could vanquish jealousy, but now she realized that the hierarchy of the 7 sins was beyond her reach. Just as she contemplated surrender, a peculiar laughter echoed from behind her. "Hee, are you really giving up?" At that moment, someone caught Su Xiao, turning around in confusion. She was astonished to find Lu Zhe, who had been consumed by jealousy, standing before her. However, this version of Lu Zhe felt strangely unfamiliar. "You're curious, aren't you?" Lu Zhe wore an enigmatic smile and continued, "This is our first meeting." Su Xiao felt puzzled by his words, unable to comprehend their meaning. Yet she sensed that this Lu Zhe was undeniably powerful. "Hold on tight, we're leaving," Lu Zhe exclaimed playfully, lifting Su Xiao and soaring rapidly upwards without giving her time to react. Outside, jealousy, believing everything to be concluded, let down his guard. But soon, he sensed an anomaly within himself. "What is this?" he murmured in confusion. Before he could finish his thought, a gash appeared in his massive form, and 2 figures burst forth. Sensing danger, jealousy grew tense, and the wound on his body began to heal. Realizing something was amiss, jealousy spoke with a grave expression. "Who are you?" Silence. At that command, jealousy's body involuntarily obeyed, though he swiftly broke free, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "So this is original sin. It can still resist." The speaker slowly turned around. Jealousy focused and was taken aback to see the figure was Lu Zhe, but not the true Lu Zhe. This was Truth. Observing jealousy's grave demeanor, Truth's lips curled into a smile. "Though I may not yet be a match for the 7 figures of the true world, I can at least crush you," he said with a grin. Without giving jealousy any time to react, a massive stream of colorless energy surged toward him. Swish. With a sound of splitting air, half of jealousy's body vanished, leaving him in a state of shock and terror as he faced an entity he could never hope to conquer for a century. "Oh dear, that was a misfire." Truth chuckled, scratching his head. With that, he prepared to unleash another wave of colorless energy. However, jealousy, now only half a body, had learned from his mistake. If this continued, he would indeed meet his end. Then, turning around, it transformed into a great bird and soared into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Truth's expression gradually darkened. And with a hint of displeasure, he remarked, "I had hoped to engage in further play with you, but it seems that shall no longer be necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, Truth clapped his hands together and slowly uttered a single word: "Dimensional descent." Buzz. No sooner had the words left his lips than the once swiftly flying jealousy, along with everything surrounding it, was instantaneously transformed into a flat plane. "What is this?" Jealousy was genuinely alarmed this time. However, Lu Zhe was not one to indulge in unnecessary chatter. He lightly tapped his right index finger. Crack. The plane where jealousy resided shattered into countless fragments. In that instant, jealousy's presence vanished, and with it, the realm of sin where Truth and Su Xiao lingered also dissipated. Is this the end? Su Xiao remained in a state of bewilderment, as everything had unfolded far too quickly, leaving her no time for contemplation. Meanwhile, Truth, standing before her, wore a peculiar smile, softly murmuring, "A new life begins." Chapter 83. The Punishable Transaction. "If I take over your body, you will fall into a deep slumber." In the boundless darkness, Truth spoke solemnly to Lu Zhe. "I understand." Lu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. However, at that moment, Truth continued, "Once you fall into slumber, you will enter a fictional world. If you cannot maintain consciousness, there is a significant possibility that you may never awaken again." Lu Zhe remained silent for a considerable time after hearing the words, but ultimately made a decision. It was inconsequential. After jealousy was eradicated, the entity that temporarily inhabited Lu Zhe's body transformed into Truth. This marked the first time in many years that Truth genuinely experienced the essence of the world. Strolling along a secluded forest path, Truth, now embodying Lu Zhe, wore a cheerful expression. "So this is what it feels like to possess a body. It is simply marvelous." Truth giggled, and as soon as the words left his lips, he could not help but break into a dance. After a brief while, he gradually came to a halt. Where to next, he pondered, resting his chin on his hands. Then, with a clap of his hands, he recalled that Lu Zhe intended to return to Shrek Academy. However, this world is vast, and there are still many places I have yet to explore. Truth chuckled. Who would want to go to Shrek? A beautiful world. Here I come. After some time, in a town located in the southern part of Douluo continent, Truth was merrily wandering the streets. This place seems intriguing. Let us take a look around, he said with a smile. He then headed towards an inn, but was troubled by the persistent follower behind him. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, Truth paused and turned to face Su Xiao, who was trailing him. Little sister, weren't you supposed to meet your sister? Why are you following me? Truth asked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then quietly replied, I'm just passing by. Is that truly the case? Truth questioned, his skepticism evident. Su Xiao, noticing his gaze, nodded vigorously, as if her words were entirely truthful. However, Truth remained unconvinced and fixed his gaze upon her. Why are you following me? Speak. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao found her mouth betraying her, and she blurted out, I wish to negotiate a deal with you. Truth, taken aback by her response, nodded slowly, and asked, what kind of deal? Recovering her composure, Su Xiao appeared astonished, unaware of why she had divulged her hidden thoughts. Nevertheless, she soon calmed herself and spoke softly, I want you to rescue my sister, and my life will be the cost of this transaction. Rescue your sister? Truth repeated slowly. Yes, Su Xiao nodded earnestly. Observing her demeanor, Truth couldn't help but smile and remarked, you, a gluttony sin, cannot even save your sister? That is rather ludicrous. At this, Su Xiao fell silent, her expression conveying a sense of unspoken anguish. Upon noticing this, Truth surmised something and gently inquired, what has happened to your sister? Su Xiao remained mute, maintaining her silence. Realizing further conversation was futile, Truth turned and walked into the inn. Su Xiao, seeing this, hurriedly followed. As if she were bound to him, Truth ignored her presence as he approached the front desk to book a room, and without a word, made his way to his quarters. Su Xiao continued to trail behind him. Outside the room, Truth could no longer contain himself and abruptly lifted Su Xiao off the ground. What do you intend to do? I ask you a question, yet you refuse to answer. Truth reprimanded, visibly displeased. Su Xiao felt an overwhelming pressure from his demeanor, her complexion instantly paling. Realizing he may have overstepped, Truth unceremoniously dropped her to the floor and entered his room without looking back. It took a long while for Su Xiao to regain her composure, and she stood outside the door, waiting. Inside, Truth lay upon the bed and, without hesitation, entered the sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, Truth naturally approached a figure lying in a stupor, which was none other than the unconscious Lu Zhe. I wonder how long it will take for you to awaken. Trapped in a fictional world, have you encountered some trouble? Truth murmured softly. However, Lu Zhe remained oblivious to the external world, with no one knowing when he might regain consciousness. After meandering through the sea of consciousness for a while, Truth returned to the outside world. By now, dusk had settled, and Truth stood by the window, gazing at the fading light of the sunset, lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, Truth decided to venture out into the town to discover what delightful happenings awaited him. As he opened the door, he found Su Xiao curled up against the wall outside his room. Noticing her petite figure, Truth opted to ignore her. However, the moment he stepped out, Su Xiao sensed his presence and abruptly stood up, resuming her pursuit behind him. What has happened to your sister? Truth pressed. Su Xiao, seemingly resolute, stammered. It was pride who captured my sister. Pride? Truth exclaimed, astonished, pondering if this world had birthed the sin of pride as well. Yes, Su Xiao affirmed with a nod. Just pride, Truth replied dismissively. Yet, Su Xiao's next words left him momentarily speechless. That pride is not from this world. He is from another realm, she revealed slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth was struck by a foreboding sense and pressed further, is this pride named Lucifer? Su Xiao, surprised by the name, responded, you know that guy? Upon receiving confirmation, Truth let out a bitter laugh. I not only know him, but I also wish to kill him. Truth exclaimed, filled with rage. Su Xiao, hopeful that her sister might be saved, was crushed by Truth's subsequent words. If it truly is him, then perhaps it is for the best. I am no match for that fellow at present. Truth waved his hand dismissively. Su Xiao was incredulous, yet the truth was undeniable. Lucifer, the embodiment of sin, was among the closest to the essence of sin itself, likely surpassing all other sins in power. Although his true form could not traverse this realm, his avatars could. And it would not be surprising for him to abduct someone. You are no match for him. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao slumped to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. This was not Truth's fault. After all, Lucifer's true strength was a tangible reality. Long ago, Truth had learned of Lucifer's name. In ancient times, he was known as the unparalleled existence, dominating all beneath the heavens, even overpowering those of higher rank. Given the passage of time, Lucifer's true power had likely surpassed the sins. Returning to the present, Truth gazed at Su Xiao's expression of despair and felt helpless. Unless he could fully recover, he would have to confront that entity. Well, I merely stated that I am not his match at present. But that does not signify I want to be in the future, Truth reassured Su Xiao. Upon hearing this, she perked up, realizing that just because she could not defeat him now did not mean she could not in the future. As long as time permitted, Lucifer would ultimately meet his demise. From this moment forth, my life shall belong to you. Wherever you require my assistance, I shall exert every effort, Su Xiao declared with unwavering conviction. Truth, momentarily at a loss for words, found solace in Su Xiao's resolute demeanor and ceased speaking. For the time being, accompany me, Truth said as he turned and strode down the street. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's face brightened with a smile. Very well, my master. Chapter 84, Illusion? Reality? Part 1. A horn blared suddenly, jolting Lu Zhe awake. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he was immediately engulfed in astonishment. How could this be possible? Lu Zhe gazed in utter astonishment at the scene before him. Towering skyscrapers rose majestically, familiar roads and sidewalks stretched out, illuminated by the green glow of streetlights. Indeed, what lay before Lu Zhe was the very last street corner he had occupied prior to his transference. Am I not adrift in the sea of consciousness? How could this be? Lu Zhe pondered, bewildered. Yet, he quickly recalled the words of Truth, urging him to remain vigilant and retain his rationality. In no time, Lu Zhe discerned the reality of his surroundings. This was all an illusion, he declared decisively. However, without Truth by his side, he was at a loss as to how to dispel this mirage. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe conceived a bold idea. What if dying in this realm would allow him to escape? He mused quietly. At that very moment, the traffic light turned red, and with a resolute determination, Lu Zhe took a step forward. He did not believe he would meet his demise here. It was undoubtedly an illusion. But just as he took that first step, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Brother, what are you doing? A reprimanding tone echoed from behind him, followed by a hand seizing his clothing. In astonishment, Lu Zhe slowly turned to see that it was none other than his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. Are you trying to get yourself killed, brother? Can't you see the red light? Lu Xiaoyu chastised angrily. In a state of bewilderment, Lu Zhe had no immediate reaction, as he was swiftly pulled to his brother's side. Brother, did you stay up all night playing games again? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. Lu Zhe did not respond to him. Instead, he continued to organize his thoughts. He recalled that before his transmigration, he had no younger brother at all. Why was Lu Xiaoyu appearing here? Moreover, from what Lu Xiaoyu said, it seemed that they had already been living together for quite some time. Hello? Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the dazed expression on Lu Zhe's face, and a sense of panic washed over her. She gently tapped his cheek with her hand. Brother, before Lu Xiaoyu could finish her words, the hand that was originally gripping Lu Zhe's clothing was effortlessly brushed aside with a single palm. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe dashed away into the distance without looking back. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately engulfed by panic and swiftly pursued her brother. The two engaged in a frantic chase through the bustling streets, with Lu Zhe leading the way while Lu Xiaoyu trailed behind. At this moment, Lu Zhe found himself in a state of confusion, struggling to discern whether he was ensnared in reality or a mere illusion. Reason urged him to distance himself from Lu Xiaoyu, for lingering too close could result in his eternal entrapment within this realm. After what felt like an eternity of running, Lu Zhe began to experience difficulty in breathing. The extraordinary powers he once possessed had vanished without a trace, leaving him as an ordinary individual. Lu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable stamina, outpacing him by several streets. Had it not been for the throngs of people in this district, she might have already apprehended him. In a narrow alleyway, Lu Zhe leaned against the wall, gasping for air. His physical condition had deteriorated considerably. Having run only a short distance, he found himself utterly exhausted, prompting him to voice his frustrations. Suddenly, his phone rang, its shrill tone startling him. Trembling, he retrieved the device, only to discover that it was his younger brother calling. Without a second thought, he abruptly ended the call. This is all an illusion. I must not become entwined with this world, Lu Zhe reassured himself. He then recalled that his phone might contain information pertinent to this realm. After perusing its contents, he was left in a state of disbelief. Is this truly the real world? Doubt began to seep into his mind. Could it be that everything he experienced in the Douluo continent was merely a fleeting dream? He refused to accept this notion, firmly convinced that this place was an illusion. After a brief respite, Lu Zhe re-emerged onto the crowded streets. Satisfied that Lu Xiaoyu was not nearby, he allowed his guard to drop. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, lost on a different street, was filled with anxiety. having lost track of her brother. What has happened to him? Why did he run away? She pondered, bewildered. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Her foremost priority was to locate Lu Zhe. As dusk settled, Lu Xiaoyu still had not found her brother, and despair began to creep in, threatening to bring tears to her eyes. Brother. Dejected, and with little hope of success, she began her walk home, longing to see him upon her return. Yet, such a wish was unrealistic, for Lu Zhe was acutely aware that returning home could plunge him deeper into this illusion, potentially binding him here forever. On a frigid winter's night, Lu Zhe wandered through a park, clad in nothing but a thin shirt. Is it not excessively cold? He lamented, regretting having discarded his warmer clothing as he shivered uncontrollably. Yet, what could he do? This predicament was a consequence of his own actions, and regardless of the outcome, he alone must bear the burden. Lu Zhe settled himself on a bench within the park, slowly tilting his head to observe the snowflakes descending from the heavens. An indescribable sentiment stirring within him. It is truly difficult to be alone, he murmured with a wry smile. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the snowflakes in the sky grew ever more copious, the temperature steadily plummeting. At this moment, Lu Zhe's face had turned a shade of purple from the cold, and his movements had become exceedingly sluggish. Having lost his phone, money, and backpack, he found himself utterly destitute. Realizing he could not linger in the park, he rose and made his way back to the street. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived on a familiar street. Where is this? Lu Zhe's vision had become somewhat hazy, and he felt as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, this street was where his home resided, so he needed to depart swiftly. Encountering Lu Xiaoyu would be quite inconvenient. As he contemplated this, he turned to walk in another direction, with his body unbearably cold. Lu Zhe stumbled upon a garbage bag at a corner, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Is my body truly this frail? A mere fall feels as though it could be my end, he lamented. As he spoke, his consciousness began to wane, and before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, noticing Lu Zhe's absence, ventured out once more. After an extensive search, she returned empty-handed, feeling dejected as she made her way home. However, at a corner, she stumbled upon Lu Zhe, who lay unconscious on the ground. Brother, she exclaimed, her heart racing as she rushed to his side. After assessing his condition, her expression turned grave. Without uttering a word, she lifted him and hurried back toward their home. Please, do not let anything happen to him, she prayed fervently. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lu Zhe, cradled in his arms, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lu Zhe remained oblivious to his surroundings, utterly unaware that he had been found. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoyu carefully carried Lu Zhe into the bathroom, filling the bathtub with warm water before gently placing him inside. He then sat beside the tub, worry etched across his face, gripping Lu Zhe's right hand tightly. Time passed, though its measure was lost on him, until Lu Zhe slowly opened his eyes. As his gaze fell upon his surroundings, confusion washed over him. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Xiaoyu, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Instinctively, Lu Zhe withdrew his right hand, pressing himself against the wall like a mouse startled by a cat. The commotion of Lu Zhe's awakening jolted Lu Xiaoyu from his slumber. Brother. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the now awakened Lu Zhe, her eyes instantly reddening. Just as she was about to rush forward to embrace him, he nimbly evaded her, causing her to slip on the wet floor and fall directly to the ground. Brother. What is going on? Lu Xiaoyu questioned, bewildered. However, at that moment, Lu Zhe abruptly rose, pointing a finger at Lu Xiaoyu with a serious expression and declared, Stay away from me. Why? Lu Xiaoyu remained perplexed. Yet, Lu Zhe had no intention of lingering any longer. He swiftly turned and dashed out of the bathroom. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Xiaoyu promptly pursued him, just as Lu Zhe, drenched to the skin, was about to dash out of the house once more. Lu Xiaoyu leaped forward, bringing him crashing to the ground. Lu Zhe, what on earth has gotten into you? She exclaimed, her voice echoing with urgency. Pinned beneath her, Lu Zhe struggled fiercely, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Let me go, he bellowed, his frustration palpable. However, Lu Xiaoyu remained resolute, tightening her embrace around him. You shall not pass through that door until you clarify everything, she declared with unwavering seriousness. With a sudden burst of energy, she stood up, yanking Lu Zhe up with her. Due to her slightly greater height, he found his feet barely touching the ground. Observing his continued resistance, Lu Xiaoyu wasted no time in tossing him onto the living room sofa, and with an unexpected flourish, she produced a length of rope, swiftly binding him in an intricate manner. The moment he was restrained, Lu Zhe's struggle ceased, while Lu Xiaoyu maintained a stern gaze upon him. What is the matter with you? she inquired. Chapter 85, Illusion? Reality? Part 2. Brother, what is truly wrong with you? Lu Xiaoyu gazed sternly at Lu Zhe, who was bound tightly on the sofa. The restrained Lu Zhe wore an icy expression, seemingly indifferent to his presence. At least respond to me, Lu Xiaoyu implored as he approached Lu Zhe. You'd better keep your distance, Lu Zhe retorted, leaving Lu Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend the reason behind such a reaction, yet the seriousness in Lu Zhe's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyu decided to confine him to his own room. Brother, I will prepare a meal for you, he whispered. However, Lu Zhe did not even spare him a glance. His eyes shut, seemingly lost in thought. Once Lu Xiaoyu exited the room, Lu Zhe abruptly opened his eyes. I cannot remain here for long. I must find a way to escape. His gaze was resolute. The root of his predicament lay in his suspicions. Should he become entwined with this world, he would be trapped in an eternal slumber. Thus, until he discovered a means to depart from this realm, he must not forge any connections with its inhabitants. This singular goal consumed Lu Zhe's thoughts. Just as he pondered his escape, the door swung open once more, revealing Lu Xiaoyu, who entered carrying a bowl of noodles. Brother, are you hungry? He inquired with a smile. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu enter, Lu Zhe promptly turned his body away, presenting his back to her. Exuding an air of do not approach me, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words, yet she could only smile and let it pass. Subsequently, she carried a steaming bowl of noodles to Lu Zhe's side, placing it upon the adjacent desk before settling behind him. Brother, have you encountered some trouble? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. However, Lu Zhe did not respond. Instead, he continued to gaze out the window. As Lu Xiaoyu observed him lost in thought, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she suddenly embraced Lu Zhe from behind. Brother, do you despise me? She inquired playfully, taken aback by the unexpected assault. Lu Zhe was momentarily startled and retorted with irritation, Release me at once. Release you? Lu Xiaoyu then realized that Lu Zhe was still bound, his limbs restricted. Consequently, she untied the ropes that bound him. However, the moment the ropes were loosened, Lu Zhe swung a fist towards her. His strike was swift, yet it failed to match Lu Xiaoyu's reflexes. She deftly seized his fist. With a faint look of grievance, she remarked, It seems my brother truly dislikes me now. We used to sleep together. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, and he hastily withdrew his hand. Keep your distance from me. From this day forth, we shall no longer be connected, he stated earnestly. Stunned by his words, Lu Xiaoyu faltered and stammered. You're joking, aren't you? Lu Zhe observed the expression on his face and instantly sensed potential. He then stated directly, Do I strike you as someone who enjoys jesting? From now on, do not seek me out again. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, a hand from behind tightened around his neck. Do you truly wish to distance yourself from me so readily? Lu Xiaoyu tightly grasped Lu Zhe's neck, forcefully pulling him into her embrace. In that moment, Lu Xiaoyu bore no resemblance to her previous innocuous demeanor. A wicked smile adorned her face. Since you are no longer my brother, Lu Xiaoyu declared, biting down on Lu Zhe's neck. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the bite, Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned before breaking free from her grasp. Lu Xiaoyu, are you a dog? Lu Zhe shouted. However, it seemed that Lu Xiaoyu had yet to recover from her recent actions. Lu Zhe gently touched his neck, discovering a trickle of blood had already seeped out, instantly rendering him utterly stunned. Is this the taste of my elder brother? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu approached with a serene smile playing upon her lips. Delicately wiping the crimson stain from the corner of her mouth, she advanced step by step toward Lu Zhe. Upon perceiving the situation, Lu Zhe was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of impending danger, prompting him to swiftly pivot and dash towards the exit of the room. As Lu Zhe was on the verge of escaping through the door, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him. Brother, where do you think you're going? She said with a mischievous grin. Without hesitation, she embraced him, and they both tumbled onto the floor. Thud. A muffled sound resonated as Lu Zhe, pinned beneath Lu Xiaoyu, gritted his teeth in pain. Lu Xiaoyu, I warn you for the last time. Stay away from me, Lu Zhe shouted vehemently. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu appeared utterly unfazed, her laughter only growing more exuberant. You cannot escape, she declared with a wicked smile. Hardly had her words left her lips when she began to act. With a swift motion, Lu Zhe's shirt was suddenly torn apart, revealing his pristine torso. Brother, do you know? Lu Xiaoyu began slowly. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, had no desire to engage. He simply wished to leave this place swiftly. From the very moment we met, I was captivated by you. It was merely our brotherly bond that prevented me from expressing my feelings, Lu Xiaoyu said with deep affection. But now, the opportunity has arisen. For you are no longer my brother. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily rendered speechless, doubting his own comprehension. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to escape quickly, lest his innocence be compromised. You lunatic! Let go of me! Lu Zhe shouted, struggling fiercely. However, it wasn't long before Lu Xiaoyu pinned his hands to the ground, rendering Lu Zhe powerless to resist. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu laughed joyfully, using his body to restrain Lu Zhe while his free hand began to caress him. You clearly liked me before. Why the sudden change? Lu Xiaoyu said softly, before once again biting Lu Zhe's neck. You son of a... Lu Zhe erupted with sudden strength, forcefully pushing Lu Xiaoyu away. Gasping for breath, he warily regarded Lu Xiaoyu, who now appeared to him as a ferocious beast, capable of sweeping him away with a mere move. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiaoyu laughed. But Lu Zhe had no time to waste. He turned to flee. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu did not pursue him this time, which he deemed fortunate. On the street, Lu Zhe was draped only in a blanket, shivering from the cold. How could Lu Xiaoyu have transformed into this? Lu Zhe murmured slowly to himself. The earlier encounter had left a significant shadow in his heart. It had indeed been quite frightening. I need to find a place to rest, Lu Zhe told himself, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. He made his way to a nearby park, heading straight for a slide that would shield him from the biting wind. What is this place? How do I escape? He mumbled in confusion while lying inside the slide, unaware that a figure had been trailing him and arrived nearby. At last, I found you, Lu Zhe. Chapter 86, Illusion? Reality? And where am I? What is happening? Upon opening his eyes, Lu Zhe found himself enveloped in darkness, evidently blindfolded and bound. A sense of inexplicable danger washed over him, yet his restraints rendered any effort futile. As he struggled, a voice pierced through the silence. You're awake? At the sound of this voice, Lu Zhe instantly calmed, then composedly inquired, Who are you? And why have you bound me? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Lu Zhe finished speaking, a laugh echoed. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are quite significant to me, the mysterious figure replied. Realizing he would not glean the identity of this enigmatic individual, Lu Zhe pressed on. Why have you captured me? The mysterious figure approached Lu Zhe, who was bound to a chair, and without a word, sat upon his lap. Because I adore you, to the extent of wanting to devour you, the figure said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this world could be inhabited by so many lunatics. However, he found himself unable to break free from his restraints, bound tightly and deprived of sight. Wait here for a moment. There is another person I must deal with. His continued existence will only disrupt our lives, the mysterious figure said cryptically before rising and departing from Lu Zhe's side, leaving his destination a mystery. Seizing the fleeting opportunity of the enigmatic individual's absence, Lu Zhe resolved to make a desperate attempt. He began to thrash wildly, striving to dismantle the chair that confined him. Yet, after a futile struggle, he realized that the chair was utterly unyielding. It seems I am truly unfortunate, Lu Zhe lamented with a wry smile. Just as despair began to envelop him, the sudden crack of a gunshot jolted him to attention. Bang! This ominous sound filled Lu Zhe with trepidation. Following the shot, a hand seized the blindfold that shrouded his eyes. The moment Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he beheld Lu Xiaoyu standing before him. Brother, I'm late, Lu Xiaoyu said softly. She then commenced the task of unbinding Lu Zhe, but at that moment, the earlier mysterious figure reappeared behind Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, I want you dead. The figure's expression was that of a madman. He raised his hand, revealing a handgun. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the ropes that bound Lu Zhe fell away. Get down. Lu Zhe's instinctive reaction was to tackle Lu Xiaoyu to the ground. Bang! Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, the gunshot heightened her alertness. Fortunately, Lu Zhe had timely tackled her. Otherwise, she might have met her demise there. Brother, don't say anything now. We must leave this place quickly. Lu Zhe spoke gravely. After all, a gun-wielding madman was on their tail, and if this continued, disaster was inevitable. With that, he rose and grasped Lu Xiaoyu's hand, leading her toward a place of cover. The mysterious figure, gun in hand, pursued closely behind. Brother, your shoulder. During their escape, Lu Xiaoyu noticed the abrasion on Lu Zhe's shoulder and began to fret. Yet, Lu Zhe merely replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. Let us just get out of here. Despite her lingering concern, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to comply, as the enigmatic pursuer was relentless, and they were currently within a construction site. At that moment, The figure behind them bellowed, "Lu Zhe, stop immediately, or I will kill you." "What a lunatic," Lu Zhe remarked gravely. Bang! At that instant, the gun fired again. But it missed its mark, merely grazing past them. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Lu Zhe quickened his pace once more. The two fled with all their might, pursued relentlessly by the mysterious figure, ultimately cornering them to the rooftop of the building. "Nowhere left to run, is there?" the pursuer taunted as he caught up to them. Witnessing the duo trapped at the edge of the rooftop, he aimed his gun at Lu Xiaoyu once more. "If it weren't for you, Lu Zhe would already be mine. Why did you have to be born into this world?" The figure seethed with rage before pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the shot, Lu Zhe lunged in front of Lu Xiaoyu. Thud! The bullet struck Lu Zhe's chest, and blood erupted forth. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by the scene before her, and even the mysterious figure who had fired the shot appeared taken aback. Injured, Lu Zhe's body involuntarily collapsed backward, but fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu managed to catch him in time. "Brother, why would you do this?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's vision was blurred by tears, leaving her at a loss for what to do. The mysterious figure trembled as he approached Lu Zhe, his expression vacant as he uttered, "Aze, why are you?" Cough cough. Lu Zhe, lying in Lu Xiaoyu's embrace, coughed twice before struggling to rise. "You must find a way to escape from here. I will hold them off," Lu Zhe said gravely, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu. However, upon hearing this, the mysterious figure descended into madness, raising his gun and shouting at them, "Why? Why is it not me?" Lu Zhe gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, who appeared to be consumed by madness, and coldly declared, "I do not know you at all. This is merely your own delusion." Bang! Nonsense! The mysterious man fired again, yet this shot merely struck the floor beside Lu Zhe, inflicting no harm. "If it weren't for that fool, Lu Xiaoyu, you would never forget me." The mysterious man had completely lost his sanity at this point. He advanced step by step, gun in hand, seemingly resolute. "Since I cannot have you, I might as well kill you," the man raved. In a swift motion, he fired directly at Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned, but then, with a surge of strength, he knocked the mysterious man to the ground. The assailant's handgun was sent flying from his grasp, and as he reached to retrieve it, Lu Zhe intervened to prevent him. Left with no other recourse, the mysterious man resorted to striking Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was already injured, and after his violent confrontation, his wounds worsened. "Let go of me," the mysterious man shouted frantically. However, Lu Zhe paid no heed, resolutely holding on to him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu rushed to the side and picked up a handgun. "Don't move," she commanded, aiming the gun at the mysterious figure. At this, the man immediately complied, allowing Lu Zhe to create some distance between them. "Step back," Lu Xiaoyu shouted fiercely. And the mysterious man, left with no choice, slowly retreated. Yet, he soon found himself at the edge of the rooftop, believing the ordeal had come to an end. To his surprise, without uttering a word, Lu Xiaoyu pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the mysterious man's body lost control and fell backward. This unexpected turn of events caught even Lu Zhe off guard, and as he attempted to speak, another accident occurred. As the mysterious man fell, he inadvertently tangled himself in a rope, which, in turn, ensnared Lu Zhe. Given Lu Zhe's injuries, he lacked the strength to resist, and was forcefully dragged toward the rooftop's edge. Just as he was about to plummet from the building, Lu Xiaoyu appeared just in time to grab him. "Brother, hold on. I'll pull you up," she exclaimed urgently. However, Lu Zhe, with his head bowed, softly replied, "Your arrival to save me is already the greatest gift. I do not belong to this world, and I intended to die last time. What are you saying? Don't move. I'll get you up," Lu Xiaoyu shouted. At that moment, Lu Zhe slowly lifted his head, a smile gracing his face as he said, "I've been shot. It's futile to go up." Before he could finish, Lu Zhe forcefully broke free from Lu Xiaoyu's grasp and fell straight down the building. Staring at her brother's descent, Lu Xiaoyu froze in shock. "Brother Lu Zhe!" She snapped back to reality, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, but Lu Zhe had already vanished. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyu sat curled up on the rooftop, her eyes vacant, repeatedly murmuring Lu Zhe's name. Yet, nothing could be salvaged. It was all over. Awake? You didn't disappoint me. Hee. Chapter 87. I, the leading teacher. In a small grove near Shrek's city in the Douluo continent, Truth was whispering playfully to himself. "I'm utterly exhausted, finally awake after so long." Standing beside him, Su Xiao looked on in bewilderment. Through their encounters, he had learned that although Truth was powerful, he still paled in comparison to Lucifer. Moreover, Truth had been wreaking havoc using Lu Zhe's body, and no one seemed willing to disclose the extent of his misdeeds. Master, what happened to you? Su Xiao inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth chuckled. Hee, it's nothing. Just woke someone up. What do you plan to do now, Master? Su Xiao asked again. However, this time Truth did not respond. Instead, he approached a large tree and sat down in meditation without a word. Understanding his intent, Su Xiao dutifully remained by his side. In the sea of consciousness, Truth returned to the unconscious Lu Zhe, noticing his breath becoming increasingly vigorous. Still not awake after all this time? Truth said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhe abruptly opened his eyes. How long was I unconscious? He asked, rubbing his head. Truth chuckled. Not long at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief and subsequently inquired, during the time I was unconscious, did any significant events transpire? Truth, resting her chin on her hand, meticulously recalled and soon recollected certain matters. Fortunately, during this period, aside from me having eliminated a few major foes, the Youth Soul Master competition, held every 5 years, is about to commence, she stated slowly. Upon hearing the former news, Lu Zhe felt slightly reassured. However, the mention of the imminent Youth Soul Master competition caused him to spring up instantly. Has the Youth Soul Master competition already begun? Lu Zhe asked anxiously. Witnessing his expression, Truth couldn't help but chuckle and replied, rest assured, it won't commence for another month. That is a relief, Lu Zhe exhaled. He had feared he might have missed the Youth Soul Master competition altogether. Had he truly missed it, it would have meant that Xiao Yu's identity would have been exposed, and Lucifer and his associates would undoubtedly intervene to take her away. Well then, it is time to return my body, Lu Zhe suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Truth feigned a sense of grievance, saying, I haven't had enough fun yet. Could you not allow me a little more time to enjoy? Lu Zhe cast a cold glance at him, saying nothing. All right, I will return your body, Truth reluctantly stated. Outside, Lu Zhe, seated beneath the tree, slowly opened his eyes. Finally revived, he gradually rose, attuning himself to his body. At that moment, he also noticed Su Xiao beside him. The thought of her being the original Sin instantly chilled his expression. What are you doing here? Lu Zhe questioned icily. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But before she could respond, Lu Zhe seized her by the throat and lifted her. Hey, wait a moment. Su Xiao is now your servant, Truth suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Lu Zhe was taken aback and then inquired, what do you mean by that? Truth hastily explained, it's like this. In due course, Truth recounted everything that had transpired while Lu Zhe was unconscious. After receiving the explanation, Lu Zhe released Su Xiao, though he still regarded her with suspicion. Since you are now my servant, you must be honest, understand? Lu Zhe spoke slowly. Su Xiao, lying on the ground, remained silent but nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Zhe chose to disregard her further and turned to make his way towards Shrek Academy. The matter of jealousy and original sin had disrupted the original itinerary. Now that he had awakened, it was imperative to return to Xiao Yu's side before the commencement of the Young Soul Master competition. Lu Zhe gazed toward the direction of Shrek Academy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Yu, I have returned. After a while, within the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy's Soul Arena, a decision had been reached during a meeting at Sea God Pavilion. Lu Zhe would serve as the leading instructor for the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition. However, despite this conclusion, the absence of Lu Zhe had begun to evoke concern among the members. Yet, Elder Xian remained steadfast in his insistence that Lu Zhe lead the team, harboring an inexplicable feeling that this year's competition would be unlike any other. In a chamber within the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian sat, his brow furrowed in worry. His distress stemmed solely from the prolonged absence of Lu Zhe. When will that boy return? Elder Xian lamented. Just as he voiced his frustrations, a series of knocks interrupted him. Come in, Elder Xian said without hesitation, gesturing for the visitor to enter. Upon the entrance of the knocker, Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback. Long time no see, Elder Xian. You rascal, you still remember to come back. I thought you had truly perished out there. Elder Xian exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as he recognized the visitor. Indeed, it was Lu Zhe, freshly returned. As Elder Xian finished his words, he rose and approached Lu Zhe, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Now that you are back, let us discuss the forthcoming Soul Master competition. Elder Xian said with a meaningful tone. Sure, please go ahead, Lu Zhe replied, not declining but rather nodding with a smile. Observing this, Elder Xian felt no need for further formality and invited him to take a seat. Very well, I trust you are already aware of certain matters, Elder Xian began slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded, having a fair understanding of the situation. You wish for me to serve as the lead instructor for this occasion, correct? Indeed. Elder Xian did not refute this notion, nodding in affirmation as he continued, stating that what truly matters is not this aspect, but rather the journey of the upcoming Soul Master competition. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe quickly comprehended the situation, for this world had indeed been affected. At that moment, Elder Xian continued, I have an unsettling feeling that this Soul Master competition is not as simple as it appears. The malevolent forces you mentioned may indeed manifest. Lu Zhe responded earnestly, I am well aware of this. My purpose in returning was precisely this. Noticing Lu Zhe's seriousness, Elder Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For with Lu Zhe's protection, the students of Shrek Academy would likely remain unharmed. Very well, then. You should take some time to familiarize yourself with those children. When the competition begins, I will summon you to discuss strategies, Elder Xian said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Lu Zhe chose not to utter another word, silently rising to depart from the Sea God Pavilion. He was acutely aware that Elder Xian had likely sustained considerable injuries during the previous battle, and his prowess had diminished significantly. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. The foremost priority was to ascertain the well-being of his younger brother. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Lu Zhe's face. Within the Soul Fighting area of Shrek Academy, the students representing Shrek in the current Soul Master tournament were diligently training. There were 7 of them in total, aside from Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yu, and Qiu Er. The group also included Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. The reason for this select group of 7 was the aftermath of the Qianyuan City incident, which had rendered the majority of their peers unsuitable for participation at this level of competition. Captain, will we truly be able to secure the championship? At that moment, Dai Huabin approached Lu Xiaoyu, his expression grave as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu merely responded calmly, I must win. In that moment, Dai Huabin found himself at a loss for words. His fear of Lu Xiaoyu stemmed from the stark disparity in their strengths. They were worlds apart. Lu Xiaoyu had ascended to the formidable rank of a level 75 soul sage, her soul power ranking unparalleled. Not even some soul Douluos could hope to subdue her, let alone other soul sages. Apart from Lu Xiaoyu, the strongest among their group of 7 was Vice Captain Gu Yuna, whose soul power was nearing level 70. And it was only a matter of time before she officially stepped into the realm of soul sages. This thought filled Dai Huabin with great joy, as he finally felt that he could triumph over Hui Yuhao. Just then, a figure emerged within the sight of the 7. Upon recognizing that figure, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Long time no see, everyone. Chapter 88, Long time no see. Long time no see, everyone. The newcomer was none other than Lu Zhe. Upon seeing that the person before her was none other than her brother, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, only to be quickly overcome by a radiant smile of joy. Brother, she exclaimed, before launching herself into Lu Zhe's embrace. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe could only manage a smile, before continuing to observe the other students. Dai Huabin and his companions had personally witnessed Lu Zhe's formidable prowess, a being so powerful that even the venerable Xian Lao could not prevail against him. This demonstrated his true strength. Well, I am here to inform you that I shall be your trainer from now on, Lu Zhe declared with gravity. The group was momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend the announcement. What? Dai Huabin exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Lu Zhe. I am not jesting. My training sessions commence tomorrow morning, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy ignited within Dai Huabin, as he realized that training under Lu Zhe could lead to a substantial enhancement in his abilities. He envisioned a future where he could easily surpass Hui Yuhao without relying on Lu Xiaoyu. With this thought, Dai Huabin felt invigorated, eager to begin training immediately. However, after conveying his message, Lu Zhe departed with Lu Xiaoyu, leaving the 6 remaining individuals to return to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Gu Yuena gradually followed in Lu Zhe's footsteps. Where on earth have you been during this time? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lu Zhe as they walked back to the dormitory. Under such scrutiny, Lu Zhe felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if he were being stripped bare. He could only respond awkwardly with a forced smile. I haven't gone anywhere. I've merely been wandering around the continent. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked, skepticism lacing her voice, for she vividly remembered the events in Qinyuan City. Seeing this, Lu Zhe hastily changed the subject and said, "Well, it has been quite a while since we last met. Shall we go out for a meal together?" Lu Xiaoyu did not refuse, revealing once more her innocent and pure smile. At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly sensed Gu Na behind him, prompting him to halt and turn to face her. "Is there something you wish to discuss by following us?" Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Gu Na, realizing she had been discovered, chose not to conceal anything further and replied candidly, "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to bring to your attention." "I see," Lu Zhe responded with a gradual nod, then exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly comprehended certain matters and then silently walked forward. After Lu Xiaoyu departed, Lu Zhe turned to Gu Yuna and inquired, "What is it?" Gu Yuna candidly responded, "I wish to know when you will be able to lead us to the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, the beings in the divine realm are merely pretenders. We should be wary of the inhabitants of that world." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he spoke. After receiving this response, Gu Yuna chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to search for Chiu Air. Lu Zhe remained in place, watching the retreating figure of Gu Yuna, his gaze inevitably turning cold. The divine realm? Lu Zhe scoffed, a domain ruled by hypocrites. With that, he pivoted and strode towards the direction of Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, within the Holy Spirit Church, movements were stirring. The Youth Soul Master competition was about to commence. "Remember, do not act recklessly," Chong Huai proclaimed, surveying the crowd from above. Their strength had nearly been restored, and they believed they could retreat unscathed even if they encountered Lu Zhe now. However, one matter continued to weigh heavily upon them: the whereabouts of the Divine Sun. For so long, the Divine Sun's presence has remained concealed. "We have been unable to detect it," Kai Fu remarked gravely, directing his gaze towards Chong Huai. In response, Chong Huai did not elaborate, but simply assured, "Once the competition begins, the Divine Sun's aura will undoubtedly be revealed." "That will suffice," Kai Fu sighed in relief. "Very well. I will devise a way to handle Lu Zhe," Chong Huai stated as he rose and subsequently departed. The others chose to place their trust in him, not dwelling on the matter further. Back in his room, Chong Huai gazed out at the sky, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. "Lu Zhe, you shall regret this." "Brother!" A loud shout echoed from the Shrek Academy dormitory area. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe was startled into a jolt. He hurriedly rushed to Lu Xiaoyu's dormitory. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu glared at him, visibly annoyed. "Why did you move next door?" she demanded angrily. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this question, hastily diverting his gaze. After all, the image of Lu Xiaoyu within the illusion had left a profound impact on him. What if reality mirrored that scenario? The mere thought sent cold sweat trickling down his back. Upon noticing her brother's silence, Lu Xiaoyu strode directly before him and seized his collar. "Speak. Why must we move next door?" she demanded, her voice laced with indignation. Caught by his collar, Lu Zhe could only manage an awkward smile as he explained. "You are grown now. Surely, you haven't been sharing a bed with your brother?" Upon hearing this response, Lu Xiaoyu momentarily grasped the implication, but swiftly dismissed it from her thoughts. Lu Xiaoyu released Lu Zhe's collar and grinned mischievously. "We're both men. What is there to fear?" Upon witnessing that smile, Lu Zhe quickly retreated several meters. "It is precisely because we are both men that I am apprehensive," Lu Zhe replied, covering his eyes. "Do you dislike me now?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, his tone laced with a sense of grievance. As tears threatened to spill from his eyes, Lu Zhe, feeling cornered, could only offer reassurance. "Let's make a pact. Just for tonight. But we shall never share a bed again, understood?" "Oh." Lu Xiaoyu let out a disappointed sigh and then turned to lie weakly on the bed. Observing his state, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel as though he had erred in some way. Could it be my own fault? Doubts began to creep into Lu Zhe's mind. However, he did not dwell on it for long. It was perhaps a good thing for the two brothers to sleep apart. Soon, evening descended. After dinner, Lu Zhe and his companion returned to their dormitory. "Let us turn in early tonight. We have my training to prepare for tomorrow," Lu Zhe said solemnly, looking at Lu Xiaoyu, who lay on the bed. "Oh." Lu Xiaoyu maintained her usual expression, promptly burying her head beneath the covers. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe could only let out a resigned sigh before donning his bathrobe and retreating into the bathroom. "Truth, could you step out for a moment?" Lu Zhe called, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. "Hiki, why are you calling me out so willingly? Have you encountered some dilemma?" Truth replied with a playful tone. Observing the mischievous expression on Truth's face, Lu Zhe felt a surge of annoyance, yet there was little he could do. After all, aside from Truth, the only one with whom Lu Zhe shared a close bond was perhaps Lu Xiaoyu. What is your opinion of my brother? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Your brother? Truth responded. Puzzled. Yes, Lu Zhe affirmed, nodding to continue the conversation. Truth, taking a moment to ponder, propped her chin on her hand and said, I cannot say much about your brother, but the power within him resembles that of a friend of mine. Your friend? Lu Zhe was taken aback, pondering whether fate had destined him to cross paths with Lu Xiaoyu. How does your friend compare to you? Lu Zhe asked, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Truth's expression soured, revealing a hint of discomfort regarding the matter. Sensing this, Lu Zhe chose not to press further. You're free to return to your mental sea, he gestured after a moment. As if I care, Truth retorted, displeased as she vanished back into his consciousness. Left alone, Lu Zhe resumed his contemplation while staring into the mirror. Am I still truly myself? He pondered aloud, feeling that since arriving in this world, he had undergone profound transformations, no longer resembling the Lu Zhe of old. Yet, what did it matter? His foremost desire was to safeguard his brother and eradicate all the sins plaguing this world. Chapter 89. The training commences the following day. Dawn broke peacefully, only to be shattered by a sudden shout. Brother! Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's cry, Lu Zhe sat up bewildered from his bed. As he fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoyu, he intended to inquire about the commotion, but Lu Xiaoyu spoke first. Brother, who is this person? He exclaimed, pointing at Su Xiao, who stood beside the bed. Lu Zhe glanced at his brother and realized that he seemed to have misunderstood something, prompting him to begin an explanation. She is my servant. Do not let your imagination run wild, Lu Zhe remarked, gently tapping Lu Xiaoyu's forehead. However, upon hearing this response, Lu Xiaoyu remained skeptical about the nature of his relationship with the girl and glared at Su Xiao with an air of hostility. What is your name? Lu Xiaoyu demanded sternly. In response, Su Xiao, standing nearby, candidly replied, I am Lu Zhe's servant, and my name is Su Xiao. Is that really so? Lu Xiaoyu asked, her voice tinged with doubt. Indeed, Su Xiao affirmed with a nod. Despite her words, Lu Xiaoyu remained vigilant and coldly declared, from now on, you are not to come within 10 meters of my brother, and you certainly cannot enter his room at night. Do you understand? Observing the seriousness etched on Lu Xiaoyu's face, Su Xiao dutifully acquiesced, for after all, this young lad had an elder brother to reckon with. All right, you may leave now, Lu Xiaoyu stated, seizing the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao obediently turned and exited the dormitory. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe sat on the bed, still looking bewildered. After resolving the matter with Su Xiao, Lu Xiaoyu turned her attention back to Lu Zhe. You are not to seek out any more servants, especially not females. Do you understand? She said with utmost seriousness. Lu Zhe, taken aback by her words, felt utterly perplexed, yet he could do little about it. I will agree to your request, but only if you can get off me, Lu Zhe replied slowly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu finally came to his senses and obediently leapt off him. Freed from Lu Xiaoyu's constraints, Lu Zhe rose and began to tidy up. Xiaoyu, shortly accompany me to the training ground, Lu Zhe remarked while dressing. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. Before long, the two brothers exited their dormitory. However, upon stepping outside, Lu Xiaoyu noticed Su Xiao standing dutifully at the entrance. With a hint of suspicion, he quickly inquired, What are you doing here? Su Xiao replied softly, Awaiting my master's departure. This response irked Lu Xiaoyu, prompting him to prepare a retort. You, enough, hold your tongue. Lu Zhe interjected before Lu Xiaoyu could voice his thoughts. The interruption left Lu Xiaoyu with a displeased expression, turning his head away in annoyance. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe turned to Su Xiao and said gently, You may stay in the dormitory next to mine for a while. There is no need for you to follow me every day. Of course, master, Su Xiao replied with a bow. Upon hearing her address him in such a manner, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Therefore, he remarked, Please refrain from calling me master in the future. It feels rather awkward. Simply call me by my name. All right, master. Su Xiao responded, though she was quite perplexed by his request and found it difficult to make the adjustment. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe immediately displayed a look of resignation, and then he led Lu Xiaoyu towards the training ground. Meanwhile, Su Xiao remained behind, quietly awaiting his return. At the Shrek Academy training ground, aside from Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu, the remaining 6 were all punctual, eagerly present. Dai Huabin could hardly contain his anticipation for the training to commence. Gu Yu, hearing his impatience, merely responded with a calm demeanor, suggesting they wait a little longer, as their instructors would soon arrive. No sooner had she spoken than two figures entered through the training grounds entrance. "Is everyone here?" inquired Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe gazed at the assembled individuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then instructed Lu Xiaoyu to rejoin the team and promptly embarked on his intended purpose. "You all should be aware of what lies ahead, correct?" Lu Zhe suddenly spoke with gravitas. The group remained silent, yet their hearts were already cognizant of the truth. "My training regimen consists of two facets, one aimed at enhancing your physical strength, and the other focused on elevating the quality of your spiritual energy," Lu Zhe declared with conviction. Although this sounded deceptively simplistic, Lu Xiaoyu harbored a premonition that they were about to confront the most unforgettable month of their lives. Observing the group's spirited demeanor, Lu Zhe proceeded to state, "Very well, this morning's training will concentrate on physical enhancement." At this juncture, Dai Huabin's curiosity was piqued regarding the methods to augment physicality, as he believed his physique was already commendable and in no need of further improvement. However, Lu Zhe's subsequent words left him utterly astonished. "For the entirety of this morning, you shall train under tenfold gravity," Lu Zhe pronounced slowly. The moment the words tenfold gravity registered, the group fell into a stunned silence. "Teacher, are you attempting to lead us to our demise here?" Zhu Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Moreover, Ning Tian, a support-type soul master, also stepped forward, perplexed, and stated, "Teacher, as a support-type soul master, such rigorous training is entirely unnecessary for me." Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Upon witnessing his countenance, Ning Tian instantly recoiled, hastily retreating behind Zhu Lu, unable to meet his gaze. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe approached her directly and inquired, "What do you believe a support-type soul master should embody?" Upon hearing this question, Ning Tian fell into a profound silence, utterly at a loss for a response. Noticing her lack of reply, Lu Zhe turned away and spoke softly, "While I am uncertain of your perceptions regarding support-type soul masters, in my view, they are individuals capable of overseeing the entire situation, able to turn the tide even in dire circumstances. Indeed, a proficient support can lead the entire team to victory. Moreover, it is worth noting that there are no stipulations in the Soul Master competition that require support-type Soul Masters to initiate attacks, is there?" Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. At this pronouncement, Ning Tian was left momentarily stunned, as it fundamentally challenged her understanding of the support role. However, at this juncture, Zhu Lu stepped forward and gently stated, "Teacher, isn't the ability to control the situation the domain of control-type Soul Masters? Why then do we need support-type ones?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled faintly and slowly remarked, "A control system and a food system both serve merely as auxiliary functions, do they not?" The crowd immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, regardless of the system in question, any assistance beneficial to one's teammates could be categorized as support. It seemed that the auxiliary system was indeed of paramount importance. Ning Tian, upon hearing this, was enlightened and ceased to contest Lu Zhe's assertion. "Since everyone has no objections, let us commence training," Lu Zhe said with a smile. Without allowing the group any time to react, the training room was suddenly transformed into a tenfold gravity chamber. Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately felt the weight of this pressure and promptly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, this tenfold gravity was shared among the 7 of them. Had it been borne by a single individual, they would likely have been overwhelmed. The group remained sprawled on the ground for over an hour, until Lu Xiaoyu was the first to rise. "Ah, quite impressive. You understand how to enhance your physical form with soul power," Lu Zhe remarked, chuckling from his seated position. After Lu Xiaoyu stood, Gu Yuna, Qiu'er, Dai Huabin, and Wu Feng also managed to rise. As for Ning Tian and Zhu Lu, their bodies had never encountered such gravity, so their inability to stand was entirely within Lu Zhe's expectations. But do not worry, with time, you shall naturally be able to stand. The 5 who managed to rise then commenced their regular training, albeit with their bodies trembling with each movement. "Keep it up, everyone. We still have 3 hours to go," Lu Zhe encouraged with a smile from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to execute him on the spot. However, she found herself unable to escape the oppressive force of tenfold gravity. The 5 of them struggled to move even an inch under such weight, while Ning Tian and Zhu Lu remained helplessly sprawled on the ground. "So this is what it feels like to be a teacher. Truly delightful." Lu Zhe chuckled softly from his chair. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were drenched in sweat, their bodies exuding steam. "I will prove everything through my actions," Dai Huabin bellowed. "Get moving." Chapter 90. The reward of victory. That afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 were utterly exhausted, sprawled out on the training room floor like lifeless dogs. Observing their state, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He then rose and approached them, waving his right hand gently. Fatigue be gone. As they felt their bodies rejuvenate, the group sprang to their feet instantly. Now that we have regained our strength, let us commence with our next training session, Lu Zhe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of utter despair. Yet, there was no choice but to comply with Lu Zhe's directives. What shall we do next? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe gave a faint smile and slowly uttered an unexpected remark. You all shall engage in battle with me every afternoon, Lu Zhe declared with a grin. The others were left pondering the implications of his words, yet Lu Xiaoyu was undeniably exhilarated. How shall we proceed? She was the first to inquire, observing her animated expression. Lu Zhe replied with an air of ease, It is quite simple. Throughout this month, every afternoon, as long as you manage to encounter me once, you will be deemed qualified. Is it truly that straightforward? Lu Xiaoyu questioned, somewhat skeptical. Indeed, but do not assume that encountering me will be a trivial matter, Lu Zhe said as he slowly turned his back to the group. Are you prepared? Before they could fully react, Lu Zhe had already positioned himself opposite them. Let us begin, Lu Xiaoyu proclaimed with great confidence, and her enthusiasm inspired the others, who also displayed expressions of self-assurance. As Lu Zhe observed their eager anticipation, he smiled and proclaimed, Let us begin. In an instant, as his words echoed, Lu Xiaoyu darted towards Lu Zhe like an arrow released from a bow. Within the blink of an eye, she had already positioned herself behind him. Success. Lu Xiaoyu grinned, extending her right hand to grasp Lu Zhe's back. Get down. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a command suddenly echoed in her ears. Upon hearing those words, she was momentarily stunned, her body uncontrollably collapsing behind Lu Zhe. I had warned you that touching me would not be a trivial matter, Lu Zhe remarked with a knowing smile directed at Lu Xiaoyu. Instantly, a wave of displeasure washed over Lu Xiaoyu upon hearing this, yet her body remained unresponsive, unable to rise. Whoosh. At that moment, while Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu conversed, a golden spear surged towards them with remarkable speed. The thrower of the golden spear was none other than Qiu'er. Bullseye. Qiu'er's face was adorned with a confident smile, convinced that Lu Zhe would undoubtedly be unable to evade this attack. As Lu Zhe gazed at the golden spear hurtling towards him, his expression bore no trace of panic. Instead, he appeared utterly elated. Boom. Ultimately, the golden spear struck precisely at Lu Zhe's position, instantly stirring up a cloud of dense smoke. Qiu'er, fixated on the billowing mist, could not help but display her delight. Behold, this is the consequence of underestimating us, she declared triumphantly towards the smoke. However, in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. The timing of the attack was commendable, but a sneak attack proved futile against me. As the smoke dissipated, the golden spear astonishingly halted mere centimeters from Lu Zhe. Upon witnessing this, Qiu'er was momentarily stunned. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, with Ning Tian's assistance, had stealthily flanked Lu Zhe on either side. Noticing their presence, Lu Zhe smiled lightly and remarked, A pincer attack, is it? No, it is a three-pronged assault. At this moment, Gu Yuna spoke from directly in front of him. Suddenly, a colossal fireball surged towards Lu Zhe. Concurrently, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had completed their preparations, launching 3 simultaneous strikes against him. Observing this scene, Lu Zhe's smile widened in delight. Paradox, erased. With a mere flick of his hand, Lu Zhe effortlessly caused the trio's attacks to vanish in an instant. What kind of soul skill is this? Dai Huabin murmured in astonishment. After the assaults dissipated, Lu Zhe reappeared before them and scathed. You all ought to practice more. Such attempts are hardly commendable, he remarked with a gentle smile. The group felt a twinge of mockery in his words, yet this time they refrained from recklessness, opting instead to deliberate on their strategy. There is no time constraint. The teacher merely mentioned that this afternoon's lesson would involve sparring with him, so we might consider a wheel battle, Lu Xiaoyu whispered to the others. That won't work. Lu Zhe's soul power is unfathomable. By the time he tires, we may have already exhausted our own soul power. Gu Yuna countered this tactic. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaoyu had an epiphany and apologized. My apologies, I forgot. So how do we proceed? At that moment, Dai Huabin urgently inquired. However, Gu Yuna seemed to have already devised a plan and calmly stated, Do not cluster together. Disperse and divert Lu Zhe's attention. The moment any one of us touches him, we win. Then let's do this. Wu Feng regained her confidence in an instant. After their brief discussion, the group turned their gaze back toward Lu Zhe, who stood before them with a faint smile. Finished strategizing? Lu Zhe remarked leisurely. Yet Xiao'er gave him no further opportunity. Gripping her golden dragon spear, she charged at him with a fierce cry, sweeping the weapon toward him in a swift motion. Stop! A resonant hum filled the air. How? Xiao'er froze in shock. Her entire body immobilized the moment those words left Lu Zhe's lips. The next instant, she crashed heavily onto the floor. Simultaneously, a ferocious white tiger materialized behind Lu Zhe, undoubtedly the result of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion technique. With a thunderous roar, the beast lunged, its massive paw swiping toward Lu Zhe. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had expected him to block the strike with his hands, but what happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. Martial soul fusion, erase. A sharp whoosh echoed as the colossal white tiger vanished into thin air. The two students tumbled to the ground, bewildered. Even a martial soul fusion technique can be erased? Isn't that a bit too overpowered? Dai Huabin muttered in despair, sprawled on the floor, his faith in life thoroughly shaken. Gu Yuna, however, refused to relent. Though astonished, she remained convinced that even someone as formidable as Lu Zhe would inevitably falter at some point. Abandoning elemental manipulation, she now wielded a silver spear, advancing silently toward his back. Rule scales. Sensing her approach, Lu Zhe summoned the twin golden swords once more. Clang! The silver spear clashed against the blades, producing a piercing metallic screech. Didn't he expect you to have this up your sleeve? Lu Zhe remarked with amusement. At that very moment, Lu Xiaoyu materialized at close range. Big brother, you've let your guard down, she teased, her golden sword flashing toward him. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Zhe dissolved the weapon into nothingness. Yet Lu Xiaoyu's true objective was not victory through the sword, but something far more cunning. As the golden longsword in Lu Xiaoyu's hand vanished, he instantaneously appeared behind Lu Zhe. I'm sorry, brother. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile as he anticipated his impending success. Your thoughts are too naïve. Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile. Now, lie down. Buzz. A familiar place, a familiar sensation, and familiar faces. Lu Xiaoyu once again leaned behind Lu Zhe. And at this moment, he had begun to voice his grievances. Just you wait. I shall ensure that you too will find yourself leaning before me in the future. Lu Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of indignation within her. Lu Zhe couldn't help but find it amusing to see his inflated expression. However, just at that moment, a figure swiftly appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. Teacher, we have one, exclaimed none other than Wu Feng. Upon being photographed, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile broke across his face. Quite clever of you all. This was your intention from the very beginning, wasn't it? Lu Zhe remarked with a chuckle. Wu Feng nodded with a grin, and at that moment, the other 6 members approached Lu Zhe in succession. Brother, since we've run into you, shouldn't we express our appreciation? Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering for a considerable time before finally articulating, very well. Since the one who touched me is Wu Feng, I shall grant her one request. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that the individual who had touched Lu Zhe would be afforded such a privilege. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was filled with regret. Had she been the one to make contact, the possibilities would have been endless. Is there something you wish of me? Lu Zhe inquired, directing his gaze towards Wu Feng. Caught off guard, Wu Feng took a moment to gather her thoughts. Eventually, she posed her question. Teacher, is there any request you would not entertain? It depends on the circumstances, as long as it's not excessively unreasonable, Lu Zhe replied with an awkward smile. That's a relief, Wu Feng said, smiling in return. Teacher, I wish to know just how powerful you truly are. At that moment, the entire assembly was left in disbelief. What an incredible opportunity, and you choose to ask that. Dai Huabin exclaimed, nearly beside himself. Is that not permissible? Wu Feng questioned, sensing the disapproval of those around her. Conversely, Lu Zhe appeared quite pleased and responded promptly to her inquiry. Truth be told, I am not exceptionally formidable. I am merely a tad stronger than Xin Lao. Lu Zhe said with a chuckle. With that, Lu Zhe declared the conclusion of today's training, announcing that they would resume the following day. However, it was stipulated that anyone who successfully touched him during their afternoon practice would be granted an opportunity to request something from him. This revelation ignited a newfound determination within Lu Xiaoyu and the others, all aspiring to be the next to make contact with Lu Zhe. Chapter 91. The Second Truth. Brother, are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Lu Xiaoyu asked, walking alongside Lu Zhe, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu directly articulated the truth, exclaiming, "Why must I continually be forced to the ground during our practice this afternoon? What else could it possibly signify?" After speaking, she shot a displeased glare at Lu Zhe. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe couldn't help but scratch his head, subsequently turning to steer the conversation in another direction. However, Lu Xiaoyu perceived his intentions quite clearly. "You truly have it in for me," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Zhe did not respond to him, but instead offered an awkward smile. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately became enraged, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she stormed away. As Lu Zhe observed his retreating figure, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and he proceeded to follow suit. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lu Xiaoyu was already concocting her plans for future retribution. "Just wait," she thought, seething with anger. "I shall ensure you cannot rise again." Shortly thereafter, the two returned to their respective dormitories, mere walls apart. Thus, a delightful day came to an end, leaving Lu Zhe to ponder the mysteries that tomorrow might hold as he lay on his bed, softly murmuring. At that moment, Truth emerged with a playful grin. "Lu Zhe, why aren't you sleeping with your dear brother?" Truth teased. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt utterly speechless, and he gradually rose to his feet. He had matured now, and sleeping alone was indeed beneficial for him. Lu Zhe's reasoning was quite sound. Upon hearing this, Zhenli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is that truly how you feel? Or are you merely afraid that your younger brother harbors improper intentions towards you?" Zhenli teased playfully. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe immediately felt a wave of embarrassment, and then he abruptly collapsed onto the bed. "Leave me alone. I'm going to sleep." Zhenli, witnessing this, chuckled and teased. "How dull of you. Little you adores you so much, and you simply brush it off." Before Zhenli could finish her sentence, Lu Zhe forcefully interrupted her. With a hint of displeasure, he retorted, "What business is it of yours regarding my relationship with little you?" In response, Zhenli could only smile faintly before merging into his being. Once Zhenli vanished, Lu Zhe once again shut his eyes to rest. The following morning, as soon as Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the scene before him. "Little you," he exclaimed, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu, who was sprawled across him. He then playfully slapped her back. Startled awake by the slap, Lu Xiaoyu blinked her eyes groggily and murmured, "Is it morning already?" Lu Zhe gazed at the transformed figure before him, sinking into contemplation. Once he regained his composure, he promptly lifted the individual. "How did you end up in my dormitory?" Lu Zhe inquired sternly, setting Lu Xiaoyu down on the floor. The awakened Lu Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the absurdity of confessing that she could not sleep without him. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lu Zhe decided not to dwell on it any further. "All right. Let us refrain from this in the future, understood?" he said gently, before rising to leave the dormitory and head to the training room. The training room followed a monotonous routine, with the exception of the afternoon sparring rewards, which invigorated the team to constantly surpass their limits. However, since Lu Zhe had been confronted by Wu Feng, no one had dared to challenge him again. After all, a tactic could only be employed once. "This is utterly ridiculous. I can't even get near the instructor," groaned Dai Huabin, sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu continued to spar with Lu Zhe, seemingly determined to conquer the reward. Standing aside, Gu Yuna and Qiu'er maintained a poised readiness, as if poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. Suddenly, a resounding crash emanated from Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu's vicinity. The others turned to discover that Lu Xiaoyu had been thrust into the training room wall by her brother. "Xiaoyu, you really need to practice more," Lu Zhe chuckled, observing his sister embedded in the wall. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu bowed her head, lost in thought, undoubtedly contemplating something troubling. Noticing her silence, concern began to creep into Lu Zhe's mind. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? Did I go too hard on you?" he asked anxiously. In the next moment, a particle of light struck Lu Zhe's face, leaving him bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired. Almost immediately, Lu Xiaoyu lifted her head again, but with a noticeable change. "Xiaoyu, what is happening?" Lu Zhe felt a surge of wariness. Then, in a flash, Lu Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful punch at his feet. Fortunately, Lu Zhe had swiftly moved away, turning his back to Gu Yuna and the others, and gravely warned, "Gu Yuna, you all need to leave here quickly. Xiaoyu is acting strangely." Gu Yuna understood instantly, recognizing the gravity etched on Lu Zhe's face. Soon after, she and the other 5 successfully exited the training room, leaving Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu to face each other. Tension thick in the air as if they were on the verge of combat. "Xiaoyu, what is wrong with you?" Lu Zhe asked solemnly. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu simply replied, I just haven't felt this way in a long time. In that instant, Lu Zhe realized that the sibling he once knew was no longer present. Lu Xiaoyu had transformed into someone entirely different. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu offered a faint smile and slowly remarked, I am indeed the truth. The mention of such a title plunged Lu Zhe into a state of astonishment. If he were the truth, then what would that make of the entity residing within him? However, the enigma would soon be unraveled. Initially reluctant to disclose this information, he had not anticipated this fellow's swift awakening. At that moment, the truth within Lu Zhe spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe inquired, Truth, what exactly is this fellow? Oh, he is indeed a truth as well, Truth replied calmly. Stunned by this revelation, Lu Zhe pondered, there are two truths. Well, I am distinct from him. I embody absolute truth. As you are aware of my capabilities, Truth spoke slowly, his expression turning grave. The truth your brother possesses is relative truth, with but one ability, to render all powers around him ineffective. Are you implying that my abilities would also be rendered useless against him? Lu Zhe felt a tinge of pessimism creeping in. To be precise, from this moment forth, all our abilities will falter, yet his power will remain intact, Truth said with an awkward smile. How are we to combat this? Lu Zhe found himself facing an unprecedented conundrum. Just as he contemplated this, Lu Xiaoyu had already teleported before him. Though you are formidable, I am inherently your nemesis. Relative Truth declared with a smile, and then struck Lu Zhe in the abdomen with a powerful punch. Bang! Lu Zhe was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall before slowly sliding down. Cough, cough, this does not bode well, Lu Zhe remarked with a bitter smile. Not only does it not bode well, the current situation can only be described as an overpowering defeat of the ordinary by those with abilities. Is there any comparison to be made? It is a one-sided obliteration. Lu Zhe, although I abhor this method, we have no choice but to proceed this way, Truth stated with solemnity. Lu Zhe initially thought there might be some hidden trump card, but to his surprise, it was merely a retreat. Is this truly your final strategy? Lu Zhe uttered slowly amidst his flight. Truth, upon hearing this, responded with a measured tone. There is no other choice. I cannot contend with that individual. However, I suspect he won't be able to sustain his efforts much longer and should soon succumb to slumber. That is reassuring. With that, Lu Zhe resumed his circuitous path. In contrast, Truth found himself dizzy from the relentless chase, swiftly losing the desire to pursue. I am curious to see just how long you can maintain this pace. Truth remarked with a faint smile, subsequently halting in place while Lu Zhe continued to run. The aura of the deity has emerged. It seems that the Soul Master Tournament will indeed host some intriguing developments. Chapter 92. The Two Truths Truth. Do you possess any alternative strategies? Lu Zhe inquired gravely. Standing opposite Lu Xiaoyu, the truth hovering beside him mirrored his seriousness, for its abilities were specifically designed to counteract him. There is no option but to await your brother's awakening, Truth replied with resignation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but display a bitter smile, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, we are all brothers. There is no need for such harshness, Lu Zhe said with a wry grin. Who considers you a brother? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was entirely under the control of the relative truth. If it weren't for your constant interference, I would have awakened long ago, the relative truth reproached. I see, Lu Zhe suddenly burst into laughter at this point, leaving the relative truth bewildered. What are you laughing at? It inquired. My apologies, I just felt the urge to laugh, and besides, you should really close your eyes and rest, Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than the relative truth sensed an anomaly within itself, abruptly collapsing to the ground. Why? Its vision grew increasingly blurry. Soon, in a state of confusion, it closed its eyes. Lu Zhe, what is happening? The truth asked, bewildered. Lu Zhe merely smiled gently, explaining. I just sensed that the relative truth could no longer contain the force of the rules within Xiaoyu's body. Thus, it was only a matter of time before it fell unconscious. The force of the rules? At this point, the truth seemed to recall something and quickly grasped the situation. You mean to say that a third of your rule's power resides within your brother? The truth expressed disbelief. Taken aback by this revelation, Lu Zhe responded with astonishment. How did you know that? Goodness, it's true. The truth had merely guessed, not expecting to be correct. Once calm, the truth slowly smiled, saying, You dare to play such a game. Do you understand the consequences if the force of the rules were to go awry? It is precisely because I understand that I am willing to act this way, Lu Zhe said softly, cradling Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. Upon hearing this, the truth found itself at a loss for words. By the time it regained its composure, Lu Zhe had already departed the training room. Outside the training room, Gu Yuna and the others were on high alert. Just then, as Lu Zhe emerged carrying Lu Xiaoyu, everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them both safe and sound. Everyone, let us return to the dormitory. We'll conclude our activities for today, Lu Zhe said gently, then proceeded towards his dormitory while holding Lu Xiaoyu. Inside the dormitory, Lu Zhe gazed contemplatively at Lu Xiaoyu, who lay on the bed. He then slowly inquired, "Truth, could you elaborate once more on the power residing within Xiaoyu? Are you referring to the relative truth?" The truth responded with a smile. Lu Zhe nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Truth no longer concealed anything and spoke plainly. There are two forms of truth, absolute truth and relative truth. Originally, I was the first to emerge and the most powerful, but with the appearance of relative truth, I became suppressed. Relative truth's ability is specifically designed to counter yours, Lu Zhe remarked slowly. Truth gave a faint nod before continuing, "You should already be aware of my abilities. Combined with your paradox power, we are virtually invincible. However, relative truth is different. His ability creates an invisible barrier around himself. Within this domain, aside from relative truth himself, everyone else's powers become nullified, reducing them to ordinary individuals." Truth recounted calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. Then, a thought struck him, and he asked, "What is the relationship between relative truth and Xiaoyu? Is it the same as ours initially?" "No," Truth denied. "Relative truth could be considered your younger brother. But your younger brother is not relative truth." "What do you mean?" Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. "To be honest, I don't wish to dishearten you," Truth said slowly. But Lu Zhe merely smiled. "Go ahead. It's nothing unbearable." After a moment of hesitation, Truth finally revealed, "Your younger brother is actually a split personality from relative truth. One day, he will vanish completely, and the power of that rule will be reclaimed by relative truth." "So that's how it is," Lu Zhe nodded in understanding. Yet his expression remained composed, betraying no other emotion. "Aren't you worried that your brother might suddenly disappear?" Truth seemed puzzled, but Lu Zhe replied indifferently. "Xiaoyu is merely a personality. The outcome is inevitable. No matter how much I wish for him to stay, in the end, it will all be nothingness." "So, you've already come to terms with it?" Truth said in surprise. "Of course," Lu Zhe chuckled before rising and heading toward the bathroom. Truth did not follow. His focus now lay solely on relative truth. "After all these years, I thought you'd never awaken again. Who would have imagined?" Truth murmured, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu on the bed. Inside the bathroom, Lu Zhe's expression turned icy, as though he had already made his decision. "If Xiaoyu truly disappears, then relative truth must be eradicated," he whispered coldly. Though he spoke with resolve, a faint ripple of emotion stirred within him, quickly buried beneath his composure. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, he returned to the bedside. "There is no need for me to know your future plans, but at the very least, ensure both of us survive. Understood?" Truth said before merging into Lu Zhe's body. Left alone, Lu Zhe showed no further reaction and simply laid down on the bed. As night deepened, he gazed silently at Lu Xiaoyu beside him. "You want to disappear. Meanwhile, in the realm of truth, Lucifer, when exactly do you plan to seek out the divine child?" Leviathan asked, looking up at the lofty figure of Lucifer. Lucifer responded unhurriedly, "Patience. Haste makes waste. Now that both forms of truth have emerged, as long as we ally with the divine child who possesses relative truth, Lu Zhe, with absolute truth, will pose no threat to us." His tone carried a profound implication. "But will the divine child truly aid us against Lu Zhe?" Leviathan voiced uncertainty. Lucifer, however, exuded confidence. "Rest assured, the divine child will undoubtedly side with us." Chapter 93, An Excessive Demand? "Brother, wake up." At the break of dawn, Lu Zhe, still deep in slumber, heard Lu Xiaoyu's insistent call. Slowly, he opened his eyes. "You're awake?" Lu Zhe smiled faintly. The now awake Lu Xiaoyu grinned and immediately tried to pounce on him, only to be swiftly lifted midair by Lu Zhe. "Stop leaping onto me all the time. You're not a child anymore," Lu Zhe chided sternly. "Oh." Suspended in the air, Lu Xiaoyu sulked. "Let us go? Time for the training hall." Setting Lu Xiaoyu down, Lu Zhe rose and strode out of the dormitory. Following closely behind, Lu Xiaoyu seemed different, unreadable, as though something had shifted. Upon arriving at the training hall, they resumed their usual routine. This time, under increased gravity. Lu Zhe noted with satisfaction that Ning Tian and Zhu Lu had finally managed to stand, albeit with slow movements, a sign of progress. "It seems everyone is adapting to this training method," Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile as he approached the group. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were immediately enveloped in confusion, yet they soon grasped his intent. You have already acclimatized to the gravitational pressure. It is time to transition to practical combat, Lu Zhe stated slowly. After this afternoon's training session, we will cease our drills, and instead, I shall lead you to confront the criminal underworld. Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin was struck with astonishment, fully aware of the perils associated with the criminal world. However, this was precisely what he yearned for, as engaging with such dangers signified his ascent in strength. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. With a mischievous grin, he fixed his gaze upon Lu Zhe and inquired, Brother, if someone happens to make contact with you during this afternoon's training, does that imply you would agree to a certain request? Lu Zhe, taken aback by this remark, felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Yet he responded with a smile and a nod. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu's joy only intensified, and Lu Zhe, upon observing her expression, was suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. That very afternoon, the long-anticipated practice session had finally arrived. The excitement was palpable, not only for Lu Xiaoyu but also for Gu Yuna and the others. Before long, Lu Zhe cheerfully proclaimed, Let us begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gu Yuna and Qiu'er lunged towards him, wielding their twin golden and silver guns. Their speed was truly remarkable, surpassing that of an average agile attack-type soul master. Yet, despite their swiftness, they were ultimately unable to evade Lu Zhe's formidable prowess. Stand still. Lu Zhe gazed at the two approaching women with an air of ease as he activated his abilities. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yuna and Qiu'er, who had been racing towards him, abruptly halted in their tracks. How despicable! The flames of anger erupted within Qiu'er, but it was futile. No one could defy Lu Zhe's commands, not even those stronger than him, who would hesitate momentarily, let alone Gu Yuna and Qiu'er. What a splendid opportunity! As the two complied with his orders, Dai Huabin had already arrived behind Lu Zhe. White Tiger's radiant wave. A luminous sphere coalesced in Dai Huabin's mouth and was propelled towards Lu Zhe with great force. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Zhe did not evade. Instead, he gently waved his right hand. In an instant, Dai Huabin's White Tiger's radiant wave dissipated mere centimeters from Lu Zhe, as if it had never existed. You're still lacking a bit, Lu Zhe remarked, teleporting behind Dai Huabin with a smile. He then flicked his finger, sending Dai Huabin soaring like a cannonball. Bang! The propelled Dai Huabin crashed heavily against the wall of the training room. Coughing a couple of times, he managed to rise once more. However, Lu Zhe paid him no heed, remaining focused on evasion. A shadow darted around him with remarkable speed, each attack striking with relentless intensity. Yet, amidst this onslaught, Lu Zhe maintained an air of tranquility. The assailant, Zhu Lu, was breathless, utterly perplexed as to how Lu Zhe could evade her strikes so flawlessly. Zhu Lu, you still have much to improve, Lu Zhe chuckled once more, then repeated his previous maneuver. Zhu Lu was sent flying, collapsing onto the floor just as Dai Huabin had. Do not be overly naive, everyone, Lu Zhe remarked, turning his gaze towards Wu Feng and Ning Tian. Sensing the oddity, Wu Feng attempted to act, only to be immobilized by an overwhelming force. As for Ning Tian, he was forcibly plunged into slumber under Lu Zhe's command. Now, the training room was left with only Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Zhe. Brother, is there anything you cannot accept? Lu Xiaoyu teased with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt an immediate sense of curiosity, yet he maintained a smile as he replied, Of course, provided you can manage to reach me. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiaoyu shot forward like a cannonball, arriving before Lu Zhe in less than a second. In an instant, her elevated foot was aimed directly at Lu Zhe in a swift kick. Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, employing his absolute defense to thwart Lu Xiaoyu's assault the moment the latter appeared before him. After his attack was successfully blocked, Lu Xiaoyu instantaneously teleported behind Lu Zhe, thrusting a golden longsword toward his back. Such nimble movements! Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. With a flick of his right hand, the golden longsword in Lu Xiaoyu's grasp shattered in an instant. Subsequently, he was propelled away by a powerful repulsive force, crashing heavily against the wall. Cough, cough. Lu Xiaoyu coughed twice and then, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Brother, did you really have to be so ruthless? Ruthless? I hardly perceive it that way. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Lu Xiaoyu's lips. An ominous premonition began to flood Lu Zhe's mind. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyu reappeared before him. As Lu Zhe regained his composure, he leisurely activated his absolute defense. He presumed that Lu Xiaoyu's assault would be thwarted. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "I won, brother." To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu had effortlessly bypassed his absolute defense and placed a hand on his shoulder. Lu Zhe, utterly bewildered, could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Lu Xiaoyu had indeed made contact. Shortly thereafter, she cheerfully declared, "Since I touched you, does that mean I have won?" In resignation, Lu Zhe could only manage a wry smile and concede, "You have won." Upon hearing of her victory, Lu Xiaoyu's spirit soared, and she regarded Lu Zhe with an expression brimming with mischief. Lu Zhe felt a sense of foreboding. "What is it that you wish me to agree to?" After pondering thoughtfully with her chin resting on her hand, Lu Xiaoyu revealed an astonishing idea. "Brother, why don't you wear women's clothing to teach us tomorrow?" she said, her innocent smile radiating joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe instantly felt displeased. If he were to don women's attire, wouldn't that utterly ruin his persona? He was about to refuse when, at that moment, Guyuna and their 6 companions strolled over leisurely, each wearing a smile. "Is the teacher having second thoughts?" Xiao teased with a grin. Ning Tian chimed in, fanning the flames. "Wearing women's clothing doesn't seem too outrageous, does it? It's just for a day. It's not a big deal." At that moment, Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, under the relentless coaxing of Lu Xiaoyu and the others, he relented. "All right, I shall wear women's clothing for a day tomorrow. It's nothing to fuss about," Lu Zhe said reluctantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately burst with excitement. Observing their exuberance, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Alas, this generation of students truly knows how to have fun. In the evening, Lu Zhe lay on his bed, contemplating the events of that afternoon. "Lu Zhe, your younger brother is quite remarkable," Truth said with a playful grin as he appeared. Lu Zhe rose to question. "Xiaoyu used the ability of relative truth this afternoon, didn't he?" "Oh, I thought you were unaware," Truth replied with a smile. With confirmation received, Lu Zhe gazed out the window. Xiaoyu is indeed exceptionally gifted. He managed to grasp the application of relative truth in just one day. However, Truth's expression turned grave as he stated, "While this is indeed a good thing, if misused, those around him may suffer." At these words, Lu Zhe cast a meaningful glance at Truth before returning his gaze to the window. "As long as I am here, such things shall not occur." "I hope so," he mused. Chapter 94. The Trials of Cross-Dressing. As dawn broke, a new day officially commenced. In the boys' dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu had risen early and swiftly made his way to Lu Zhe's room. "Brother, it's time to fulfill your promise," Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile. Yet, upon entering the room, he found it completely devoid of Lu Zhe's presence. This left him perplexed, prompting him to wander around the room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhe emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered. The moment Lu Xiaoyu laid eyes on him, he was momentarily stunned. Wet black hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and he was wrapped only in a bathrobe, with his exposed collarbone appearing particularly alluring. For an instant, Lu Xiaoyu was transfixed, his mind ceasing to function. Upon noticing his presence, Lu Zhe broke into a wry smile. "So you're eager to see me in women's clothing?" Lu Zhe remarked with a. Coming back to his senses, Lu Xiaoyu frantically nodded, as if he had already made up his mind about today's cross-dressing. Seeing this, Lu Zhe expressed his utter helplessness. Yet what could he do? He then remarked, "You go and gather Guyuna and the others at the school gate. I will come once I change my clothes." "All right," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile, before turning and dashing out the door, leaving Lu Zhe in the room with a look of despondency. At that moment, Truth made her appearance. "Hee," Truth teased playfully, "I never expected that a strapping young man like you would be compelled to don women's attire. How utterly surprising." "What are you laughing at?" Lu Zhe retorted, feeling a wave of embarrassment. However, Truth seemed unwilling to let this opportunity slip by, teasing once more, "Oh dear. It's just women's clothing. You would look absolutely splendid in it." Lu Zhe, feeling a mix of anger and shame, contemplated retaliating but ultimately decided against it. He then picked up a storage soul guide ring from the nearby desk. This ring was procured by Gu Yuna at Lu Xiaoyu's request the previous night. Who knew what it contained, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Lu Zhe stared at the ring in his hand for a while, then proceeded to extract everything contained within it. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned, for the ring was filled with an array of women's clothing in every conceivable style. Upon witnessing this, Ji Li's interest was piqued, and he casually picked up a dress. Teasing, "Why not try on this skirt? It seems quite fitting for you." "Get lost," Lu Zhe merely shot him a glance before beginning to scrutinize the garments. Time slipped away, and eventually, he managed to find a suitable outfit. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu and her 6 companions were already gathered, imagining what their master would look like in women's attire. "Young master, do you think our teacher will look rather eye-watering in women's clothing?" Wu Feng, standing behind Ning Tian, chuckled. Ning Tian immediately dismissed the notion, asserting, "No way. Our teacher is quite handsome. He just doesn't bother to dress up." Wu Feng nodded, feigning understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu kept her gaze fixed on the campus, eager to be the first to glimpse her brother's feminine transformation. "I can't wait." Even Xiao Er admitted, brimming with anticipation. Soon enough, a commotion erupted at the school gate. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were immediately taken aback. This could not be possible, Wu Feng thought, his disbelief palpable. Even Dai Huabin found it hard to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. A tall girl was approaching them, clad in a striking black and red gown. Her elegant black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders and back, exuding an air of aloofness. While the group remained in stunned silence, the girl had already reached them. "Is everyone here?" she inquired, and to their astonishment, it was Lu Zhe's voice that emerged from her lips, causing a shiver to run through Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Brother?" Lu Xiaoyu could hardly believe her eyes. The girl was none other than Lu Zhe in female attire, and her high-strung demeanor was likely the result of being scrutinized by numerous onlookers along the way. "What are you staring at? Let us get moving." Lu Zhe's temper, now exacerbated by the attention, was particularly irritable. It seemed that the incessant gazes had transformed him into this formidable version of himself. Upon hearing the sharp rebuke, Lu Xiaoyu felt no fear. Instead, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she remarked, "Brother, you've donned women's attire. Might you lower your voice? If someone overhears, your reputation may suffer." Lu Zhe was momentarily rendered speechless, struggling to articulate a response. Ultimately, with no other option, he subdued his tone. "Is this acceptable?" he inquired, his voice now tempered with restrained irritation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly satisfied, and with a playful grin, she declared, "Well then, today, you are no longer my brother, but my sister." This statement elicited a cold chuckle from Lu Zhe. Although he appeared unfazed, internally, he was already contemplating how to discipline Lu Xiaoyu the following day. Thus, under the guidance of Lu Zhe in women's clothing, Lu Xiaoyu and her 6 companions embarked on their journey. Their destination was fraught with peril, according to Elder Xian. Lu Zhe was aware that a new major sin had emerged there, though its severity remained uncertain. This expedition was essentially intended to familiarize Lu Xiaoyu and her group with the realm of sin, striving to confine their encounters between minor and major sins, with the latter being solely Lu Zhe's concern. By midday, Lu Zhe and his companions arrived at their mission locale. Outside the town's gates, Lu Zhe was briefing Lu Xiaoyu and the others on essential matters. "For the time being, do not reveal your soul power. We must wait for the manifestation of the sin. Do you understand?" Lu Zhe regarded them with a serious expression. The group nodded in unison, subsequently concealing their soul power. With Lu Zhe's assistance, it was unlikely anyone would detect them as soul masters. As for Lu Zhe, he was no longer a soul master but had assumed the role of a major sin. Upon entering the town, another significant challenge confronted Lu Zhe everywhere he went. Individuals approached him for conversation. Were it not for his feminine attire, it was likely few would have dared to engage with him. Lu Xiaoyu, trailing closely behind Lu Zhe, felt a twinge of discomfort each time someone approached her brother. "These people are so annoying," Lu Xiaoyu muttered softly. Coincidentally, Xiao Er, hearing her complaint, approached with a smile and said, "What can be done? Who's to blame for your brother's striking demeanor in women's clothing? Perhaps we ought to eliminate those who approach him." "They are quite bothersome," Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. Xiao Er was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lu Xiaoyu's suggestion. "You mustn't act recklessly. We are here on a mission," she quickly cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu merely nodded and fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhe. Before long, a reasonably handsome man approached Lu Zhe. "Excuse me, beautiful? I wonder if you have someone special in your heart?" the man inquired with a smile. Lu Zhe, feeling quite displeased at being interrupted, contemplated for a moment before lowering his voice and coldly responding, "I'm sorry, but I do have someone I care for. Please do not trouble me further. Thank you." The man was taken aback momentarily by this response, but soon positioned himself once again in front of Lu Zhe. "I know you don't. And there is no need for you to be like this. While I may not be particularly extraordinary, I am at least a soul king, capable of protecting you," the man said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt quite irked. Just as he intended to employ his abilities to silence the man, someone else acted swiftly. Bang! The man was kicked away, crashing heavily to the ground. "I'm sorry, but my sister has someone she likes. If you continue with this nonsense, I want to hold back," came the voice of Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, his expression was one of deep displeasure, his gaze as frigid as ice, as if he were ready to end the life of the man before him. The man, who had been sent flying, felt a surge of fury and rose abruptly to confront Lu Xiaoyu. Yet, as he caught sight of the murderous intent in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, he faltered. "It was my mistake," the man stammered, beads of cold sweat forming as he offered his apology. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately rebuked. "As long as you recognize your mistake, why not hasten to remove yourself from my sister's sight?" The man, though feeling a twinge of displeasure within, managed to reply with a smile. "To be candid, my father holds the highest position in this town. Should you require anything, feel free to visit the Long family and simply mention my name." With that, he turned to leave, revealing his name as Long Xing. Once Long Xing had departed, Lu Xiaoyu retracted her icy demeanor and approached Lu Zhe with a warm smile. "Sister, are you all right?" she inquired cheerfully. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he continued to play along. "Oh, my dear brother, how wonderful you are. Truly a bother," Lu Zhe remarked with a forced smile. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that, and then she boldly took Lu Zhe's hand and walked forward. The group behind them, led by Gu Yuna, immediately sensed an unusual feeling in the air. However, none of them voiced their thoughts, they merely exchanged faint smiles. Chapter 95. Has Lu Zhe been captured? Having arrived in this quaint little town for some time now, Lu Zhe and his companions had successfully found a suitable inn. Although they had encountered a few troubles upon their arrival, those issues had been resolved. Now, all that remained was to await the emergence of the criminal. In Lu Zhe's room, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 stood together with utmost sincerity. Before them sat Lu Zhe, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon them. The severity of the threat posed by the criminal element need not be elaborated upon, for you have all experienced it firsthand. Therefore, it is imperative that we remain vigilant. Danger can lurk in any corner, Lu Zhe stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the group replied in unison, "We shall be thoroughly alert." A smile touched Lu Zhe's lips at their response, and he continued, "Now, everyone, please return to your respective rooms. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, he began to usher them out. The group stole a few extra glances at him, for Lu Zhe, in women's attire, was quite a sight to behold. Once Lu Xiaoyu and the others had departed, Lu Zhe reclined on his bed, deep in thought. "Truth, have you sensed the presence of a major crime here?" Lu Zhe inquired slowly. At this, Truth emerged with a smile, but his first words were not a direct answer to Lu Zhe's question. "You do look rather pleasing like this," Truth teased. "Enough." Lu Zhe shot him an exasperated glance before reiterating, "I am asking if you have detected any significant crimes here. Do not divert the conversation." "Hee, you truly lack romantic sensibilities," Truth chuckled before addressing the question. "The major crime within this town is not particularly formidable, but its ability to conceal itself is remarkably adept. The specifics elude me. Is it simply good at hiding?" Lu Zhe sighed in relief upon hearing this. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned, as he had arranged for Su Xiao to discreetly protect Lu Xiaoyu. Should an unforeseen event occur, she would be the first to respond. "Since it does not pose a considerable threat, we shall wait for its emergence," Lu Zhe remarked calmly. "Do you know when it will appear?" Truth asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked with a hint of significance, "Of course I don't know, but I have already surmised a little." "Is that so?" Truth immediately grasped his meaning and ceased further inquiries. Once Truth melded into his being, Lu Zhe rose and approached the window to gaze at the quaint town outside, a smile unwittingly grazing his lips. Some matters do not require contemplation. They will inevitably present themselves, Lu Zhe murmured with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle rapping echoed from the door of Lu Zhe's room. Without a moment's hesitation, he discerned who it was and calmly said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and Lu Xiaoyu walked in with a beaming smile. "Sister, what are you talking about?" she inquired cheerfully. Upon hearing this address, Lu Zhe playfully delivered a light punch to Lu Xiaoyu's head. "You really do know how to push my buttons," Lu Zhe said with faint irritation. Hiki, despite being playfully hit, Lu Xiaoyu showed no sign of distress. Instead, her happiness seemed to grow. "So what brings you here this time?" Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu wasted no time and directly inquired, "May I stay here tonight?" However, to her dismay, Lu Zhe coldly declined her request. No, he firmly responded. Why? After being rejected. Lu Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of grievance, gazing at him with an expression of pitiful longing. After casting a glance at him, Lu Zhe averted his gaze, turning his attention to the window as he coldly stated, no means no. There are no further justifications. However, Lu Xiaoyu attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Zhe. With no choice left, she could only leave his room dejectedly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained in the room, continuing to gaze out the window, lost in his thoughts. You truly are heartless, Truth remarked with a smile as it emerged. After casting a glance at him, Lu Zhe chose to ignore him, slowly stating, one cannot indulge him too much, or it may lead to difficulties in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhenli chuckled and replied, oh come now, don't speak so definitively. Your brother holds a great affection for you. In response to her words, Lu Zhe continued to gaze out of the window, yet spoke with an air of indifference. What does it matter if he likes me? At this point, Lu Zhe fell silent, unwilling to elaborate further. Zhenli, however, quickly discerned his thoughts and remarked, are you afraid that, should your brother's personality fade away, you would find it hard to take action? Lu Zhe did not respond to him, and Truth chose not to pursue the matter further, turning to sit on a nearby chair. Rather than fearing the future, it would be wiser to eliminate your brother alongside the Truth now, thereby avoiding some trouble, Truth calmly suggested. Upon hearing these words, a tempest surged within Lu Zhe's heart. You need not concern yourself with my brother, Lu Zhe retorted angrily. Truth, witnessing his reaction, could only smile faintly before vanishing into his being. The evening breeze was pleasantly refreshing as Lu Zhe reclined on the chair, his gaze fixed on the window. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Not even Truth, who could discern all of his inner musings, chose to pry into his thoughts at that moment. Lu Zhe remained seated, as if awaiting something. Before long, the gentle wind outside intensified, stirring the books in his room. It has come. Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly sparkled with alertness. In a swift gust, the wind outside grew stronger, prompting Lu Zhe to rise. Just as he turned, a voice resonated from behind him. Come with me. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a dark wind swirled around Lu Zhe, whisking him away. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Xiaoyu hurried to the scene. Bastard! Let him go. Lu Xiaoyu glared at the swirling shadow, radiating formidable power. Yet, the moment he took a step forward, the dark wind had already carried Lu Zhe away. The wind came and went in a flash. When Lu Xiaoyu regained his senses, he found himself alone in the room, fury filling his heart, wishing to rend the mastermind behind this calamity into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna and her companions, sensing the disturbance, rushed from their rooms. Upon entering Lu Zhe's chamber, they were taken aback. Captain, what happened here? Zhu Lu inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. But Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was icy. Without even glancing at them, he declared, I will find that mastermind and exact 1,000-fold vengeance. The sight of Lu Xiaoyu in such a state sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. At that very moment, Lu Zhe, swept away by the dark wind, bore an expression of cunning triumph. It was then that Truth, residing within him, comprehended his intentions. However, the time for revelation was not yet ripe. So Lu Zhe feigned unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, the dark wind finally ceased, and Lu Zhe found himself bound to a pillar. Where is this? Slowly opening his eyes in pretense, he began to play his part. At that moment, a figure approached him with measured steps. Long time no see, beauty. The person before Lu Zhe was none other than Long Xing, whom he had encountered upon arriving in this small town. Long Xing was exhilarated, for the sight of Lu Zhe in feminine attire was before him. With a mere gesture, he could embrace him. Why are you doing this? Lu Zhe, still in character, questioned in a lowered tone. But Long Xing, brimming with excitement, replied, because I have taken a liking to you. I have never encountered a beauty with your exquisite demeanor before. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe let out a cold chuckle and slowly replied, are you not afraid of my brother coming to find you? What I have to fear? Your brother is oblivious to my involvement, Long Xing responded with a smile. Gradually approaching Lu Zhe, witnessing this, Lu Zhe continued with a sardonic grin, are you so certain that my brother is unaware? At this point, Long Xing stood frozen, before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach. Haha, I had the title Douluo bring you back. How formidable can your brother truly be? Even if he does arrive, can he survive to take you away? Long Xing exclaimed with boisterous laughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe fell silent, gradually lowering his head, leading Long Xing to believe he had surrendered to despair. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his bowing, the truth residing within him chuckled softly and remarked, Lu Zhe. Just as you surmised, that great sin is indeed present here. Lu Zhe smiled faintly upon hearing this. At that moment, Long Xing had already approached him and had just extended his hand, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. With a swift motion, Long Xing's hand was severed, and blood immediately splattered onto Lu Zhe. Realizing the gravity of the situation too late, Long Xing hastily clutched his severed hand and rolled on the ground. At this point, Lu Zhe ceased his charade, and the ropes binding him disintegrated like powder in the wind. It had indeed been quite the ordeal. Free from his restraints, Lu Zhe flexed his wrist and then regarded the writhing Long Xing as one would a piece of refuse. The game has now begun. Chapter 96. Return to the Realm of Sin. On this moonless, tempestuous night, everything in the small town had undergone a transformation. In the vicinity of the inn where Lu Xiaoyu and her companions resided, ordinary evil entities began to stir with unusual vigor. The reasons behind their sudden activity remained an enigma to Lu Xiaoyu and her friends. Fortunately, after undergoing rigorous training under Lu Zhe, their strength had significantly improved. They could manage ordinary malevolent beings with relative ease. However, should they encounter entities of a more sinister caliber, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. At this very moment, a monumental event was unfolding within the powerful Long family of the town. I beg you, spare my life, pleaded Long Xing. The young master of the Long family, now in a state of utter disarray as he knelt before Lu Zhe. Initially, Long Xing believed himself to be untouchable. But the brutal demise of a titled Douluo at Lu Zhe's hands shattered that illusion, revealing to him that this individual was far from ordinary. Lu Zhe merely smiled and inquired, I seek another individual. Do you know of his whereabouts? Upon hearing this, terror washed over Long Xing's face as he frantically bowed his head and exclaimed, I do not know. I truly do not know. Lu Zhe paid no heed and simply walked past the kneeling Long Xing. Once Lu Zhe departed from the scene, Long Xing let out a sigh of relief. That terrified me. I thought I was done for, he gasped. However, just as he prepared to flee from this place of turmoil, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a sudden thud, as he barely managed to rise and take a few steps, Long Xing discovered that his feet had been silently severed, followed swiftly by his arms and chest, until he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, unaware of what had befallen him. How naive he truly was. After leaving that place, Lu Zhe had arrived at the Long family estate. Observing the surroundings, he then gazed up at the blood-red sky. Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. That mouse certainly knew how to have fun, directly unleashing the realm of sin. Just as the words left his lips, an attack surged towards him. Boom. In an instant, the entire Long family estate was reduced to ruins. Having already evaded, Lu Zhe stood at a distance, gazing towards the source of the assault. A tidal Douluo, enhanced? Lu Zhe felt a flicker of surprise. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Die. The figure intoned in a chilling voice. It then lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lu Zhe's back. Get down. Reacting swiftly, Lu Zhe forced the assailant to the ground. He then scrutinized the individual closely, a level 95 tidal Douluo? Quite intriguing. Yet, in the next heartbeat, that tidal Douluo unexpectedly broke free from the constraints of truth and charged at Lu Zhe once more. Kneel. Although Lu Zhe was somewhat astonished that this individual could break free from his restraints, he did not dwell on it. Calm down. I have a question to pose to you, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. However, the tidal Douluo seemed disinclined to engage in prolonged conflict, unleashing a remarkable surge of power once again. Yet, he soon came to a realization, no matter how fiercely he struggled, this time the bindings could not be escaped. Observing this scene, Lu Zhe chuckled and said, Surely you do not believe that breaking free from one set of restraints would allow you to escape a second. The tidal Douluo gazed at Lu Zhe with a look of terror, his entire body trembling. Who sent you to attack me? Lu Zhe inquired slowly. Answer me. The tidal Douluo attempted to resist, but ultimately could not withstand the force of truth. It was Lord Greed. He commanded me to kill you. Greed? Lu Zhe pondered thoughtfully before continuing. Where is he? Answer me. He is heading towards those 7 children, the tidal Douluo stammered in response. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was instantly filled with fury. With a swift motion of his right hand, the tidal Douluo vanished into thin air. It would be wise not to act recklessly. Lu Zhe coldly directed his gaze towards the direction of Lu Xiaoyu. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions remained oblivious to the impending arrival of the sin of greed. Captain, is this what the teacher described as an exceedingly dangerous sin? Dai Huabin exclaimed with excitement. It seems rather feeble. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt disinclined to speak further, yet still cautioned. This is merely the most rudimentary form of crime. Have you forgotten about the events in Qinyuan City? Upon hearing her words, Dai Huabin was momentarily at a loss for words. He then steeled himself and resumed grappling with the ordinary criminals. At that moment, Gu Yuna approached Lu Xiaoyu. Her expression grave as she remarked, Lu Zhe mentioned that these ordinary criminals seem to have evolved from common people and pose no significant threat. However, we must remain vigilant against minor offenders. Acknowledging this, Lu Xiaoyu coldly replied, for his thoughts were consumed elsewhere. After all, his brother's whereabouts remained uncertain, and he needed to hasten back to his side. Just then, a criminal gradually emerged into their line of sight. What is that? Ning Tian questioned. Peering at the figure with curiosity, she sensed that this criminal differed from the others, yet she could not discern how. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin, emboldened, charged toward the unknown criminal, exclaiming, "No matter what you are, encountering me will be your misfortune." However, Lu Xiaoyu immediately perceived the danger and shouted, "Dai Huabin, retreat. That is a minor offender." Before he could react, Dai Huabin was struck in the abdomen by the criminal's fist, hurtling him like a projectile into a distant building. The criminal emitted an eerie laugh, then turned its gaze toward Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Is this what a minor offender looks like?" Gu Yuna gasped in astonishment, promptly brandishing her silver dragon spear and adopting a defensive stance. "Kill." The minor offender repeatedly uttered the word, exuding a level of power akin to a titled combatant. "Everyone, be cautious," Lu Xiaoyu urgently warned. At that very moment, the minor offender dashed towards them at an astonishing speed. In response, Gu Yuna and Qiu'er positioned themselves to flank the assailant from both sides. "Die!" Qiu'er shouted fiercely, wielding her golden dragon spear as she struck at the minor offender. Just as the spear was about to make contact, several black spikes suddenly materialized before the criminal. "Kill." The minor offender seized one of the black spikes and thrust it directly at Qiu'er. Fortunately, Gu Yuna intervened just in time. Solid as a rock, with a swift motion of her right hand, an incredibly hard boulder shielded Qiu'er from harm. The black spike clashed against the rock, producing a resonant sound of metal striking stone. After blocking the attack, Gu Yuna maneuvered to the side of the minor offender. With a swift motion, she severed the criminal's arm with her silver dragon spear. Immediately following that, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the minor offender flying across the space. The assailant crashed into a building but quickly rose to face another onslaught. In an instant, Qiu'er's golden dragon spear shot forth from her hand, pinning the minor offender against the wall of the structure. To everyone's astonishment, the minor offender not only survived but also wore an even more sinister grin. "Is it impossible to kill it?" Qiu'er exclaimed, her face marked with disbelief. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward, declaring, "It will die." As his words fell, he teleported in front of the minor offender, his golden sword descending without hesitation. Lu Xiaoyu acted swiftly. Little Zue had no opportunity to react before his head fell to the ground. With his demise, Lu Xiaoyu exhaled in relief as she gazed at the lifeless body of Little Zue. The onlookers also sighed in relief, including Dai Huabin, who had just been assisted out from the ruins by Zhu Lu, feeling a pang of regret for his own arrogance. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the crowd, realizing that everyone had no further matters to discuss, and then remarked, "It seems we cannot linger here any longer. We should depart at once." Before Lu Xiaoyu could finish his words, a fierce gust of wind swept up behind him. Soon after, a figure gradually emerged within the sight of Lu Xiaoyu and his 6 companions. "Come with me, son of God." Chapter 97, The 10 Sons, Fairness and Justice. "Come with me, son of God." The speaker was a man, exuding an aura that instilled fear in those around him. Lu Xiaoyu and the others were utterly perplexed by the intentions of the figure before them, as well as his identity, which remained shrouded in mystery. However, had Lu Zhe been present, he would have recognized this man at first glance. Indeed, the individual in question was none other than the 5th seed of fairness, who had traversed from the realm of truth to this world. Of course, he was not the sole member of the 10 sons to arrive here. His partner, the 6th seed of justice, had also accompanied him, albeit still lurking in the shadows. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that this formidable being was far beyond their capacity to contend with. "Captain, what shall we do?" Zhu Lu inquired in a state of panic. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Fairness. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Xiaoyu asked slowly. Fairness, upon hearing her question, smiled faintly and replied, "I am your servant." This unexpected revelation took everyone by surprise. Such a powerful entity was merely a servant to Lu Xiaoyu. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu seemed unfazed. Her thoughts already focused on escaping this place with Gu Yuna and the others. "Since you are my servant, kindly disappear from my sight," Lu Xiaoyu commanded with authority. In response, Fairness displayed no sign of emotional disturbance. Rather, he chuckled and declined. "That is not an option. You must return with me today." "Why should I? Where I choose to go is not for you to dictate," Lu Xiaoyu retorted in an irate tone. However, before she could anticipate his next move, Fairness suddenly appeared before her and, without a word, lifted her effortlessly. "Let go of me," Lu Xiaoyu protested vigorously. Fairness merely cast a dispassionate glance in her direction before preparing to depart. Time is of the essence. That insufferable individual is approaching. Fairness seemed to sense something, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the next instant, a figure plummeted from above, crashing onto Fairness and embedding him into the ground. "Who permitted you to lay a hand on my brother?" A familiar voice resonated from behind Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly turned around and discovered that it was Lu Zhe, his body in tatters. She hurriedly asked with concern, "Brother, what has happened to you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely patted his head and replied with a gentle smile, "It's nothing. I just encountered a mouse on my way back." He then fixed his gaze upon the figure embedded in the ground, which was Gongping. As Gongping slowly rose, he glanced at the person who had fallen upon him, his expression turning grave. "I apologize for not being able to hold back this monster." The person who had landed on Gongping was none other than Gongzheng. At that moment, he was covered in wounds, evidently having suffered greatly while trying to impede Lu Zhe. After hearing this explanation, Gongping cautiously stood and cast Gongzheng aside, his demeanor notably serious. "I did not expect you to possess the strength of original sin," Gongping remarked coldly, his eyes fixed on Lu Zhe. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhe suddenly appeared before him, stomping on his face and driving him once more into the ground. "It's been quite a while, yet your penchant for idle chatter remains unchanged," Lu Zhe remarked with a congenial smile. The humiliation of being trampled ignited a fierce response from Gongping, who retorted, "Do not go too far." Yet, before he could finish his protest, Lu Zhe kicked him away once more. "I've had enough. I initially thought the sin of greed posed no threat, but your arrival has proven otherwise," Lu Zhe declared, shaking his hand. He then lunged towards Gongping again, offering him no respite. This time, Lu Zhe intended to completely eradicate this bothersome figure. Sensing the paradoxical power in Lu Zhe's grasp, Gongping teleported to a distant location. In the very moment he vanished, a deep crater formed at the spot Lu Zhe had touched. "You have not changed at all. You truly excel at evasion," Lu Zhe exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his pursuit of Gongping as he approached the fallen Gongzheng. "One less adversary is better than none," Lu Zhe said, seizing Gongzheng by the head and lifting him up. Observing this from afar, Gongping immediately lost his resolve and swiftly turned to flee into the distance. As Lu Zhe gazed at the retreating figure, a cold smile escaped his lips. Erased. In an instant, the embodiment of justice that had once rested in Lu Zhe's grasp vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering essence behind, as if it had never graced this world. Following the obliteration of justice, a figure materialized beside Lu Zhe. "Master, how shall we deal with this scoundrel?" The newcomer was Su Xiao, whom Lu Zhe had discreetly stationed to protect Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, she held in her hand a half-conscious wretch, and it was none other than the embodiment of greed itself. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhe replied indifferently, "Killing him is the only option. Such filth serves no purpose." Upon receiving the command, Su Xiao promptly raised her hand, prepared to put an end to the sin of greed. However, at the very moment she was about to act, Lu Zhe once again halted her. "Wait a moment. Master, do you have something to inquire of him?" Su Xiao asked, perplexed. Yet Lu Zhe's response was rather exasperating. "Did I not mention? From now on, do not call me master. Simply address me by my name," he stated with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao was momentarily speechless, having anticipated something of great significance, only to find it was merely a trivial matter. "Understood, Lu Zhe," she replied, and without hesitation, she plunged her hand into the heart of greed. With a thunderous explosion, greed was obliterated in an instant, showering Su Xiao with blood, which she paid no heed to. As greed met its demise, the dark realm that had loomed over the small town began to fracture. "Well, this journey has come to an end," Lu Zhe said, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Only then did the group collectively exhale in relief, though Lu Xiaoyu was left with a multitude of unanswered questions. The following day, at dawn, the members of Shrek, under Lu Zhe's guidance, commenced their journey back to the academy. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaoyu incessantly posed questions to Lu Zhe, yet he remained reticent, leaving her increasingly intrigued about her heritage. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Lu Zhe promptly retreated to his dormitory, with the others resuming their routines. In the dorm, Lu Zhe slumped into a chair, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Truth emerged with a smile. It appears your brother has begun to take an interest in his lineage. Are you not planning to share this with him? Truth remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely shook his head gently, unwilling to involve Xiaoyu in such a realm of controversy. Is that truly the case? Truth laughed mockingly before uttering a startling assertion. If your brother were to uncover the truth of his origins, do you suppose he would side with Lucifer? Impossible. Lu Zhe immediately refuted this statement. Yet Truth appeared to be quite invested, swiftly changing her demeanor. I do not mean to speak harshly, but it is imperative that I convey this to you, Truth stated with gravity. Upon witnessing the expression on his face, Lu Zhe immediately grasped certain implications. If you have something to say, please do, he gestured with his hand. In response, Truth ceased to veil his words and directly stated, if your brother is taken by Lucifer's people, I will kill him. Initially, Lu Zhe thought this was a jest, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on Truth's face, his expression darkened significantly. Rest assured, that day will not come. Lu Zhe abruptly rose to his feet and declared, adding, if such a day were to occur, it would not be your place to deal with my brother. A chuckle escaped Truth's lips at this declaration, and he fixed Lu Zhe with a gaze, saying, I hope you will keep your promise. With that, he vanished into Lu Zhe's being. Left alone in the dormitory, Lu Zhe's gaze drifted to the window, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Just as he sank into his thoughts, a series of knocks at the door abruptly pulled him back to reality. Come in, Lu Zhe said slowly. Moments later, the cheerful Lu Xiaoyu burst through the door, exuding joy. Brother, I came to ask you something, she exclaimed as she bounded to Lu Zhe's side with a smile. Lu Zhe gazed at his smile, and for reasons unknown, his previously despondent mood instantly lifted. He then chuckled and inquired, what is it that you seek from me this time? It concerns the man from that night. I am curious as to why he referred to himself as my servant, Lu Xiaoyu questioned with a hint of perplexity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards the window, seemingly evading something. Brother, are you concealing something from me? Lu Xiaoyu discerned at once. However, Lu Zhe responded with a smile. What could I possibly hide from you? Rest assured, that individual was merely speaking without intent that day. Is that true? Lu Xiaoyu replied with a hint of skepticism, but soon dismissed the matter from her mind. Brother, we are about to participate in the Soul Master competition, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe did not contemplate further and straightforwardly inquired, and then what? If I were to secure the championship in the Soul Master competition, would you grant me a request? Lu Xiaoyu smiled innocently. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of perplexity, pondering what mischief this young lad was concocting. Nevertheless, he responded with a smile, certainly. Provided you can secure the championship. Higi, that's a simple task, just await my request. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a grin, then dashed out the door without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Such a clever, mischievous child, he mused as he reclined on his bed, preparing to rest. In the Douluo continent, within an obscure valley, stood an imposing edifice, the Holy Spirit cult. Inside the church, at the highest point, sat the stern and serious figure of Collapse. Kneeling before him was the individual who had narrowly escaped Lu Zhe, Justice. Did I not instruct you against acting independently? Collapse's expression was one of intense fury. Justice, on the ground, dared not even draw a breath. I acknowledge my fault. I implore you, Chief, spare my life, Justice quickly confessed. Observing the scene, Collapse exhaled slowly. After all, aside from himself, only the other members of the 10 Sons could contend with rival factions, and 2 of them had already perished. He could not even guarantee the safety of the Sun during the Soul Master competition. Very well, were it not for your current status as our mainstay, you would be in serious trouble, Collapse stated with measured calm before rising and departing the hall. Meanwhile, Justice, fortunate to have salvaged his life, gasped for air, as though he had just traversed the gates of death. Chapter 98. A moment of relaxation, teacher. I wish to grow stronger. This declaration emerged from Dai Huabin's lips. Standing before him, Lu Zhe wore a gentle smile. What has prompted such a thought? After a moment of silence, Dai Huabin slowly replied. I no longer wish to linger in the shadows of others. Every time I encounter someone formidable, I feel utterly powerless. With that, He lifted his gaze to meet Lu Zhe's. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Lu Zhe offered no further words but turned slowly to say, "If you wish to grow stronger, you must set aside the burdens of your heart." The mention of burdens left Dai Huabin in a state of perplexity as he was uncertain of Lu Zhe's intentions. However, it was not long before Lu Zhe continued, "I am aware of the situation between you and Hui Yuhao. He does not hold you in high regard. So why do you continue to hold him in yours?" After delivering these words, Lu Zhe departed, leaving Dai Huabin in a moment of clarity. As he lifted his gaze once more, he seemed transformed, directing his attention towards the path Lu Zhe had taken. "I understand now, teacher." The biannual Soul Master competition was approaching, and various academies and sects were diligently preparing for it. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were committed to their rigorous training in anticipation of the event. Having endured 2 harrowing incidents in the abyss, they had successfully undergone a metamorphosis. Perhaps the most significant transformation was that of Dai Huabin, who was no longer the arrogant and dismissive individual he once was. His previous traits had been subdued after conversing with Lu Zhe. Moreover, he no longer fixated on Hui Yuhao. His sole ambition now was to become stronger, infinitely stronger. In the training room of Shrek's inner academy, Lu Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed his students moving effortlessly within his gravity domain. Presently, apart from the support type Ning Tian and the agility type Zhu Lu, all other members of the 7 had achieved the ability to operate unimpeded by the gravitational force. It should be noted that Ning Tian and Zhu Lu had also made considerable progress, as they could at least move under the influence of gravity, albeit slowly, which was a marked improvement over those who had never experienced such conditions. The 7 had trained diligently under this gravity for an entire morning, and only when the sun reached its zenith did Lu Zhe permit them a respite. "Very well," he spoke gently. "Your bodies have now adapted to withstand a certain degree of gravity. Continuing this way holds little significance." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and inquired, "Shall we still practice together this afternoon?" "No need," Lu Zhe replied, waving his hand. "The Soul Master tournament is about to commence. You all should take a moment to relax." With that, he turned and walked out of the training room. The 7 companions remaining in the training room burst into laughter upon hearing his words. "Wonderful. Finally, we won't have to exhaust ourselves every day," Wu Feng exclaimed, lying on the floor in mirth. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Dai Huabin approached Lu Xiaoyu and gently asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Since my brother has encouraged us to relax, let us all take a moment to unwind." With that, he rose and dashed out of the training room. The others exchanged amused glances at his retreating figure and soon followed suit, leaving the space behind. By the shores of the sea god lake, Lu Zhe strolled alone, his expression suggesting he was deep in thought. At that moment, Truth emerged. "What occupies your mind?" Truth inquired with a smile. Upon witnessing his emergence, Lu Zhe exhibited little emotional fluctuation, merely responding slowly. "The Soul Master competition is approaching. At that time, those few rats from the 10 Suns will also appear. It remains uncertain when they will make their move. We could simply capture them and inquire." Truth replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but offer a wry smile. The true power of the collapse likely surpassed his own. The last encounter had been hindered by certain limitations, but this time would be different. Indeed, if even the realm of Douluo could give rise to original sin, one could only imagine the authentic strength of that being known as collapse. Truth nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Just then, a familiar figure abruptly embraced his waist from behind. "Brother, since we don't have training for a while, why not accompany me outside for some fun?" The one clinging to Lu Zhe was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, her face radiant with joy. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback by his words, offering a helpless smile. "You truly possess no sense of urgency," he remarked. "Indeed," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "such delightful weather is a rare treasure. It would be a pity not to enjoy it outdoors." Upon seeing this, Lu Zhe gently ruffled his hair and said, "All right, after all, Elder Xian hasn't sought me out for anything during this period." With a gleeful chuckle, Lu Xiaoyu seized Lu Zhe's hand and dashed towards the entrance of Shrek Academy. Though being pulled along, Lu Zhe wore an expression of resignation, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. A day later, Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu had departed from Shrek Academy and found themselves wandering leisurely along a bustling street. "Brother, where shall we go to play next?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a bright smile, still holding on to Lu Zhe's hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and affectionately remarked, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." With a playful grin, Lu Xiaoyu replied, "All right then. Subsequently, she took Lu Zei's hand, and they strolled along the bustling street, wandering wherever the lively atmosphere guided them. The two indulged in their playful escapades throughout the day, only easing their spirits as twilight descended. "Let us be on our way. It grows late." "We should find an inn to rest," Lu Zei suggested gently. Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, perhaps exhausted from a day of play, and simply climbed onto Lu Zei's back. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zei offered a faint smile before carrying the weary Lu Xiaoyu to an inn. At the front desk, Lu Zei calmly stated, "2 rooms, please." The attendant, with a look of discomfort, responded, "I apologize, sir, but we only have 1 room left. What do you think?" "Only 1 room?" Lu Zei murmured thoughtfully. After a moment's consideration, he decided, "Very well, take me there." "Certainly, sir," the attendant replied with a smile, leading Lu Zei to the remaining room. Upon entering, Lu Zei glanced at the slumbering Lu Xiaoyu, who had seemingly drifted off to sleep. He gently placed him on the bed before retreating to the bathroom. "Truth, is there anything unusual in the vicinity?" Lu Zei inquired, his senses heightened. Truth emerged with a playful demeanor, teasingly responding, "Rest assured. There is no scent of malice here, merely a gluttonous cat." "What do you mean?" Lu Zei asked, puzzled by the remark. Truth merely waved a hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just joking." Upon observing the situation, Lu Zei ceased his inquiries and simply submerged himself in the bathtub. It had been an eternity since he had felt such relaxation. As he soaked in the warm water, a deep sigh escaped his lips. Gradually, he closed his eyes, indulging in the tranquility. In the realm of truth, within the corridors of a grand palace, Lucifer gazed out at the scenery. At that moment, Leviathan approached him with deliberate steps. "Lucifer, I believe the time has come. We ought to seek the Son of God," Leviathan stated earnestly. Lucifer, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, replied, "It is not yet time. When the moment is right, I shall naturally bring the Son of God home." "What about the collapse?" Leviathan suddenly recalled certain matters. "Collapse?" Lucifer paused momentarily, then smirked. "They are merely a means to delay, Lu Zei. Is it possible that the item you provided to the collapse is of no significance?" Leviathan realized with a start. Lucifer merely gestured for him to lower his voice. "It is not without purpose. That item is specifically designed to breach the dimensional barrier between the realm of truth and the Douluo world, although it can only be sustained for a minute. That is sufficient." Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Leviathan. Now he understood. To him, Lucifer truly was a being capable of anything for the sake of his objectives. However, this was merely his perspective. At the very least, Lucifer was aligned with him. The two ceased their conversation, and Lucifer once again turned his gaze towards the corridor outside. "I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, Lu Zei." Chapter 99. Days of leisure. Struggling to breathe, Lu Zei abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover a figure pressing down upon him. "Xiaoyu, get up." "I can't breathe," Lu Zei exclaimed, patting Lu Xiaoyu on the back. Awakened by his touch, Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Lu Zei, and then once more buried her head beneath the covers. Seeing this, Lu Zei could only smile helplessly before forcibly lifting him up. "Having a younger brother is truly troublesome," Lu Zei said with a wry smile. He then gently placed Lu Xiaoyu back on the bed and moved to the window to gaze outside. After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to leave, but just as he opened the door, Lu Xiaoyu darted to his side like a leopard. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a cheerful smile. Lu Zei gazed at his spirited demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. "I thought you wouldn't get out of bed," he remarked with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed, and she averted her gaze, softly murmuring, "Staying in bed a little longer is hardly a significant matter." Lu Zei was rendered speechless by her words, at a loss for how to respond. Since she was awake, it was time to leave this place, Lu Zei said slowly. "All right, let us head to our next destination," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. And then she darted ahead of Lu Zei. Truly, Lu Zei was left dumbfounded. After enjoying breakfast, the two brothers set off once more towards their next destination, the Douluo Empire. After a series of adventures, they finally arrived at the gates of Douluo City. "Brother, did you participate in the Soul Master competition here before?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "Indeed, but I missed the finals," Lu Zei replied with a gentle smile. "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu nodded in response, then teased, "So, my big brother is just a slacker." "What you say is quite absurd," Lu Zei lightly tapped her on the head, at a loss for words. "Hee hee." Lu Xiaoyu mischievously chuckled, then ran toward the city. Within Douluo City, Lu Xiaoyu was wandering about, while Lu Zei followed behind her, wearing a broad smile. Everything seemed perfectly normal until a few women approached Lu Zei for conversation, only to be shooed away by Lu Xiaoyu. The once lively Lu Xiaoyu, who preferred to dash ahead, now obediently walked beside Lu Zhe, tugging at his clothing. Let us spend a few days here. By the time we return to the academy, the Soul Master competition should be commencing. Lu Zhe spoke softly. MHM, Lu Xiaoyu nodded dutifully. After indulging Lu Xiaoyu for an entire day, Lu Zhe settled her in a hotel and ventured out alone. By the lakeside, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely. At that moment, Truth appeared. Why aren't you accompanying your younger sister? Truth remarked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe slowly remarked, he has been mad all day. It would be beneficial for him to rest for a while. So, what do you intend to do? Truth inquired softly. Lu Zhe halted his steps, gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake, and a faint smile graced his lips. Let us find something to do, he chuckled. Upon hearing this, Truth paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. You noticed it too? She giggled. Of course. How could I possibly miss that nauseating aura? Lu Zhe replied slowly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished from the lakeside. When he reappeared, he stood atop a building. What a lively scene, Lu Zhe remarked, looking down at the bustling street below. It's been a while since I've seen Original Sin, Truth said with a smile. Indeed, Lu Zhe murmured, his tone laden with implication. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on the thriving avenue, wearing an innocuous smile as he walked along. Let me see where the rats are hiding, he mused, as he turned into a narrow alley. Before long, Lu Zhe sensed the peculiarities of the alley. Hiding within the realm of sin, are we? He said nonchalantly. With that, he stepped boldly into the entrance of the sin realm. Upon entering, the surroundings morphed into something bizarre. A twisted space. It seems this original sin possesses some awareness. Truth commented humorously. Just as she spoke, numerous black spikes shot forth from the alley where Lu Zhe stood. Swish. The spikes emerged swiftly, too fast for an ordinary person to evade. Yet, Lu Zhe's absolute defense was not something easily breached. With a crunch, the spikes shattered just as they were about to strike him. Cackling laughter echoed through the alley as the shards flew apart. At long last, I have encountered a living being, a hoarse voice called out. Indeed, I have finally found you. Lu Zhe whirled to face the source of the voice, startling the hidden figure. Before the figure could react, Lu Zhe had materialized behind him. Found you, rat. Lu Zhe grinned wickedly, then delivered a powerful kick to the figure's head. Boom. The kicked individual was sent crashing into a dilapidated building, which instantly crumbled into ruins. The sin of lust? Lu Zhe murmured as he gazed at the wreckage, then shook his head. What a pity. You scoundrel, you fight without honor. The sin of lust exclaimed angrily as he rose. Fight without honor? Lu Zhe scoffed, and in an instant, he reappeared behind the sin of lust again. You are not even worthy to utter such words. Bang. Caught off guard, the sin of lust was pinned to the ground by Lu Zhe. I've had my fill of this, Lu Zhe stated calmly, gathering paradoxical energy in his hands. Realizing the imminent danger, the sin of lust roared. Don't look down on me. Buzz. Just as the words left his lips, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming pressure. Bang. In a moment of distraction, the sin of lust surged to his feet and landed a punch on Lu Zhe. I am a god here. What right do you have to call me trash? The sin of lust was nearly consumed by fury, his internal power spiraling towards its peak. Yet, Lu Zhe remained unfazed, even amused. You dare call yourself a god? Lu Zhe laughed coldly. Seemingly ignoring him, the sin of lust teleported directly in front of Lu Zhe and lifted his leg. Boom. The kick was earth-shattering, reducing everything around to ruins. However, Lu Zhe effortlessly received the blow. And you dare to claim divinity? Lu Zhe whispered. The sin of lust suddenly felt the threat of death looming, but it was too late to flee. Lu Zhe seized the sin of lust by the face, pressing him firmly into the ground. The earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Lu Zhe gazed down at the embodiment of lustful sin, whom he had pinned to the ground, and with a cold smirk remarked, I once granted you a chance, yet you have proven to be utterly ineffectual. As his words hung in the air, a surge of formless energy enveloped him instantaneously. No, I have yet to unleash my true power. I have not been defeated. With the final cry of the lustful sin echoing out, the being vanished from existence. Lu Zhe slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the disintegrating space, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have grown significantly stronger, Truth remarked with a smile. However, Lu Zhe responded with a tone of indifference in comparison to Lucifer. I still fall short. At the mention of Lucifer, Truth chuckled softly. You should refrain from harboring any illusions about confronting Lucifer now. That individual is far beyond your current capabilities. I understand, Lu Zhe replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then exited the crumbling realm of sin. returning to reality without a second thought, making his way directly back to the hotel. Time flew by, and before long, the Soul Master tournament was upon them. Simultaneously, the 5-yearly grand event of the continent was approaching its brutal conclusion. Chapter 100, The Opening of the Soul Master Tournament. The Soul Master Tournament, a grand event occurring once every 5 years on the continent. Due to the recent changes in the competition's rules, various Soul Master academies and prominent sects across the continent were engrossed in meticulous preparations. Inside Shrek Academy, within the familiar training room, Lu Zhe stood before Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 others, speaking with a grave demeanor about certain matters. Everyone had been diligent over the past month, and with the Soul Master competition approaching, Lu Zhe earnestly expressed his hope for their success. In response, Lu Xiaoyu confidently declared, "Rest assured, the championship is ours." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe could not help but smile, before turning to lead the group out of the training room. As they stepped outside, an acquaintance approached Lu Zhe. "Lu Zhe, this Soul Master competition is of great significance. It may influence the current state of the continent," said the newcomer, Xian Lao, his expression serious and devoid of jest. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Lu Zhe merely smiled and gradually remarked, "As long as I am here, Shrek's standing shall remain unshaken." Xian Lao, upon hearing this, let out a faint smile and patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder, saying, "With your assurance, I can rest easy." He then approached Lu Xiaoyu and the others, adopting a serious expression as he declared, "The future authority over Shrek's position on the continent rests in your hands. I sincerely hope you do not betray the trust that Shrek has placed in you. Count on us." As Lu Xiaoyu and her 7 companions spoke in unison, a look of satisfaction spread across Elder Xian's face. He then turned and approached Lu Zhe. "Come, I shall escort you to the venue of the Soul Master competition," Elder Xian said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chose not to speak further, instead following closely behind Elder Xian along with Lu Xiaoyu and the others. In the Mingdu of the Sun and Moon Empire, within the Mingwei Grand Hotel, Lu Zhe was guiding Lu Xiaoyu and her 7 companions towards their designated resting area, led by a server. "Once you reach your room, do not wander about, and refrain from causing any disturbances before the competition begins," Lu Zhe stated with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 others displayed an exceedingly obedient demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe turned and walked in another direction. Lu Xiaoyu, who had just exited the room, immediately spotted Lu Zhe's departing figure and quickly followed in his wake. "Brother, where are you going?" she inquired cheerfully, catching up to him. Hearing her question, Lu Zhe turned back with a resigned expression. "I must have something to attend to, otherwise I would likely be resting in bed." His tone suggested that he indeed had matters to address. However, this did not deter her. "Since I have nothing to do at the moment, I shall accompany you," Lu Xiaoyu replied with an innocent and carefree smile. Lu Zhe felt resigned, yet bringing along Lu Xiaoyu did not pose any inconvenience. The 2 brothers emerged from Shrek's resting area and, upon arriving at the entrance of Mingwei Grand Hotel, encountered an acquaintance. "Lu Gu, are you also here to participate in the Soul Master competition?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and was astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than Hui Yuhao. However, his appearance seemed rather dire, as though he had sustained significant injuries. "Yuhao, what happened to you?" Lu Zhe inquired, puzzled. Hui Yuhao, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile, scratching his head as he gradually elucidated. "While I was out, I inadvertently encountered a formidable foe, and, having exhausted all my resources, I managed to fend it off." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately comprehended the situation. "It seems your progress has been remarkable, as you can now face adversaries nearly as formidable as the Great Sin on your own. It was merely by chance. Had it not been for the timely arrival of my senior brothers, I might have met my demise," Hui Yuhao replied modestly with a smile. As he reflected on the earlier inquiry, he continued, "Are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition, Brother Lu?" Upon posing this question, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of anxiety, for they had witnessed Lu Zhe's extraordinary strength firsthand. "I am not here to compete, but merely to observe," Lu Zhe responded with a smile. Upon hearing this answer, Hui Yuhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward, proclaiming confidently, "Even if my brother does not participate, the championship shall still be ours." Hui Yuhao could not help but chuckle wryly. Indeed, how could he forget about this extraordinarily formidable individual? The path to Tang sect's resurgence was proving to be increasingly arduous. After conversing for a while longer, the group eventually parted ways. Lu Xiaoyu, under the guidance of Lu Zhe, arrived at a restaurant with particularly stunning scenery. Brother, what brings you here? A date? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe chuckled and teased, How do you know? Indeed. The already anxious Lu Xiaoyu immediately stood up upon hearing these words. Who are you going on a date with? Is it a male or a female? Are they younger or older than you? Lu Xiaoyu's tone was somewhat hurried. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Zhe continued to tease, He is much older than I am. What? Lu Xiaoyu could no longer maintain her composure and promptly stood up, grasping Lu Zhe's arm, eager to leave the place. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I was merely jesting. Is such a strong reaction truly necessary? He remarked, gently tapping Lu Xiaoyu on the head. Upon realizing that she had been deceived, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of displeasure and promptly struck his chest with a clenched fist. You lied to me, she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Subsequently, she puffed out her cheeks and seated herself beside him, turning her head away in a huff. Lu Zhe merely smiled, then turned his gaze towards the scenery outside the window. Before long, a woman approached his table. I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Zhe turned to face her, realizing that the newcomer was indeed the person he had been seeking. You must be Orange, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile. The visitor was none other than Orange, who had previously crossed paths with Hui Yuhao. With a soft smile, Orange seated herself and gazed at Lu Zhe, quietly stating, I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the Holy Spirit cult, but I am at least aware of the connection between the Sun Moon Empire and the cult. That is sufficient, Lu Zhe replied with a serene smile, gradually rising to prepare for his departure. I shall take my leave now. Shortly, some desserts will be brought in. You may indulge before you depart, he said softly. He then turned and began to stride away, but after taking only a few steps, he paused. By the way, you would do well not to harbor any illusions. Please, remove your facade in my presence, Lu Zhe said quietly. He then exited with Lu Xiaoyu, leaving Orange in her seat, who fell silent upon hearing his words. It seems I overthought this. Brother, what is your relationship with that woman? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely patted his head, offering a gentle smile as he said, regarding the matter of interest, do not overthink it. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded, somewhat skeptical. The competition is about to commence. You should return and rest for a while. I have a few matters to attend to, Lu Zhe added with a hint of affection. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied, slightly displeased, yet obediently made her way back to the Mingwei Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, the expression on Lu Zhe's face underwent a subtle transformation as he remained in place. I shall find you, little mice. Chapter 101. The first battle, the highly anticipated Youth Soul Master competition has finally commenced, featuring numerous talented participants. In the resting area of Shrek Academy at the Mingwei Grand Hotel, Elder Xian stood before the 7 of them. Children, the Soul Master competition has begun. Everyone must stay alert, understood? Elder Xian stated with gravity. The group responded in unison, declaring their singular goal, the championship. Observing their enthusiasm, Elder Xian turned and led them out of the hotel towards the competition venue. As they made their way, Lu Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of confusion, as he had not seen his brother and had received no news of him. This naturally stirred a sense of worry within him. However, Elder Xian soon noticed his unease and approached him with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu, your brother cannot appear for certain reasons at this time, so do not let your mind wander. Really? Lu Xiaoyu responded, still somewhat doubtful. Yet, Elder Xian's earnest demeanor suggested he was not deceiving him. Lu Xiaoyu chose not to pursue the matter further. In his heart, as long as his brother remained, that was sufficient. After a journey, the 7 of them, under the guidance of Elder Xian, successfully arrived at the venue for the Soul Master competition. Upon witnessing the gathering of numerous prestigious academies and powerful sects, Dai Huabin and his companions could not help but feel astonished. However, they quickly regained their composure, their expressions turning serious. It appeared that they faced a multitude of competitors this time. Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a light-hearted smile. Beside him, Qiu'er seemed unfazed by the presence of others. Do not underestimate them. These teams may possess hidden cards yet to be revealed, cautioned Gu Yuna, who stood by Lu Xiaoyu's side. After all, since the emergence of the Sin Face, no one dared to claim dominion over the continent. The formidable nature of the Sin Face was well known among all Soul Masters, and no one could guarantee whether any contestants in this Soul Master competition would bear the Sin Face. This was the reason behind Gu Yuna's caution. Ultimately, the Sin Face was simply too powerful. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, Lu Xiaoyu became cautious. At that moment, the organizer of the competition made his appearance, and it was none other than Su Tiangon. the regent of the Sun and Moon Empire. Not only that, but standing behind him was Orange, who was referred to as the regent's consort. This revelation astonished Hui Yuhao, who had already formed a vague hypothesis about Orange, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Suddenly, a powerful voice commanded silence throughout the venue. The audience was uncertain of the speaker's identity, but sensed an extraordinary strength emanating from him. Hui Yuhao instantly recognized the voice's owner, realizing that his previous conjectures had materialized. His expression turned grave. Beside him, Wang Donger, who was disguised as a boy, appeared perplexed. However, after Hui Yuhao's explanation, she grasped the situation and felt a sense of seriousness wash over her. Following that authoritative voice, the regent's consort, Orange, stepped forward to deliver her address. On behalf of the regent, I extend a warm welcome to all participating contestants. I also announce the commencement of the Continental Youth Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. With that proclamation, the judges promptly called forth the teams for the first round of battles. There was no pause. The competition commenced immediately. The first match featured the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon against the Dragon-Slaying Sect. The contest was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the contestants from the Dragon-Slaying Sect being decisively overpowered by Meng Hanshan of the Royal Soul Master Academy, leading to a swift conclusion. Thus, the Royal Soul Master Academy emerged as the first team to stand out in this tournament. The Royal Soul Master Academy seems formidable, Ning Tian remarked, covering her mouth in surprise. In contrast, Chioer scoffed, are they really that strong? I fail to see it. Ning Tian and the others could only manage a wry smile in response. The dais matches continued for a lengthy duration, with the only contest that piqued Lu Xiaoyu's interest being that of Hui Yuhao from Tang Sect. The match involving the Holy Spirit Sect left everyone in attendance stunned, as they were the first to eliminate an opponent in the competition. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and her team faced their first match. How exhilarating! It's finally our turn, Wu Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Gu Yuna's words quickly dampened her spirits. During this phase of the competition, neither the captain nor I will intervene. So do not underestimate the challenge ahead, Gu Yuna cautioned softly. Understood, Chioer responded with a smile. At that moment, the referee announced loudly, the competition resumes. Afternoon session. Elimination round. Match 1. Shrek Academy vs Tianjia Sect. Each team, please send forth a contestant and announce your names. The competitors from Shrek Academy and Tianjia Sect stepped into the arena, locking eyes before slowly introducing themselves. Shrek Academy, Dai Huabin. Tianjia Sect, Han Yu. The referee, observing the situation, declared, let the match begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dai Huabin surged forward like a cannonball towards Han Yu. Caught off guard, Han Yu barely managed to conjure a shield at the last moment. Bang! Dai Huabin's fist collided with the massive shield, creating a gust of wind. However, Han Yu, sheltered behind the shield, emerged unscathed, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Underestimating Dai Huabin, Han Yu taunted, is that all you crack? Before he could finish, the shield shattered, followed by a complete collapse. Boom! Dai Huabin's punch landed squarely on Han Yu's chest. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Han Yu immediately lost the capacity to continue fighting. Dai Huabin has undergone significant transformation, Wu Yuhao murmured as an observer. Indeed, Wang Dongwu approached, noting that Dai Huabin had not even utilized his martial soul against Han Yu, and his demeanor seemed to have shifted as well. However, that's not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in Shrek's three main pillars. We may not stand a chance, Wu Yuhao admitted, his tone heavy. Wang Donger, surprised, rebutted that she believed Tang's sect was not weak and could contend for the championship. Yet, Wu Yuhao's next statement left her speechless. Lu Xiaoyu seems to have reached Soul Sage rank and has received training from Brother Lu, he stated solemnly. With that, Wang Dongwu fell silent, her mind racing with newfound awareness. Returning to the competition, Dai Huabin from Shrek Academy once again effortlessly defeated another contestant from Tianjia Sect. However, an unexpected development occurred in the third round of Shrek Academy against Tianjia Sect when Dai Huabin made a shocking declaration. Shrek Academy, Dai Huabin concedes. His expression remained calm. The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. Given his current prowess, he could have easily triumphed. The reason soon became clear. Wu Feng was set to compete. Although her strength did not match Dai Huabin's, her skills had significantly improved after training with Lu Zhe, enabling her to handle regular sect members with ease. In the second round of team battles, Shrek Academy fielded only 5 members, with Lu Xiaoyu and Gu Yuna remaining off the field. The other participants, under Chioer's leadership, entered the arena. Do you Shrek Academy look down upon us? The captain of Tianjia sect asked, visibly irked. Chiaoer simply smiled. It's not just you we look down upon. It's all who participate in this grand competition. Her bold proclamation stunned the crowd, leaving them in awe. Has she lost her mind? Directly challenging every team. I beg to differ. They are Shrek. Indeed, the might of Shrek Academy was undeniable. In a matter of moments, the entire arena buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, the 7 members of Tianjia sect wore grave expressions, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from Chiaoer. The match begins. The referee announced. As soon as the words left his lips, Chiaoer charged forward with her golden dragon spear. With a single strike, the combined martial soul technique of Tianjia sect's 7 members was shattered before it could even take effect. The match ended before it truly began. This was the legacy of Shrek. Chapter 102. Revised rules. Since the conclusion of the Shrek Academy competition, perceptions of Shrek have been profoundly transformed. Concurrently, the Academy's most formidable competitor, Chiaoer, has garnered the attention of various institutions and sections. The young lady named Chiaoer must be closely observed. Her prowess is remarkable, and she has emerged as a standout in this year's Soul Master competition, remarked Regent Su Tian with significant implication. Beside him, Juzzy merely nodded in agreement, indicating that she would indeed pay more attention. In the Shrek resting area, Lu Xiaoyu and her companions were celebrating their first victory of the day. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao had arrived with members of the Tang sect. Hui Yuhao has come? Zhu Lu immediately noticed their arrival. Lu Xiaoyu, spotting them as well, approached. What brings you here? She inquired, puzzled. Hui Yuhao responded with a gentle smile, then slowly said, Of course, we are here to celebrate your victory. I see. Then allow me to extend the congratulations of the Shrek team to you as well, Lu Xiaoyu replied thoughtfully. Before long, the 7 members of the Tang sect were engaged in conversation with the 7 from Shrek. Hui Yuhao was particularly astonished by Dai Huabin, who, upon seeing him, did not exhibit his usual demeanor but instead appeared remarkably amicable. This unexpected shift took Hui Yuhao by surprise. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that Dai Huabin had matured and grown in his perspective. By the way, where's Brother Lu? Hui Yuhao inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this question, Lu Xiaoyu's mood swiftly descended into gloom. I don't know. Elder Xin mentioned he had some matters to attend to. She replied curtly. I see, Hui Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. This inquiry had rendered the atmosphere rather awkward for everyone present. However, it was soon restored to normalcy, thanks to Hui Yuhao's adept mediation. Meanwhile, Tang sect and Shrek Academy engaged in a cordial exchange that evening, with no unforeseen incidents occurring. As dusk settled, both parties returned to their respective hotel lounges amidst laughter and merriment. It seems today was quite safe, a voice mused playfully from an obscure rooftop. Standing beside him, Lu Zhe wore a serious expression, as if deep in contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, the playful figure, Truth, expressed curiosity, still pondering those matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe came back to his senses slightly. Perhaps, I can't shake the feeling that something significant will transpire soon. You actually harbor such a premonition? Truth replied, visibly surprised. Indeed, I cannot fathom why I feel this way, Lu Zhe said with a wry smile, shaking his head. He then turned to depart, having his own reasons for not staying by Lu Xiaoyu's side. With Shuyao yet to make an appearance, Lu Zhe dared not act recklessly. What if she altered her original plans upon her arrival? Where are you heading now? Truth inquired as he floated beside Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe pondered carefully upon hearing this, then slowly spoke. Let us first visit the Mingda Hall. It would be advantageous to ascertain the whereabouts of those individuals in advance. The next day, as dawn broke, the Young Soul Master competition resumed. However, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere of the competition underwent a sudden transformation. From the elevated stands, Orange gradually made her appearance. I shall represent His Highness the Regent to elucidate the alterations in the competition rules, Orange announced loudly. Instantly, a wave of confusion swept across the entire arena. Observing the bewildered crowd, Orange continued. Following discussions held last night by the organizers of this Soul Master competition, it has been decided to modify the format of the matches. Each team will only be required to participate in one contest per day, employing a team battle system. The victors shall remain, while the vanquished must depart. Furthermore, this competition imposes no restrictions on methods. Regardless of life or death, anything goes as long as victory is achieved. Upon her pronouncement, shock reverberated throughout the venue, with some competitors rendered speechless. The magnitude of this change was indeed staggering, a reality not easily digestible for ordinary individuals, leaving them perplexed as to the rationale behind such a modification. Ultimately, the sole purpose of this alteration was to compel every participant to exert their utmost effort. After delivering her message, Orange retreated, leaving behind a crowd filled with astonishment and uncertainty. "Captain, do you not find this modification rather peculiar?" Ning Tian approached Lu Xiaoyu and gently inquired. Her words struck a chord with Lu Xiaoyu, who seemed to share her sentiment. "It seems too coincidental." Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. Ning Tian sighed in relief, hoping for the best. At that moment, the referee arrived at the competition stage. The Young Soul Master Elite Competition, Round 2 of the elimination matches, commences now. The referee announced loudly. Yunlai Academy faces off against Huxiao Sect. Competitors, please enter the arena. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 teams of 7 emerged on either side of the competition field. The participants exchanged scrutinizing glances, as if a confrontation were imminent. The referee declared, "Begin." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a member of Huxiao Sect had already teleported directly before the competitors of Yunlai Academy. "You pitiful weaklings." A man from Huxiao Sect scoffed disdainfully. "Do not get too arrogant," retorted a participant beneath his foot, visibly displeased. With that, he unleashed his Soul Emperor's power and stood tall. "Die!" he bellowed in fury. However, in an instant, a long sword pierced through his chest, splattering blood across the arena. This shocking scene left the other competitors from Yunlai Academy in a state of disbelief. Even with the rule changes, is it really necessary to resort to such brutal measures? A woman from Yunlai Academy shouted angrily. "The rules are as they are. Fear of death is inconsequential." The man who had dealt the fatal blow replied with a contemptuous grin. The woman's expression froze upon hearing this, and she was not alone. Nearly everyone present was similarly taken aback. Isn't this a bit too cruel? To come out swinging for the kill right from the start. If I were competing, I would definitely withdraw under such rules. Lu Xiaoyu merely shook her head lightly, unclear about the situation. The overall strength of the Tianling sect was commendable, as was that of the Tang sect. Would this not render the outcome a stalemate? Dai Huabin expressed his astonishment. At that moment, Gu Yuna approached slowly, remarking, "Not necessarily. Tang sect's Wei Yuhao is quite formidable, at least from an outsider's perspective." As the 3 conversed, their words dwindled, for the competition was on the verge of commencing. The match continued, with the Tang sect facing the Tianling sect. The referee announced loudly, "Please welcome both teams to the arena." As his words echoed, 2 teams entered from opposite sides of the competition field. Once the referee confirmed that the participants were ready, he declared, "The match begins." With the official's command, the competition finally commenced, and a palpable tension enveloped the arena. The spectators were uncertain whether this match would mirror previous encounters. On the battlefield, the captain of the Tianling sect cast a glance at Hui Yuhao and his companions. He then spoke with measured intent. "Are you the members of the Tang sect?" "What else could we be?" Hui Yuhao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Tianling sect captain chuckled and stepped forward, declaring, "I am Yi Hao of the Tianling sect. I look forward to your guidance." Hui Yuhao of the Tang sect. "I too look forward to your guidance." Hui Yuhao responded with a grin. As their words faded, the arena brimmed with martial intent. In an instant, Yi Hao surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. First soul skill, Tiger's Hunt. Yi Hao activated his first soul ring, wielding a long blade that radiated a menacing aura. To everyone's astonishment, his strike was unexpectedly thwarted by Xiao Zhao's shield. "Not bad reflexes," Yi Hao scoffed. However, it was soon evident that 2 other competitors from the Tianling sect had flanked the Tang sect members from behind. The surge of murderous intent immediately heightened the tension among Hui Yuhao's group, but fortunately, Hui Yuhao was keenly aware of their surroundings, thus averting disaster. Simultaneously, Yi Hao sensed something extraordinary and quickly locked onto his primary target. "Focus fire on Hui Yuhao," he bellowed. The members of the Tianling sect swiftly comprehended his command and surged toward Hui Yuhao. Rather than retreating, Hui Yuhao smiled at the unfolding scenario. "Snow Emperor," he softly called. At that moment, a petite girl appeared beside Hui Yuhao. "Snow Dance, Extreme Ice Domain." Instantly, the entire arena was enveloped in a chilling mist, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to discern the events within. "What is happening? Why can't we see anything?" Voices of confusion erupted in the arena. However, these doubts quickly subsided, replaced by astonishment. Once the frost dissipated, only Hui Yuhao and his companions remained standing, while the members of the Tianling sect lay prostrate on the ground. The match concludes. The Tang sect emerges victorious. Though the referee was perplexed, he promptly delivered the verdict. The outcome of the Tianling sect's defeat surprised many. In the Shrek preparation area, Dai Huabin, with a grave expression, inquired, "Captain, what just transpired?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu chuckled softly, poised to offer an explanation, yet Gu Yuna interjected first. It pertains to the domain. Within that realm, the members of the Heavenly Spirit sect lost track of Hui Yuhao and his companions, while the Tang sect, with Hui Yuhao's assistance, swiftly pinpointed the positions of the Heavenly Spirit sect members. Naturally, the match concluded. Gu Yuna articulated slowly. Dai Huabin, grasping her words instantly, began to ponder the future. If we encounter them, will the captain have a chance? He inquired cautiously. Such tactics may work against them, but they hold no efficacy over me. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. Having said this, she added, "Let us proceed. It is our turn now." The second round of the elimination matches. The third contest, Shrek Academy versus the Demon Spirit sect. The referee announced loudly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of cheers erupted throughout the arena. Amidst this cacophony, Lu Xiaoyu and her team approached the competition stage. While the captain of the opposing Demon Spirit sect, Wang Yimou, wore a look of despair. Is my luck truly this wretched? To face the reigning champions right after the first round, this is quite daunting, Wang Yimou lamented. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and took to the arena. As both sides readied themselves, the match commenced with the referee's booming declaration. The battle had begun, yet a perplexing scene unfolded as Shrek's team appeared to be engaged in casual conversation, seemingly dismissing the Demon Spirit sect entirely. Has the match truly started? Why do they not even cast a glance our way? One of the Demon Spirit sect competitors expressed his irritation. However, Wang Yimou restrained him, cautioning, "Do not let your guard down. This may very well be their strategy. Let us wait a moment longer." Thus, the members of the Demon Spirit sect assumed that this was Shrek's tactic, remaining still while the enemy remained still. Yet, 5 minutes passed, and Wang Mo's patience began to wane. He unleashed his soul power and bellowed towards Lu Xiaoyu and her team, "Are you looking down upon us? What is the meaning of this?" Feigning ignorance, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "Have you perhaps misunderstood something?" "What do you mean?" Wang Yimou responded, his confusion evident. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lu Xiaoyu boldly declared, "It seems we stated from the very beginning that we at Shrek hold no regard for anyone present. You are not our only competitors." Wang Yimou, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed, unleashing his formidable soul power, which astonished many with the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. Yet, in the next moment, Shrek astonished the crowd once more. Great flame wave. Gu Yuna stepped forth and unleashed her soul skill. The immense wave of flames swiftly engulfed the entire arena, leaving the members of the Demon Spirit sect with no avenue for escape, resulting in their disqualification from the match. As the referee proclaimed Shrek Academy the victors, disbelief washed over the spectators, for the Demon Spirit sect had failed to withstand even a single second of Shrek's onslaught. However, the true cause for astonishment lay in Gu Yuna's soul rings. The configuration of 2 purple for black and 1 red soul ring was nearly inconceivable. Yet it appeared on a woman. This must be a fabrication. Su Sanshur of the Tang sect exclaimed in shock. Even Hui Yuhao stood in stunned silence, having never before witnessed such a soul ring configuration, especially on someone who had already attained the rank of soul sage. It appeared that Lu Xiaoyu and her companions genuinely possessed the right to disdain all present. If the vice captain was that formidable, one could only imagine Lu Xiaoyu's strength. Hui Yuhao chuckled ruefully, reflecting on the collective astonishment that extended far beyond the Tang sect. Even the ever-confident Holy Spirit sect felt a twinge of unease. Yet, their trepidation was not directed at Gu Yuna, but rather the still unrevealed Lu Xiaoyu. It is well known that the unknown is the most terrifying of all. It seemed imperative that their plans be executed ahead of schedule, murmured a mysterious figure from the Holy Spirit sect. At that moment, a man approached him from behind. "Should we encounter Shrek, I would allow those few to take the stage. I do not believe you would falter against the others," the man stated calmly. Upon hearing his voice, the Holy Spirit sect members swiftly knelt before him, bowing deeply, and said, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall complete the task without fail." "That is for the best," the man replied coldly, before turning and departing. Chapter 104. The original Sin transformation. Today's match was remarkably effortless. "I wonder which team we shall face tomorrow," Lu Xiaoyu mused with a smile. After the conclusion of the match, the 7 of them departed the arena, for there was little left to observe. Well, since today's competition has concluded, let us return to our rooms for some rest. Do not wander about aimlessly. Gyuna stated with seriousness. Dai Huabin and the others dared not oppose her, smiling as they retreated to their respective quarters. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu found herself contemplating certain matters and made her way to the hotel rooftop. Standing atop the terrace, she gazed down upon the bustling metropolis, her mind wandering to various thoughts. Where might I go? Lu Xiaoyu lamented. She then reclined on the rooftop, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. I miss you so much, brother. In the Empire of the Sun and Moon, Mingda Hall welcomed an unexpected visitor, Lu Zhe. I must warn you, this is not a place for you to enter at will. A guard admonished sternly. However, Lu Zhe paid him no heed, choosing to disregard the warning as he strode inside. I have already stated, no unauthorized personnel are permitted. The guard, now visibly irritated, reiterated. Lu Zhe felt displeased and replied directly, it is none of your concern where I go. Upon hearing this, the guard was instantly enraged, exclaiming, you force me to kneel. However, before the guard could finish his words, he was overwhelmed by an irresistible command. Thud. In the next moment, the guard found himself kneeling before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe gazed down at him with an air of indifference and remarked, there are certain matters you would be wise to avoid. At that moment, the guard's heart was filled with trepidation. He had never encountered such a situation before. Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at him before proceeding to walk past. Upon entering the Mingda Hall, Lu Zhe sensed a familiar aura enveloping him. It's been a while, Lu Zhe, a voice resonated in his ear. Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and discovered that the speaker was none other than the esteemed leader of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongqin. It is rather peculiar that you did not attend the Soul Master competition, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Jing Hongqin merely chuckled before approaching him. I wish to know why you dared to intrude upon my Mingda Hall, Jing Hongqin inquired with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe merely chuckled. I have merely come to take a look. Do you believe me? Hee, I certainly do not think so, Jing Hongqin retorted with a disdainful smile. With a wave of his right hand, nearly 50 soul masters materialized in this place. You are not welcome here. I kindly ask you to leave, Jing Hongqin declared with utmost seriousness. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhe chose to disregard these individuals, continuing to stride forward. Without any further ado, Lu Zhe's expression immediately turned cold. In an instant, he appeared before Jing Hongqin, demanding, what is your connection to the Holy Spirit sect? Speak. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqin was momentarily taken aback. Though she contemplated resisting, she faltered the very next second. We currently have a cooperative relationship with the Holy Spirit sect, with the objective of unifying the continent, she reluctantly confessed. I see, Lu Zhe replied, nodding slowly. As Jing Hongqin regained her composure, she instinctively distanced herself from him, her gaze fixed on him warily. Who exactly are you? She queried, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Me? Lu Zhe asked, pointing to himself, before breaking into laughter. I am here to obliterate your Mingda Hall. His laughter faded, replaced by a piercing intensity in his gaze. Sensing the impending danger, Jing Hongqin urgently commanded, quick, eliminate this fellow. Now. Without hesitation, nearly 50 soul masters surged towards Lu Zhe at her command. Do you know why answer so feeble? Lu Zhe began, his tone deliberate. Jing Hongqin remained perplexed, uncertain of the implications behind his words. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe continued, no matter how numerous the ants may be, they remain ants. You are no different. A paradox. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mingda Hall was reduced to ruins, devoid of any semblance of its former self. The over 50 soul masters were obliterated in that instant, reduced to mere flesh and blood. As for Jing Hongqin, he barely survived by employing a high-grade defensive soul tool. All others present within the Mingda Hall, regardless of their identities, perished, leaving only Jing Hongqin alive. You are a demon. Jing Hongqin felt an overwhelming fear. He sensed the aura emanating from Lu Zhe, rendering even the esteemed Mu Lao, who had long departed from Shrek, insignificant in comparison. Upon hearing himself addressed in such a manner, Lu Zhe felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a surge of joy enveloped him. Bang! Before Jing Hongqin could react, Lu Zhe had already closed the distance, swiftly pinning him to the ground. Lu Zhe stepped on Jing Hongqin and slowly inquired, where is the Holy Spirit Church now? Speak. With no resistance, Jing Hongqin replied, the Holy Spirit Church is currently within the arena, and others are unaware of their precise location. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe finally withdrew his foot and stepped aside, seizing the opportunity. Jing Hongqin crushed a piece of black jade. Instantly, the entire sky transformed into a dark crimson hue, while the surrounding environment began to warp and distort. and Jing Hanchen himself became increasingly peculiar. A burst of maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Lu Zhe slowly turned around, only to discover that Jing Hanchen was enveloped in a bizarre shroud of black mist. The aura of original sin, Truth remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a profound astonishment. What could possibly be the reason? Truth, with a faint smile, replied, I am not entirely certain. It must be the handiwork of 10 sons. That truly is troublesome, Lu Zhe scoffed. At that moment, the being transformed by original sin, Jing Hanchen, arrogantly proclaimed, I have ascended to divinity. You shall face divine retribution. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe slowly advanced a step. In an instant, he teleported before Jing Hanchen. Paradox erase. An ominous force of paradox coalesced in Lu Zhe's hand, swiftly striking towards him. Before Jing Hanchen could react, half of his form was obliterated in that fleeting moment. Ah, the pain. Jing Hanchen held in agony. Yet, Lu Zhe offered him no respite, reappearing above him once more. Gravitational trample. Boom. In an instant. The being marked by original sin was forcefully driven into the earth beneath Lu Zhe's foot. Trembling violently, Jing Hanchen suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Die. The forceful blow struck Lu Zhe, propelling him several hundred meters away. Emerging slowly from the ruins 100 meters distant, Lu Zhe dusted off his clothes. It seems to indeed be original sin, he remarked. Kill. At that moment, Jing Hanchen roared from afar. Whoosh. Countless black spikes surged towards Lu Zhe in an instant. As Lu Zhe observed the situation, he did not evade but instead employed paradoxical defense to thwart all attacks. Just as he prepared to strike at Jing Hanchen, he suddenly realized that the latter had already positioned himself behind him. Die. Jing Hanchen bellowed in fury. Subsequently, he delivered another punch that struck Lu Zhe squarely in the back, astonishingly shattering Lu Zhe's absolute defense. Bang! The impact sent Lu Zhe crashing into a distant building. Coughing twice, Lu Zhe exclaimed with exhilaration, This is truly fascinating. Haha, I'm a god. I'm the sovereign of this world. Jing Hanchen laughed arrogantly. In the next moment, a formless stream of energy pierced through his chest. Have you forgotten something? Lu Zhe sneered. His eyes began to glimmer a deep crimson, and dark red energy swirled around him. I am the very truth of this world. Chapter 105. The Death of Hanchen and the Might of Lu Xiaoyu. I am the very truth of this world. Lu Zhe chuckled eerily. As his words fell, the previously distorted reality began to show signs of collapse. At that moment, Jing Hanchen merely glanced at Lu Zhe, standing frozen in place. For reasons unknown, he felt that his actions were devoid of rationale, almost as if they were a matter of course. You are merely a recipient of borrowed power. You pale in comparison to us. Lu Zhe grinned wickedly, approaching Jing Hanchen step by step. Unable to move, Jing Hanchen stood there, oblivious to the impending danger that loomed over him. Behold, this is the chasm that separates us, Lu Zhe remarked, resting a hand upon Jing Hanchen's shoulder. Paradox erase. In an instant, a formless energy engulfed Jing Hanchen, and when the energy dissipated, he had already departed from the realm of the living. The distorted space collapsed entirely the moment Jing Hanchen vanished. It is done, Lu Zhe said, regarding the now-raised Ming Da Hall with a faint smile. At that moment, Truth emerged. Hee, what are you planning to do next? Truth teased. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before turning slowly to say, Go find Xiaoyu. I believe the collapse can no longer be contained. He chuckled softly. On the rooftop of the Mingwei Grand Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu was fast asleep. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, startling Lu Xiaoyu awake. Is it already dawn? She murmured, her eyes still heavy with slumber. Gradually rising from the ground, she approached the edge of the rooftop to behold the sunrise over the city. As she gazed at the breathtaking spectacle, her mind momentarily ceased its musings. How wonderful it would be if my brother were here, Lu Xiaoyu whispered to herself. After saying this, she turned to leave the rooftop. However, upon turning, she found herself face to face with the very person she longed to see. How did the competition go? Lu Zhe asked with a gentle smile, standing before Lu Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Lu Zhe noticed his silence and approached him. What is the matter? Is the competition result not favorable? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu gradually regained her composure and then nestled into his embrace. The outcome of the competition is indeed promising. The championship will surely be ours. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Indeed, Lu Zhe responded as he gently patted her back, then added, Shall we go? ISNT today as competition about to commence? Lu Xiaoyu slowly nodded her head, yet she did not release her embrace around Lu Zhe. Seeing this, Lu Zhe felt quite helpless. Yet he managed a wry smile as he pulled him away from the rooftop. Within the arena, Lu Xiaoyu and her 7 companions arrived at their preparation area under Lu Zhe's guidance. His sudden appearance astonished numerous competitors, for in their eyes, Lu Zhe seemed like an ordinary individual, devoid of any visible fluctuations of soul power. However, the prevailing sentiment was one of confusion. Many could not believe that the man standing before Lu Xiaoyu was truly an ordinary person. Teacher, the rules of this Soul Master competition have been thoroughly revised, Dai Huabin said slowly within the Shrek preparation zone. Lu Zhe merely nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing this, conveying his assurance that he would intervene should they find themselves in peril. Upon hearing these words, the members of Shrek Academy felt a warm surge of comfort in their hearts. At that moment, the first match of the day commenced. Only 32 teams remained in the arena. The most promising teams included the Spirit Sect, the Heavenly Dragon Gate, the Proud Sword Sect, the Snow Demon Sect, the Tank Sect, and Shrek Academy. These 6 teams were universally recognized by spectators as the strongest contenders. Although the Spirit Sect's methods were brutal, they had become a trivial matter following the rule modifications. As long as victory was secured, any strategy was permissible. At this juncture, the referee stepped onto the competition stage. And observing the fervent crowd, he smiled faintly. The third round of the Youth Soul Master competition, the first match, is about to begin. The referee announced loudly. Now, Shrek Academy will face the Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy. Both teams, please enter the arena, he instructed. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully remarked to Lu Zhe, brother, just watch how we will swiftly defeat our opponents. Lu Zhe smiled upon hearing this, cautioning against complacency. For the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was the runner-up of the previous tournament. What? Runner-up? Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, yet her heart raced with excitement, as she was about to face the team that had secured second place last time. Soon, both teams arrived at the competition arena. Xiao Hongxin from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy glanced at Lu Xiaoyu across the field, feeling a twinge of seriousness. Despite his claims of being a genius, witnessing the Soul Ring configuration of Shrek's vice-captain, Guyuna, had shattered his confidence, not to mention the formidable and enigmatic captain they were up against. We must proceed with caution. Their strength is not to be trifled with, Dream Hongxin remarked gravely. The other members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy nodded in agreement. In contrast, the Shrek team appeared remarkably relaxed, seemingly dismissing the match entirely. As the referee confirmed that both teams were prepared, he announced, the match begins. In the blink of an eye, neither side made a move, standing still. After a moment, Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek unexpectedly stepped forward. The spectators anticipated witnessing the captain's prowess, but what followed was utterly unexpected. With a gentle smile, Lu Xiaoyu greeted Xiao Hongxin, saying, hello there, last year's runner-up. Instantly, silence enveloped the arena, and even Lu Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. This guy. Xiao Hongxin felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing this. Though the comment was not physically damaging, its insulting nature ignited the anger of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Consequently, Xiao Hongxin chose to strike first, with an agile offensive Soul King charging forward. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu remained in place, seemingly unprepared. The agile Soul King, witnessing her demeanor, felt a surge of delight. Isn't this just delivering a free kill? He remarked with a casual smile. Yet, the next moment, he regretted his arrogance. Lu Xiaoyu slowly raised her left hand, revealing 7 soul rings adorned with golden patterns behind her, gravity domination. In an instant, the agile Soul King found himself pinned to the ground at Lu Xiaoyu's feet. Unable to move. Why are you running so fast? Lu Xiaoyu calmly inquired, while the immobilized Soul King bore a look of despair. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Hongxin was momentarily taken aback, but it was fleeting. The next instant, he drew out a soul-guided cannon, aiming it directly at Lu Xiaoyu. With a thunderous roar, 108 soul-guided cannons unleashed a barrage. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, an overwhelming explosion engulfed Lu Xiaoyu's position. The audience gasped in concern, knowing that no one could withstand such concentrated firepower. Yet, when the smoke cleared, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu emerged unscathed. Is this the strength of a runner-up? She scoffed. Xiao Hongxin felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, yet he could not retort. At that moment, Dream Hongxin of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had crept up behind Lu Xiaoyu. Third soul, she began, but before she could finish, an invisible force of gravity enveloped her, rendering her breathless. Your thoughts are far too naive, Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. Dream Hongchen was sent flying out of the competition arena. This ruthless display of dominance sparked outrage among the male spectators. Yet the rules of the match were clear. Without strength, one should not enter the fray. Following Dream Hongchen's elimination, the team leader of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy chose to concede. The match has concluded. Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The referee announced loudly. Is that it? Lu Xiaoyu expressed her frustration, feeling as though she hadn't even exerted her full strength, yet the match had ended in surrender. With that, she led Gu Yuna and the others off the stage back to the preparation area. Meanwhile, in the Tang Sect's preparation zone, Hui Yuhao wore a bitter smile. Xiaohongchen is quite strong, yet to think they didn't even make it into the top 16, Wang Dong'er remarked slowly. Hui Yuhao merely shook his head lightly, acknowledging the terrifying strength of Lu Xiaoyu. After all, he was Lu Zhe's brother. It's inevitable. Having a strong brother guarantees one's own prowess, Wang Dong'er noted. However, this was not Hui Yuhao's primary concern. He worried about how long they could withstand Lu Xiaoyu if they were to face her. Simultaneously, the remaining teams in the arena had abandoned any hope of defeating Shrek and began speculating on how long they might last. If we can hold out for 10 minutes, that would be quite satisfactory, they mused. Chapter 106, Holy Spirit Sect versus Battle Elephant Sect. See, brother? This is my current strength, Lu Xiaoyu declared proudly before Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe gazed at him with a faint smile before turning his attention back to the competition. Aren't we leaving? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Lu Zhe softly replied. It is not too late to depart after this match. Shortly thereafter, the second match of the third round of the elimination tournament commenced. Now entering the arena for the second match of the third round, we have the Holy Spirit Sect facing off against the Battle Elephant Sect, announced the referee loudly. Before long, the contestants from both the Holy Spirit Sect and the Battle Elephant Sect entered the arena. Brother, what are you watching? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously, fixing her gaze on Lu Zhe. Coming back to his senses, Lu Zhe ruffled her hair and said, It's nothing. You and Gu Yuna can return to the hotel. I will stay for a while and join you later. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoyu's curiosity intensified, and she promptly embraced his arm. I shall stay and observe, Lu Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Lu Ziden burst into laughter and teasingly remarked, Can you comprehend this? What do you mean by that? Do you think I cannot understand? Lu Xiaoyu retorted with annoyance. It means nothing, just a casual remark, Lu Zhe chuckled. Observing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu felt even more displeased and promptly climbed onto his back. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Zhe asked with a wry smile. To which Lu Xiaoyu replied with a grin, It's clearer from up here. All right. Lu Zhe dismissed her behavior without concern. At that moment, the match between the Sacred Spirit Sect and the Battle Elephant Sect had commenced. The referee glanced at the competitors and announced, The match begins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several burly men from the Battle Elephant Sect unleashed astonishing soul power. Second, use the trump card. The largest among them bellowed from the center of the seven. Understood, big brother. The man referred to as second immediately grasped their leader's intent. The other 5 burly men swiftly turned and charged towards their leader. 7 united, martial soul fusion skill. With a roar, the 7 men instantaneously merged into one. A thick white mist enveloped the arena. It seems these sects possess considerable depth, Lu Zhe remarked with a faint smile from the Shrek preparation area. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, with wide-eyed curiosity, inquired, Doesn't that mean the Battle Elephant Sect will win? They're starting strong. Not necessarily, Lu Zhe replied with a knowing smile. Why not? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Puzzled, Lu Zhe merely smiled gently and said, You will see soon enough. As the dense smoke dissipated, a shocking scene unfolded before the audience. The 7 men from the Battle Elephant Sect, after executing their martial soul fusion skill, transformed into a singular tall figure with a perfect physique. Although he appeared less robust than the original 7, the aura emanating from him reached nearly the level of a soul Douluo. You have already lost, the man stated coldly. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive red soul ring appeared around him, and he propelled himself forward with great force. Meanwhile, the 7 contestants from the Sacred Spirit Sect remained oblivious to the impending danger, standing still. In an instant, the man reached the Sacred Spirit Sect's members and delivered a powerful punch to one of the Soul Masters. Puffed. The struck Soul Master spat out blood and collapsed, immobilized. The audience was left in shock at this sight. Is the Battle Elephant Sect that powerful? Could the Sacred Spirit Sect be on the verge of defeat? Many spectators, who had long harbored disdain for the Sacred Spirit sect, cheered for the Battle Elephant sect, exclaiming, "Well done." The viewing area buzzed with mixed feelings, some applauding the Battle Elephant sect, while others expressed concern for the Sacred Spirit sect. Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with pride, declared, "See? I told you the Battle Elephant sect would win, and you didn't believe me." "Really?" Lu Zhe said, intrigued. He continued, "Do you notice anything unusual about the other soul masters from the Sacred Spirit sect?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu scrutinized the situation closely and then softly remarked, "And no. Well, that settles it. They are merely spectators, eager to witness the jester perform," Lu Zhe replied slowly. However, Lu Xiaoyu was unwilling to concede, retorting, "I refuse to believe that. In any case, the War Elephant sect is destined to triumph in this competition." "Oh, so confident are we? Shall we place a wager?" Lu Zhe inquired, suddenly intrigued. Lu Xiaoyu, far from feeling any fear, was instead filled with exhilaration. "All right, what shall we wager?" she asked eagerly. "You decide," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. After resting her chin on her hand in deep contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu, somewhat anxious, admitted, "I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know once I do, regardless. I am certain I will win this wager." "Very well," Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. The two brothers then turned their attention back to the ongoing competition. "I've already stated it. You shall lose this match. It would be prudent to concede early to avoid unnecessary pain," murmured the man from the Battle Elephant sect. At that moment, he stood against 3 remaining contestants from the Holy Spirit sect, while the others lay defeated on the ground. Noticing their lack of response, the man decided to show no mercy. "You brought this upon yourselves," he coldly declared, before launching an attack at the 3 remaining soul masters of the Holy Spirit sect. In the blink of an eye, he reached the trio, and the spectators assumed the match was over, as did the referee. However, as the man threw a punch, an unexpected event unfolded. "You have become rather arrogant," a calm female voice interjected. The soul master, with a single hand, effortlessly caught the powerful punch from the Battle Elephant sect's man. Before he could utter another word, he was sent flying by a kick from the 2 Holy Spirit sect soul masters standing nearby. He crashed heavily against the protective barrier encircling the arena, slowly sliding down to the ground. Spitting out blood, he gradually stood up, wiping the crimson stain from his mouth. "It seems I underestimated you," he muttered, casting a fierce glare at the Holy Spirit sect. At that moment, the 3 soul masters had vanished from sight, their presence undetectable. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Suddenly, he felt 3 long swords pierce through his chest, blood gushing forth at the scene. "I will kill you," he exclaimed, unable to accept this outcome, desperate to fight back. Yet, the trio of Holy Spirit sect soul masters had already distanced themselves, observing him with an air of superiority. Determined, the man charged towards them, his heavy steps growing increasingly labored, as if he were nearing his limit. Soon, he found himself just a few paces away from the 3 soul masters. The entire audience hoped for his victory, but reality proved harsh. With a thud, he collapsed before them, possibly never to rise again. As he fell, he divided into 7 robust figures, each bearing a purple hue, as if poisoned. "Is he dead?" Lu Xiaoyu, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback, though the outcome had been predestined. "Behold, this is the final result. The Holy Spirit sect is far more ruthless than you anticipated," Lu Zhe remarked as he turned to leave. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyu followed suit. Meanwhile, the referee approached to assess the situation of the 7 robust figures from the Battle Elephant sect and announced, "The match is over. The Holy Spirit sect has emerged victorious." As the competition concluded, the arena fell into an eerie silence. No one knew the reason, nor did anyone wish to inquire. Chapter 107, A Word of Caution Xiaoyu. "Do not forget our wager," Lu Zhe said slowly as they made their way back to the Mingyue Hotel, carrying a visibly troubled Lu Xiaoyu on his back. Hearing this, she responded with exasperation, "I know, just tell me, what was your bet?" Lu Zhe pondered carefully for a moment before smiling and replying, "I haven't made up my mind just yet. It's perfectly fine to share my thoughts when the time is right." "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu responded listlessly. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe ceased his words and made his way towards the hotel, carrying him on his back. At this moment, in the lounge of the Royal Soul Master Academy, a thunderous shout echoed from a room, the voice belonging to Xiao Hongchen. He was not alone. His sister, Meng Hongchen, accompanied him, while their team leader stood before them, his expression grave. "Teacher, are you truly jesting with us?" Meng Hongchen asked, forcing a smile. The team leader fell silent upon hearing her words, and after a moment's pause, he spoke again. "I am not deceiving you. The Mingda Hall has indeed been obliterated." He hesitated, unable to continue. For the gravity of the situation far exceeded his own expectations, a calamity he deemed impossible. Yet, the stark reality had unfolded, and it was even more dire than he had envisioned. The annihilation of the Mingda Hall heralded the onset of a decline in the continent's flourishing era, a crisis only a handful had begun to perceive. In the room, Meng Hongqian felt a wave of weakness wash over her, collapsing onto the floor. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongqian trembled, as if something within him was on the verge of erupting. "I understand your feelings, siblings," the team leader attempted to console them. "But the Empire will surely provide an explanation." The two remained silent, lost in their thoughts. The teacher, witnessing their despondency, could only sigh quietly before departing from the room. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Holy Spirit Church, the being known as Collapse sat at the center, flanked by authority, who bore a serious countenance. "Chief, Lu Zhe must have uncovered our intentions. Is it not prudent to act preemptively?" Authority inquired, his concern evident. Collapse did not respond immediately, taking a moment before he said, "Let us wait a while longer. The sun has yet to reveal his aura. Patience is required." Authority was taken aback by this strategy. Yet the gravity of Collapse's response astonished him. "You and Wealth shall replace the positions of the competitors during the finals, compelling the sun to reveal himself." Collapse articulated slowly. Understanding his plan, Authority nodded and departed. Left behind, Collapse wore a faint smile, as if every element lay within his calculated grasp. At the Mingwei Grand Hotel, Lu Zhe, resting, was stirred awake by a knock on the door. "Come in," he called softly. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger, who had just returned victorious from the arena. Lu Zhe gazed at the two of them, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What brings you to seek my assistance?" Hu Yuhao, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled sheepishly before responding, "Indeed. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Brother Lu." "What is it?" Lu Zhe asked, his curiosity piqued. Hu Yuhao, sensing Lu Zhe's interest, felt a twinge of embarrassment but proceeded to articulate his thoughts. "The Holy Spirit sect, which is affiliated with the Holy Spirit Church, I believe you are aware of it." "I am." Lu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuhao's spirits lifted, and he continued, "The Holy Spirit Church serves as a gathering place for evil soul masters, who pose a significant threat to the safety of our continent." "So what?" Lu Zhe interjected directly. Hu Yuhao, no longer inclined to conceal his intentions, stated plainly, "I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our Tang sect, to stand together against the Holy Spirit Church." After speaking, he looked at Lu Zhe with eager anticipation, hoping for his agreement. However, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and then rose, stating slowly, "I shall certainly address the matters concerning the Holy Spirit Church, but I cannot agree to join the Tang sect." "Why not?" Hu Yuhao asked, perplexed. He had previously invited Lu Xiaoyu to join the Tang sect, only to receive a rejection, and now his invitation to Lu Zhe was met with the same fate. He could not fathom why both Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu were unwilling to align themselves with the Tang sect. Lu Zhe gazed at the perplexed expression on Hu Yuhao's face and said with a smile, "I have heard tales of the Tang sect's illustrious past, and I believe in your ability to restore it to its former glory. However, it would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourselves with the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Hu Yuhao, already filled with confusion, found himself even more bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Zhe then remarked, "The forces behind the Spirit Hall are not merely those of the Douluo continent. Even the Divine Realm might choose to steer clear." Upon hearing this, Hu Yuhao finally comprehended Lu Zhe's implication. Was Lu Zhe suggesting that an even more formidable power lurked behind the Spirit Hall? Hu Yuhao's expression grew grave. "It is prudent to be aware that power is indeed linked to the sin facet. If encountered now, I fear even I might not escape unscathed," Lu Zhe said softly. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion, yet Hu Yuhao remained in shock after Lu Zhe's earlier words. Once they departed, Lu Zhe approached the window. "It should be arriving soon," he murmured. At that moment, Truth made a sudden appearance, playfully exclaiming, "Do you truly have such faith in your intuition?" "Indeed, intuition never deceives. This Soul Master competition is bound to witness unprecedented changes," Lu Zhe replied with a measured calmness. Meanwhile, Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger were on their way back to their room, but Hu Yuhao was lost in contemplation over Lu Zhe's previous statements. Could it be that even Lu Zhe would not emerge unscathed? Was that power truly so terrifying? Just as he was mired in thought, Wang Dong chimed in with a smile. Since Lu Zhe has said so, it must hold weight. Do not dwell on it too much. In truth, Wang Donger was even more concerned than Hui Yuhao upon hearing Lu Zhe's words. She worried about what Hui Yuhao would do if he encountered those individuals and what her own course of action would be. Thus, she had silently vowed to prevent Hui Yuhao from taking any unnecessary risks. I understand, but I still cannot shake my unease, Hui Yuhao replied with a troubled expression. Observing this, Wang Dong gently patted his head, offering reassurance. It's all right. It's not too late to think about it when the time comes. Hui Yuhao felt a wave of comfort wash over him from her gesture. The two subsequently returned to their hotel room, momentarily setting aside the matter. The Soul Master competition had now escalated to a fever pitch. Due to alterations in the rules, the pace had quickened significantly, and they had advanced to the round of 16. The remaining 16 teams were all formidable sects and academies, a stark contrast to those that had participated at the outset. As the competition progressed to the round of 16, some teams would likely falter. Lu Zhe mused with a gentle smile as he whispered to himself in the Shrek Arena's preparation area. He was not convinced that these sects and academies would continue on their traditional paths in the face of change. In his estimation, among the 16 remaining teams, aside from his own clear allies, the Spirit Sect, the Tang Sect, and his younger brother, at least one member of each of the other 13 teams bore a minor sin facet, with some even possessing a sin facet approaching the greater sins. Now the true competition begins, Lu Zhe chuckled. Collapse. I wonder how you shall navigate this move. Chapter 108. The sin facet on the arena in the elite competition for young soul masters. The first match of the round of 16 featured Shrek Academy versus the Evil Wolf Sect. In the expansive arena, the referee announced loudly, the match is about to commence. This was met with a chorus of applause and cheers as the crowd rallied behind Shrek Academy, though a portion remained supportive of the Evil Wolf Sect. Captain. The match has begun, Dai Huabin softly informed Lu Xiaoyu as he approached her side. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu merely nodded lightly, comprehending the situation. The battle concluded in a mere minute. Lu Xiaoyu exuded an air of confidence, for thus far, they had yet to encounter a formidable adversary. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu, accompanied by Dai Huabin and 4 others, arrived at the arena. Facing them were 7 opponents from the Evil Wolf Sect, each exhibiting an unsettling excitement, as if they had stumbled upon prey that piqued their interest. Are they from Shrek Academy? They seem quite formidable, remarked a gaunt man from the Evil Wolf Sect with a sinister grin. Their captain, Lang Imo, wore a jovial expression. Indeed, they are strong, yet they still fall short. He declared audaciously, a statement loud enough for all to hear, leaving the audience in shock. What audacity possessed the Evil Wolf Sect to utter such words? Surely, they must possess some hidden strength, otherwise, they would not dare to make such claims. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the spectators. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and his companions maintained an air of calm, unconvinced that the Evil Wolf Sect posed any genuine threat. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere was already saturated with competitive fervor. As the referee confirmed that both teams were prepared, he announced, the match begins. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 members of the Evil Wolf Sect charged forward recklessly. How brazen! Wu Feng exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing this. He quickly followed suit alongside Dai Huabin. Third soul skill, Wolf's Resurgence. Third soul skill, Wild Awakening. The 2 charging contenders activated their third soul rings, undergoing a dramatic transformation. One morphed into a wolfman, while the other was enveloped in crimson markings. Wu Feng and Dai Huabin, undeterred, summoned their martial souls. With a resounding clash, the 4 collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu and his companions remained unfazed, their expressions serene, seemingly untroubled by the confrontation. In stark contrast, Lang Mo's face twisted into an eerie smile as he bellowed, for victory, offer your lives. With that, he turned towards his 4 teammates, becoming enveloped in a strange black mist. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Xiaoyu, his expression shifting to one of gravity. It appeared he was not alone in his apprehension. Gu Yu and the others sensed it as well. Dai Huabin, Wu Feng, retreat. Lu Xiaoyu shouted urgently. However, by the time Dai Huabin and Wu Feng registered his warning, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Lang Imo devoured his teammate, his power surging exponentially. I told you, you still fall short. Lang Imo taunted as he approached Dai Huabin with a condescending grin, then raised his hand to deliver a devastating blow to Dai Huabin's face. The latter, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Wu Feng, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee, only to be seized by Lang Imo around the throat. Become my sustenance. Lang Emo declared menacingly, opening his monstrous maw. From a distance, Lu Xiaoyu was struck with disbelief and swiftly teleported behind Lang Emo release her. He hissed with fury, delivering a powerful kick to Lang Mo's ribs. The monstrous figure had no time to react, being hurled away by Lu Xiaoyu's strike. Meanwhile, Wu Feng remained paralyzed by the terror of the moment, still unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the trembling Wu Feng, and her anger erupted instantaneously. I will kill you, she uttered coldly. Haha. The wolf's end, who had been kicked away, erupted into a frenzied laughter before slowly rising to his feet. You will only perish at my hands, he proclaimed arrogantly. At that moment, his two companions arrived at his side. In the next instant, an unforeseen scene unfolded. The wolf's end opened his gaping maw and, without a moment's hesitation, devoured his two teammates. The spectators were unable to endure the horrific sight, and many retched in disgust. After consuming his own allies, the wolf's end emanated an even greater power, nearly reaching the level of a tidal Douluo. The match has only just begun, he said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This declaration sent chills down the spines of many. You monster! Just as the wolf's end spoke, Xiaoer, wielding the golden dragon spear, approached him from behind. With all her might, she swung the spear, striking him squarely on the head. Bang! In an instant, the wolf's end's head was obliterated by Xiaoer's strike, splattering blood across the arena. Just when everyone thought it was over, the wolf's end astonishingly remained standing. He swiftly delivered a kick to Xiaoer's abdomen. Boom! Xiaoer, caught off guard, was sent flying by his blow. Fortunately, Guyuna was there to catch her. Averting a tragedy, cackling ominously, the arena reverberated with the wolf's end's terrifying laughter. Before the eyes of all, he regrew his severed head, a sinister smile adorning his face. I am your nightmare. Prepare to face my judgment. He laughed with bravado. With a surge of power, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, appearing before Lu Xiaoyu in the blink of an eye. Reacting swiftly, Lu Xiaoyu employed gravity manipulation, instantly pinning the wolf's into the ground beneath an immense weight. You should not have harmed my teammates. Lu Xiaoyu's expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet, instead of feeling fear, the wolf's end was invigorated by this aura. This is the thrill I crave. The stronger the prey, the more exhilarating it becomes, he said, slowly rising to his feet, standing defiantly before Lu Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing him rise, Lu Xiaoyu did not continue to impose the weight of gravity, but instead coldly remarked, Have you decided how to meet your demise? Upon hearing these words, Lang Emo erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! I shall kill you first. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and, without further ado, directed a powerful strike toward Lu Zhe. In a sudden turn of events within the arena, the situation shifted once more. Lang Emo, who had initially thrown a punch, found himself frozen in place, his outstretched hand having fallen to the ground beside him. He had initially thought little of the encounter, but soon realized that his severed limb could not be restored. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu held a gleaming golden sword, radiating an aura that Lu Zhe could no longer ignore.